Betrayed by his lover and thrown straight into a cage of ravenous zombies, Zhang Xiaoyang thought he was doomed to die in excruciating pain. However, the wheel of fate turned back time to before the catastrophe broke out, awakening a state-of-the-art Doomsday system that allowed him to complete tasks in exchange for reward points, items, and constitution-strengthening potions. To prepare for a bloody purge, Xiaoyang used his entire inheritance to renovate an abandoned factory into a fortified steel fortress, while consuming mutation potions to gain physical strength many times greater than an average human and awakening the mind's eye to see through the hearts of others. Now, he not only fights for survival but also uses the Enslavement Mark to subjugate the most terrifying monsters, from a highly intelligent zombie variant to a giant tentacle monster, a parasitic life force tree, and an all-consuming insect swarm. As flesh-eating sirens rise from the deep ocean, Zhang Xiaoyang will turn those very monsters into a shield to protect his symbiotic empire. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Let's dive right into his journey of vengeance and apocalyptic dominance. A terrified scream echoed through the dilapidated house. Zhang Xiaoyang was suspended precariously over a cage teeming with zombies. A woman stood below, looking up at him with a smile of malicious mockery. "Oh, Zhang Xiaoyang, all your friends are dead. What's the point of you living anymore?" Zhang Xiaoyang ground his teeth, fury smoldering in his heart. He was consumed by self-reproach, his heart feeling as if it were being carved by a knife. "It's all my fault. I'm the one who got you all killed," he roared, his eyes burning with hatred. "You despicable snake, you'll rot in hell for this." The woman feigned fear and quickly ducked into the arms of the man beside her, her voice shrill and high-pitched. "Oh my, look at him, he's losing his temper with me again." The man gave a smug smile, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. "Then we'll just have to torture him to death slowly. That's the only way to satisfy your grudge, right? We really ought to thank you for those supplies though. It's thanks to them that we can live such a free and happy life." With that, he pulled out a remote control and lightly pressed a button. The ropes binding Zhang Xiaoyang instantly slackened, and he plummeted straight into the cage below. The zombies inside lunged at him frantically, tearing and biting without mercy. Amidst the excruciating pain, Zhang Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and swore an oath. "Kui Qing Li Shushang, if I ever have a chance to be reborn, I will make you two bastards pay a devastating price." Suddenly a loud shout jolted him awake. "Zhang Xiaoyang, what is wrong with you? Why isn't my name on the property deed yet? Do you even love me at all?" Zhang Xiaoyang froze, staring at the woman in front of him in disbelief. What happened? Had he actually been reborn back to the time before the catastrophe? In his previous life, he had been swindled by Kui Qing, squandering the inheritance his parents left him until he ended up on the streets. Then, the global apocalypse struck. Most of humanity turned into zombies, and the world fell into chaos. Relying on friends he met on the streets, he had established a safe zone for survival. But he never expected that Kui Qing, who had pretended to be poor to get close to him, was actually bait sent by his enemies to destroy everything he had built. Kui Qing was still nagging, her tone cold and demanding. "Also, the bride price must be 400,000 yuan. Not a penny less, do I make myself clear?" Looking at the woman's face, Zhang Xiaoyang's inner fury churned. This vicious, rotten woman. He suppressed his rage, telling himself not to act impulsively just yet. Fine, I get it, just leave for now." He pushed her out and slammed the door with a loud thud. Kui Qing stood there stunned, unable to react. Since when had Zhang Xiaoyang become so assertive? Hadn't he always been submissive to her before? Zhang Xiaoyang stood quietly, his gaze sweeping over the digital clock. There was exactly 1 month left to prepare before the apocalypse broke out. He had to start immediately. Just as the thought crossed his mind, an electronic chime sounded, accompanied by a system task panel. "Doomsday system activated. Task issued. Please complete as soon as possible. Task name: Disaster Preparedness. Requirement: acquire a territory. 1. Prepare enough supplies for 1 year 0365. Reward: 10 points redeemable in the system mall." Zhang Xiaoyang stared at the system panel in ecstasy. A system and task rewards. He browsed them all. Constitution Strengthening Potion 1 to 20 points. Doomsday Cultivator Supply Box LV1 2 points. Protagonist Supply Box LV1 1 point. Manual Refresh 2 points. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life he had lived extremely frugally to save for Kui Qing's bride price, resulting in severe malnutrition. Picking up his phone, he told himself that there was still over a month before the zombies would be roaming the streets. He had to have a massive meal while he still could. He opened a food delivery app. Before long, a lavish feast was spread out before him. Zhang Xiaoyang was stunned. This was legendary 3-star Michelin cuisine. He had to try this 300 yuan piece of braised pork. Picking up a piece, he felt an exquisite flavor explode in his mouth. "Damn, this is delicious." he became a whirlwind, stuffing food into his mouth incessantly. Just as he was lost in the meal, his phone suddenly rang. It was Kui Ching's best friend Wen Shuya. He cursed under his breath. What was this manipulative bitch calling to complain about now? As soon as he answered, a barrage of scolding came from the other end. Zhang Xiaoyang, what do you think you're doing? When have you ever treated Kui Ching like this? She just wants you to show some sincerity, yet you can't even bring yourself to hand over your property to her. Do you even have the face to say you love her? Kui Ching is just trying to test you, and you can't even pass. If you come over right now with the property deed and $1 million in cash, kneel down and apologize. I might still help persuade Kui Ching for you. Otherwise, just wait for the breakup. Zhang Xiaoyang couldn't help but roar into the phone. Who the hell do you think you are to test me? Get lost. Before she could say another word, he hung up. He leaned back in his chair and pondered. He needed to find a plot of land. To build a sturdy fortress, it had to be easy to defend and hard to attack, close to a water source and woods. After weighing his options, he decided to go to a real estate agency. As soon as he walked in, a female employee greeted him warmly. Hello, sir. Are you looking to rent or buy? Before Zhang Xiaoyang could answer, he was interrupted by a man, Manager Zhu of the company. Ignoring Zhang Xiaoyang, he turned to the female employee and said, Xiao Ning, hurry up and move those boxes in the back. We have a lot to do today. The employee quickly explained, Manager Zhu, I'm currently assisting a client. But Manager Zhu pushed her aside, his tone full of contempt. Xiao Ning, have you forgotten everything I taught you? You have no eye for people at all. Go work in the back. He squinted at Zhang Xiaoyang, his gaze mocking. Look at these ragged clothes. I bet he can't even afford a toilet. Zhang Xiaoyang flared up, pointing at him and snapping, What's that supposed to mean? Don't look down on me, you snob. Manager Zhu was taken aback for a moment, then sneered, Calling me a snob? Fine. If you can even afford a toilet, I'll eat shit on a live stream. Zhang Xiaoyang gave a cold laugh. Good, you said it. Just wait, I'll find you a fresh serving. He turned back to the female employee. I'm not here to buy or rent a house today. I'm here to buy land. He pulled out his bank card, shocking the employees watching the commotion. What? Buying land? Did I hear that right? Does he even know how much land costs? My God, this is the first time I've seen someone buying land. Big spender, he's a real big spender. The female employee hurriedly invited him in. Sir, please take a seat over here. I will give you a detailed introduction. Manager Zhu watched from behind with resentment, muttering, TCH, what a poser. Let's see where you get the money when it's time to pay. Once Zhang Xiaoyang sat down, the employee brought over a stack of folders. These are the plots of land our company owns. Please take a look and I will explain them to you. Zhang Xiaoyang waved her off. Don't go to all that trouble. I'll tell you my requirements and you see if there's anything suitable. I want it surrounded by mountains and water. With plenty of water resources and convenient transportation, it would be even better if there are factories or large buildings already on it. Standing nearby, Manager Zhu overheard and interjected, Doesn't that plot in the East District fit his requirements perfectly? The female employee's face went pale. The East District? Manager Zhu, you mean the tea factory plot? That place is full of abandoned factory buildings that haven't been cleared out yet. We can't sell that to a customer. Manager Zhu's expression darkened. Why not? This pauper is making such ridiculous demands. He's clearly just here to cause trouble. Listening to their argument, Zhang Xiaoyang turned to the employee. Does the East District plot really meet all my requirements? She quickly explained. Yes, but the factories on it are dilapidated and a mess. Even the construction foreman ran away. He looked at the data and his eyes lit up. The location was perfect, featuring sturdy wire fencing, easy to defend and hard to attack. The unfinished factory buildings could save him both cost and time. He set the documents down and said, I want this land. Can I pay the deposit and sign the contract immediately? The employee thought he was dissatisfied and quickly bowed her head. I'm sorry, sir. Seeing her misunderstanding, he nodded and urged her. Of course I'll take it. Let's sign the contract and pay. Someone is waiting to eat in a moment after all. A short while later, Manager Zhu stood dazed, holding the payment slip. This is impossible. A 300,000 yuan deposit? How could he afford millions for that trashy factory plot? I don't believe it. Zhang Xiaoyang walked over and patted him meaningfully on the shoulder. Brother, I've settled the bill. Now it's time for your performance. If you eat it all up, I'll even give you an apple for dessert. The other employees started jeering. Fatty, I've already started the live stream. Get to it. Do you want to pair it with some lobster? My dinner last night was delicious. As Zhang Xiaoyang left the company, the system sounded a task notification. Disaster preparedness. Acquire a territory 1-1. Prepare 1 year of supplies 0-365. Reward 10 points. He fell into deep thought. The bride price money had been used to buy the land. Now he needed to make money to stockpile food. Just then, Li Shushang walked by, saw him, and said in surprise, "Zhang Xiaoyang, what is he doing here?" Approaching the real estate office, Li Shushang was horrified to see manager Zhu being pinned down by a group of employees and force-fed filth. He was screaming, "Help, I don't want to eat shit." Breaking into a cold sweat, Li Shushang barked, "What do you think you're doing?" On the other side of town, Kui Qing was getting her nails done when her phone rang. Answering it, she flirtatiously said to Li Shushang, "You devil, so you still remember me." Li Shushang said urgently, "Kui Qing, Zhang Xiaoyang went to the real estate company to buy land today. Did you know about this?" Kui Qing stood up in a panic, slamming her hand on the table. "What, he bought land? Where did he get the money?" Li Shushang speculated. "The deposit was 300,000. It's likely the bride price money he saved up," Kui Qing roared. "What, that bastard dared to spend my money?" Li Shushang comforted her. "Kui Qing, calm down. Go find Zhang Xiaoyang and get the truth out of him. What's there to ask? That bastard dared to touch my money today. I'm going to ruin his reputation completely." Zhang Xiaoyang was completely unaware of this. He had returned to his room and was sitting on the sofa in deep thought. Buying supplies and building a base would require a lot of money. Where could he get it now? Suddenly, a frantic pounding at the door startled him. Who was knocking so violently? Upon opening the door, he was surprised to see Kui Qing and Wen Shuya. Kui Qing immediately interrogated him. "Zhang Xiaoyang, what exactly is the meaning of this? You actually dared to spend my money?" He looked bewildered. "What are you talking about?" She pointed at him and cursed. "Don't think I don't know. You used my bride price money to buy land. That money is mine, and that land is mine too." Zhang Xiaoyang gave a cold laugh, pulled out a stack of cash and slapped it against her shoulder. "You're truly delusional, let me tell you. I have money, but I won't give you a single cent. Don't think I don't know what you and Li Shushang have been doing behind my back." Kui Qing was rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, she wondered how he knew about her and Li Shushang. Seeing the tension, Wen Shuya quickly tried to mediate. "Oh, you two calm down. What's a little argument between lovers? It's all a misunderstanding." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang sneered. He cursed. "Misunderstanding my ass? There's no misunderstanding, and I'm not in a relationship with her. She and Li Shushang are the real couple. Now get lost. Looking at you makes me sick." With that, he impatiently slammed the door shut. Kui Qing's heart was still racing in shock. She couldn't believe it. How did he know? She had been so careful every time they went to a hotel, even sneaking into the elevator. Wen Shuya turned to her, her voice sharp with anger. "Xiao Qing, why didn't you tell me about something this big? Are you really involved with that middle-aged man Li Shushang?" Kui Qing answered weakly. We've only been to a few cheap hotels together." Wen Shuya rubbed her temples and sighed. "This is a complete mess. Let's head back for now and figure out how to deal with him." Kui Qing could only nod. "Yeah, I guess that's all we can do." As the elevator doors opened and they stepped inside, Wen Shuya sneered inwardly. "Kui Qing, since you've already fallen out with Zhang Xiaoyang, then I won't hold back. After all, we are best friends, aren't we?" The next day, Zhang Xiaoyang arrived at his newly purchased plot. Looking at the vast expanse of land, he said, "This is the factory. I want to renovate it. Can you estimate the completion time?" Standing beside him was Foreman Li from Pili Construction. Zhang Xiaoyang listed a series of requirements: reinforcing the perimeter walls, building watchtowers surrounded by high-grade steel security mesh, installing reinforced blast-proof steel doors and fitting bulletproof tempered glass. After recording everything, Foreman Li tucked away the blueprints and asked tentatively, "Young man, if you don't mind me asking, have you offended some kind of powerful organization?" Zhang Xiaoyang replied coldly, "Don't ask too many questions. Knowing too much won't do you any good. Just tell me, how much will it cost to finish within a month?" Foreman Li shook his head. "Brother, a month really isn't enough time." "Cut the crap," Zhang Xiaoyang interrupted. "Aren't you the foreman for Thunderbolt Construction? Is this really the extent of your efficiency? Do you have any professional spirit at all?" Foreman Li gave a bitter smile. "It's not that, boss. My point is it's going to cost extra." Zhang Xiaoyang got straight to the point. "Give me a number." Foreman Li held up 2 fingers. "Boss, if you want it done in a month, the workers will have to work like their lives depend on it. It'll be at least 2 million yuan. Give me a 500,000 deposit first and then we can talk." "Fine," Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. "I'll have the transfer to you within a week. Get your men started immediately." Foreman Li was still a bit worried, but Zhang Xiaoyang patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't stiff you. I'm leaving this land in your hands." Hearing this, Foreman Li finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "All right then." Just as they finished talking, Wen Shuya suddenly shouted from behind. "Brother Zhang," she called out, running over and affectionately grabbing his arm. "What are you doing here? The scenery is so beautiful. Are you planning to build a villa here?" Zhang Xiaoyang shook her hand off in disgust. "What I do is none of your business." Wen Shuya was stunned. Why was Zhang Xiaoyang being so cold today? Usually if she even touched his hand, his heart would race and he'd turn red. Today she had practically thrown herself at him, and he hadn't reacted at all. Seeing him walk toward the construction site, she quickly chased after him, shouting, "Hey you! The main gate needs to be wider." Zhang Xiaoyang turned back and frowned. "What are you even doing here?" Wen Shuya gave a brilliant smile. "Brother Zhang, this is the land you just bought, right? What do you plan to do with it?" he replied curtly. "None of your business." He then walked off to inspect the project, ordering that the gate be widened further. Wen Shuya hurried to keep up, thinking to herself that she couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Since Kui Ching had already fallen out with him, if she could just swoop in while he was vulnerable, this land would be hers. The scene shifted to Zhang Xiaoyang returning home. 2 property deeds lay on the table. He sat in deep thought. Mortgaging this house to the bank will only net me 300,000 yuan, which isn't even enough for the initial construction costs. I have to find a way to get more money. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him. The apocalypse is coming anyway. Even if I sell this house to multiple people at once, no one will be able to do anything to me by the time they realize it. Suddenly, a violent pounding erupted at the door, accompanied by shouting, "Open up, open the door right now!" Agitated, Zhang Xiaoyang cursed under his breath, "Damn it, another nuisance!" He opened the door and immediately recognized the man outside. Old Man Li, that wealthy neighbor from downstairs. This old guy had already bought the first and second floors and now wanted to buy Yang's third floor as well. Zhang had originally intended to keep this place as his marital home. Because he had refused to sell, the old man had been harassing him daily, using every dirty trick in the book, from jamming the door locks to sending funeral wreaths. Old Man Li roared, "Were you jumping around up there again last night?" Zhang Xiaoyang fired back angrily, "Have you had enough? I was asleep before 10 p.m. last night. What jumping are you talking about?" Old Man Li remained relentless. "I don't care," I heard it crystal clear. Losing his patience, Zhang Xiaoyang waved him off. "Fine, stop. Don't you want this house? I've had enough, I'll sell it to you." Old Man Li was taken aback. "Really?" Zhang Xiaoyang nodded but added a condition. "However, I get to live here for another 6 months until I finish paying off the loan for my new place. You pay me a 500,000 yuan deposit first." Old Man Li hesitated. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyang made a move to close the door. "If you don't agree, then forget it." Old Man Li quickly jammed the door open, nodding repeatedly. "Fine, but we have to sign a contract so you can't back out." Zhang Xiaoyang sneered inwardly. "Old man, you can just wait to die in this life." Once the contract was signed, Old Man Li left. Zhang Xiaoyang checked his phone and confirmed the receipt of 500,000 yuan. Combined with the 300,000 from the loan, he now had 800,000 yuan. He muttered, "Time to finish the system task and claim the reward." He went to a nearby shopping mall, and the system panel popped up. Prepare 1 year of supplies. Progress, 359,365 days. Zhang Xiaoyang pushed a cart full of food to the checkout counter. People around him began to whisper, "What's he buying all that for? Is it another nutcase who believes the Doomsday rumors?" While waiting, he opened the system panel. It showed the task was complete. Disaster preparedness 10 points, current points 10. He chuckled to himself. In the apocalypse, strengthening one's attributes was vital. The protagonist's supply box cost exactly 10 points, and he didn't hesitate. He selected the box, and the system notified him of the successful exchange, deducting 10 points. He obtained an LV1 space, a 500 cubic meter storage area where time stood still. As Zhang Xiaoyang accepted the spatial ring, he thought to himself, as expected, the first pull is always top tier. Time static storage meant food would never spoil. It was perfect. The system updated with a new task, 10 years of security, prepare 10 years of supplies, reward 20 points. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. A man led 2 security guards over, yelling angrily, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" "Zhang Xiaoyang, is that you?" Zhang Xiaoyang recognized him. Yang Dao, a middle school classmate who was known for being a lapdog to the infamous Zhang Shengji. He was a bully who preyed on the weak and had caused Zhang plenty of trouble in the past. Memories flooded back. Yang Dao had once blocked his path to demand 10 yuan in protection money. Back then, Zhang Xiaoyang had cursed him out, "Like hell, I'll give you anything. If you want money, go ask Zhang Shengji for it." Today, Yang Dao was just as arrogant. "Put everything back or don't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Xiaoyang gave a cold laugh. "Hey, Yang Dao, you're still the same pathetic bully, aren't you? I'm here to buy things. Is this how your supermarket treats customers?" Yang Dao roared. "If you're buying, then pay up right now or else." An hour later, the cashier had almost finished scanning the mountain of goods. Yang Dao asked the female clerk, "What's the total?" She replied, 56,884 yuan. Yang Dao slammed the POS machine down in front of Zhang Xiaoyang. "Pay up." Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyang swiped his card. Ding, payment successful. Yang Dao snorted and signaled the guards to leave, but Zhang Xiaoyang called out, "Hold it." Yang Dao turned back irritably. "Now what?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. "Since your attitude was so poor just now, you need to apologize to me, otherwise I'm returning all of this." Yang Dao bellowed, "Don't push it." The onlookers began to chime in. This guy's a real jerk looking down on a customer. Just apologize, it's just a sentence, isn't it? Zhang Xiaoyang dangled a carrot. Apologize. If your attitude is sincere, I'll buy 10 times more than this. Yang Dao didn't believe him. You're full of it. Zhang Xiaoyang flashed his bank card. Bring the machine over and I'll show you the balance. Seeing a balance of over 700,000 yuan, Yang Dao was speechless. Zhang Xiaoyang continued, apologize and I'll buy more. If I'm lying, I'll be your grandson. Yang Dao pondered for a moment, then gave a deep bow. I am sorry. Zhang Xiaoyang patted his head and laughed. Remember that. Don't be so reckless in the future. Yang Dao looked up and asked curiously, Brother Yang, what are you going to do with all this stuff? Zhang Xiaoyang replied, my business is none of your concern. Yang Dao probed, a big deal? The supermarket warehouse is low on stock. Maybe you're looking for a supplier? Zhang Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Since you work at a supermarket, you should know where the suppliers are, right? Yang Dao was full of confidence. Naturally. You remember Zhang Shengji, right? He has a massive stockpile of goods. He immediately made a call. Brother Jia, I found a big client for you. Zhang Xiaoyang stood to the side, wondering how much these two had skimmed from the supermarket. Yang Dao led him to a nearby warehouse. As they were talking, a car roared up and screeched to a halt. Yang Dao scrambled back in fright. Zhang Xiaoyang cursed, damn, driving like he's racing for money. A man stepped out of the car and walked toward them. Yang Dao, is this the honored guest you mentioned? Yang Dao hurried to introduce them. Brother Jia, this is Zhang Xiaoyang, our old middle school classmate. Zhang Shengji blew a puff of smoke into Zhang Xiaoyang's face and gave a contemptuous smile. This is the tough nut. He tugged at Zhang Xiaoyang's collar and mocked. Street market clothes, haha, I really can't stand your type. Zhang Xiaoyang remained calm. Their name brand, I just picked them up at a roadside stall for convenience. Zhang Shengji, annoyed, shoved Yang Dao. Damn it, this is your big client? Waste of my time, Yang Dao explained frantically. Brother Jia, he really is a major customer. Zhang Shengji wasn't buying it and kicked Yang Dao. Major customer, my ass. I've been in this game for years, I can tell who has money at a glance. Zhang Xiaoyang sneered. Hey, I guess my vibe isn't strong enough to impress those blind eyes of yours. Zhang Shengji lost it and grabbed him by the collar. What did you say? Zhang Xiaoyang said calmly. I said you're blind for looking down on people. Yang Dao rushed to intervene. Brother Yang, don't hit Jia where it hurts. He hates it when people say he has no vision. Hit in his sore spot. Zhang Shengji kicked Yang Dao again. Shut up. He then turned to threaten Zhang Xiaoyang. A big client, huh? If you don't buy a full truckload of goods today, neither of you is leaving this place standing. Zhang Xiaoyang pulled out his phone. Stop pulling my clothes and give me your account number. Seeing the amount that had been transferred, Zhang Shengji froze. You're really buying this much? Zhang Xiaoyang urged. Stop wasting time, that's the deposit. I'm buying 500,000 worth of goods. Get the truck loaded and ready. I'll pay the remaining 400,000 once it's delivered. Zhang Shengji asked seriously, what kind of goods do you want? Rice, oil, salt, snacks, drinks, anything edible or drinkable. No need to be picky, I want it all. Just check them carefully before delivery. Zhang Shengji led him into the warehouse, inwardly rejoicing. Perfect, a shipment of near-expired food just arrived. I found someone to take it off my hands, he suggested. If you pay in full now, I'll give you an extra 10 off the wholesale price. What do you say? Zhang Xiaoyang replied. Depends on the quality. He picked up a bag of biscuits to inspect, glancing sideways at Zhang Shengji. Except for this outer layer, everything inside is near its expiration date. You've miscalculated, haven't you? Zhang Shengji cursed inwardly. Damn, this kid knows his stuff. He made a new offer. If you buy all the near-expired stock, I'll give it to you at 50 off. How about that? Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. My 500,000 is only for high-quality goods. As for the near-expired stuff, I have another plan. Zhang Shengji asked suspiciously. What plan? Zhang Xiaoyang smiled. I'll take all the near-expired food at your 50 discount, but I'll settle the bill in 1 month. Zhang Shengji was worried. Really? If the food expires and you don't pay, where am I supposed to find you? Zhang Xiaoyang reassured him. Don't worry, I'll use my house as collateral for the guarantee. Zhang Shengji asked tentatively, why are you buying them if you know they're near expired? What's your sales channel? Zhang Xiaoyang laughed loudly. Sales channel? I am the sales channel. He patted Zhang Shengji on the shoulder meaningfully. Haha, even expired food will become a priceless treasure in a few days. Zhang Shengji looked utterly confused. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaoyang changed the subject. Don't ask so much. Just get the goods shipped. I've sent you the address. As he spoke, his phone rang. A voice asked, Mr. Zhang, you're selling your old apartment, right? Zhang Xiaoyang signaled Zhang Shengji to follow the agreement and then turned to leave. Yang Dao watched his back, smiling flatteringly at Zhang Shengji. Brother Jia, I didn't lie to you, did I? Zhang Shengji still couldn't accept reality, cursing angrily. Damn it, that kid clearly comes from an ordinary family. How could he be doing this well? The scene shifted to Zhang Xiaoyang's apartment. An elderly man handed over a bag of money, saying urgently, Mr. Zhang, here is the 400,000 yuan deposit. I accept your terms, delivery in 3 months. Let's sign the contract now, Zhang Xiaoyang thought to himself. This old man is handing over money and signing without even looking closely at the house. He must be desperate. He frowned and tested the waters. Old sir, are you in such a hurry? The man replied awkwardly. Hey, I won't lie to you. My granddaughter is about to transfer schools and we urgently need this house for her residency registration to settle down. I've looked everywhere in this neighborhood, and yours is the only one for sale. Mr. Zhang, please, whatever you do, don't back out. Zhang Xiaoyang gave a light laugh. Old sir, you're too honest. You revealed your hand right away. Aren't you afraid I'll raise the price? The old man panicked. Mr. Zhang, this money is my family's entire life savings across 2 generations. You, please rest assured, I won't back out. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded, took the contract, and signed it without hesitation. The old man was overjoyed. That's good, that's very good, Mr. Zhang, you're busy. I won't disturb you any longer. You go on ahead. Watching the old man's retreating back, Zhang Xiaoyang thought, people at the bottom of society are kind and simple. But in the coming apocalypse, I'm afraid he and his granddaughter won't even last a month. He called out to the man. Old sir, wait a moment, what's your current address, tell me. After noting the address, Zhang Xiaoyang went to his newly purchased base. As soon as Foreman Li saw him, he broke into a warm smile. Boss Zhang, I'll transfer the second deposit in a bit. How's the progress? Take a look. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. It was already 70 complete. The walls and doors were now absolutely secure. What about the warehouse? Zhang Xiaoyang asked. Foreman Li replied. The warehouse was already a part of the original factory structure. It's been cleared out and is ready for use at any time. Excellent. Zhang Xiaoyang pulled out his phone and called Zhang Shengji, telling him to deliver the goods. A short while later, movers arrived with the stock from Zhang Shengji's warehouse. One of them laughed loudly. Steady now, lads. The boss is real generous, 2,000 yuan each just for this little job. This place looks like some kind of bunker. Zhang Xiaoyang supervised the process personally, ordering that the fruits, vegetables, and perishable fresh foods be stored separately to avoid any mix-ups. The worker smiled and said, Don't you worry, boss. We'll make sure everything is handled perfectly. Once the arrangements were complete, everyone left. Standing alone in the warehouse, Zhang Xiaoyang whispered with a smirk, Complete. The system chimed, 10 years of security task complete. Reward 20 points. Current points 20. The system panel displayed Constitution Strengthening Potion 1 to 20 points. Doomsday Farmer Supply Box LV1 2 points. Ability Awakening Supply Box LV1 1 point. Manual Refresh 2 points. Zhang Xiaoyang was ecstatic. His luck was incredible. To obtain an ability even before the apocalypse began, he immediately chose to redeem the ability Awakening Supply Box LV1, deducting 1 point. Current points 19. Obtained. Mind's Eye LV1 allows the user to perceive the hostility of others. He let out a booming laugh. This ability will be incredibly useful in the early stages of the apocalypse. The system updated with a new task. Armed to the teeth, equip yourself with weapons and gear. Reward, 10 points and a random reward. The scene shifted to a black market late at night where the atmosphere was buzzing with activity. Someone shouted, Damn it, is this for real? Is that price legit? Zhang Xiaoyang squeezed through the crowd, searching for what he needed. The commotion at one particular stall caught his attention. Li Shushang was busy haggling. This premium emerald bracelet is selling for 2,000, it's obviously a fake. I'll give you 300 and you'll still be making a killing. Worried that others might overhear, the stall owner hissed. Fine, just keep it down. I'll sell it. Zhang Xiaoyang glanced over and let out a cold, disdainful sneer. That bastard Li Shushang was actually at the black market buying fake emerald bracelets. Haha, Kui Ching, you really are a fool to be swindled by stuff like this. He ignored them and continued his search. A stall selling melee weapons caught his eye. Zhang Xiaoyang stepped forward, picked up a short blade, and asked, Boss, you got any sturdier pieces back there? The stall owner impatiently tossed over a whetstone. The whetstone is right here. If you want a hard blade, buy it and sharpen it yourself. Otherwise, go buy a stick to play with, Zhang Xiaoyang said seriously. Still not hard enough. I need something much sturdier. The stall owner frowned. What are you implying? You here to cause trouble? Zhang Xiaoyang's phone buzzed. Ding. Account received 200,000. He held up his phone and smiled. Don't get worked up. This is my sincerity for the purchase. The stall owner's attitude flipped instantly. He told his associate Xiao Chang to watch the stall, then signaled for Zhang Xiaoyang to follow him, saying it wasn't convenient to talk out in the open and that they needed to move. They went to a room upstairs. The stall owner opened a hidden box and introduced its contents. Boss, this is a custom-made pistol. It wouldn't have any trouble killing a chicken. The ammo is cheap. All you need is gunpowder and steel ball bearings. What do you think? Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. Not good enough. The stall owner pondered for a moment before continuing. A high-end replica revolver. It performs exactly like the real thing. Price is 5,000 and the bullets are 95 yuan each. Your thoughts? Zhang Xiaoyang furrowed his brows. I've already paid a 200,000 yuan deposit. Is it appropriate for you to sell me stuff like this? The stall owner gasped. Deposit? You mean? Zhang Xiaoyang interrupted. I want to spend 200,000 on weapons, can you handle that? The stall owner gave a bitter smile. Big brother, I can't believe a deal like this came to me. Usually I don't sweat the small stuff and let my lackeys handle it. But things have been weird lately. Look, don't ask questions, just tell me if you can do it. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Write up a list. I'll wait for the address. I'll drive over the day after tomorrow at noon sharp for a cash transaction. After settling the deal, Zhang Xiaoyang left. The stall owner saw him off warmly. Take care, big brother. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. Yo, isn't this Xiaoyang? Li Shushang walked over carrying a bag of items. Imagine running into you at the black market. How are you so flush with cash lately? Giving Ching-Ching the cold shoulder? Is there some treasure hidden in your house? Are you joining the lying flat movement, selling everything off just to enjoy life? Zhang Xiaoyang felt a stir in his mind. He wanted to test his new ability. He activated Mind's Eye and scanned his surroundings. Red text reading Hostile appeared above Li Shushang's head. He sneered and pointed at the shopping bag. By the way, who are you again? Oh right, you're that guy working with Kui Ching. The one who swindled that stupid woman with this fake junk. This total garbage. Then again, that's about all she's worth. Li Shushang roared in fury. What did you say? The stall owner stepped forward and asked. Big brother and acquaintance, Zhang Xiaoyang huffed. More like an enemy. He turned back and instructed, don't kill him. I'm saving his life from my own hands. Seeing the men closing in, Li Shushang was terrified. What are you doing? I have money. The stall owner ignored him. Stepping forward with a sharpened club, Li Shushang screamed, wait boss, let's talk about this. A while later, Li Shushang was beaten black and blue, lying on the road like a dead dog. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Zhang Xiaoyang, you bastard, you just wait. 2 days later, as agreed, a truckload of goods arrived at the warehouse. The system notified, armed to the teeth, task complete. Reward 10 points, current points 29. Obtained Constitution Strengthening Potion 2. Zhang Xiaoyang held the potion in surprise. A2 potion was twice as powerful as the ones in the mall. Without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeve and injected the potion. The average adult constitution was a 5. With 2 points added, his strength increased by 40. He opened the system panel. Constitution Strengthening Potion 1 to 20 points. Doomsday Farmer Supply Box LV1 2 points. Manual Refresh 2 points. He laughed out loud. He had to level up to the limit. A surge of energy enveloped his body, bringing his constitution to 8 to 60 stronger than a normal person. He looked at a pile of construction materials, grabbed a thick iron bar, let out a roar, and delivered a powerful kick. The bar deformed instantly, flying off and slamming into the wall, leaving a massive crack. He smiled with satisfaction. With this kind of strength, no one could match him even empty-handed. The zombies of the early apocalypse would be nothing to fear. He stored all the weapons into his spatial ring, thinking that since they didn't take up much room, the ring was the safest place for them. The apocalypse would begin tomorrow. Was there anything else he needed to prepare? He suddenly remembered the old man who bought the apartment. The old man had said, I won't lie to you. My granddaughter is about to transfer schools and we need this house to settle down. I've looked everywhere, and yours is the only one for sale. Mr. Zhang, please, whatever you do, don't back out. Despite all the danger he had faced in his previous life, Zhang Xiaoyang couldn't simply turn a blind eye to someone so pitiful. He muttered to himself, forget it, I'll send them some supplies. Consider it a repayment for the funds he provided for my plans. He followed the address and drove to the old man's residence. As he got out to inspect the area, he realized that without GPS, no one would ever find this godforsaken place. The old man was truly poor, renting a cheap, dilapidated apartment on the top floor. Standing before the door, he prepared to knock, but stopped. He didn't bring the supplies out yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain them. He activated the spatial ring, and in a flash of light, countless boxes of supplies appeared in the hallway and the room. Hearing the knock, the old man called out, coming, just a moment. He was muttering about paying next week's rent, but froze when he saw Zhang Xiaoyang. Oh, Mr. Zhang, the old man stared blankly at the cardboard boxes stuffing the hallway. What is all this? Zhang Xiaoyang said. I'll explain later. Help me move these inside first. Don't let the neighbors see. The two of them quickly moved the boxes into the apartment. The old man remarked, you young people really are strong. You carried all this heavy stuff and don't even need a break. Zhang Xiaoyang inspected the room. The door was reasonably sturdy. He spoke with great gravity. Old man, listen carefully. You need to ration these supplies. They can last you half a year if you're careful. Starting tomorrow, this world. He stopped abruptly, staring in shock at a photograph on the table. The old man was confused. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? You can just leave the things here. We're moving into your place next month anyway. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't answer, staring dazed at the photo of the old man with a young girl. His heart thundered. Meng Shan, he picked up the photo and asked, Old man, your granddaughter's name is Meng Shan, isn't it? The old man was startled. How do you know? I haven't even mentioned Shanshan's name yet. Where is she now? The old man replied. She's at school in the countryside. Once you move out, we'll finalize her transfer. The paperwork is almost done. Zhang Xiaoyang remembered his previous life. Meng Shan had once mentioned sadly how her grandfather had died while storming an occupied middle school to save her. He swore silently that in this life he would rectify that regret. He turned back with a stern expression. Old man, you won't be able to live in my apartment anymore. The old man panicked. Mr. Zhang, are you backing out? Zhang Xiaoyang patted his shoulder. Listen to me. Starting tomorrow the world will turn into hell. My house and your granddaughter's studies won't matter anymore. Come with me now to get Shanshan. I'll arrange a new place for both of you. The old man was utterly bewildered. Mr. Zhang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Zhang Xiaoyang bit his lip, thinking that it was hard for the elderly to grasp such things. How do I explain this? After a moment he asked. Do you know what a famine is? The old man nodded. I know. I can imagine how hard those times were. Do you think a famine could happen in an era of peace? The old man shook his head. How could that be possible? Even if there was, Zhang Xiaoyang activated the spatial ring, vanishing all the supply crates. In the blink of an eye, the room that had been packed with goods was empty. The old man cried out in shock. Whoa, where did everything go? It's all gone. Mr. Zhang, what kind of magic trick is this? The old man was dumbfounded. Looking at the sparks of electricity flickering around Zhang Xiaoyang, he explained seriously. This is an awakened ability. I can also foresee the future. If you want to live and keep Shanshan safe, listen to me from now on. Where is Shanshan's school? Zhang Xiaoyang immediately led the old man downstairs. Before long, they arrived at the school where Meng Shan was a student. As soon as they got out of the car, he asked urgently, What class is she in? Where is the dormitory? Do you know? The old man replied, I know. Good. We have to move fast. Meanwhile, inside the school, Meng Shan was being surrounded and beaten by a group of students. The girl in the lead delivered a vicious slap to her face and barked, You little bitch. I really don't see what's so great about you that Zhang Xiaochen would be so obsessed. Meng Shan's face was covered in bruises as she tried to explain. I told you I have nothing to do with him. He's the one following me. The girl opposite her grew even angrier and kicked her in the stomach. Still playing innocent, are you saying Zhang Xiaochen is clinging to you and you're too good for him? Just as Meng Shan was being yanked by her hair and struggling in pain, a sharp shout came from behind. Hey, what are you doing? The girl let go of Meng Shan in surprise. How isn't this that useless old man from your family? Seeing his granddaughter being bullied, the old man pointed a trembling finger at them and roared, What are you doing? Let go of Shanshan right now. A male student holding a weapon approached threateningly. Beat it, you old loon, mind your own business. The old man charged forward fearlessly to argue. You animals, how dare you bully your classmate like this? One of the boys saw an opening and swung a baseball bat, aiming viciously for the back of the old man's neck. Let go, you old bastard. Suddenly his hand was caught in midair. Zhang Xiaoyang's face was dark. Too young to study properly, so you're playing at being gangsters? Two other boys mocked. Ha, where did this hobo come from? Hey bitch, I didn't hear you had a brother. Zhang Xiaoyang delivered a flying kick, sending the boy in front of him soaring. Seeing this, the remaining two were startled. They grew wary. Damn, this guy's trained, get him together. They surrounded Zhang Xiaoyang. The one behind him attacked first, swinging a bat. Zhang Xiaoyang crouched suddenly, dodging with ease. With his enhanced constitution, his reflexes were much faster. He used the momentum to slip behind the boy, grabbed his collar, and executed a powerful shoulder throw. The boy slammed hard onto the concrete, his eyes rolling back as he passed out. The last one tried a sneak attack, but Zhang Xiaoyang caught it out of the corner of his eye, disarmed him of his knife, and delivered a heavy kick to his thigh. The boy lost his balance and his head hit the floor. In the blink of an eye, all three were down. Zhang Xiaoyang walked slowly toward the lead girl. She was terrified. What do you want? He delivered a stinging slap to the girl in black, leaving her dazed. Then he grabbed the hair of the girl in white beside her. You really like pulling people's hair, don't you? She screamed in pain. Let me go. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang hold the knife to her throat, her fear reached its peak. What do you want? The blade flashed, swinging down violently. The girl in white collapsed to her knees. The girl shrieked, clutching her head. My hair, she shouted with resentment. You bastard, how dare you cut my hair? I'll never let you get away with this. Zhang Xiaoyang indifferently tossed the severed locks aside. Long hair was only a liability. In a few days that short hair might just save your life. He turned to Meng Shan. Shanshan, let's go. Meng Shan looked on blankly, still failing to process the situation. Go where? Soon the three of them were driving away from the school. On the way, the old man relayed Zhang Xiaoyang's warnings. Meng Shan looked confused. Wait, dropping out? What's this about a great famine? The old man replied. Child, staying alive is the most important thing right now. Meng Shan pursed her lips. Grandpa, how many times have I told you not to trust scammers? How much money did they swindle out of you this time? The old man grew frantic. What scammer? Everything I'm saying is true. Zhang Xiaoyang caught her eye in the rearview mirror and smiled. Shanshan, I will protect you in this life. I stepped in so your grandfather wouldn't be cheated, but the famine part is what I told him. Meng Shan asked doubtfully. Who even are you? I'm Zhang Xiaoyang. You can just call me Brother Xiaoyang from now on. You should thank me for teaching those punks a lesson. And don't worry, they don't have many days left to live anyway. Meng Shan was stunned. What do you mean, is there really going to be a famine? Zhang Xiaoyang replied, I only used the word famine so your grandfather would understand. The truth is, the apocalypse is coming. Meng Shan's face paled. The apocalypse, it's almost here. Check the videos and news on your phone, you'll find the clues. Skeptical, Meng Shan pulled out her phone to search. Various headlines flooded her screen. Underworld vendettas, autumn leaves falling, first case of patient randomly biting people, strange odor in the mist. Is she crazy? Why did she bite me? My whole body hurts, get me to a hospital. The more she read, the more uneasy Meng Shan became. Zhang Xiaoyang overheard the audio clips and sighed. The omens of the end were already appearing. Meng Shan asked worriedly, is the apocalypse really happening? Is tomorrow the first day? Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. A toxic mist will blanket several provinces, including Province B. This mist affects living organisms, and many people will turn into zombies. Those without immunity will turn even after they die. Meng Shan was panicking. What are zombies? You should know what they are. It's just hard to believe. By tomorrow, the day after, or next week, everything will become clear. It won't seem so strange then. Suddenly, they hit a traffic jam. Zhang Xiaoyang leaned out the window, frustrated. TCH, a gridlock. Even the emergency lane is blocked, the old man asked nervously. Mr. Zhang, what if those zombies you mentioned catch up to us? He reassured the old man. Don't worry, we haven't reached the critical moment yet. The situation will spiral out of control, but it'll take at least a few days for a full-scale outbreak. Suddenly, a black car surged up the emergency lane and cut sharply in front of Zhang Xiaoyang's car without signaling. He slammed on the brakes and cursed. Damn it, you bastard, cutting in without a signal? Furious, he floored the accelerator to close the gap, refusing to let the car squeeze through. The black car continued to press in, and the driver rolled down his window to shout insults. The old man tried to persuade him. Mr. Zhang, the other guy looks wealthy. It's better to avoid trouble if we can. Zhang Xiaoyang sneered. Don't worry. If he dares to get out and cause a scene, I'll send him on his way first. After an hour of gridlock, the traffic finally smoothed out. Meng Shan warned, Brother Xiaoyang, watch out, it's that black car from before. Sure enough, the black car accelerated and chased them down, performing a dangerous swerve. The old man was terrified. Brake quickly, don't stoop to his level. Zhang Xiaoyang was livid. In the past I could have endured it. But tomorrow is the apocalypse. There's no need to tolerate these pieces of trash anymore. He floored the gas and slammed hard into the black car. The vehicle lost balance and spiraled toward the roadside. The driver stumbled out, disoriented and roaring. Damn it, you bastard, call the police, pull the surveillance and check the plate. I'm going to make sure you realize there are some people you just don't mess with. That night, Zhang Xiaoyang brought the pair back to the base. Both were stunned. Wow, this is spectacular, he said. Get some sleep. From tomorrow on, every day will be a struggle. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaoyang sat leisurely behind reinforced glass, enjoying the view. Meng Shan stretched and yawned. I haven't slept this soundly in forever. It feels so good not having to wake up early for school, he smiled. Since you're up, come with me to learn about our fortress. He took the grandfather and granddaughter on a tour, explaining that the walls were made of reinforced concrete, and the entrance was a 3-centimeter thick solid steel door, remotely controlled. Neither humans nor zombies could break in unless they used heavy weaponry. Remember, without my permission, no one is allowed into this fortress except for the three of us. Meng Shan hesitated. But what if survivors come seeking help? Are we just supposed to watch them die? He signaled for her to follow, without answering immediately. In the apocalypse, the human heart is unpredictable, and the ugliness of human nature is magnified. Having a St. Mary complex will only get you killed. The pair looked down at the view below in surprise. He continued, when I'm not around, if survivors come for help, this area can serve as a temporary refuge. But you are absolutely forbidden from letting them into the fortress. Do you understand? Meng Shan nodded. I understand. Zhang Xiaoyang then led them to the base's food storage and pointed to a section. The food in this area can be distributed as relief. I'll teach you exactly how to do it later. Following his instructions, the two continued toward the warehouse. Finally, he looked back at them and activated Mind's Eye. A green light flashed above their heads. The first signs of trust have appeared, he thought to himself. After confirming their favorable impression of him, he confidently retrieved items from his spatial ring. Weapons were crucial in the apocalypse. He said sternly, we must ensure that control always remains in our hands. It must never fall into the hands of others. The old man nodded decisively. That's for certain. Just then, a system message appeared. Meeting Meng Shan task complete. Companions of old series activated. New task, locate and rescue your partner from your previous life. Reward 20 points. Zhang Xiaoyang was slightly startled and looked out the window. A green arrow had appeared in the city. He sighed with relief. Excellent. I was wondering how I'd find my old teammates. He urged the two of them to remember his instructions and never violate them, then hurried to leave. Meng Shan asked worriedly, Brother Xiaoyang, where are you going? He shouted back. As he climbed into the car, I'm going to recruit more people and grow the team. The car sped away. The scene shifted to a KTV in the city, where a group of men were happily singing. One laughed loudly. What are you two doing? Did you go to the Hall of 5 Grains, the bathroom? Eat slower, don't choke. Remember to pack some for me. Another replied, Damn it, I'm dying to pee. My kidneys are about to fail. Move. Upon exiting the restroom, a drunken man accidentally bumped into a passing girl. He quickly said, Sorry, I didn't mean it. Unexpectedly, the man beside the girl delivered a vicious kick straight to his stomach. You little punk, are you blind? Zhang Kai slammed against the wall, crying out in pain. His companion rushed over. Are you okay? Zhang Kai then questioned, Why did you hit me? The man cracked his knuckles and sneered. Damn, that's the first time someone's dared to talk back to me. He grabbed the chubby guy by the collar and lifted him up. What are you going to do about it? Zhang Kai quickly tried to mediate. Big brother, we were wrong, please don't get violent. I'm going to skin you alive today, the man roared. Just then a male waiter walked by, muttering to himself, Damn, what bad luck. I've got a stomachache and a cold and now people are fighting. Can't anyone just relax for a second? He hurried over. Sir, please calm down. The man grabbed the waiter's collar and barked. Do you have any idea who the hell I am? Even your boss wouldn't dare touch my clothes. The waiter signaled to Zhang Kai. You two get out of here quickly. I'm truly sorry. The man roared for the owner to come out. You dare make me lose face? This shop is finished. The waiter hurriedly tried to pacify him. Calm down, please, just calm down. Zhang Kai and the fatty took the opportunity to run back to their private room. Seeing their panicked state, their companions were confused. Were you being chased by a dog? Fatty gasped for breath. No, not a dog. We just left the bathroom and accidentally bumped into a drunken thug. He tried to kill me. Luckily the waiter distracted him, or we'd be done for. Another friend stood up angrily. Damn it, what does he think he's doing? When have the 3 musketeers ever taken this kind of crap? Just wait until I call the boys over, we'll see how we handle him. Zhang Kai stopped him. Forget it. There's less than a year until graduation. Don't go looking for trouble. Let's just keep singing. Thinking the matter had passed, the room door was suddenly kicked open. The man from before, accompanied by the now badly bruised waiter and a group of thugs, burst in menacingly. He pointed at Zhang Kai. That's them, grab them. The 4 in the room were startled, as the thugs surrounded them, forcing them to kneel with their hands behind their heads. The waiter clutched his stomach, trembling and gasping for breath. One of Zhang Qi's companions shouted defiantly, You want to let me make a phone call? The man roared. Damn it, did I give you permission to speak? He grabbed a glass liquor bottle from the table and smashed it violently over the man's head. Zhang Kai was terrified. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoyang arrived at the KTV. Hey, college students really are something else, still singing when the apocalypse is almost here. Welcomed by a waiter. He walked inside. Chen Chong was lying in a pool of blood. Zhang Kai rushed over anxiously. Chen Chong, the man leered with his arm around the girl's shoulder. Are you satisfied now? The girl pouted. Satisfied? It wasn't even this guy who bumped into me. He picked up another bottle and pointed it at Zhang Kai. Then it was this guy, right? Chen Chong rolled over, grabbed an ashtray and lunged. The thugs pinned him down. You little brat, you still dare to fight back? The man sneered. Damn, you've got guts. He smashed the bottle over Chen Chong's head. The bottle shattered, and Chen Chong collapsed. Zhang Kai and Fatty rushed forward to fight back. You dog bastard, the man roared. These little runts still haven't given up. I'll kill whoever I catch. The remaining companions huddled in the corner, too scared to make a sound. At that moment, the waiter began coughing violently, his body trembling as if he were undergoing a mutation. No one noticed as he suddenly roared like a beast, lunging forward to bite a thug on the shoulder. The man screamed, You mad dog. Let go, damn it, help me, the thug shouted. Go help him, this dog has insane strength. Suddenly, the waiter turned and bit another man's chest. Damn, he bit me too, this guy is insane. Zhang Xiaoyang appeared, lifting the male waiter with one hand and slamming him hard against the wall, pinning him motionless. He shouted sternly, Everyone stop right now. The thugs were inwardly shocked. This lunatic is so strong, yet this kid is pinning him with one hand. The leader questioned, Who the hell are you? Ignoring him. Zhang Xiaoyang turned to Zhang Kai. Did you get bitten? Zhang Kai was stunned. No, why? Listen to me. Take your friends outside and wait for me. The leader pressed a hand onto Zhang Qi's shoulder. Hold on, we're not finished here. Suddenly, the bitten thug clutched his head and trembled. Boss, my head hurts so much. The leader was puzzled. What's wrong? Is your cold getting worse? Zhang Xiaoyang frowned, observing the wound near the man's neck. He had been sneezing before, but now that he was bitten so close to the head, the transformation was likely imminent. He dragged the waiter into the equipment room and locked the door. Zombies weren't smart enough to open doors yet, The boss roared. What the hell are you doing? Zhang Xiaoyang clapped his hands and turned around. Zhang Kai, which one do you want to deal with? Zhang Kai was shocked. You know me, the boss charged forward. You're dead meat, kid. Zhang Xiaoyang grabbed his face and slammed him into the floor. Cracks spread across the ground. A thug rushed in. You've got a death wish, boy. Zhang Xiaoyang delivered an uppercut, sending the man flying back to collapse unconscious. The others saw their companion twitching and said in terror, what's wrong with you? You got knocked into a seizure by one punch. Zhang Xiaoyang barked. Who else wants to try my fist? Come at me, he reminded Zhang Kai. Take your friends out and wait for me. Although Zhang Kai didn't understand, he sensed the goodwill and hurried to help his friends leave. Seeing the situation turning bad, the boss signaled his men to retreat, but Zhang Xiaoyang blocked the door, radiating murderous intent. Downed a few drinks and forgot who you are? You almost got my friend killed, the boss roared. What did you say? Get out of the way. Zhang Xiaoyang ignored him, shoved him back into the room, and slammed the door shut. The boss fell to the floor, cursing. Damn it, you're dead. He pounded desperately on the door. Open up, brat, I'm going to skin you alive. Just then, the bitten thug fully mutated, his eyes turning blood red as he lost all reason. He roared like a wild beast and lunged at the boss. The other two thugs screamed, Damn it, what are you doing? Shrieks of agony echoed from the room. Fuck, you've turned into a dog too, pull him off. How did the bathroom door open? Help, help, a male waiter, hearing the commotion, asked with concern. Sir, do you need any assistance? Zhang Xiaoyang commanded. Lock this door tight. Don't let anyone open it. Call the police and the hospital. Tell them there's a patient with a frenzy virus inside. The waiter was stunned. Frenzy virus? Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang's severe expression, he quickly complied. Okay, he locked the door as instructed. Zhang Xiaoyang signaled to Zhang Qi's group. Let's go. The waiter remained confused, muttering, No way, those screams are so horrific. Is it really that bad? Another employee ran over. What's all that noise? That guest said there's someone with a frenzy virus in the room. A real frenzy virus? I've only heard rumors. Quick, check the security cameras. The two of them rushed to the security room. On the screen, the group of thugs had already turned into zombies, frantically tearing into each other in a bloody mess that looked like something out of a horror movie. The employee was paralyzed with terror. Quick, call the police. Outside, Zhang Xiaoyang started the car and urged, Get in fast, we can't stay here. The car sped away. Once they were safe, Zhang Kai let out a sigh of relief and turned to speak. Brother, thank you for saving us, Zhang Xiaoyang replied. My name is Zhang Xiaoyang. I was commissioned to protect you. Don't ask who hired me, someone chimed in. Brother, is that frenzy virus for real? The internet says it's just a rumor. Zhang Xiaoyang countered. Was what just happened an illusion? The person was speechless, stammering. Then, is there a cure? Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. This disaster won't end. It'll only get worse. The world has fallen into the apocalypse. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the roadside. Everyone looked over to see a zombie attacking a pedestrian. Help! Help! Someone with the frenzy virus is killing people. Zhang Xiaoyang explained calmly as he drove that this was currently just a small-scale outbreak. Most cases were still in the incubation period, but the situation would soon spiral into mass chaos. If you want to live, listen to me from now on. Everyone answered in unison. Yes, Brother Yang. The system panel popped up. Zhang Xiaoyang glanced at it, feeling a surge of joy. It was complete. He checked the exchange area. The Doomsday Farmer supply box was still there, but he'd need to buy or refresh to get it. The remaining supply boxes were all very useful. The prices weren't expensive either. He would redeem them all once they returned to the base. He waved away the panel, thinking to himself. In his previous life, Zhang Qi's group had been wiped out because of a traitor in their dormitory. And only Zhang Kai had survived. Who was that traitor? The scene shifted to a city apartment where Kui Ching looked out the window and asked worriedly, Honey, when will the things you mentioned arrive? It's too chaotic outside. I'm afraid to even go to the supermarket. Li Shushang comforted her. Soon, baby. Once I finish my business, I'll bring them to you right away. Suddenly, there was a frantic knocking at the door. Kui Ching jumped in fright and shrieked, Who is it? On the other end of the phone, Li Shushang asked urgently, What's wrong, baby? Kui Ching walked toward the door saying dismissively, Someone's at the door, I have to hang up. Looking through the peephole, she saw it was Wen Shuya and opened the door, sighing with relief. You knocked so hard you scared me to death. Wen Shuya hurriedly closed the door behind her. Old man Lu from the first floor was taken away this morning. Kui Ching was taken aback. Taken away? Why? Wen Shuya lowered her voice. The police and an ambulance came and hauled him away together. Kui Ching frowned. HMPH, no wonder it was such a mess downstairs this morning. Wen Shuya asked quickly. This frenzy virus isn't just a horror story. Have the things Li Shushang promised you arrived yet? Kui Ching looked at her phone dejectedly. Not yet. Wen Shuya pointed an accusing finger. I told you, no man is any good. Listen to me. Call him and tell him that Zhang Xiaoyang has a lot of supplies, enough to make a fortune during this outbreak. Kui Ching was skeptical. Really? How do you know? Wen Shuya explained patiently. Last time I went to Zhang Xiaoyang's house, he kicked me out. I had that simp keep an eye on him and found that trucks occasionally deliver supplies to that abandoned factory. Kui Kui Ching was furious. Did that bastard foresee the outbreak? Wen Shuya advised. Don't worry about that. Li Shushong definitely knows too. Hurry up and call him over. Once he makes the money, we'll make sure he gives us the lion's share. That evening, Zhang Xiaoyang brought Zhang Qi's group back to the base after getting out of the car. The group surveyed their surroundings. Zhang Kai marveled, "Wow, this is a bit too much, it's practically a fortress." Zhang Xiaoyang smiled slightly. Everyone had that reaction the first time they saw it. Meng Shan and Old Sheng heard the noise and came out to greet them, asking with concern, "Xiaoyang, you're finally back, everything okay?" "Don't worry." Zhang Xiaoyang signaled for Meng Shan to come over and introduced the new members. "This is Zhang Kai and his classmates. They're our teammates now. These two are Uncle Sheng and Meng Shan." Meng Shan smiled warmly. "Since you're the teammates' brother Yang chose, welcome aboard," Zhang Xiaoyang instructed Old Sheng. "Uncle Sheng, take the brothers for a tour and make our rules clear." Old Sheng promised to handle it. A member nicknamed Wooden remarked, "I feel like I've ended up in northern Myanmar." One of the members in Zhang Qi's team, Yi Ming, spoke up, Can you give us some weapons, that way we can help protect this place." Zhang Xiaoyang frowned and glanced at Yi Ming, sensing a strange vibe. Zhang Kai whispered a reminder, "Yi Ming, what's the rush? We just got here." "We have to earn their trust first," Zhang Xiaoyang reassured them. "Don't worry, weapons will be issued tomorrow. For now, take him to the infirmary to check his wounds. He's pretty badly hurt." A while later, Zhang Kai and the others were settled into their respective rooms. Fatty dried his hair, sighing, "This is too comfortable." Yi Ming complained, "Old Four, why did you stop me? If you hadn't, he might have given us the weapons already." Their current situation was at best being protected and at worst house arrest. Old Four countered, "You can't say that. After all, he saved us." Yi Ming said suspiciously, "What's his motive? Why save us? He said someone hired him to protect us, but who? Heaven only knows if that's true. Did you see that infirmary? The windows are sturdier than a prison's. He says he's checking wounds, but maybe he just wants to harvest a kidney to sell," Old Four interjected. "But if we misjudge him, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with enmity?" Yi Ming sneered. "I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. If what Zhang Xiaoyang says is true, we should seize this fortress and take control. Besides us, there's only an old man and a young girl. Overthrowing them while he's away would be easy. That girl is pretty cute too. We could, hee." Seeing the panicked expressions of the other two, Yi Ming waved his hand and laughed. "Just a joke, don't take it seriously." Old Four breathed a sigh of relief. "Old Three, don't scare me. Has the world already turned people bad before the apocalypse has even fully arrived?" Zhang Kai nodded. "Exactly. If he wanted to harvest kidneys, he would have locked us up already. The man has guns." Yi Ming stared ahead, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "HMPH, different paths. Mean different plans. One must be ruthless in chaotic times. Once I succeed, you two can be my cannon fodder for the rest of your lives." In the main house, Meng Shan and her grandfather returned after settling Chen Chang. Old Sheng reported, "Xiaoyang, Zhang Kai and the others are all settled. Chen Chang is in the infirmary. The windows are locked tight as you requested." Zhang Xiaoyang was satisfied. "Good work, Uncle Sheng. You and Meng Shan get some rest. There might be trouble later." He paused and continued, "Aside from Chen Chang and Zhang Kai, we need to watch the others. I feel like there are some shifty characters among them." After the two left, Zhang Xiaoyang was alone. He opened the system panel to the exchange area and redeemed the items as the system notifications chimed. Redemption successful. Doomsday Farmer Supply Box LV1 2 points deducted. Current points 27. Redemption successful. Grain, Oil and Protein Supply Box LV1 5 points deducted. Current points 22. Redemption successful. Armed Civilian Supply Box LV1 5 points deducted. Current point 17. Doomsday Farmer Supply Box LV1 obtained. Corn Seeds X50. Grain, Oil and Protein Supply Box LV1 obtained. 200 kilograms starch, 100 kilograms stewed meat, 50 kilograms sauerkraut. Armed Civilian Supply Box LV1 obtained. 9mm ammo X100. The items were piled haphazardly on the floor. Zhang Xiaoyang was overjoyed. "Oh, these supplies are great, although not as much as what he could buy with a fortune in these times of scarcity." This was already a massive haul. Early the next morning, a fleet of vehicles charged aggressively toward the base. The leading man hung up his phone, pointing ahead. "Yeah, I'm here. The address is correct, right? Good. I'll buy you a drink when I get back," he commanded. "This is the place, smash it." His subordinates grabbed wooden clubs and began frantically battering the gate, but to no avail. One subordinate gasped for breath. "Boss, the wall is a foot thick, we can't break through." The leader gritted his teeth. "Damn it, what kind of person builds a gate this sturdy? Bring out the real stuff." The lackeys unloaded boxes from the car and opened them. They were filled with gasoline bombs. They lit them and hurled them into the base, sending flames soaring. The people inside the base heard the commotion and ran out. Seeing the fire in the courtyard, they rushed to extinguish it. Meng Shan shrieked, "It's on fire, quick, put it out." Brother Xiaoyang was right. The apocalypse hasn't even fully arrived and extreme things are already happening. Zhang Xiaoyang and Old Sheng took their guns and climbed the watchtower. He frowned. Let's see who's looking for a death wish. Looking closely, he recognized the car. Old Shang was startled. It's that guy who picked a fight on the highway. One of the lackeys spotted them and pointed upward. Boss, they've shown their faces. The leader roared, That's right, come out you cowards or I'll burn your doghouse to the ground. Zhang Xiaoyang looked down coldly. I'll give you and your lapdogs 5 minutes. The people below were incensed. Kid, what did you say? Do you have any idea of my boss's power? Bring up 2 more crates of gasoline bombs. The system displayed a new task. High-level metal requirement. Clear the threat. Reward 10 points. Old Shang was worried. Xiaoyang, what do we do? Fire a warning shot? Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. This scum dared to commit arson and murder even before the apocalypse began. They have no regard for life. Letting them live until the end times will only kill more people and eventually threaten us. He pulled the trigger. The leader was hit. His arm instantly shattered. He screamed in agony. Ah, my hand, he gritted his teeth. HMPH, you missed. You've lived in peace too long. Your marksmanship has gone to hell. The men below panicked. Damn it, they have guns and they're ruthless. Retreat, cover me, the leader roared. You bastard, just you wait. Zhang Xiaoyang aimed and fired. Let's settle this today. I hate waiting. A hail of bullets poured down and more than half of the thugs collapsed. The leader was dragged into the car by his subordinates, shouting in terror. Drive, drive, Old Shang worriedly said. They're going to get away. Zhang Xiaoyang sneered. Don't worry, there's a reason I took the automatic. He fired a continuous burst, riddling the vehicle with bullets until it was a wreck. He skillfully swapped magazines, his movements like those of a professional soldier. Old Shang was secretly stunned. This reloading and firing technique is on par with what I saw in the army. Where did this kid come from? Only a few faint moans remained outside, soon falling into silence. After confirming there was no danger, Zhang Xiaoyang instructed, Uncle Shang, call Zhang Kai and the others out to clean up. Suddenly he paused, thinking to himself, in the early stages of the apocalypse, it's better to let them turn into zombies for Meng Shan and Zhang Kai to practice on. He changed his mind. Never mind, leave them for now. Let them lie there. Old Shang was surprised. Why? I have other uses for them. Meanwhile, 2 cars were approaching the base. Li Shushang asked anxiously, Are we almost there? Wen Shuya scratched her head, smiling flatteringly. I think it's the next intersection. Kui Ching gave her a sidelong sneer, thinking HMPH. She acts so sweet the moment she sees Li Shushang. Does she really think I don't know what she's up to? Not far from the base gates, Li Shushang stopped the car and instructed, I'll park here. Baby, remember to send me a message when you're inside. Kui Ching opened the door and turned to Wen Shuya. Let's go, Xiaoya. Wen Shuya froze. I have to go too. I don't even know where the factory is. Wen Shuya made an excuse. Oh, it's just straight ahead. I'm wearing high heels. Walking 2 blocks is exhausting. Kui Ching dragged her out of the car. I'm wearing high heels too, so stop talking. Quit pretending. Oh, my bag and phone are still in the car. Leave them there, I have mine. Li Shushang sat in the car and called the vehicle behind them. Hey, get ready. As soon as I start the engine, follow me immediately. The thugs in the back car received the order and replied, Copy that. The leader signaled for everyone to get ready. Wen Shuya was dragged along, complaining incessantly along the way. Oh my god, Ching Ching, why are you pulling me? Kui Ching stopped and snorted. HMPH, we're both foxes here. Do you think I can't see through your little schemes? Wen Shuya laughed awkwardly. Oh Ching Ching, you're being so unfair. I dressed up so nicely not to seduce. Oh no, it's because Zhang Xiaoyang already knows about you and Li Shushang. Suddenly, the 2 of them froze in their tracks, paralyzed by the sight before them. A pile of corpses lying scattered across the ground. Wen Shuya's voice trembled. Damn it, what happened? Was there a gang war? Kui Ching observed closely. Judging by the blood, they had been dead for quite some time. Could it be that 2 different groups trying to steal Zhang Xiaoyang's supplies had fought each other? Wen Shuya huddled against her companion, trembling with terror. Ching Ching, they're all dead. Let's just go back. Kui Ching speculated. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoyang is already at death's door? His life doesn't matter, but if the supplies are gone, that's a problem. We should head back and get Li Shushang to come check it out. She lowered her voice. Shish, be quiet. Go see if the factory doors are locked. They crept to the entrance, but the gate was tightly shut, making it impossible to see inside. Kui Ching muttered, the door is locked tight. It seems Zhang Xiaoyang is still fine. Suddenly, Meng Shan barked. Hey, you two, she asked warily. Who are you? How do you know about this place? Kui Ching introduced herself. A little sister, we are Xiaoyang's friends. I'm his girlfriend. Meng Shan shouted toward the interior. Brother Xiaoyang, there are 2 older sisters at the gate. One of them claims to be your girlfriend. Kui Ching gritted her teeth, thinking to herself that it was no wonder Zhang Xiaoyang's attitude had changed so drastically. He had found someone new. Wen Shuya tried to comfort her. Ching Ching, don't get angry. Business comes first. That girl has a crossbow. Can Li Shushang handle that? Kui Ching was full of confidence. Don't worry, he brought several guns. The moment that gate opens, he can take Zhang Xiaoyang down instantly. Zhang Xiaoyang walked out, frowning as he looked down at them suspiciously. Kui Ching, Wen Shuya, what are you doing here? He activated Mind's Eye, and the hostility of the 2 women became clearly visible. Wen Shuya shyly tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Oh Xiaoyang, we're all friends. The situation outside is so chaotic. We were worried about you. Aren't you worried about us at all? Zhang Xiaoyang gave a cold laugh. Worried about me? Hey, if I'm not mistaken, that animal Li Shushang is nearby, isn't he? How many men did he bring? What weapons? The two women were stunned, their faces masks of terror. How did he know? Before they could react, a spray of bullets swept down. Kui Qing screamed, Zhang Xiaoyang, are you crazy? You actually dared to fire at me? When Shuya grabbed Kui Qing. Seeing that the other side had guns, she quickly softened her tone. Don't provoke him. What's there to be afraid of? He surely wouldn't dare to actually kill us. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed out loud. Killing you would be doing you a favor. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed. The thugs who had caused trouble earlier had already turned into zombies. Drawn by the commotion, they began to surround the area. The two women panicked. What are those things? It's the frenzy virus that brings the dead back to life, Zhang Xiaoyang said coldly. I'm going to let you die in their jaws. The zombies snarled and lunged. Since the zombies were still stiff in their movements, the two women dodged the attacks and fled desperately toward Li Shushang's location. Kui Qing shrieked, Li Shushang, save me! Li Shushang leaned out of the car, seeing the two women running toward him in tears. Li Shushang trembled with fear, his heart racing. There are frenzy patients here too. He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and barked orders to the car behind him. Turn around, quick, there are frenzy patients, turn around now. The two vehicles spun around on the spot and sped away, abandoning the two women in their moment of peril. Deserted, Kui Qing roared at Li Shushang in a fit of rage. You bastard, you absolute bastard. I don't want to die here. In her terror, she used all her strength to hurl her handbag at Wen Shuya. Wen Shuya was running for her life and didn't notice what was happening behind her. The strap of the bag accidentally tangled around her foot. She lost her balance and slammed heavily onto the road, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, the horde of zombies swarmed over her. Wen Shuya let out a blood-curdling scream as the crazed zombies began to tear at her body. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and she stared forward with pure hatred. Kui Qing, you despicable snake, I'll see you in hell. Kui Qing had taken the opportunity to escape some distance away. She didn't dare look back, muttering to herself like a madwoman, serves you right, you deserve it, haha, karma. On the watchtower, two figures quietly observed everything. Zhang Xiaoyang's face was cold and stern, while Meng Shan was trembling all over, covering her mouth in horror. Just then, the system chime sounded, and a cold voice spoke, Common danger task complete. Points 10, current total points. 18, new task loading. New task, clear the road. Requirement, eliminate the infected and monsters on the perimeter. Progress 0, reward 10 points. Meng Shan, still shaking, turned to Zhang Xiaoyang, her voice trembling. Those people, they just turned into the Walking Dead like that. Zhang Xiaoyang explained calmly, the apocalypse has only just officially begun. The air is thick with a virus from another world. Once the dead are exposed to the outside environment, they rapidly mutate into the Walking Dead. Even the living have a high risk of mutation if they are injured or have a weak constitution. Meng Shan nodded, slowly beginning to understand. I see then, let's call everyone together. We need to learn how to deal with this immediately. A short while later, everyone was assembled. After a brief explanation of the current situation, Zhang Xiaoyang emphasized their goals for the next 2 days unless absolutely necessary. Everyone was to stay indoors with windows tightly shut to allow their bodies to gradually adapt to the virus. This would greatly reduce the risk of mutation. Zhang Kai asked worriedly, what about Chen Chang? He's still in the infirmary. Chen Chang remained unconscious in bed, but subtle signs of mutation were already appearing on his body and gradually spreading. The entire city was shrouded in an atmosphere of chaos. Survivors were fleeing in all directions like madmen. Zhang Shengji stared fixedly out the window at the chaotic scene below. He turned to warn his wife and son, I have to go to the warehouse tonight to get the remaining stock. Xiao Li, you and Shuaishuai stay home. Don't open the door for anyone except me, do you hear me? No sooner had he finished speaking than a frantic knocking came from the door. Zhang Shengji signaled his family to remain silent. Gripping his golf club tightly, he crept to the door. Yang Dao's voice came from outside. Brother Jia, are you there? Phew, it's just Yang Dao. Zhang Shengji breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. But before he could open it fully, Yang Dao kicked it wide and burst inside. Zhang Shengji was immediately pinned down by several men. He struggled and roared in anger, Let go of me, Yang Dao, you son of a bitch. What is the meaning of this? After all I've done for you, Yang Dao gave a cold laugh. Say that again, done for me. Haha, in your eyes am I not just a dog? Do you even have a conscience? If it weren't for me, would you have even earned that rent money? Sure, I made you a few bucks in rent, but you bought all those apartments for yourself. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Shengji's wife by the hair and barked, Enough talk, give me the warehouse keys and the address now. Zhang Shengji gritted his teeth and remained silent. Yang Dao snorted and yanked his wife violently. Seeing his mother being seized, little Shuaishuai rushed forward. He bit down hard on Yang Dao's hand. Yang Dao screamed in pain. Damn it, you little brat, have you caught the frenzy virus too? Get off. He swung his hand and slapped the child aside, seeing his wife and son in danger. Zhang Shengji roared, you dog, if you've got guts come at me, let go of my family. Yang Dao sneered. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate they'll be safe. Now take us to your warehouse. Not long after, the group arrived at Zhang Shengji's warehouse. Looking at the few scattered boxes of stock inside, Yang Dao turned back and frowned. Is this all that's left? Zhang Shengji took the chance to reply. Didn't you find that big customer and sell everything? There isn't much of this near-expired and expired stock left. Yang Dao rubbed his chin in thought, then a sinister smile spread across his face. If we can seize the supplies in Zhang Xiaoyang's factory, we'll be set for life. Zhang Shengji quickly tried to dissuade him. I suggest you drop that idea. Last time I delivered goods, I caught a glimpse of heavy hardware tucked into that kid's waist. He definitely knew this disaster was coming. Yang Dao gave a cold laugh. Sheng, that's your problem. Trading Zhang Xiaoyang's goods for your family's safety, that's a pretty good deal, isn't it? Zhang Shengji froze, unable to find the words to respond. The scene shifted back to Zhang Xiaoyang's base. Low growls continuously echoed from the infirmary. Everyone was gathered around the hospital bed. Chen Chang had lost all reason and was bound tightly, struggling frantically. The chubby old four quietly wiped away tears. Yi Ming suddenly broke the silence. Kill him. Zhang Xiaoyang glanced at Zhang Kai, who stood there dazed. Yi Ming spoke decisively. He's already dead. If we don't deal with him soon and he happens to escape, he'll get others killed. Old Four countered angrily. He's our brother, you want to give up on him without even trying to save him? Zhang Xiaoyang interjected coldly. He's right, once the symptoms set in, recovery is virtually impossible. Old Four turned his head away in displeasure. Zhang Xiaoyang ignored him and pulled a short blade from his waist, handing it to Yi Ming. Yi Ming jumped back, startled. This, Zhang Xiaoyang stared him down. Haven't you been wanting a weapon? Take it now and give him peace. Suddenly Zhang Kai snatched the blade and lowered his head. Brother Yang, let me do it. Zhang Xiaoyang pressed down on the blade. Are you sure? What if everything I told you was a lie? Once you drive this in, you'll be a murderer. Zhang Kai gritted his teeth. I believe you. Brother Yang, let's do it. With permission, Zhang Kai approached the bed with the knife. He held his breath and used all his strength to thrust at the struggling Chen Chang. When the tip of the blade was only a few centimeters from Chen Chang's neck, it suddenly stopped. Zhang Xiaoyang had blocked him just in time. Zhang Kai looked confused. Brother Yang, Zhang Xiaoyang signaled everyone out. His situation is a bit special, I still have a use for him. A system notification suddenly appeared, rare variant discovered. Once everyone had left, Zhang Xiaoyang locked the door and carefully observed the system information panel. He looked at Chen Chang on the bed and muttered to himself, Chen Chang, is it? I have an important mission for you. Meanwhile, in the city, a car sped down the road, suddenly spinning out of control. The driver clammed on the brakes and crashed into the roadside. Zhang Shengji shook his head and climbed out, cursing, TCH, damn bad luck. At least I'm almost there. Just as he let his guard down, a zombie crept up on him. By the time Zhang Shengji noticed, the zombie had already bitten into his arm. He howled in pain, violently pushing the creature away and cursing, damn it. He ran back to the car and found a crowbar for defense. Zhang Shengji smashed it frantically against the zombie's head. Die, you bastard. He vented all his rage on the zombie until he was exhausted, muttering, damn it, I can't stay here. He stumbled toward Zhang Xiaoyang's base, where several zombies were already wandering nearby. Zhang Xiaoyang opened the side door to scan the surroundings, confirming it was safe. The group followed quickly. Meng Shan complained, Brother Yang, wearing all this gear is such a burden, it's so uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaoyang explained patiently. Zombies have no reason, so their strength far exceeds that of a normal human. They are extremely dangerous. With your current level of experience, it's very easy to get hurt. You must wear protective gear. Once you're experienced, it won't be too late to take it off. The group rounded the corner to the front gate, and Zhang Xiaoyang signaled them to get ready. This distance was already within the zombie's sensory range. Everyone's expression became serious. Seeing a zombie look their way, Zhang Xiaoyang shouted, We've been spotted. Prepare for combat. Remember my instructions, cooperate and maintain your distance. As the zombie charged, Zhang Xiaoyang stepped aside to dodge, reminding them, the moment the zombie's attack misses is your chance. Quickly aim for the temples or the back of the head. Old Four rushed up with his blade and hacked hard at the top of the zombie's skull, but it only made a dull thud with no damage. His arm went numb from the recoil and he cried out in pain, Ow, that hurts like hell. Zhang Xiaoyang explained, the top of the skull is the hardest part. Not only will you do no damage, but the vibration will hurt your hand. Xiao Jia here is a textbook example of what not to do. The zombie took the opportunity to lunge at Old Four, who quickly raised his blade to block in front of him. Crap, help Brother Yang, save me. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded with a smile. Good, that's the right way to block. Zhang Kai, your teammate needs help. Zhang Kai rushed forward and struck the back of the zombie's head with a wooden club. Zhang Xiaoyang shouted, beautifully done, but one hit isn't enough. The group swarmed over and continued the attack. Under the team's coordination, the zombie was quickly taken down. Zhang Xiaoyang was observing the surroundings and didn't notice another zombie creeping up. Zhang Kai looked back excitedly. "Brother Yang, how did we do? Haha, not bad, right?" Seeing the fierce zombie lunging at Zhang Xiaoyang, Zhang Kai screamed in terror, "Watch out, Brother Yang!" Just as the zombie was about to reach him, Zhang Xiaoyang spun around instantly, grabbed it by the head and hoisted it into the air, barking, "Have you all been treating my words as a joke? You must never lower your guard when observing your surroundings." The group fell silent. In the distance, Zhang Shengji was secretly observing the base, muttering to himself, "Damn it, has this place already been taken over by those mad dogs? Zhang Xiaoyang might already be dead." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "A teammate in the rear needs support. Good, always stay alert." Zhang Shengji jumped. It was indeed Zhang Xiaoyang's voice. He looked toward the sound and saw Zhang Xiaoyang's squad hunting zombies. Beneath the car where he was hiding, a pair of eyes flashed with a cold light. The mutated Wen Shuya let out a low growl and crawled out, death gripping Zhang Shengji's pant leg. He tripped and fell as the zombie lunged, sending him into a panic. "Crap, damn it!" Suddenly a gunshot rang out and blood splattered across Zhang Shengji. Zhang Xiaoyang had arrived just in time, saving him by blowing the zombie's head apart with a single shot. Trembling with shock, Zhang Shengji pushed the corpse aside and gasped for air. Zhang Xiaoyang lowered his gun and looked at him suspiciously. "Zhang Shengji, what are you doing here?" Zhang Shengji scrambled to his feet. "Brother Yang, thank God you're alive." As he approached, Zhang Xiaoyang noticed that the wound on his hand was already infected and poisoned. The mutation had begun. He coldly pressed the muzzle of his gun against Zhang Shengji's forehead. "You've been bitten." Zhang Shengji spiraled into terror, his voice trembling as he pleaded, Brother Yang, don't shoot, please, I have something to say." Zhang Xiaoyang didn't move the gun, responding coldly, "Spit it out fast. And don't come any closer." Zhang Shengji's eyes welled with tears as he struggled to explain, "Brother Yang, I know I'm a goner. I'll probably turn into a lunatic in less than half a day." But he suddenly roared with emotion. "But that bastard Yang Dao, he kidnapped my wife and son and forced me to find a way to sabotage you so he could seize your supplies. Brother Yang, I know I'm no saint, but I've never done anything truly evil. My wife and son are innocent. Those animals won't let them go. Their fate will be much worse than mine. Brother Yang, I beg you to take care of them. Do it for the sake of all the supplies I helped you stockpile." Zhang Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes in thought. Although Zhang Shengji had initially helped for the money, he had indeed been a great deal of help. Thinking of this, he lowered his gun and glanced toward the rear. There were indeed vacancies in the fortress, the gender ratio was unbalanced, and combined with the system's random rewards, the motivation was sufficient. The system popped up a new task: rescue wife and child. Requirement: rescue Zhang Shengji's wife and son. Progress 0, reward 25 points. Meanwhile, the clear the streets task was ongoing. Eliminate the infected and wandering monsters around the perimeter. Progress 70, reward 10 points. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded, his tone steady. "Don't worry, I'll handle your family." "Really, Brother Yang, Zhang Shengji collapsed to his knees, his forehead slamming heavily onto the concrete as he wept uncontrollably. "Brother Yang, I can't repay you in this life, but I'll serve you as an ox or a horse in the next." He looked up, his eyes bloodshot. "Brother Yang, do it." Zhang Xiaoyang frowned. "Do what? Kill me? I don't want to turn into a mad dog later and threaten the lives of my wife and son." Zhang Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, then turned and ordered, "Shanshan, go to the warehouse and bring out a bicycle for him." He turned back to Zhang Shengji and instructed, "Go. Get far away from here and find a place where no one is around. Find a secluded spot." Zhang Shengji froze, asking in a trembling voice, Why?" Zhang Xiaoyang replied indifferently, "Don't ask why, you don't have much time, get moving." Zhang Shengji gave a bitter smile and let out a long sigh. "All right, I understand. Thank you, Brother Yang." He took the bicycle and pedaled away with all his might, muttering, "Wife, son." His eyes were blood red and his body was already showing clear signs of mutation. Inside the base, after a fierce battle, the squad finally eliminated all the wandering zombies in the vicinity. Zhang Xiaoyang brought kerosene, poured it over the pile of corpses and set them all ablaze. Old Four panted heavily, complaining, "Phew, this is exhausting." The system notified him that the reward had been credited. Zhang Xiaoyang glanced at it and spoke, "With your current strength and experience, 2 or 3 people working together with melee weapons can handle scattered zombies without getting hurt. But if you face a small group or a large horde, absolutely do not." He made a gesture and led everyone to the base's warehouse area. "Uncle Sheng, take this," Old Sheng said in surprise. "What is it, Xiaoyang?" Zhang Xiaoyang handed over the warehouse keys and instructed, "There are weapons in the warehouse. I have to head into the city tonight. I'm leaving the safety of the fortress in your hands." Old Sheng asked worriedly, "The city must be a total mess right now. You're planning to go alone?" Zhang Kai and Old Four shouted in unison, "Brother Yang will go with you." Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. "No need, the situation is dangerous and you don't have the ability to handle it yet. Following me will only slow me down." He turned to Old Sheng. "Uncle, remember to be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After making the arrangements, Zhang Xiaoyong drove away alone. Only then did he find the time to open the system panel. Seeing the system mall was empty, he sighed softly. This mall updates way too slowly. This task is quite difficult. I have no choice but to refresh. He pressed the refresh button on the information panel. Refresh successful. 2 points consumed. Current balance 26 points. The mall updated. High-tech supply box LV1 20 points. Life-saving healing supply box LV1 1 point. Armed guidance supply box LV1 1 point. The refresh fee had increased from 2 to 4 points. It seemed he had to be careful with spending. Fortunately, he still had enough points. He selected the high-tech supply box LV1. Exchange successful. 20 points consumed. Current balance 6 points. A white light flashed inside the car as the supply box opened, revealing the reward Constitution Strengthening Potion 5. Zhang Xiaoyong shielded his eyes and muttered, "Whoa damn, that was like being hit by a flashbang. Constitution Strengthening Potion 5, use immediately." He drove the needle into his arm. As soon as the effect took hold, his eyes widened and he let out a muffled groan. The attribute panel updated. Constitution 13,260 human average. Abilities, spatial ring. Mind's eye. The scene shifted to Zhang Shengji's home. His wife was stroking their son's head, comforting him. "Don't be afraid, Shuai, Daddy will handle everything." Just as she finished speaking, Yang Dao and his gang kicked the door open and burst in. The wife shrieked in terror. "What do you want?" Yang Dao gave a sinister smile. "What, to blow off some steam, of course." 2 men rushed forward to grab her, tearing at her clothes. The wife struggled desperately, weeping and crying out, "No, let me go. I beg you." Despite the mother and son's desperate resistance, the 2 hulking men, like hungry wolves, continued to tear at her clothes. Just then another man walked in and roared angrily, "What are you doing? You're being too loud." One of the thugs looked up and laughed. "Brother Lee, join us." Brother Lee cursed, "You idiots, the real work isn't finished yet. Think about the job first." "Let her go," the man retorted. "What's the problem? It's not like this is the first time we've done this." Brother Lee explained patiently, "If you touch his wife and child now, what if the woman gets desperate and kills herself? Then he'll have nothing to lose and will fight us to the death. No one will get anything out of it." The other 2 stood up grumbling, "Damn, what a buzzkill." Before leaving, Yang Dao turned back and made a face at the mother and son. "Just you wait." The door slammed shut, leaving the 2 of them trembling and weeping in each other's arms. That night, Zhang Xiaoyong drove along the highway leading to the city center. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles and a few wandering zombies searching for prey. He drove leisurely, adapting to his body after the strengthening potion. With a constitution of 13, more than double that of an average person, his reflexes and control had improved significantly. It felt great. Approaching the city, obstacles became more frequent. Zhang Xiaoyong got out of the car and muttered, "Driving makes it too easy to be spotted. I'll have to walk." Just as he closed the door, a low growl came from behind, and 2 zombies lunged at him. Zhang Xiaoyong stepped aside quickly and grabbed one, slamming it hard into the other. He pulled a short blade from his spatial ring. With a flash of the blade, 2 zombie heads rolled onto the ground. With his current strength and speed, dealing with ordinary zombies was absolute overkill. Just then, voices drifted over. "Damn it, we're surrounded." Zhang Xiaoyong locked the location at about 800 meters away. The system popped up a random encounter task: rescue the survivors inside the convenience store. A voice came from inside the shop. "Damn it, we're surrounded." Quickly block the door with something heavy. "Daddy, are we going to die here?" "It's okay, these animals can't get in. At worst, we'll just go be with Mommy." The boy began to wail. Another person complained, "Damn it, old song, do you have to talk like that? You're just making things worse. If I knew how to talk, I'd have been an apartment manager long ago. Are we really going to die here today?" Just as everyone was falling into despair, a violent commotion erupted outside. Blood splattered against the glass, and a dark shadow pressed against the pane, causing everyone to scramble back in fear. The shadow slid down and silence returned to the outside. Old Song gasped, "Zixuan, you 2 go move the heavy stuff. Take the elevator and don't make a sound." The group walked out cautiously and was stunned by the sight of zombie corpses everywhere. Zixuan said in terror, "It's a variant. It must be a variant." Old Song asked skeptically, "What's a variant?" Zixuan explained that compared to ordinary zombies they were stronger and faster. That's how they were in comics and games. Old Song cursed, "Brat, you spend all day reading comics and playing games. No wonder your grades are in the toilet." "Nan," the security guard urged. Old Song, look at the time, stop talking and follow me. Watch out and don't get ambushed by the variant. The group moved slowly toward the intersection. Nan signaled for them to stop. Across from them, Zhang Xiaoyong was checking his system task panel. Encounter task complete. Points 5, current points 11. Zixuan said nervously, "A variant, definitely a variant." Nan looked on suspiciously. "I think he looks more like a survivor." Zhang Xiaoyong turned around with a smile. "A variant? Haha, you've got quite the imagination, kid. It's not time for variants to be roaming the streets yet." Nan was overjoyed. He really is a survivor, young man. It's too dangerous to be out here alone. In times like these we have to unite to survive. Come with us quickly. Zhang Xiaoyang tested the waters. Who are you? Just these few people, Nan replied warily. We came out to find supplies. There are quite a few civilians back at the camp. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. The camp is at Rongsheng Court, right? I remember Jinyu Mansion isn't far from there. Old Song interjected. Yeah, it's not far, just a street away. He patted Zhang Xiaoyang on the shoulder. Little brother, come with us. There's strength in numbers. Captain Li has a gun. We have experience dealing with those things. We can protect you. Zhang Xiaoyang gave a dry laugh. Haha, that's great. Thank you, everyone. Zhang Xiaoyang joined the group and continued toward the shelter. Old Song asked curiously, Kid, asking about Jinyu Mansion. Are you looking for someone important? Zhang Xiaoyang gave a casual hum of affirmation. Old Song stopped walking. Family or a girlfriend? Before Zhang Xiaoyang could answer, Old Song added comfortingly, it's the end of the world. No matter which it is, that person is likely gone. You have to be mentally prepared. Nan, the security guard, interjected indignantly. Exactly. Even if they weren't killed by those frenzy-infected people, they might have run into those animals. Zhang Xiaoyang had his doubts. Those animals, Nan explained. A group of thugs seized the Emerald Mountain Villa district on the east side of the city. To survive, they're ruthless when it comes to killing survivors. Many of our teammates died at their hands. Anyway, you must be careful when you see other survivors. As he spoke, Nan let his guard down, and a zombie approached silently. Zixuan shrieked in terror, Uncle Li. Watch out! Li, the security guard, cried out as he spun around. The zombie was already inches away. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots rang out, and the zombie's head exploded as it collapsed to the ground. Li panted heavily. Damn it, those gunshots are going to draw those bastards here. What now? He looked around in a panic and was relieved to find a bus parked nearby. There, get on that bus, quick. The group broke into a desperate sprint. Running at the back, Zhang Xiaoyang thought to himself, running blindly will only alert more zombies. A bus might feel like a trap, but it's actually well suited for defense. The downside is there's no way out. I'll give his judgment in a crisis a 70. Standing at the door, Li urged, Kid, get on the bus. Zhang Xiaoyang leapt inside. Li slammed the door shut with a thud and shouted, Kid, check every seat. See if any frenzy patients are hiding. Zixuan looked out the window and called out worriedly, They're not giving up, they're still gathering this way. Li gritted his teeth. Damn it, were we still too slow? The zombie horde roared as they charged, frantically slamming and clawing at the body of the bus. Li leaned his back against the door, holding it with all his might. I can't hold it much longer. In the moment of crisis, Zhang Xiaoyang stepped forward and reached for the door lock. With a sharp click, the door was locked tight. Li looked on in shock. Such incredible strength. Zhang Xiaoyang turned and said, I've got the door. It's not opening. Uncle, tell everyone to break the windows and fight back. Li quickly complied. The windows were soon shattered, and as soon as a zombie approached, Old Song drove a crowbar straight through its head. Supported by his son and a woman, Old Song leaned out and attacked fiercely. Li checked his ammunition, worrying that his few remaining bullets wouldn't be enough for so many zombies. Zhang Xiaoyang tossed him a crossbow. Use this, Li asked curiously. Where did this crossbow come from? Zhang Xiaoyang brushed him off dismissively. I just picked it up a moment ago. Li raised the crossbow and joined the fight. His efficiency increased greatly. He cursed triumphantly, Go to hell, you little runts. After a while, the zombies around the bus were cleared, and the group stepped out. Safe for the moment, Zixuan was ecstatic. Escaping danger twice is no coincidence. We're practically the chosen ones of the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoyang raised a hand to remind them to remain cautious and avoid making more mistakes. Back at the base, everyone was worried about Zhang Xiaoyang. Old Sheng sighed, I hope Xiaoyang is doing all right. Yi Ming suddenly volunteered, I'll take the night shift tonight. Old Four nudged his shoulder and teased, Oh, why so proactive today? Yi Ming snapped back irritably. Shut up, when am I not proactive? Mind your own business. Old Four was surprised by his intense reaction. Old Sheng smiled and instructed, All right, since Yi Ming has volunteered, the rest of you go back and rest. Yi Ming, be careful. Call us if anything happens. Yi Ming nodded. Don't worry. Under the high-hanging moon, Yi Ming looked around and muttered to himself. It's getting late. Everyone should be fast asleep by now. I can't delay this. I have to deal with it before Zhang Xiaoyang gets back. Inside the room, Old Sheng was sleeping soundly. The warehouse keys Zhang Xiaoyang had entrusted to him sitting right on the table. Suddenly, the door was pushed open softly, and silver moonlight spilled into the quiet room. Yi Ming held his breath. Seeing that Old Sheng was in a deep sleep, he crept in like a ghost, reaching for the keys on the table. Unexpectedly, a soft noise rang out, and Old Sheng jolted awake. Seeing Yi Ming standing in the room, Old Sheng shouted in terror, What are you doing? Yi Ming was startled as well, his heart thumping like a drum. Damn it, he thought. Before Old Sheng could react, Yi Ming swung a heavy fist and slammed it into Old Sheng's face. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ming grabbed the keys and burst out of the room like a gust of wind. Old Sheng clutched his face, roaring in fury. "Lu Yiming, you animal, what are you doing? Give those keys back." The shouts woke the others, and they all ran out of their rooms to see what was happening. Old Sheng, his face flushed with pain, shouted the order. Lu Yiming stole the armory keys. Stop him. The three of them immediately gave chase. As Yiming ran, he deliberately kicked over chairs and trash cans in the hallway to slow his pursuers. The cluttered furniture made it difficult for the group to move, and they cursed in frustration. "Curse you, you brat." Passing the infirmary, Yiming suddenly stopped. A wicked plan formed in his mind, and he grinned maliciously, muttering, "Might as well go all the way." Yiming pushed the door open and rushed into the infirmary. Chen Chong was still tightly bound to the bed. Just as he reached out to untie the ropes, Chen Chong lunged, managing to free one hand. Chen Chong swung his arm, nearly scratching Yiming. Terrified, Yiming scrambled back, shouting, "Holy crap," he muttered. "How did the rope get loose? Was it not tied tight?" He glanced out the door with a cold, vicious gaze. "Hey, fine, I don't need to take the risk. I'll let him break free himself." He hid to one side and waited. Sure enough, when the pursuers arrived, Chen Chong had already broken free and was guarding the door. The group turned pale with shock and stopped in their tracks. One of them cried out, "That animal Lu Yiming actually let Chen Chong out. Is he trying to get us killed?" Another gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I never thought that kid was such a monster." Old Sheng endured the pain and ordered, "The weapons are in the warehouse. No matter what, we have to work together to get Chen Chong back into the infirmary." He directed everyone to spread out, using the tactics Zhang Xiaoyang had taught them. He warned, "Careful, don't let him bite you." The group approached stealthily. When they were only a few steps from Chen Chong, Zhang Kai let out a shout. "Now?" He lunged forward and locked his arm around Chen Chong's neck. Old Four and Meng Shan each grabbed an arm, quickly subduing him. Old Sheng pushed the door open and signaled, "Careful, get him in there. 3, 2, 1, go." With a bang, the infirmary door was slammed shut. Old Sheng stood outside the window, watching the movement inside with concern. He muttered, "Is it my imagination? It felt like subduing him didn't take much effort at all." Another person nodded. "I felt it too." Having dealt with Chen Chong, Old Sheng looked toward the warehouse in a panic. "Crap, we've been delayed so long. That bastard must have gotten the weapons." From the shadows of the hallway, Lu Yiming stepped out smugly. "Yo, who are you calling a bastard? Damn it, I didn't think Zhang Xiaoyang would hide things so well. I only found one handgun in the warehouse. But this is enough to handle you all." He pointed the gun at the group, forcing them back toward the rear rooms. Zhang Kai roared in anger. "Lu Yiming, what do you think you're doing? Brother Yang is our savior." Yiming frowned, his tone cold. "Great favors lead to great grudges. Look at how arrogant he is all the time. Does he think saving our lives means we have to be his slaves forever?" Old Sheng snorted in contempt. "You really are an ungrateful wolf." Old Four still tried to intervene. "Don't do this," Yiming barked. "Shut up, do as I say." In the infirmary, Chen Chong looked out the window, his eyes gradually turning blood red. Unbeknownst to anyone, he was already holding a door key in his hand. Lu Yiming was completely unaware, still shouting for the others to move. At the same time, the group from Rongshang Court arrived. Li, the security guard, pointed ahead and instructed, "One more intersection and we'll reach Jinyu Mansion. The terrain there is complex and easy for zombies to hide in, little brother. You must be careful. Once you find your people, bring them to Rongshang Court to find us. We're on the 8th floor. Take the side door, not the main entrance. Remember that." Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. "Got it, thanks." Watching him leave, Old Song couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we going to help him? He's practically saved our lives after all." Li shook his head. "The situation in Jinyu Mansion is unknown. If we stumble into a zombie horde, won't we just be throwing our lives away? It's a shame to lose someone with his skills." Inside the building where Zhang Shengji lived, a sigh drifted out. "Sigh, the power's out and there's no signal. I wonder how that bastard Zhang Shengji is doing." Yang Dao's complaining made one of his cohorts jump up in frustration. "Damn it, I don't care anymore. I've been holding it in too long. I have to blow off some steam tonight, or I won't be able to sleep." The others all agreed. "Exactly. That dead guy Zhang Shengji must have died on the road. When we play later, tie that woman up tight so she can't try to kill herself. Understand? She's going to die sooner or later anyway. Might as well enjoy ourselves first so we don't leave any regrets." The group, their faces full of lust, walked toward the room where the mother and son were held. Brother Li no longer objected, merely whispering an instruction. "Damn it, fine, just be careful. Don't kill her." One man smiled lewdly. "Brother Li, you in? If not, you're last in line." Brother Li didn't answer. His attention was caught by the sight below. Why were all the zombies downstairs dead? He hurried toward the stairwell, wanting to investigate. Had rescue arrived? Suddenly a cold flash of light appeared, and a red line formed across Brother Li's neck. Thud, his head roamed onto the floor. The remaining men had already burst into the room. The woman clutched her son in terror, looking at them warily. "Get out," the men leered, and the leader impatiently began to unbuckle his belt. "Stop acting." He reached out, grabbed the young boy's collar, and yanked him away. The woman shrieked, "What are you doing? Let him go." The man backhanded her with a loud slap. "Our target is you." Shuai Shuai crawled up crying, his eyes filled with hatred. "I'll kill you." Despite his best efforts, he was brutally thrown aside by the men. he wailed, "You bad people, let go of my mommy, my daddy won't let you get away with this." With a thud, Brother Lee's headless corpse slumped from the fire door into the hallway. Shuai froze, his eyes wide as a dark shadow emerged from the darkness. The boy cried out in terror. "Who is it?" "It's Zhang Xiaoyang," he asked in a deep voice. "Is Zhang Shengji your dad?" Shuai was stunned for a moment before instinctively answering, yes." Inside the room, the woman closed her eyes in humiliation. Yang Dao slapped her again in dissatisfaction. "Damn it, make some noise. Are you afraid your son will hear you? Scream, otherwise I won't enjoy this." The man in white sneered and grabbed her hair. "If she won't scream, forget it. Let me go first." Just then, the door was violently kicked off its hinges. One of the men cried out in shock. "This kid is so strong, he actually kicked the door off." Before the words had even left his mouth, a cold light flashed and a bloodstain appeared on his neck. Yang Dao saw the man standing motionless and roared, "Kick him out already. What are you waiting for?" Unexpectedly, the man collapsed straight down, his head separated from his body. Yang Dao was horrified. What happened? Before he could react, Zhang Xiaoyang had already grabbed him by the head and slammed it violently against the wall. Yang Dao's eyes rolled back and blood sprayed from his mouth. Seeing the situation was bad, the man in white hurriedly pulled up his pants. Who are you?" Before he could finish, a heavy kick slammed into his face. Back at the base, Lu Yiming was still issuing threats, his tone cold. "Last chance. Move or I'll fire." Under the threat of the muzzle, everyone had no choice but to follow his orders toward the designated room. Lu Yiming sneered. It seemed he couldn't establish authority without being decisive. He roared, "You old rogue, you go first." "Uncle, stop!" Zhang Kai shouted. Just then a click came from the infirmary and everyone spun around in terror. "What was that? What's going on?" The infirmary was locked. "Who's in there?" The door swung open, and Chen Chong stood quietly in the doorway, dangling a key in his hand. Chen Chong, he had actually opened the door himself? Impossible. He was a madman, how could he use a key? The crowd was in an uproar. Suddenly, Chen Chong spun toward Lu Yiming, his gaze becoming incredibly frenzied. "He turned into a zombie and can still use a key to open a door? I absolutely can't let him live." Lu Yiming panicked and frantically pulled the trigger, but the handgun didn't react. A jam? How is that possible? Before he could react, Chen Chong had already lunged, pinning Lu Yiming to the ground and tearing into him frantically. "Help, save me, aw!" A blood-curdling scream rang out. After finishing his outburst, Chen Chong stood up and slowly dragged Lu Yiming's corpse back into the infirmary. The survivors stood there dumbfounded, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. What on earth was going on? He had been so gentle just moments ago. Chen Chong exhaled deeply, tossed the keys toward the group, then stepped back into the room and slammed the door shut. The entire group fell into silence. No one dared to speak. Back at the apartment complex, Zhang Shengji was dead. Yang Dao and the man in white were tied up in a corner by Zhang Xiaoyang. Zhang Xiaoyang suddenly looked at Shuai and said softly, "Child, come here." The mother clutched her son warily. "What do you want with him?" Zhang Xiaoyang repeated. "Come here, Shuai." Shuai pulled away from his mother's hand and stepped forward. "Mom, I'm okay." Zhang Xiaoyang handed him a small knife. "Take it and kill them." Shuai trembled, gripping the knife with both hands, his eyes filled with terror. The two men begged for mercy. "Spare us, please, spare us." The mother hurriedly tried to intervene. "Sir, he's just a child." Zhang Xiaoyang replied coldly. "From today on he is no longer a child. Kid, from now on you are the only man who can protect your mother. Now summon all your courage and kill these bastards who hurt her." Remembering his mother being bullied, Shuai gritted his teeth, his expression gradually turning resolute. The boy let out a loud cry and charged at the two men. A moment later they lay in a pool of blood. Shuai stood there dazed and panting. His mother cried out his name, her heart aching. The boy suddenly turned to Zhang Xiaoyang and asked, "Uncle, did they kill my dad too?" Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. "Yes." Hearing this, Shuai dropped the knife, threw himself into his mother's arms and burst into tears. Mother and son held each other tightly, seeking comfort. The mother knelt down and pleaded, "Benefactor, please take my son with you. I'm willing to pay any price for his sake." Shuai shouted, "No, Mom, I don't want to leave you. I want to protect you." Zhang Xiaoyang looked at them and said, "Both of you are coming with me. I promised Zhang Shengji I would look after you." Once the mother finished changing, Zhang Xiaoyang led them away. Shuai looked in shock at the zombie corpses strewn in front of the apartment. What kind of power is this to be able to kill so many zombies? A look of admiration flickered in the boy's eyes. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaoyang signaled for them to stop and listened carefully. He asked the mother, "Sister, do you know the general location of Building 8 in Rongshan Court?" The mother replied, "It should be in the direction you're looking." "What's wrong?" Over at Rongshan Court, a group of thugs surrounded the building, shouting, "Don't worry, we'll distribute your supplies fairly. Also, all women under 40 are to come with us." Upstairs, a group was hunkered down in defense. One man, unable to handle the pressure, suggested, "Maybe we should surrender." Lee, the security guard, snapped, "No way, those bastards won't keep their word. By then, except for you, Yuren, and Hao Wang, none of us will make it out alive." Downstairs, the thugs continued their threats. "We're giving you 10 more minutes. If you don't wise up, we won't leave a single person alive." A woman in the group suggested, "Maybe the two of us should go out and beg them to let you all go." The others quickly refused. "No, I don't want to be their plaything." Lee, the security guard, comforted them. "Don't worry, we won't compromise. Watch this corridor. They can't touch us." Downstairs, a thug worried. "Even though we have better weapons, their leader has a real gun. This group is playing turtle. It's making things difficult for us." The leader smiled contemptuously. "HMPH, we don't need fancy tactics. Go cut off the water for the first floor residents and see how long they can last." Zhang Xiaoyang watched from the shadows with the mother and son. Shuai Shuai asked curiously, "Uncle Xiaoyang, are these people bad too?" He nodded. "That's right. They're trash, just like the ones who bullied you and your mother." He raised his gun and aimed at the thugs. "Upstairs," Lee, the security guard, instructed. "Hold the stairwell. Stay out of sight. I'm going to see what they're doing downstairs." Lee, the security guard, moved along the corridor to the window. Crap, 7 of them, all armed, 3 with guns. Suddenly a loud blast rang out, and Lee ducked back in fright. "Holy shit, what happened?" Downstairs, one thug's head was blown apart and the rest scattered in a panic. Lee peeked out. It was that young man, Zhang Xiaoyang. Zhang Xiaoyang stepped forward, his muzzle spitting fire incessantly. The thugs fell one by one, the remaining ones fought back desperately. But their shots all went wide. He mocked them. "Amateurs." The leader crouched in a corner, panting. "Phew, where did this maniac come from?" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyang answered with a volley of bullets. An accomplice received an order and stood up to fire. But before he could pull the trigger, he was hit 3 times. 1 in the head, 1 through the chest, and collapsed instantly. The leader laughed arrogantly. "Out of ammo are you? Die, you bastard!" He charged out to finish the fight, but Zhang Xiaoyang was already standing in front of him, smiling calmly. The leader fired, but Zhang easily tilted his head to dodge, wrested the gun away, pressed it under the man's chin and pulled the trigger. The leader collapsed, his skull shattered. Finished, Zhang Xiaoyang checked the bodies and entered the building. A few more thugs were hiding behind the door, but Yang's cold gaze struck terror into their hearts. He moved swiftly, efficiently taking down the 3 of them. Afterward, he shouted toward the upper floors, "Everyone come out!" Shuai Shuai and his mother followed him in. The boy said admiringly, "Uncle Xiaoyang, you were so cool just now." Just then, the system chimed with a new task: recruit and transform the people of Rongshang Court. Reward, 25 points. Zhang Xiaoyang closed the system panel and walked downstairs. Lee, the security guard, asked, "Who are these people?" He replied, "Scum from the Emerald Mountain Villa district in the southern district." Lu Chao and Chen Jia ran over. "Brother Li, you called for us." Zhang Xiaoyang signaled to them. "You two are from the southern district. Tell me about Emerald Mountain." They explained, "The Emerald Mountain Group is a criminal force. They have weapons and have taken over the Villa district. Most survivors in the southern district have been recruited by them." Zhang Xiaoyang closed his eyes and recalled his previous life. Wasn't that where Li Shushang and Kui Qing's base was? Could it be them? He followed up. "Is Emerald Mountain the only gathering point in the south?" Chen Jia replied, "Not exactly, but they have weapons and other small groups can't compete. Every time they attack, they kill half the people and kidnap the young women and those who surrender, forcing them to join their ranks." Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. "Just as I thought." He turned to Li, the security guard. "Old Li, these 3 have guns. Take them. Search thoroughly. There are bound to be plenty of magazines for these rifles. Keep them. I'll leave you 5 magazines." Li was shocked. "Really? Truly," he continued. "The Emerald Mountain people won't let this go. With these weapons, a dozen enemies won't be able to touch you. Try to hold out for 2 days. I'll go reorganize and then wipe them out." Lu Chao quickly tried to dissuade him. "No, there are dozens of people at Emerald Mountain, maybe more now. You're no match for them." Li, the security guard, agreed, advising, "Yeah, brother, we're not worth you taking this risk. We'll just find a chance to change bases. Since we're several kilometers away, it's impossible for them to search the whole city." Zhang Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, his eyes sharp. "Don't overthink it. I have a personal grudge against them. In a few days, I'll drive over to pick everyone up and take you to the Eastern District. Over there, on the old tea factory plot, I've built a fortress, but I'm currently short on people." Everyone nodded in agreement. "All right then, be careful. Take care." Zhang Xiaoyang turned to Shuai Shuai and his mother, his tone softening. "Shuai Shuai's mom, let's go." Li, the security guard, hurriedly said, "You take care too." The scene shifted to Emerald Mountain, where zombie corpses lay everywhere, black blood flowing. Outside, a group of fully armed men stood guard strictly at the entrance. Several zombie corpses hung in the air as a gruesome warning. Inside a meeting room, high-level members were gathered. One man spoke, his tone skeptical. "Still haven't secured the supplies from Jinyu Mansion?" Li Shushang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, Brother Wen has already sent men. They should be back soon." Another man interjected, his tone layered with hidden meaning. "Brother Wen, quite a few high-end models live in Jinyu Mansion. We can't just focus on the supplies, right?" Li Shushang laughed loudly and immediately followed up. Ha, Akai, we're thinking exactly alike. I've already instructed my men. As long as they're alive, bring them all back. Brother Wen shot Li Shushang a cold look. I wasn't talking about you, little Li. Not a single thing I've assigned to you has ever been handled perfectly, Li Shushang quickly guaranteed. Don't worry, Brother Wen, this time. I'll handle everything smoothly, no matter what. After finishing his report, Li Shushang breathed a sigh of relief and left the room. A confidant was waiting outside. Seeing him emerge, he asked worriedly, Brother Li, are you okay? Li Shushang asked irritably, Are those 7 back yet? The confidant stammered. Brother Li, I sent someone to investigate an hour ago, and they brought back bad news. Li Shushang's eyes widened as he roared. What? They were all killed? Aren't the people in Rongshang Court just ordinary civilians? Why did they fail to capture them even with 3 guns? He gritted his teeth and issued the order, Call up Blade and gather everyone who can handle a gun. I won't allow any more mistakes this time. Back at the base, the sound of a car arrived. Meng Shan said excitedly, It's Brother Xiaoyang's car. A system notification appeared. Rescue wife and child task complete. Reward 25 points, current total 36. Seeing that one person was missing, Zhang Xiaoyang let out a faint smile. Hey, it really was Lu Yiming, Meng Shan asked in surprise. You knew all along, Zhang Xiaoyang didn't answer, merely instructing Zhang Kai to take Shuai Shuai and his mother to the lounge. Then come find me in the infirmary. In front of the infirmary door, Zhang Xiaoyang began to explain the situation. Old Sheng said in shock. So Xiaoyang, you knew Lu Yiming was up to no good from the start. He bent down to pick up a gun and replied, I wasn't entirely certain, but I was sure there was a bastard among Zhang Qi's friends. He handed the gun to Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai removed the magazine to check and cried out, Rubber bullets. Old Sheng looked toward the infirmary and asked, Then the person in the infirmary, Zhang Xiaoyang, walked to the door and asked, What was his name again? Oh, Chen Chong. He wasn't an ordinary zombie, but a rare variant. The scene flashed back. After sending everyone else away, Zhang Xiaoyang had tried to communicate with Chen Chong. Blink 3 times if you can understand me. Chen Chong blinked 3 times in succession. He continued, Good. What is 2 times 3? Answer with the number of blinks. Chen Chong blinked 6 times. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Excellent, he explained. After the apocalypse arrives, those infected by the interdimensional source have an extremely low probability of becoming a rare variant. They possess higher intelligence and potential than ordinary zombies, and can even retain part of their memories from life. Chen Chong was a top-tier specimen. He pushed open the infirmary door. Chen Chong was currently pinning Lu Yiming's head with his foot. Hearing the movement, he turned back and waved to everyone in greeting. Everyone was dumbfounded and fell silent. Zhang Xiaoyang ordered, All right, stop pinning him. Clean this up. Chen Chong grabbed Lu Yiming by the collar and dragged him out. Zhang Kai couldn't help but point at himself and ask, Chong Chong, do you really still remember me? Chen Chong stopped, turned back and gave a fierce look. Before Zhang Kai could react, he suddenly lunged. His hand reached precisely for Zhang Qi's crotch. Zhang Kai jumped back in terror. Holy crap, he goes for that move right away. He let out a sigh of relief and cursed. Damn it, it seems this kid still remembers. Even as a zombie, he's still a prankster. Zhang Xiaoyang returned to the lounge, lay on his bed and opened the info panel. The system notified him of a hidden achievement. Obtaining a variant teammate. Points 10, current total 46. He was shocked. Oh, I didn't expect to trigger a hidden achievement. What a pleasant surprise. He browsed them all. Life-saving healing supply box LV1 5 points. Armed deterrent supply box LV1 5 points. High-tech supply box LV2 50 points. Manual refresh 8 points. Zhang Xiaoyang sat up abruptly. Damn, a level 2 box. First time seeing one, but 50 points is way too expensive. He decided to open 2 level 1 boxes first to clear the slots. System notification. Exchange for life-saving healing supply box LV1 successful. Obtained. Interdimensional infection prevention potion. Probability of preventing infection. Cannot cure completed mutations. Current points 41. Exchange for armed deterrent supply box LV1 successful. Obtained. Barrett M82 rifle and 10 rounds of 12.7mm large caliber ammunition. Current points 36. Zhang Xiaoyang was ecstatic. Holy shit, a level 1 weapon is this powerful? Then level 2 or level 3 must be for tanks, and the prevention potion means I can save those who have been bitten but haven't mutated yet. System reminder, recruitment task in progress. Recruiting the survivors of Rongshang Court rewards 25 points. He closed the panel, so excited he could hardly wait to open the level 2 box. He had to finish the task quickly. On the other side, Chen Chong had already tossed Lu Yiming's corpse out of the base. A night passed, the group assembled, and Zhang Xiaoyang issued his orders. Starting today, spend at least 1 hour practicing your shooting every day. Everyone fired at the targets in the distance in unison. Zhang Xiaoyang pulled Uncle Sheng aside and instructed, Uncle Sheng, have Zhang Kai prepare several more rooms over at Rongshang Court in a bit. There are still survivors there, and I'm going to pick them up today. Uncle Sheng nodded. Ah, okay, I'm on it. Chen Chong came running over with a roar, signaling his desire to follow. Zhang Xiaoyang and Chen Chong soon found a bus on the road. After clearing out the wandering zombies nearby, they discovered there was still one live zombie on the bus. Chen Chong lunged forward, dealt with it efficiently, and tossed it out. Zhang Xiaoyang handed the keys to Chen Chong. "It's fine, you drive. You don't need to wear those things when it's just the two of us. Put them back on when we get to Rongsheng Court so you don't scare anyone." Chen Chong let out a grunt of agreement. Over at Emerald Mountain, Li Shushang gathered a group and barked, "Is everyone here yet? Fine, let's move." He drove off, his teeth gritted. "Damn it, I don't believe I can't take Rongsheng Court this time." On the dimly lit streets, hordes of zombies roamed. Several clustered in a corner, snarling as they tore into an unfortunate prey. In the distance, the bus's headlights sliced through the darkness, beaming directly onto the face of a zombie feasting on a corpse's abdomen. It whipped its head around, its blood-red eyes flashing in the intense light. This was the bus Zhang Xiaoyang and Chen Chong had seized yesterday. They plowed straight into the zombie horde, the sound of a massive impact echoing as the monsters were sent flying. Amidst the cries of the undead and the roar of the engine, the bus maneuvered skillfully. Like a beast weaving through a chaotic battlefield, it bypassed the abandoned vehicles and obstacles spattered across the road. The scene shifted to the high-rise buildings of Rongsheng Court, where Old Li, Old Song's family and the remaining survivors sat together, sharing a few crackers for a meager breakfast. Everyone was on edge, hyper-alert to any sound. When the sound of a vehicle approached, young Zixuan, still chewing a cracker, cheered excitedly. "It's Brother Xiaoyang, it must be Brother Xiaoyang coming back for us." Old Li signaled for silence, his hand gripping his gun tightly. He walked outside cautiously. He whispered to Zixuan, "Don't go out yet. Let me see." He pressed against the glass door to observe the situation, sweat beads forming on his forehead. His eyes were full of worry, but his hope was quickly extinguished. It wasn't Zhang Xiaoyang, it was Li Shushang's gang. The group from Emerald Mountain had arrived first. As soon as their vehicles stopped, they began checking their weapons and locked onto Building 8. The portly Li Shushang stepped out of the car and roared aggressively, "Building 8 is right back there." He tightened his grip on his gun and waved the order. "Move out." His henchmen followed closely behind, their gazes as cold and sharp as steel blades, ready to begin a slaughter at any moment. Old Li gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, it's not Xiaoyang. It's those animals from Emerald Mountain." Old Song, who had already equipped the rifle Old Li had given him, felt a surge of momentum at the sound of the commotion. "Those bastards dare to show their faces again? Haven't they learned their lesson?" Thanks to the weapons Zhang Xiaoyang had left behind, Old Li's group was no longer a flock of sheep waiting for the slaughter. Old Li turned and signaled decisively, "Since we have guns, then we'll fight them to the finish. But don't underestimate them. They have the numbers this time, and they're all armed." From their high vantage point, Old Li and his group clearly observed the numbers and equipment of Li Shushang's gang. They quickly deployed their plan, with everyone moving into their assigned ambush positions. Old Li went up to the roof, preparing for battle. In the courtyard, Li Shushang's men were arrogant, aiming their guns at the windows of the Rongsheng Court building with ferocious glares. Old Song, his son and Zixuan peeked out just enough to observe. Drenched in sweat, Old Song signaled to the others, "This distance is enough. Move forward a bit more and make these pieces of trash pay the price." Bang, 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 sharp gunshots rang out as Li Shushang's cold-blooded lackeys began to fall one after another. Panic-stricken screams accompanied the sound of shattering glass as the windows of the building were blown apart, shards flying everywhere. Old Li hurried to find cover, shouting to Zixuan, "Watch out, get back." Downstairs, Li Shushang flew into a rage and signaled to the long-haired lackey. "Give me the megaphone," he roared toward the windows. "Shoot anyone who dares to show their head." He brought the large red megaphone to his mouth and tested the sound. Mic check, mic check. Before he could say another word, a rifle bullet tore through the air, grazing the long-haired lackey's head. The man collapsed instantly, blood staining the ground. Li Shushang shuddered in fright, dropping the megaphone. He and his men exchanged terrified looks. A rifle! Before they could recover, another bullet accurately struck someone else in the thigh. The man clutched his leg and wailed, "Ah, my leg!" Li Shushang froze, the gun in his hand still smoking. His gaze was vacant, as if he couldn't believe the scene before him. On the roof, Old Li rested the rifle on the concrete ledge, calmly aiming and firing. That last shot was his handiwork, proof of a veteran's formidable skill. In the courtyard, the Emerald Mountain gang shouted in panic, "Watch out, they have a rifle," one person muttered. "Closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. We've already lost a brother." Hiding behind a wall, Li Shushang gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, the intel said they only had 4 handguns, plus the 7 we seized last time. Where the hell did this automatic rifle come from?" Hiding behind a tree, a brown-haired lackey went pale and asked urgently, "Manager Li, what do we do now?" Amidst the chaos, Li Shushang let out a roar. "What else can we do? Retreat." At the command to retreat, one of the henchmen turned and ran in terror, screaming, "Ah!" Li Shushang looked at his back and cursed irritably. "Wait for my order before you run, you idiot." but another shot rang out and the man fell, blood splattering as a bullet tore through his body. Li Shushang let out a cold sneer. HMPH, serves him right, he ordered. Follow my lead. Charge together. 3, 2, 1, run. The henchmen scrambled like rats, all their previous arrogance gone as they ran for their lives. But under the precise hail of bullets they fell one by one. Perhaps Li Shushang had deliberately used his men as meat shields while he cowardly waited for his chance. Only when the people on the roof ran out of ammunition did he sneakily make his escape, muttering, "They're about to reload." Sure enough, old Li had exhausted his rounds and couldn't maintain continuous fire. Li Shushang and a few lucky survivors dove into the cars, slammed the doors and jumped into the driver's seats, shouting, "Drive fast." The remaining men scrambled into the back of a pickup truck, stumbling in their haste to flee. They completely ignored the slow-witted lackey who was shouting, "Wait, I haven't got on yet." The vehicle didn't stop. Old Li, having just reloaded, fired a continuous burst at the wheels, sending sparks flying. The men in the pickup could only close their eyes and pray. A bullet hit the straggler, finishing him on the spot. On the other side, Zhang Xiaoyang's bus sped along the main road. His driving skills were indeed extraordinary. He drove like a seasoned racer. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar pickup truck speeding through the intersection. He muttered, "Who was that?" But he didn't pay it much mind, staying focused on his goal, completing the mission at Rongsheng Court. When the bus stopped at Rongsheng Court, sporadic gunshots were still echoing. As soon as he stepped off, Zhang Xiaoyang and Chen Chong saw a blood-soaked corpse lying by the roadside. He inspected it and nodded with a smile. "Oh, looks like the rifle I left behind is doing its job. That car I just saw must have been the bandits fleeing in panic." Looking at this body, Chen Chong began to salivate and let out a low growl. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed and teased, "What's wrong, you want to eat?" Chen Chong confirmed with a low growl. Zhang Xiaoyang waved a hand generously. "Fine, better you eat it than let some other zombie get the benefit. Go on." Like a hound released from its leash, Chen Chong, eyes red and face full of hunger, pounced on the corpse with startling speed. Zhang Xiaoyang shouted from behind, "Wait for me at the bottom of Building 8 when you're done." Chen Chong responded with a roar and began frantically tearing into the fresh meat of the corpse. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Chen Chong took a deep breath, looking extremely satisfied. A strange red light flickered in his eyes, as if the fresh meat was helping him evolve further. He let out a low growl. "Feels great." By then, Zhang Xiaoyang had entered the Rongsheng Court area, walking indifferently among the corpses of Li Shushang's men. He muttered, "Wow, Uncle Li really dealt with quite a few people." From behind a shattered glass door, Zixuan spotted Zhang Xiaoyang and shouted excitedly, "It's Brother Xiaoyang, this time it's really him." Everyone swarmed onto the balconies, waving happily. "Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang." Zhang Xiaoyang stopped, confirming it was old Li's group. A moment later, old Li led everyone downstairs to meet him. Zhang Xiaoyang got straight to the point. "Did you repel all these people?" Old Li waved his hand proudly. "That's right." He turned and pointed behind him. "But I have to thank you, Xiaoyang. It was all thanks to that rifle. I was a sharpshooter before I retired from the service, you know." Suddenly a roar erupted. "RROAAAR!" Everyone jumped in fright. Looking back, Zhang Xiaoyang frowned. What was that sound? Heavy footsteps approached, and a man in black shoes walked over. It was Chen Chong, having just finished his premium meal. His face was pale, yet he appeared friendly. As soon as old Li saw a zombie, he immediately raised his gun and shouted, "Watch out, a zombie!" Zhang Xiaoyang quickly pushed the muzzle down and smiled easily. "Don't get worked up, it's an acquaintance." Old Li looked at Chen Chong, head tilted, face pale and drenched in sweat, and asked skeptically, "An acquaintance?" Zhang Xiaoyang pointed toward the other side. "There's plenty of fresh meat over there. Go eat." Chen Chong tilted his neck and gave a roar, then ran off in the direction indicated. Old Li was stunned by Zhang Xiaoyang's ability to tame a zombie. He asked with his mouth wide open, "What is going on, Xiaoyang? You can actually communicate with zombies?" Zhang Xiaoyang didn't explain immediately, only urging, "He's no ordinary zombie. Let's get on the bus first. I'll explain on the way." He turned and shouted to Chen Chong, "Find us back on the bus when you're done eating." Chen Chong, still tearing at a piece of meat, held up a hand and gave an OK sign. After finishing his meal, he carefully put on his muzzle mask and boarded the bus. Except for Zhang Xiaoyang, everyone on the bus felt a bit apprehensive seeing Chen Chong. Zixuan blurted out in surprise, "My God, he even knows how to put on his own mask." After eating, Chen Chong looked intimidating, his red eyes flashing with hunger. Zhang Xiaoyang jokingly teased young Zixuan, "Is the little guy scared? Be careful, if he hears you he might just bite." Zixuan quickly changed his tune and muttered softly, "Actually he's quite well-mannered." Zhang Xiaoyang laughed loudly, "He won't mind if you say that." All eyes were fixed on Chen Chong. He stepped onto the bus, accidentally stomping with too much force, causing the entire vehicle to rock as if hit by a wave. The people on board were terrified, their fear intensifying. Old Li gasped in amazement, "Heavens, did the bus just tilt?" Chen Chong consciously handed the key to the muzzle lock to Xiaoyang, struggling to squeeze out two clumsy words. Lock. Although the voice was a bit blurred, everyone could understand the general meaning. Zhang Xiaoyang pointed at Chen Chong in shock. You can talk." It seemed the fresh meat had indeed helped Chen Chong evolve, making him more intelligent. He continued to struggle to speak, and although it was as faltering as a toddler learning to talk, it was already a miracle. Looking at the key in Chen Chong's hand, Zhang Xiaoyang fell into deep thought. He's already consumed 6 corpses. As a zombie, Chen Chong must be evolving at a lightning pace. He had to get back quickly to exchange his points for power and turn Chen Chong into the top-tier combat force of this region. He no longer hesitated, gripping the steering wheel and shouting, "Hold on tight, we're heading back." The bus sped away, straight for the base, Zhang Xiaoyang's heart filled with joy. Chen Chong was more than just an ordinary zombie. The scene shifted to Emerald Mountain, the gathering place of those villains. After his crushing defeat, Li Shushang fled back to the base, only to be immediately dragged out and berated by the 2 bosses. Kai roared angrily, pointing at his face. "Damn it, what did I tell you? You can't get a single thing done right." Li Shushang hung his head, not daring to talk back. Drenched in sweat, he desperately defended himself. "Brother Wen, you really can't blame me. Those people had automatic rifles." Wen narrowed his eyes and answered coldly. "Don't talk nonsense. Where would a bunch of small-time security guards get automatic rifles? Do you take me for an idiot?" Li Shushang explained loudly. "It's true. If you don't believe me, send someone over to see for yourself." Seeing Wen's icy calmness, Li Shushang trembled all over. Kai lost his temper and kicked Li Shushang's portly body, sending him rolling across the floor. "Get out of here," he roared. Li Shushang clutched his stomach and wailed, "Ouch, that hurts like hell." Though he hated them to his core, he didn't dare resist. He silently stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shot a resentful glare at the 2 of them. After Li Shushang left in disgrace, Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I've had enough of that useless waste." He made a throat-slitting gesture, implying they should get rid of Li Shushang. He continued, "Now that he's severely weakened, should we?" One of the ruthless members of the team let out a cold laugh. "You're still thinking about that woman by his side, aren't you?" Kai dismissed it a bit guiltily. "Hey, Old Shu, what are you talking about?" In front of Wen and Old Shu, Kai finally showed his true colors. "Of course, we'll split everything equally." Though Wen appeared refined and polite, his eyes, a lewd smirk played across his face at the mention of women. "Don't be in such a rush, Kai," he cautioned. "Wait until I find the right opportunity." He assumed Li Shushang had already left, unaware that the man was hiding just outside the door, eavesdropping on every word. Li Shushang was livid, his fists clenched tight and veins bulging across his forehead. Through the door, his gaze burned with a hatred that suggested he wanted to devour the 3 of them alive. A moment later, back in his private quarters at Emerald Mountain, Li Shushang began frantically smashing furniture, roaring, "Those bastards, those sons of bitches were actually planning to rob him of his money." Kui Ching walked in, leaning against him and asking tenderly, "What's wrong, honey?" She offered soft words of comfort, but Li Shushang barked irritably, "Pack your things quickly. We're leaving." Kui Ching was stunned. "Leaving now, to where?" Li Shushang grabbed her hand tightly, his teeth gritted. "We can't stay here anymore. We have to prepare in advance." He thought to himself that in the apocalypse a woman like Kui Ching was a liability and a threat to anyone who had her around. He called for one of his men, and a young man in white ran in. "Brother Li, what are your orders?" Li Shushang urgently ordered him to gather the men. "We leave at dawn tomorrow." A look of displeasure flickered across Kui Ching's face. As he turned away, she watched him with a cold, calculating gaze. She had long known Li Shushang was unreliable, especially after her failed attempt to seduce Zhang Xiaoyang. The scene shifted back to Zhang Xiaoyang's base, where the bus had already pulled up to the main gate. Old Shang, Meng Shan, Zhang Kai, and Xiao Kai, suspecting an intruder, had all taken up positions with their weapons at the ready. After the long journey, the group began to disembark. Zixuan stepped out, marveling, "My God, this is a literal fortress in the middle of the apocalypse." Still on the bus, Zhang Xiaoyang opened his system panel as a notification popped up. Recruitment task complete. Survivors recruited at Rongshang Court, 8-5. Target exceeded. Reward 25 points. Bonus reward 5 points. Current total 66 points. He muttered to himself, "Oh, so there are bonus rewards for exceeding the target." After checking his points, he stepped off the bus. Seeing Chen Chong waiting, he said, "Chen Chong, come with me to the South District tomorrow night." Wearing his muzzle mask, Chen Chong struggled to answer, "Bite? Bite them?" Old Li voiced everyone's confusion. "To the South District, what do you plan to do?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled slightly. "I have some old scores to settle with that gang at the Emerald Mountain Villa District." That night, after settling everyone in, Zhang Xiaoyang returned to his room and opened the system panel. The display showed, High-Tech Supply Box LV2, 50 points. Manual refresh, 8 points. Under the glow of the system, he decisively chose to refresh, clicking the icon of the mysterious box. He whispered to himself, "My first level 2 box, system notification, exchange for high-tech supply box LV2 successful." 50 points deducted. Current point 16. A brilliant light enveloped Zhang Xiaoyang. The light swirled around him like a cyclone. Don't let me down, he thought nervously. When the light dissipated, a syringe appeared before him. The system displayed Constitution Strengthening Potion 20. Zhang Xiaoyang picked up the potion and marveled. 20 to physical constitution. Holy shit, a level 2 box really delivers. Suddenly, a scream erupted from outside the room, coinciding with the radiance still emanating from his body. After injecting the potion, Zhang Xiaoyang's body underwent a remarkable transformation. He raised his hands to feel the power, exclaiming, a total of 33 points in constitution. I'm more than 6 times stronger than an average person. This feeling is incredible. A mosquito buzzed past, and he caught it effortlessly between 2 fingers. Watching the mosquito struggle, he released it and let it fly away, muttering, truly terrifying power. This display demonstrated his peerless strength. That afternoon, as the setting sun bathed the base in gold, Zhang Xiaoyang and Chen Chong appeared at the training ground. Old Li and Meng Shan were in the heat of target practice. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang, Old Li asked, Xiaoyang, you're heading to the South District? Zhang Xiaoyang smiled at Old Li's masterful marksmanship. That's right, he replied. Then he turned and said, Brother Li, your shooting is the best here. Help me train everyone well. Old Li agreed excitedly. This is my old specialty, leave it to me. Zhang Xiaoyang waved a hand. Chen Chong, let's go. He drove off at high speed, beginning his journey of vengeance. Night fell, and the silent air seemed to herald a coming storm. The scene shifted to Li Shushang's quarters where he and his associates were preparing to flee. He asked his subordinate, Qingzi, how are things on that end? Qingzi replied, Don't worry, Manager Li, everything is ready. Li Shushang gave the order to move out. The group moved with high alertness, scanning their surroundings to prevent any surprises. Suddenly, dazzling headlights beamed directly at them. Li Shushang shielded his eyes, looking panicked as a group appeared. Led by Dong Shu, Kui Ching sat in the car, happily snuggling between Brother Wen and Brother Kai. She had betrayed Li Shushang to align herself with the stronger party, showing no regard for their past relationship. One of Li Shushang's men asked in confusion what was happening. Dong Shu held his gun and sneered, And just where do you think you're going? Li Shushang narrowed his eyes and recognized Dong Shu, his teeth gritting. Dong Shu, he feigned a foolish smile. Oh, Brother Shu, we were planning to head to Rongshang Court under the cover of darkness to try our luck. A look of contemptuous mockery flickered on Dong Shu's lips. Hey, to Rongshang Court? You sure about that? One of his men dragged an unconscious man forward and tossed him at Li Shushang's feet. He was startled to find it wasn't Qingzi. The man beside him cried out, Qingzi. Li Shushang slapped him and barked, Open your dog eyes and look closer. This isn't Qingzi at all. He turned back to Dong Shu with an awkward smile. Who is this? I don't know him. Dong Shu raised his gun and fired coldly. Gunshots rang out, and 3 bullets struck 3 of Li Shushang's associates. Li Shushang trembled, clutching his head and explaining desperately, I really don't know him, Brother Shu. What are you doing? Dong Shu pointed to the car, signaling for him to see who was sitting inside. The lights dimmed, revealing Kui Ching's face. Li Shushang gritted his teeth, unable to believe the woman beside him had betrayed him. He roared, Kui Ching, Brother Kai. Kai sneered. Don't bother denying it. Kui Ching has already confessed your entire plan to defect. Li Shushang wanted to rush forward in a fit of rage, but he was pinned down by Dong Shu's men. He bellowed, You bitch, you dared to betray me. Kai turned to Brother Wen and asked, Boss, how should we handle him? Brother Wen gave a cold wave of his hand and a rope was wound tightly around Li Shushang's neck. A burly man pulled the rope, hoisting him into the air. He struggled frantically, tears streaming down his face as he let out agonized groans. His death mirrored exactly how Zhang Xiaoyang had died in his previous life. After a while he breathed his last, his corpse hanging motionless before the gate. A moment later, Zhang Xiaoyang's bus appeared. He and Chen Chong quietly slipped in along the wall. Suddenly, Li Shushang's corpse twitched. Zhang Xiaoyang sensed something was wrong and signaled for Chen Chong to stop. It turned out Li Shushang had already turned into a zombie, twisting and struggling on the rope. Zhang Xiaoyang let out a cold snort. Served you right, though it's a bit of a shame I couldn't finish you myself. He flicked a stone, severing the rope, and the zombified Li Shushang fell, hitting the ground face first. Zhang Xiaoyang stepped forward. He grabbed the zombie by the head and sneered. You animal, considering how miserably you died, I'll go ahead and get revenge for you. The scene shifted to another building, where suggestive laughter drifted out into the night. Under the faint light from the window, the silhouettes of 2 men were clearly visible, surrounding Kui Ching. She was handcuffed to the bed, her limbs spread wide. She teased them with a cold laugh. Oh, you're so mean. After the great service I've done, is this how you treat me? Come on, unlock these. Brother Wen leaned in, his voice gruff. Isn't this reward good enough? Kui Ching drifted into a daze. She began to murmur incoherently. Suddenly, an unusual noise from outside made Brother Kai, who was about to act, stop in his tracks. He frowned and walked to the window, asking, What was that sound? Looking out, he was struck with terror. His men were sprawled everywhere, the ground covered in dark red blood. At the same time, the room door was struck violently. the rapid kicks sounding as if they would shatter the frame. Brother Wen and Brother Kai shrieked in terror. "What's going on?" Zhang Xiaoyang vaulted in through the window, his face frozen and an icy murderous intent radiating from him. He pressed a blade against Kai's throat. The man's face went deathly pale as he stammered, blood welling in his mouth too pained to speak. With a flash of the blade, Kai collapsed, blood soaking the floor. Brother Wen spiraled into panic, screaming, "Kaizi, you bastard, who the hell are you?" Handcuffed to the bed, Kui Qing struggled to sit up, her eyes wide with horror. Zhang Xiaoyang, without expression, he thrust his blade straight through Wen's throat. Wen sprayed blood, gasping for air as he collapsed powerlessly. Blood splattering all over Kui Qing, she struggled in terror, screaming as Zhang Xiaoyang approached. "Zhang Xiaoyang, what do you want?" He let out a cold laugh. "Hey, looks like you guys were having a lot of fun." He turned around, his hand resting on the cold doorknob. "I wonder how that animal Li Shushang would react if he saw this." At the mention of Li Shushang's name, Kui Qing's face went ghost white, cold sweat pouring down as she trembled. Li Shushang. Before she could react, Zhang Xiaoyang pushed the door open and stepped aside. A dark shadow lunged in like a beast. A zombified Li Shushang, devoid of reason, roared as he charged at Kui Qing. She was terrified to the core. Tears streaming down her face, she struggled in despair. "Zhang Xiaoyang, I was wrong, please forgive me, forgive me." It was all too late. The lover Kui Qing once chose had now transformed into a vengeful demon. The red-eyed Li Shushang bit down savagely on her neck. Bright red blood geysered out, staining the floor. Zhang Xiaoyang slammed the door shut without a hint of pity, letting Kui Qing's blood-curdling screams echo within the room. Outside, he walked slowly to Chen Chang's side, calmly surveying the corpses littering the floor. He spoke, "Go on and eat, Chen Chang." The evolved Chen Chang looked at the nearby corpses and stammered, "Eat one person, most. I can." Understanding his meaning, Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Chen Chang lunged forward, burying his head into a corpse and tearing greedily like a starving beast. Zhang Xiaoyang listened to the disturbances in the distance, his gaze sharp as if calculating something. In another room where all doors and windows were locked from the outside, a man, a woman, and a young girl were huddled in a corner. They trembled, their eyes filled with fear. Suddenly, a fat man in a chef's outfit appeared, pulling open the iron gate with a piercing screech. He walked in gloomily, holding a cold meat cleaver, a hideous scar running across his face over one eye. A subordinate in white rushed in, excitedly grabbing the girl's hand. "This little thing has such tender skin, she must be delicious." The girl was terrified, tears falling like rain as she wailed. The fat chef frowned and glared at the girl. "Too thin." He pointed in another direction where a chubby little boy was sobbing quietly while hugging his mother. "Pick that one." The mother bit her lip in agony, watching helplessly as her son was snatched away. The chef roared, "Move it, fatty." The little boy cried and struggled, reaching out to his mother for help. "Mommy," the mother shrieked. "Let him go, let go of my son." The chef swung his blade, knocking her to the floor, and bellowed, "Get lost, you bitch." Seeing his mother being struck, the boy cried out for her. The mother beat her hands against the floor, tears gushing as she wailed, "No, please, I beg you, let my son go, please." No one in the room dared to move. Everyone averted their eyes, unable to bear the heartbreaking scene. The mother's voice was hoarse from crying, "Save my son, please have mercy." Suddenly, several loud bangs drew the attention of both the victims and the thugs. 3 round holes had been punched through the door. The fat chef roared in a rage, "What the hell is going on?" Several guards rushed forward, pointing their guns and knives at the door. The chef pressed his cleaver against a hostage, barking, "Those gunshots! Who has that gun?" A subordinate answered blankly, "No one, boss. Only the leader has a gun." Taking advantage of the chaos, the little boy ran back into his mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mommy." The mother held him tight, comforting him. "It's okay, baby." In the room, 5 thugs pointed their weapons at the door, waiting tensely. The fat chef backed away slowly and ordered the tall man to go and check. The man pointed at himself, trembling. "Me?" The chef roared, "Cut the crap and get over there." Forced by circumstance, the tall man gripped his gun and crept toward the door, cold sweat pouring down his face. Suddenly, Chen Chang's purplish-blue hand lunged inside. It gripped the man by the throat, and he let out a scream of agony. "Ah!" He was immediately yanked out, his body slamming heavily against the doorframe. The 2 thugs in the room with guns spiraled into panic, shouting, "It's a zombie! Open fire!" They pulled their triggers frantically, but their shots went wild due to extreme terror. Sensing a silhouette at the door, they switched targets and fired madly through the sealed wooden door. On the other side, Chen Chang smashed the door open like a bolt of lightning and charged in, his sharp eyes showing no fear amidst the hail of bullets. The fat chef backed away repeatedly, accidentally falling into Chen Chang's strike zone. Chen Chang leaped, grabbed the fat man's head and gave it a violent twist. With a sickening crack of bone, the chef's eyes went wide, and he collapsed dead without a sound, his cleaver clattering to the floor. Chen Chang landed lightly, carrying the scent of death, and swept through the remaining subordinates like a lethal wind. Screams rang out, "It's coming for me! Help!" A moment later, it was all over. Chen Chang stood in the center of the room, the corpses of the villains at his feet. A girl looked at the scene in disbelief and stammered, "Aren't you going to kill us? What was going on with this zombie?" Though Chen Chong's eyes were white and his skin was deathly pale, making him look terrifying, he remained remarkably stable. He tucked his hands into his pockets and looked toward the door as Zhang Xiaoyang strolled in leisurely. Zhang Xiaoyang gave a faint smile. Not bad, even with the chains and mask still on. Chen Chong's speed is impressive. His movements are steady and his reflexes are top tier. Chen Chong raised a mangled hand and rasped, "This cooler." Everyone in the room was terrified. A young mother clutched her daughter tight, crying out in shock. A zombie? How can a zombie talk? By acting so differently from the mindless zombies outside. Chen Chong drew everyone's gaze. Zhang Xiaoyang approached the little girl in a friendly manner and waved. "Don't be afraid, he won't attack anyone." Chen Chong nodded to reassure her. With tears shimmering in her eyes and her face flushed from crying, the girl continued to tremble. "It's a high-tier monster. It kills without blinking." Hearing the words, high-tier monster, Zhang Xiaoyang's expression darkened, and the question escaped his lips. Huh? He then sat down beside the girl and asked, "You two have seen something like him before, haven't you?" The little girl hid in her mother's arms. Her mother stammered, "Yes," Xiaoyang asked cautiously. "Where did you encounter it?" Though frightened, the mother answered immediately, "At the Warunfa supermarket in the East Decoration City." Zhang Xiaoyang murmured under his breath, his gaze turning deep. "This early? I thought it would take at least a month or two, and that's not far from the old tea factory." Chen Chong struggled to mimic human speech. "VA, variant," Xiaoyang turned back to explain. "A variant like you, it varies from person to person. The degree to which you retain your reason and memories is different. Because of that, their hunting efficiency is much higher than ordinary zombies. But since the mutation is unstable, most are incredibly savage and extremely dangerous." Chen Chong frowned with concern. "Then me. Right now," Xiaoyang placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "You're a good zombie. Don't worry, you're luckier than most. Plus, with me around, I won't let you lose your mind." He turned back to the group from the Emerald Mountain Villa district. "There should be other survivors, right?" a man answered. "Quite a few people are still locked up over at the property center," a woman added. "There might still be living people in the basement too." Zhang Xiaoyang led the group down to the basement. As soon as the door was pushed open, everyone turned pale at the sight of massive mottled bloodstains on the floor. Xiaoyang asked in shock, and upon seeing the corpses hanging like those in a slaughterhouse, the group was paralyzed with terror. Someone explained that those animals would kidnap survivors from the surrounding area and lock them in here every day. Zhang Xiaoyang asked with a grim expression, "After slaughtering so many, can they even eat it all?" A long-haired man answered with resentment, "They ship the meat out regularly. I don't know how many of them there actually are." Looking at the mountain of corpses, Xiaoyang whispered in indignation, "There's no way they can eat all this. Are they raising zombies?" He turned to the man. "You mentioned the property center. What's the situation there?" The man replied, "It's to the south, about a kilometer from here. Everyone they capture is held there. Only those who are rejected or have been tortured enough are sent here to be slaughtered." Shocked by such brutality, Zhang Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Is that so?" The system panel popped up and an A-rank automatic task was activated. Expand the community. Requirement: increase the community evaluation score. Current score 2, reward 20 points. Current total points 36. 30 minutes later, at the property center to the south, two dark shadows stood guard at the main gate. The night was pitch black. One man holding an iron bar whispered cautiously, "I think I heard gunshots coming from the north gate just now." The other man looked annoyed. "HMPH, they're probably just using live subjects for target practice again." Suddenly, Chen Chong leaped out from behind them, landing on the ground in a professional combat stance. The two screamed, "Ah, a zombie!" Immediately after, intermittent screams of agony and wet, squelching sounds followed. In a small room in the office area, 4 girls who had been stripped of their clothes huddled together. One lay exhausted under a thin blanket. Hearing the commotion, they fell into a panic, their eyes filled with alert. A girl in red asked worriedly, "What's happening outside?" The girl on the mat clutched her head and blurted out, "I don't like this. Let them do whatever they want as long as they don't come in." The door lock clicked softly and the handle turned slightly. The group fell into a dead silence. The girl clutching her head trembled all over. "Don't come in, please, don't come in." Fortunately, the person who pushed the door open was Zhang Xiaoyang, seeing the 4 girls. He hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his determined look. The victims were terrified, struggling to cover themselves. Xiaoyang spoke decisively, "Everyone, come with me." He led the group out of the office, stepping over the corpses of the thugs. The girl in red looked at him in disbelief. "Are you really going to provide us with a place to live?" Xiaoyang answered, "Yes, but in exchange, everyone must work." The group replied in unison, "No problem. We're able-bodied." Xiaoyang waved them forward with enthusiasm. "Don't delay, let's leave immediately." The bus started up, carrying everyone back to the base. They arrived at their destination an hour later under the quiet cover of night. From the watchtower, Shanshen and Zhang Kai cheered, "Brother Xiaoyang is back. I'll open the gate right now." Zhang Kai stopped her. Xiaoyang didn't drive straight in. Let's see what he wants first. Zhang Xiaoyang looked toward the base and said to the group, "That is my fortress, but I can't let everyone inside just yet." A long-haired man understood immediately. "The world is a dangerous place now, we understand." A woman asked, "And where will we stay?" Xiaoyang answered, "There are temporary shelters and wire fences next to the fortress. While it's not as secure as the fortress, it's much better than an average gathering point." He continued, "There's still plenty of open land and abandoned buildings in the old tea factory district. We'll renovate them over time, and conditions will improve." The group bowed in gratitude. "We can never repay your great kindness." "Thank you, benefactor." The next day, at the Emerald Mountain base, 2 large vehicles drove through the gates, a sedan and a large truck filled with ton-sized black agricultural bags. A woman with long blue-black hair wearing stylish fishnet stockings sat in the car, clicking her tongue in irritation. Why isn't anyone answering the phone? Is Zhang Qingwen planning to play some mysterious disappearance game again? She frowned, sensing something was wrong. Something's not right. She and a tall man headed straight for Zhang Qingwen's room. As soon as the door opened, she was fuming with rage. In the room, the zombified Li Shushang and the 2 other bosses smelled human flesh and lunged forward. Unfazed, the woman knocked Li Shushang down with a casual strike. She launched a lightning-fast attack. Amidst the shrieks of the zombies, she wiped the blood from her weapon, her gaze icy as she assessed the scene. The man behind her spoke up. "Sister, Zhang Qingwen is dead." "This meat," she replied. "There's no other way, we'll have to handle it ourselves now." Her expression turned dangerous, filled with fury over the loss of her subordinates. She gritted her teeth. "I really want to make whoever broke our rules go offline immediately." Stepping into the villa's front courtyard, she looked at the corpses of Zhang Qingwen's men littering the ground. The man asked, "Not a single soul left alive?" She asked coldly. "Where's the meat?" he answered. "The meat is still here." She issued the order. "Bring the truck over and load the goods." Her subordinates hoisted the plastic bags onto the truck, preparing for a new transaction. She stood with her hands on her hips, observing her surroundings. Suddenly, she crouched down. Seeing tire tracks, she blurted out, "Ah." A curious subordinate asked, "Boss, did you find something?" Without looking up, she answered decisively, "I want to see who has such great capability." The scene shifted back to Zhang Xiaoyang's base, where he sat on the balcony feeling the breeze while checking the system panel. Task: expand the community, increase community evaluation score. Current score, 2. Zhang Xiaoyang muttered to himself, "How do I raise it? Population size must be the key factor." Overlooking the vast base, he remarked, "There's enough land. Haha, I have that bastard from before to thank for this." Suddenly his eyes widened. "Oh, that rare specimen." He walked into the survivor housing area with Shanshan and Zhang Kai. The crowd cheered. "Our benefactor is here." A woman ran over with her hands pressed together in prayer, crying as she said, "Benefactor, thank you so much." Xiaoyang helped her up and smiled. "No need for such formality." He turned to the mother and daughter and asked, "This super monster you and the girl mentioned, exactly where did you see it?" The mother answered honestly, "At the Warunfa supermarket in the East Decoration City. We went into the supermarket to find supplies and encountered that monster. It killed many people. In the chaos, my daughter and I escaped and ran into that gang from the Emerald Mountain villas. We thought we were saved, but who knew they were just beasts in human skin?" The crowd was indignant. Zhang Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, his face grim. "Warunfa," Shanshan said worriedly. "Xiaoyang, we still have plenty of supplies. There's no need to provoke that monster." Zhang Kai wanted to advise him too, but didn't speak up. Zhang Xiaoyang said seriously, "The Decoration City is less than 2 kilometers from here. We can't let a monster threaten our safety." The mother trembled and dropped her laundry basin, panicking. "Benefactor, please don't go. That monster kills without blinking," Xiaoyang reassured her. "Don't worry, we know what we're doing." He turned to Zhang Kai and called for Chen Chang. "Let's go meet that guy elsewhere." A group of people entered a large building, everyone carrying a backpack and wearing protective gear. They were led by a pretty girl, with a man in a shirt and vest beside her. He glanced at her and said, "I told you, there's a huge supermarket nearby." A youth behind them reminded, "Don't get overconfident, it might have been picked clean already." The girl nodded. "Be more optimistic, don't be so gloomy. We passed several supermarkets on the way, and they still had quite a lot of stuff." The entire team entered the supermarket, remaining alert in the dark, silent, and deathly still space. The shelves were empty, leaving only scattered stray items. Someone remarked that although it had been searched, it hadn't been cleared out entirely. Suddenly, a woman in the team slammed a pot against the wall. The massive echo startled everyone. In the supermarket's cavernous space, everyone immediately tensed up and drew their weapons. The pretty girl leading them shouted loudly, "Is anyone there?" From her movements, she clearly had extensive experience dealing with zombies. She crouched down unhurriedly to observe, her gaze sweeping the surroundings like a torch. Within minutes, rapid sounds came from the exits and internal doors all around the mall. Hordes of zombies poured out, roaring frantically. One after another, blue-purple tattered faces charged toward the group. The roars seemed to tear through the air. Everyone screamed in terror. "They're here!" It's zombies! Screams and the sound of intense fighting intertwined. The sounds of collisions, heavy impacts, and pained groans echoed everywhere. After a bitter struggle, the floor was covered with the corpses of zombies. Fortunately, no one in this group was injured. The pretty girl laughed confidently. "Ha, easy as pie." The youth with the backpack looked down at the pile of corpses. Assessing, there were zombies, but not many. It seems the main horde was lured away by another team. Another person slapped his teammate's shoulder, saying exultantly, "We really hit the jackpot today." However, the man in the vest remained alert and reminded them, "Don't get careless. Keep moving inside." No one noticed a mutated zombie quietly approaching from the shadows. Its eyes flickered with electric sparks and it bared sharp fangs, growling dangerously in a raspy voice. Prey. Fresh, delicious prey. The group was still immersed in the joy brought by the remaining supplies on the shelves. They pointed excitedly. "This one and this one too," someone cheered. "Oh, it's like New Year's. There's enough here to last us for years." The pretty girl excitedly pointed to a corner and shouted, "Look!" Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. What excited her wasn't food, but a high-end bed. Her eyes lit up and she threw herself onto the bed to enjoy the comfort, blurting out, "I don't care. I'm staying here." The atmosphere livened up, and everyone began to beam with joy. Someone suggested, "Why don't we just settle down here?" Another person agreed, "Good idea." Just as everyone was immersed in their joy, the man in the vest pulled the youth with the backpack aside. "Let's go outside for a smoke." The youth nodded. "Let's go." Outside, the man clicked his Zippo lighter, the flame flickering in the darkness. He took a deep drag, tilting his head back toward the sky, enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. The youth, cigarette in mouth, asked, "What do we do? Are we really staying here?" The man looked troubled. "This mall has too many entrances and exits. It'll be very hard to defend. There are too many supplies here. It'll easily attract unwanted attention," he continued. "But on the way here I saw a 2-story building over there that seemed quite—" Before he could finish, a bloody blade was already across his neck. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh rang out and blood geysered. The youth witnessed his teammate's death right before his eyes and was too shocked to speak, his legs going weak. The mutated zombie hoisted the dying man up and laughed sinisterly. "The meat is so tender. It's going to be delicious, ha." The youth fell into a panic and fled desperately, screaming as he ran, "Help, help, there's a monster!" The people collecting supplies inside heard the scream and turned back to ask what happened. The youth thought he had escaped, but the mutated zombie stabbed him several times in succession. He coughed up blood, unable to form words. The zombie hoisted him up and tore his body in half under the dim light, blood splattering everywhere. The pretty girl leading the group witnessed this scene and stammered, What is that?" She let out a loud scream. "Retreat, get out of here now!" Her legs wouldn't stop shaking. A desperate struggle for survival. Zombies lunged forward, swinging razor-sharp claws and howling in a frenzy. No one could escape. They wouldn't let a soul get away. Ha. The crowd descended into panic, scattering in every direction. The girl trailing at the back had her chest skewered by a zombie's hand, blood spraying violently. The girl leading the group quickened her pace, screaming as she ran. "No, I don't want to die." She burst through the supermarket entrance into the flickering sunlight. She was the only one left alive. Thinking her companions were still behind her, she shouted, "We're almost at the exit," but her cry instantly turned into a scream of despair. She collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. Looking up, she saw the dark silhouette of a mutant zombie, gritting her teeth as tears streamed down her face. She let out a piercing scream. She raised her hands in a hopeless gesture of resistance, sobbing uncontrollably, certain her life was at its end. Suddenly, Chen Chong stepped heroically into the sunlight at the supermarket entrance, looking like a savior. The girl cried out in terror. "No, I don't want to die." Chen Chong walked past her coldly without so much as a glance. She froze. He just walked past, then Zhang Xiaoyong's voice rang out. "Don't be afraid." The girl jumped, startled. Turning around, she saw Xiaoyong and Zhang Kai appear. You're, she stammered in surprise. Xiaoyong kindly helped her up. "You're Ning, the agent who sold me the land, right?" Ning Wanwan, he recalled. Meanwhile, the thunderous sounds of a fierce battle erupted between Chen Chong and the massive mutant zombie. Still consumed by fear, Ning clutched her head and screamed, Monster, there's a monster in the mall, run!" Xiaoyong reassured her. "It's fine, he's holding it back." Ning turned back, her eyes widening. The scene before her was staggering. Chen Chong was facing off against the very monster that had slaughtered her companions. The zombie launched a heavy blow, sneering, "Hey, you want to keep me all to yourself?" From a distance, Xiaoyong asked, "Chen Chong, can you handle this alone?" Chen Chong's eyes were ice cold. "Let me try." The zombie leaped backward, its agile movements catching Chen Chong slightly off guard. It flicked out a long tongue and lowered its body into a grotesque stance, looking unnervingly excited. Ha, not bad at all," it pounced, launching a frenzied assault. Chen Chong remained calm, narrowly dodging a crushing overhead strike that nearly connected. The zombie's eyes turned blood red as it taunted him arrogantly. I wonder if cannibalizing our own kind makes evolution even faster." A fierce wind howled as Chen Chong landed a heavy punch squarely on its face. The zombie let out a stunned grunt. Chen Chong followed up with a lethal strike that knocked it to the ground, then leaped high into the air, focusing all his strength into a devastating downward smash. His power left the onlookers in awe. The zombie looked up, roaring in fury. "You bastard, HMPH, I didn't expect you to actually have some skill." Chen Chong seized the opening, preparing to finish it off with a mid-air sidekick. The massive force of the impact created a shockwave, sending debris flying. However, the zombie scrabbled onto the ceiling to dodge the kick, gnashing its teeth and letting out a piercing screech. "Hee hee, I've been gathering strength and hunting everywhere lately. Now I finally have a chance to show what I can do." Feeling the killing intent behind him, Chen Chong turned to see its hideous grin. A barrage of heavy blows echoed through the air. Zhang Kai said worriedly, "Brother Xiaoyang, Chen Chong is being suppressed. This monster is too strong." Xiaoyang replied grimly, "We have to finish this once and for all. If we let it keep hunting, it will be even harder to deal with later." He activated the system and pulled a submachine gun from the void. Ning was utterly shocked. "What was that? Did that gun just appear out of thin air?" Xiaoyang raised the weapon and gave a nonchalant smile. "Chen Chong, hold it for one more second and I'll stop making fun of you." Chen Chong grabbed the zombie's arms, locking it in a death grip with a roar. The zombie screamed, "You bastard, let go!" In that split second, the ear-piercing crack of gunfire erupted. A bullet slammed into the zombie's temple, its face contorting in agony. It staggered back with heavy, clumsy steps. It roared, "Arg hee hee! It hurts, you bastard! You dare wound me, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces." Zhang Kai looked bewildered. It was still alive after taking a bullet to the brain. Xiaoyang fired repeatedly, the gunshots echoing through the area. The zombie was riddled with holes, letting out series of wretched shrieks. Finally it collapsed. Chen Chong, Xiaoyang, Zhang Kai and Ning stood over the corpse lying in a pool of blood. Zhang Kai asked if it was dead for good. Xiaoyang gave an order. "Chen Chong, eat this monster's flesh. It might boost your strength." Chen Chong nodded. "Understood." A system notification for a territory expansion task appeared. It required raising the area evaluation by clearing out hazards. Area evaluation 1, current evaluation 3, reward 10 points. Total points 46. Xiaoyang was surprised. "Oh, so this counts too?" An excited smile spread across his face. "Since we're already here, let's see if we can empty out the supermarket while we're at it." Ning gasped. "What? Empty it out?" Xiaoyang pointed toward a section and a swirl of spiritual energy formed a small tornado, sucking the remaining goods into his spatial ring. Ning panicked at the sight, but Zhang Kai was thrilled. "Whoa, amazing, what kind of spell is that?" Xiaoyang looked at the bodies of Ning's companions and said, "Leave them for the other zombies." He asked Chen Chong if he was full, then said, "Let's go." The scene shifted to a white sedan belonging to the Emerald Mountain Group. They braked hard near Xiaoyang's base. A man shouted, "Wait, stop here." The big sister of the group asked arrogantly what was wrong. Her subordinate looked through binoculars. Spotting Shanshan guarding the watchtower and the survivor camp Xiaoyang had rescued, he said smugly, "There are quite a few people. Their weapons are primitive. The only plus side is that the factory buildings are solid." The driver asked skeptically, "Then how did they take out Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai?" The big sister replied dismissively, "Who knows? Probably a sneak attack, or they lured zombies in. I told them using a villa as a base wasn't safe." She leaned back against her seat and laughed. "Haha, heaven must have seen our hard work and sent us a ready-made base." The subordinate with the binoculars chimed in excitedly. "Exactly, it's almost embarrassing how easy this is." "Haha," the driver asked. "What now, do we move in?" The big sister said calmly. "No, let's go back and get organized first. Then we'll bring the boys and the gear and slaughter our way back." The white sedan pulled a U-turn and sped away. The scene cut back to Xiaoyang's car on the road. Ning was beaming. "Really?" Zhang Kai laughed. "Of course. We've got mattresses and even hot showers." Ning was overjoyed. "Oh, that's wonderful." Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, noticing something amiss. "Heads up, people ahead, get your weapons ready." Ning and Zhang Kai shifted into defensive stances, watching warily as the white sedan from the Emerald Mountain Group brushed past them. In that split second, Xiaoyang looked through the window and happened to meet the suspicious gaze of the female leader. The two rivals locked eyes for a fleeting moment. A system notification appeared. New mission, Punisher. Objective, repel the invaders. Reward, 50 points. Xiaoyang whispered the words, "Repel the invaders," to himself. Thinking back to that woman, he fell into deep thought. Could it be that lot? When the car returned to the base, Xiaoyang looked up at the watchtower and asked Shanshan if she had seen any fresh faces nearby. Shanshan pointed into the distance. "I think a car passed by, but it didn't head our way. At first I thought it was you guys." Xiaoyang's expression turned grim as he gave the order. "Zhang Kai, Old Li, get everyone out here. I have something important to tell you." 30 minutes later, at a coal plant on the southern outskirts of the city, a man spoke into a walkie-talkie, sending out a static-filled signal. "Survivors, please come to the south suburb coal plant. We've established a gathering zone and we're short on hands." A young man in yellow scratched his head. "Should be right around here." In the distance, a high-end sedan approached. The young man waved excitedly. A car, its survivors, fantastic. The car screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. The female leader and two subordinates stepped out, looking perfectly composed. She asked, "You came because of the broadcast, right?" The young man replied quickly. That's right. In this apocalypse women are a rare find." Her sultry figure and confident air left the group of men staring in a daze. The young man in yellow felt his face flush and his heart race as his mind began to wander. Seeing through his thoughts, the woman feigned a gentle tone. "You've arrived just in time, come with us." The youth was completely smitten. "Oh, thank you so much," the woman gave a cunning smile. "It's not far. There isn't enough room in the car, so we'll walk the rest of the way," their leader agreed. Sure thing." The young man and his companion exchanged a look full of hidden meaning. They were plotting something, never suspecting for a moment that they were the prey. The woman led them to a large warehouse and enthusiastically pulled up the rolling shutter. The young man gasped in awe. "Wow, this place is huge," he exclaimed excitedly. "This is great, we finally have a place to settle down." He scratched his head sheepishly. I need to use the bathroom. I'll take care of business outside before I head in." The big sister gave a playful mocking smile. "No need, there's a bathroom inside. Follow me." The young man's mind began to race with lewd thoughts as he replied with a blush, "Oh, okay." Inside the bathroom he snickered while relieving himself, stealing glances at her as she leaned against the wall in a seductive pose. He hurriedly pulled up his pants, but before he could even finish fastening them, his red underwear still visible, he spoke with a lecherous tone. Hey girl, I know what you're thinking. Come on, don't be shy." The woman remained silent. He continued, "Your big brother here is very well built." Before he could finish, a cold flash of light streaked through the air. A muffled scream followed, joined by the sickening sound of metal piercing flesh. Her weapon had driven straight through his throat. The young man's eyes bulged as he made a wet choking sound, never expecting such a move. She coldly withdrew her weapon, looking down at the body at her feet with disdain. "I thought you might be decent stock, but you're just trash." She walked out as if nothing had happened. Her subordinate said happily, "Sis, it's all handled." She replied indifferently, Drag the one in the bathroom out, then call for old second and old third." Back at Zhang Xiaoyang's base, he gathered everyone to discuss their plan. Old Li asked confused, "Xiaoyang, has someone targeted us?" "Who are they?" Xiaoyang explained. "We know nothing about the enemy yet. From now on we are at risk of being attacked every single day." He looked at Zhang Kai and Chen Chong. "In a bit, you two come with me to clear out that abandoned building to the southeast. We'll move the refugees there first. Otherwise they'll just be cannon fodder when the enemy attacks." Shan Shan and Xiao Kai stepped forward. "Brother Xiaoyang, I'm going too," Shan Shan said. Xiao Kai added, "Me too." Two men in protective suits from old Li's team chimed in. "We're in as well." Zhang Sheng's child raised a hand. "I want to go too." Zhang Sheng's wife pulled him back. "What is a child doing getting mixed up in this?" Though Ning Wanwan was frightened, the atmosphere encouraged her to raise her hand as well. "Maybe I should go too." Xiaoyang analyzed the situation and noted gratefully that the risk wasn't too high. Old Han and old Li would be enough to guard the base, so the rest of them could participate. Once the plan was set, Xiaoyang led his elite squad to the high-rise. Every one of them was armed, looking like a reinforced platoon. Xiaoyang took the lead and opened fire, a single shot to a zombie's throat signaling the start of the raid. The group worked in coordination with blades and firearms, while Chen Chong took down zombies with his bare hands. When the battle ended, zombies lay scattered everywhere, and the group was panting with exhaustion. "Is anyone hurt?" Xiaoyang asked. "Check again." Everyone replied in unison, "No injuries." Walking over to the window, Xiaoyang looked toward the smoking enemy base in the distance and instructed, "There will be attacks over the next few days. You all stay here for now." The woman and the boy Xiaoyang had rescued spoke up with resolve. "We can fight." The boy added, "We can contribute too." Xiaoyang rubbed his chin in thought. That works." He tasked the boy with clearing the immediate area first. "I'll bring guns and ammunition later. When the enemy attacks, follow my orders over the walkie-talkie." The boy clenched his fist. "No problem." The scene shifted to the big sister's crew. She stood with her arms crossed, lazily watching her men work. One subordinate called out, "How's it looking, sis?" She glanced sideways at the scrawny man and asked, "How did the job go? Was it smooth?" A hulking, long-haired man muttered as if in a trance, "Meat, eat human meat." The big sister barked, "Smooth my ass, Emerald Mountain has been destroyed. From now on we have to find our own food." The scrawny subordinate complained, "What, who did it?" The big guy roared, "Human meat, I'm not happy if I don't get meat." The big sister incited her men's hatred toward Xiaoyang's group, telling them there were plenty of people to the east. "Tomorrow morning, old second and I will take a crew to finish them off. We'll clear them all out." Back at Zhang Xiaoyang's base, the light was on in his private room. Xiaoyang's voice muttered 46 points. He checked to see if the system had any new crates. The system panel appeared before him. System store. Ability Awakening Supply Crate LV2 25 points. Doomsday Farmer Supply Crate LV2 15 points. Grain Oil Protein Supply Crate LV1 5 points. Manual Refresh 8 points. Xiaoyang leaned back on his bed, pleased with the selection. Finally, some new stock. He clicked on the panel excitedly. Oh, 2 level 2 crates this time, 40 points total. Let's see what's inside. He continued browsing the rewards. Physical over limit LV1, increases all personal attributes by 25, enters a weakened state after the effect expires. Following a puff of smoke, the system notified him that the reward had been integrated into his body. A look of joy spread across his face. Oh, a 25 buff, not bad. I now have 33 points in Constitution. With another 25, that's over 40 points, roughly 8 times the strength of an average person. Zhang Xiaoyang clenched his fists, his heart brimming with joy as he muttered to himself in a hurried, excited tone, desperate to test this new power immediately. Meanwhile, on the main road, a long trail of thick smoke was followed by the screeching of brakes. It was the Big Sister's crew. A 6-seater car, 2 pickups, and 3 bikers acting as enforcers. Inside the lead car, a subordinate holding a walkie-talkie turned back. Big Sister, what's the move? HMPH, the woman grunted, crossing her arms with a dark expression as she repeated the plan. First, slaughter every single one of those refugees on the perimeter. She lowered her voice. The final step will decide the victory. When Old Second breaches the gate, everyone else provides cover fire to suppress them. The subordinate caught her icy glare and nodded in silent understanding. Sitting beside her was the bloodthirsty cannibal monster, his bloated body swaying as he let out a low growl. Good, I'm hungry. His face, thick with fat and scar tissue, twisted into an excited roar. I kill, I eat. The convoy sped along under the sun. The sky today was a clear, brilliant blue, a beautiful day that seemed to herald an imminent and bloody battle. Inside Zhang Xiaoyang's base, he and Old Li stood on high ground observing. Leaning against the railing, Old Li hesitated. Although this spot was hidden, the line of sight was far worse than the watchtower. Leaving a massive blind spot at the base of the wall, Zhang Xiaoyang wasn't worried. Reassuring him, don't worry, defending from here isn't about the field of vision. Old Li was surprised. Then what is it for? Zhang Xiaoyang looked into the distance and gave a relaxed smile, a leisurely glint in his eyes. I remember you mentioning that you were a sniper a few years back, right? Old Li scratched his head sheepishly. Ah, you remembered wrong. It wasn't years, just a few months. I only know the basics. I was just a temporary fill-in back then. He was providing false information to stay humble. Zhang Xiaoyang remained trusting, recalling Old Li's excellent marksmanship from before, and asked, then at a distance of 100 to 200 meters, can you hit your mark? Old Li laughed confidently, slapping his chest. Haha, you underestimated me then. As long as there isn't a gale blowing, I can hit anything I point at within 500 meters. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded and flashed a dangerous, profound smile. That's more than enough, suddenly Zhang Kai shouted. Brother Xiaoyang, the delivery is here. He was struggling to carry a wooden crate drenched in sweat. Damn it, why is this thing so heavy? Zhang Xiaoyang and Old Li turned around. Zhang Kai set the box down, panting and leaning on his knees. Old Li froze. This is, he opened the crate to reveal a sophisticated sniper rifle. Old Li cried out in shock. 1 second you're asking about sniper rifles, the next one appears. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Heavens, Xiaoyang, a piece like this isn't something just anyone can get their hands on. Where did you get it? Zhang Xiaoyang smiled calmly. There are only 2 magazines, 20 rounds in total. Use them sparingly. Old Li held the gun, murmuring as if in a dream. Understood? I understand. Damn, Zhang Xiaoyang asked Zhang Kai. Is everyone in position? Zhang Kai replied solemnly that they were. Zhang Xiaoyang praised them but issued a reminder. Good. Tell everyone to stay alert. The enemy could show up at any moment. Up on the watchtower, Shanshan adjusted her headset signal, sensing something wrong. Hello. Target detected. A crackling reception came through the other end. Old Li rested his rifle on the railing, lying prone to operate it as he communicated with Shanshan. I see them too, she reported. The enemy is armed and well prepared. Outside the base, the Big Sister's gang didn't rush to get out of their vehicles. A subordinate scanned with binoculars, feeling puzzled. Where did all the refugees outside the wall go? They hadn't all been caught and eaten, had they? The driver suggested stopping to observe. The Big Sister ordered sternly, no, charge straight in. We're close enough now. If we're spotted before we launch the attack, it'll be hard to get the momentum back. The driver complied. They thought they were moving in secret, but no matter where the convoy charged, Shanshan's reports followed them. BZZZT, they are collectively charging the perimeter wall, looking for cover. Under Zhang Xiaoyang's direction, Shanshan focused her observation and reported, enemy in range. Open fire. From the upper floors, Zhang Xiaoyang's team raised their weapons and fired downward, each person manning a gun in perfect coordination. Rat-tat-tat, the Big Sister's gang could only advance through a hail of bullets. The convoy tried to accelerate and escape, but the bullets followed them relentlessly. One driver took 2 rounds to the chest and screamed in agony. The vehicle swerved out of control, slamming into the car behind it and veering off the road, crashing into the woods with wheels flying off. Zhang Xiaoyang's squad had taken out 1 target. Inside another car, the big sister was livid. Bastards, how did this happen? What do we do now? The convoy's progress slowed as the rain of bullets intensified. They swerved wildly, but to no avail. A subordinate reported a charge forward. There was a blind spot at the base of the wall. Finally, they reached the base gate. The driver let off the gas and stopped as a massive foot stomped heavily onto the ground. That bloodthirsty cannibal monster stepped out holding a large electric saw. He flipped the switch, whir, and roared. Kill, kill, kill. He swung the chainsaw at the gate, carving a deep fissure into it. Up on the watchtower, Shanshan spotted him and shouted, "Heavens, there's a psycho trying to tear down the door." She mobilized the team. Fire, fire, don't stop. Everyone swiveled their muzzles downward to aim. The big sister and her crew poked their heads out from the cars, ducking under the chassis to find a chance to return fire. The sound of gunfire was ear-splitting, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. The big sister screamed for them to shoot back, providing suppressive fire to cover Old Second. Up on the high platform, Shanshan was nearly hit by a bullet, her whole body trembling. For a high school student like her, standing up against a gang of criminals was still too much to handle. Zhang Qi's squad was also pinned down. Xiao Kai took a bullet to the shoulder. Zhang Kai, looking worried, pulled Xiao Kai back and reminded everyone that the other side had submachine guns. Their firepower was no weaker than theirs. Everyone held their targets, reloading as quickly as possible. Zixuan's father struggled to hold back the hail of bullets from a corner above, shouting, "Don't be afraid, hold on, we have plenty of ammo." Drawing on his experience, the old man saw through the enemy's intent and said, "They're cutting through the gate. If that door opens, we'll lose the advantage." Zhang Xiaoyang spoke through the headset. "Don't worry, everything is going according to plan." It turned out he hadn't shown himself because he was strategizing. While no one was looking, Zhang Xiaoyang opened a side door and sprinted toward the watchtower. His footsteps hurried yet stealthy. After a frantic volley of fire from the big sister's gang, a subordinate reported they only had half their ammo left. She roared at Old Second, who was still grunting as he tore at the armored gate. "Aren't you done yet?" he replied impatiently. "Almost," with a deafening boom. Fire soared into the sky, and dust billowed everywhere. The gate shook violently. Shanshan shouted that the gate had been breached and called for reinforcements to the entrance to stop them from entering. The big sister let out a fit of maniacal laughter. "Haha, I'm going to show you country bumpkins the true horror of an evolver." Using the mutated zombies as human shields, she signaled her men to follow Old Second and storm through the gate. The base gate was completely smashed open. Old Second reached out to shove the wreckage aside. Amidst the dust and smoke, Zhang Xiaoyang reached the watchtower and spoke into his headset. "Old Li, get ready for my signal." Old Li stood ready, focusing his attention. "Do you see the biggest guy?" Zhang Xiaoyang said. "I see him." The cannibalistic Old Second roared, his mouth full of fangs, his voice deep and guttural like a wild beast's. He had already lost all reason. The old man and the squad behind him were drenched in sweat, staring in disbelief. Someone stammered, Is that still human?" Old Second blocked the bullets for the group hiding behind the big sister. The old man fired desperately, but the bullets hitting the monster's flesh were like ant bites, causing no real damage. Old Second narrowed his eyes and let out a long roar. Everyone was horrified to discover that his skin couldn't be pierced, and his wounds were actually healing. The old man shouted, "That guy can regenerate?" Standing beside Old Second, the big sister sneered triumphantly. "Ha, stunned, aren't you? This is the first time you hicks have ever seen an evolver." High above, Old Li steadied his scope. The old man reported through the headset that the big idiot had regenerative powers, and ordinary guns couldn't kill him. Old Li replied, "Try this." A sniper round spat fire, shaking the heavens and the earth. Old Second's upper body was instantly blown apart, and his head vanished. His massive corpse collapsed to ground, shaking as dust billowed. The big sister's human shield had crumbled. Her subordinates stared wide-eyed. What was going on? How could this happen? The big sister spiraled into a panic, cold sweat pouring down as she stammered, "They have weapons this powerful, how is that possible?" Just as she was reeling, Zhang Xiaoyang appeared from behind and began firing frantically at them. Several subordinates fired back in a panic. The big sister jumped in fright, roaring, "There's an enemy behind us, we're surrounded." She glared at Zhang Xiaoyang, her eyes full of resentment. "I miscalculated. I underestimated their strength." Driven into a corner, she took her gun and sprinted at full speed, firing as she ordered a retreat to the vehicles. Several men behind her were hit, blood spraying. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang's face, her veins bulged with rage, and she hissed, "I remember now, it's that brat from the car." Zhang Xiaoyang continued to aim and fire with indifference. Suddenly she grabbed a subordinate by the shoulder and shoved him down, using him as a human shield. The unlucky soul took the bullets meant for her and died on the spot. She glared at Zhang Xiaoyang without a hint of emotion. Her cold-blooded move made Zhang Xiaoyang's brow furrow. Her reflexes were fast. Could she be an evolver too? She immediately hurled the subordinate's corpse at Zhang Xiaoyang. The petite woman actually threw the body straight at him like a gust of lethal wind using only one hand. Zhang Xiaoyang nimbly dove to the side and the corpse slammed heavily onto the ground. The thug lay motionless. Zhang Xiaoyang glanced at the body as he took a defensive stance, but in those few seconds of distraction the big sister had already turned and fled. Zhang Xiaoyang shouted in frustration. Damn it, she's getting away. But they still had old Li, their trump card. On the high floor he focused on his scope and said slowly through the walkie-talkie, thinking of running. He swiveled the muzzle of the Barrett, aiming near the fleeing big sister's heart, and murmured, "Does this gun agree?" Old Li pulled the trigger. A bullet accurately struck her leg, tearing the long limb in two. She screamed in agony, her face contorting in terror and despair. She was only a few steps from the car, but her fate was sealed as she collapsed heavily. Several subordinates in the car hurriedly opened the door, trying to drag her in. Old Li aimed at her back, preparing to finish her off, but his hand suddenly twitched and he gritted his teeth. Missed. A bearded subordinate, the big sister's most trusted man, sprinted out and hauled her into the car with one hand, shouting, "Big sister!" She endured the pain to stand and ordered, "Drive, drive now!" The car spun around and fled through the rain of bullets from Zhang Xiaoyang's squad. The driver swerved wildly to dodge, and the vehicle limped away from the battlefield Zhang Xiaoyang had so meticulously prepared. Everyone was worried. "Oh no, she got away?" Watching the car flee at high speed, Zhang Xiaoyang calmly reassured the anxious old Li through the headset, "It's fine, I know where they are." The system panel popped up. Punisher task complete. Requirement: defend against intrusion. Reward: 50 points. Community expansion task requirement: increase community evaluation score. Community trust significantly increased. Community evaluation 2 points. Current evaluation 5 points. Reward: 20 points. As the big sister's car hit the national highway, Zhang Xiaoyang's system displayed an arrow pointing toward the enemy base. The system panel continued to show a new task, Punisher 2. Requirement: attack enemy outpost, eliminate cannibals. Reward: 50 points. Everything settled down. The old man, Zhang Kai, and Shanshan cheered for the victory. Shanshan jumped up, raising her hands to shout in triumph. Zhang Xiaoyang asked considerately, "Are there any casualties on our side?" Zhang Kai answered for the group. "No deaths, but a few people are injured." Zhang Xiaoyang ordered, "Take the wounded to the infirmary and disinfect them immediately. As for the enemy corpses, pull the intact ones into the cold storage for Chen Chang." After signaling his intent, he went to pick up the refugees stationed in the abandoned building. Once everything was settled, Zhang Xiaoyang looked at the system panel and thought, "I've accumulated 76 points this time. I need to have a bit of a spree tonight." The scene shifted to the big sister's base. The car stopped at the entrance, with many subordinates on guard. She was now weak, having lost part of her leg. It was only thanks to timely first aid that her life had been saved. 2 subordinates carried her inside. A man holding a club saw her wretched state and asked irritably, "What happened?" She hissed with gritted teeth in rage. "Bastards, we underestimated them. I didn't think they'd have heavy weaponry." She took her anger out on the subordinate standing at the door, roaring, "What are you standing there for? Go get me some human meat, now!" The man curled his lip, a look of displeasure on his face as a dangerous smile played on his lips. He and a group of subordinates stood their ground, unmoving. Seeing this defiance, the big sister pointed at him and cursed, "What are you waiting for? Go get it, you useless piece of trash. You aren't even worth one of Old Second's toes. Old Second is dead and you've only got one leg left." The blond man leading the group showed his true colors, pointing contemptuously at her severed leg as he mocked. "A cripple like you is in this state and you still dare to talk to me like that?" She was speechless, her body weak, knowing she was in danger. She backed away repeatedly, asking in a low, terrified voice, You're planning to mutiny?" She ordered 2 of her confidants to seize him, but they remained silent and hesitant. She looked back and the realization dawned on her. The blond man confidently hefted his club. "Now that you're wounded and Old Second is dead, I'm the strongest. The brothers have had enough of you," he shouted with arrogant madness. "Isn't that right?" Surrounded, she let out a low, furious growl. "Bastards, back off. Are you trying to mutiny? Don't think you can break me this easily." A swarm of subordinates closed in on her like ants drawn to a scent, driven by the memory of her past cruelty. She stammered, No, stay back." The blond man swung his club, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha," he led the charge. A group of strong young men began to beat her mercilessly with steel pipes. The crowd erupted in bursts of maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha." They beat her with desperate intensity, their faces reflecting the pure catharsis of venting long-suppressed rage. She clutched her head, her screams of agony growing weaker. "Ah!" She gritted her teeth and lost consciousness. But the men's fists and boots didn't stop. Only after they had fully vented their fury did they pull back. The blond man wiped the blood from his fingers and let out a wide grin. Behind him a subordinate shouted urgently, "Third in command, come out for a second." The blond man spun around, roaring with a murderous glare, "What did you just call me?" The man, scared out of his wits, knelt and begged for mercy. "Sorry, big brother, I'm sorry. I misspoke, it was just a slip of the tongue." The blonde man waved him off. Fine, speak up, the subordinate said worriedly. That woman is dead. Second brother is gone and many of our brothers are lost. Our combat strength has plummeted. If we run into that, the blonde man, now the third in command, scratched his face, recalling the massive evolved zombie covered in dangerous tentacles. He muttered to himself. At the mention of the tentacle monster, he quickly waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, we'll go and join the crew in the west suburbs. He stepped into the house and tossed the big sister's bloody, mangled corpse into the courtyard. A few hours later, Zhang Xiaoyang's car arrived at the big sister's base, guided by the system. He stepped out, followed closely by Zhang Kai and Old Li. Zhang Kai observed cautiously, Brother Xiaoyang, you were right. This really is a base. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled slightly and signaled for silence. Keep it quiet, we're infiltrating, don't make a sound. Old Li and Zhang Kai coordinated perfectly. The three of them slipped inside but found no signs of life. Zhang Kai wondered if they had all fled out of fear of being hunted down. When they reached the courtyard and saw the big sister's battered corpse, they were stunned. The body's limbs were snapped and her face was severely deformed, a gruesome sight. Old Li pointed at the corpse and said, Isn't this the woman I hit? They actually killed one of their own? Zhang Xiaoyang glanced down with a look of pure disdain. HMPH, that's not surprising. Zhang Kai leaned in and asked, Brother Xiaoyang, that big monster from before didn't look much like Chen Chang. Zhang Xiaoyang looked into the distance, lost in thought. Old Li reminded them, right, they called that monster an evolver. Old Li was puzzled. What was an evolver? How did one become one? Zhang Xiaoyang considered the mysteries of the system and his previous life. He crossed his arms over his chest. Eating human flesh, the two of them broke into a cold sweat, shouting in unison, Eating human flesh? Zhang Xiaoyang remained calm. That's right. If you want to become an evolver like a zombie, the most direct way is to consume human flesh. Zhang Kai asked in horror. Then Brother Xiaoyang, did you also? Old Li was also worried. If survival in the apocalypse required eating human flesh, was there no other way? Zhang Xiaoyang put his hands in his pockets to reassure them. Relax, eating human flesh is the most direct way, but it's not the only way. He pulled out a crystal emitting a red glow, and the two of them stared at it transfixed. Zhang Kai asked in amazement, What is this? Zhang Xiaoyang explained. Simply put, both evolvers and zombies are mutants. Evolution requires a massive amount of xenogenic energy. There's very little of this energy in the flesh and blood of ordinary people, but it can condense into an energy core within the bodies of the strong. Evolvers and rare mutants have much more abundant energy. As the zombie disaster spreads, there's also a certain probability of xenogenic cores forming. Old Li rubbed his chin. So, zombies have xenogenic energy too? Can we eat zombie meat then? Zhang Qi's face turned pale. Uncle Li, if you want to eat that, go ahead, but count me out. Zhang Xiaoyang warned. Ordinary people will get infected if they eat zombie meat. Only mutants like Chen Chang can grow stronger by devouring zombies. The system panel popped up. Punish the evil to complete. Requirement, attack enemy base, eliminate cannibals. Reward 50 points. Current points, 126. Zhang Xiaoyang thought to himself, the system automatically marked it complete, so the remaining people must not be a threat anymore. Suddenly Zhang Kai shouted a warning. Zhang Xiaoyang's gaze turned cold and his expression grew solemn as a pale zombie covered in scars and blood lunged forward. He swerved to dodge and drove his blade into the zombie's temple. The zombie fell onto its back. Zhang Xiaoyang was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected it to be able to approach so silently. Old Li and Zhang Kai immediately took up defensive stances and stepped forward. Zhang Xiaoyang sliced open the zombie's body, revealing a red glow. He pulled out a red meat core and inspected it closely. As he suspected, it was there. It seemed it was time to start hunting. He handed the two purest red meat cores to Zhang Kai and Old Li. The two of them hesitated. Zhang Kai took a step back, waving his hands. I can't do it. Give them to Uncle Li. Old Li was bolder. He took them, struggling to stay calm. Looking at the blood-scented meat cores, he frowned and comforted himself. Damn it, let's do this. He closed his eyes, stuffed the two cores into his mouth, and began chewing and swallowing frantically. The sound of his swallowing was bone-chilling. Old Li snapped his eyes open, a flash of red light appearing in his pupils. Before he had even finished swallowing, he let out a low growl. His muscles visibly bulged, and he clenched his fists to show off to Zhang Xiaoyang, feeling himself filled with power. Zhang Xiaoyang reminded him, You've just stepped across the threshold of an evolver, but this power isn't enough to rule the apocalypse yet. Don't be reckless. Old Li's expression turned serious. I understand, don't worry. With the task complete, Zhang Xiaoyang led the way out. It's done. The threat is gone, let's go back. The scene shifted to the West Wind steel plant, where a group in a white car drove in. A guard noticed the movement and barked, Halt, state your business. It turned out to be the third in command leading his men to join the larger gang. He adopted a flattering tone. "Ah, it's me, the third in command from the coal plant," the guard replied coldly. "Third in command from the coal plant?" He went inside to report to the leader. The third in command nodded repeatedly, looking excited. The master of this place was a tall, strong, bald man, accompanied by a sexy and powerful woman. Seeing the third in command, the bald man laughed. "Ha ha ha, what brings the third boss here in person?" The woman, named Sister Ling, asked with her hands on her hips. "Where are Jingru and Old Second?" The third in command lowered his head awkwardly. "We were attacked. To cover our retreat, Big Sister and Second Brother. They didn't make it." The bald man looked saddened. "Oh, is that so? Our groups have always had a good relationship." He ordered for the third boss and the brothers from the coal plant to be taken to a safe room. Although the third in command nodded, his eyes were darting nervously. The bald man whispered a few words to the woman beside him. Sister Ling replied softly, "Understood. Ha ha ha, I think so too." After the third in command's men were led into the room, one subordinate whispered, "Third brother." He glared and roared, "What did you just call me?" The subordinate scratched his head and said worriedly, "Third in command, big brother. Sorry, I have a bad feeling about this." The third in command gritted his teeth. "Stop being so paranoid." "What bad feeling?" The subordinate looked around warily. The safe room had iron doors and iron windows. How was it different from a prison? Before he could finish, a guard slammed the door open and burst in aggressively. The people in the room fell into a panic. The guard glared and ordered everyone out. A few minutes later, he brought the third in command and his group before the bald man. They were surrounded by henchmen. The bald man and Sister Ling were already waiting. The third in command gave an awkward smile. "Leader, what's happened?" Sister Ling stood with her hands on her hips, brushed her hair back, and barked sharply. "What kind of end do you think awaits someone who betrays their own leader?" The third in command's heart skipped a beat. He knew the truth was out, but he still played dumb. What are you talking about, Brother Dapeng?" "Sister Ling, there must be a misunderstanding." Sister Ling let out a cold laugh and narrowed her eyes. "Misunderstanding?" She signaled for the burly man to reveal the truth. The man spoke up. "I went to the coal plant and saw Li Jingru's body in the courtyard. The second in command is gone. No body to be found, and there were no signs of a struggle at the coal plant." The third in command was speechless, his teeth gritted. The burly man pointed at his nose and said, "The most logical explanation is that you turned on them during the chaos and killed Li Jingru yourself." The third in command broke into a cold sweat and defended himself. "No, you have no evidence. These are just guesses." The bald man laughed. "HMPH, evidence? What world are we living in? Who needs evidence?" Sister Ling laughed with disdain. "To be honest, if it weren't for Li Jingru and Old Second's abilities, I would have dealt with you trash a long time ago." The bald man gritted his teeth and ordered in a chilling tone, "Kill them all." Someone in the third in command's group was so terrified he immediately pleaded for mercy. "Spare us, I have intel." The third in command turned ghost white, his mouth agape. Sister Ling asked curiously, "What intel?" The subordinate pointed forward. "There's a survivor settlement in the east of the city. Their supplies are incredibly abundant. That's where Big Sister and Second Brother met their end. In this chaotic world, life is cheap. Supplies are everything." Sister Ling stared sharply at the subordinate, as if trying to read his mind. The man seemed to be captivated by Sister Ling. But at that moment, Sister Ling was drawn to a new idea. She asked, "How does the scale and strength of Zhang Xiaoyang's group compare to ours?" The subordinate stammered, unsure of how to answer to satisfy her, finally blurting out, "They're about evenly matched." After hearing this, Sister Ling looked at her lover beside her, Bao, and muttered to herself, "He really is a threat that needs to be dealt with." Bao fell into thought, his gaze deep as he silently weighed the situation. The subordinate, desperate to redeem himself, quickly added, "But they don't know how to become evolvers yet. I didn't see any evolvers at their settlement." Li Cheng, who was observing the conversation, looked at Adan and felt puzzled by this information. The method to become an evolver? He frowned, thinking carefully about the situation. After weighing his options, he followed up, "If there are no evolvers, how did you lose?" The short subordinate rushed forward to explain, "Because they have heavy weapons. Ordinary guns couldn't kill the second in command, but they took him down in one shot. Perhaps because they hadn't seen Chen Chang, this group was unintentionally underestimating Zhang Xiaoyang's strength." After hearing this, Sister Ling praised him with excitement. "You have a sweet tongue. This news is very useful." The subordinate was both shocked and overjoyed, pointing at himself and stammering, Then what about us?" But Sister Ling suddenly turned on them, ordering the two henchmen behind her with a cold laugh, "Kill them." Just moments after hoping for survival, the third in command's group turned pale, sweat pouring down their faces as they were frozen with terror. The subordinate who gave the intel shouted in horror, wait a second, I just gave you intel, you can't do this, mercy please, have mercy." But in this chaotic world there was no right or wrong, and no one would lend a hand. They were executed ruthlessly. The corpses were covered in claw marks and drenched in blood. Looking at the bodies on the floor, Brother Dapeng put his hands in his pockets and said calmly, What now? This threat must be removed as soon as possible. Dapeng's crew began to fear Zhang Xiaoyang's strength. Sister Ling stood to the side with her hands on her hips and said, "The enemy has heavy weapons, it's too risky to go now. We'll increase our own evolution levels first to be more certain." The three useless men had been beaten into a heap by Dapeng and Sister Ling, bleeding out and dying miserably, yet no one cared. Looking at the three corpses, Brother Dapeng ordered coldly, "Send scouts first to make sure they don't know the secret to becoming evolvers." The scene shifted to Zhang Xiaoyang's base, where he was comfortably leaning back on the sofa. He opened the system panel to calculate. "I've saved up 126 points, what should I buy?" The system screen clearly displayed. Grain, oil and protein supply box LV1, 5 points deducted. High-tech supply box LV2, 50 points deducted. Manual refresh, 8 points deducted. Zhang Xiaoyang's spirits lifted, his eyes shining as he marveled. Another level 2 high-tech supply box. "My luck is really good." He clicked confirm on the system screen and 2 notifications popped up immediately. Exchange for grain, oil and protein supply box LV1 successful. 5 points deducted. Exchange for high-tech supply box LV2 successful. 50 points deducted. Current balance, 71 points. Reward distribution. Zhang Xiaoyang received 500 kilograms of premium flour and 200 kilograms of vegetable margarine. The mixed cooking oil and strengthening potion reacted instantly, emitting a blinding golden light. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed, immersed in joy. "Ha ha ha," but just then there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Startled, he turned and shouted, "Come in." The young girl Shanshan ran in hurriedly, reporting breathlessly, "Brother Xiaoyang, we've caught a suspicious person. Someone has infiltrated." Zhang Xiaoyang was taken aback and stood up immediately, asking worriedly, "What happened?" Shanshan replied, "We found someone acting suspiciously in the area." Zhang Xiaoyang ordered without hesitation, "Take me to see." Over with Zhang Kai and Old Li, the two of them were pinning down a man. They looked serious and alert, while the infiltrator was tied up tightly, pleading incessantly, "I'm not an enemy, call your leader out." Just then Zhang Xiaoyang appeared. He walked with a steady pace and asked in a low voice, "You were looking for me?" Shanshan stood behind him, staring at the captive with a hostile expression. When the man saw Zhang Xiaoyang, his eyes lit up and he asked, "Are you the leader?" Zhang Xiaoyang remained on guard. Zhang Xiaoyang replied, "That's right, if you have something to say, speak up." Instead of getting straight to the point, the man asked, "How should I address you?" Zhang Xiaoyang's expression remained cold. Hearing the name, the man gave a dry laugh. "Hey, Brother Yang." He then switched to a lighter tone and introduced himself. "I'm Sheng from the West Chamber Steel Plant." Upon hearing this, Old Li and Zhang Kai relaxed slightly. Zixuan's father was also present. He stepped forward and asked curiously, "From West Chamber?" Sheng nodded repeatedly in confirmation. Zhang Xiaoyang turned to Old Song and asked, "Uncle Song, do you know this man?" Old Song explained, "The West Chamber Steel Plant is located in the southwest suburbs. It's the largest steel plant in that area, similar in scale to the south suburb coal plant. It seems that place has also become a survivor settlement." Zhang Xiaoyang followed up, "How far is that from here?" Old Song replied, "About 3 kilometers further than the south suburb coal plant." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang walked toward Sheng, his gaze sharp and piercing. "Why did you run all the way here?" Sheng was visibly nervous, cold sweat pouring down his face. He took a step back and stammered, "The world is in chaos, we survivors should support each other. Don't you agree, Brother Yang?" Zhang Xiaoyang's expression remained icy. "Go on," Sheng explained cautiously. "Our leader sent us out to find survivors and settlement points. If we can bring people back, we do." But before he could finish, the chubby Xiao Kai suddenly interrupted, thrusting a piece of paper in front of Zhang Xiaoyang and exposing him bluntly. "Brother Yang, don't believe his lies. He's been sneaking around this area for several laps. He's even drawing a map." Zhang Xiaoyang took the paper and scrutinized it. His gaze locked onto Sheng. Sheng stood behind him, watching with trepidation. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoyang activated Mind's Eye, one of his eyes flickering with a ghostly blue flame. Staring directly at the man, Zhang Xiaoyang saw a malicious expression floating above his head. That forced smile was clearly a facade of innocence. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyang raised his gun and pressed it against Azing's temple. The movement was clean and decisive, performed without a word. Sheng was terrified, raising his hands in a panic. "Brother Yang, it's really just to have a backup plan. One can't be too careful when out in the world." Zhang Xiaoyang leaned in and whispered to Zhang Kai, "Does he know about Chen Chang's existence?" Zhang Kai covered his mouth and whispered back, "No, Chen Chang has never appeared in front of him." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang suddenly changed his mind. He lowered his gun and ordered, "Let him go." Old Song was shocked. "What, you're just letting him go like that?" Sheng was overjoyed. Stammering to confirm, Really?" Zhang Xiaoyang pointed at him with the map, stuffed it back into the man's hands and waved for his release. Zhang Xiaoyang's gaze was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Sheng dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yang." With that he turned and bolted away, not daring to look back. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Xiaoyang let out a mysterious smile and murmured softly, "West Chamber Steel Plant, huh? I wonder how many system points you're worth." Perhaps Zhang Xiaoyang already had a new cleanup plan. 5 months later at the West Chamber Steel Plant, 2 men were pushing a cart filled with scrap material. One of them said, "I heard someone else went missing recently." The other shuddered, thinking of the cannibalistic tentacle monster, and said fearfully, "Has that monster's appetite grown again?" Suddenly, an unusual sound came from the scrap pile, and the two immediately grew alert. What was that? One curiously pushed the cart closer to investigate. The other shouted in terror, "Don't go over there, get a guard to check it out." Before he could finish, a flying knife tore through the air. Though small, the blade was extremely sharp, plunging precisely into the man's neck with lethal depth. Blood geysered out, and the man collapsed instantly, dead before he even realized what had happened. In another corner, Li Cheng was leisurely smoking, leaning against a wall to enjoy a moment of peace. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. "Help, someone help me!" Li Cheng glanced over curiously to see a subordinate scrambling toward him, shouting, a monster killed old Chen." Li Cheng furrowed his brows. "A monster? Is it that tentacle monster?" The subordinate, breathless, nodded frantically in certainty. "It's definitely it." Li Cheng asked urgently, "Where is it?" The other pointed toward the refuse pit. Li Cheng gritted his teeth and muttered irritably, "HMPH, attacking without warning." He immediately turned and ordered his subordinates behind him, "Everyone, hide. Those who have evolved and have escape abilities, follow me." Li Cheng took the lead, bringing 3 confidants, all evolvers, carefully wielding their weapons as they moved toward the refuse pit. The entire group was battle-ready, every step taken with extreme caution. Li Cheng walked at the front, one hand steadying himself on the trash pile while the other gripped a long blade. Scanning ahead, he signaled his companions, "If it's the tentacle monster, don't get locked in combat once we engage. Retreat immediately." The 2 behind him gripped their weapons tight, prepared for battle. Before them was a massive heap of trash, beside which sat the cart of the recent victim. Li Cheng observed with absolute concentration, his gaze sweeping over every detail like a torch. After a moment, finding nothing unusual, he frowned irritably. "It's not here." His disappointment was palpable. Only after a while did he dare to approach the unlucky corpse. Li Cheng and his associates discovered human footprints on the ground. One subordinate asked, "Did the tentacle monster leave?" Another wondered, "Did it slip away after catching its prey?" Li Cheng knelt, observing and deducing like a seasoned detective. He reached out to touch the ground near the footprints and said in a deep voice, "Ever since the Emerald Mountain and South Suburb coal plant groups were wiped out, the frequency of our people disappearing has been increasing." Li Cheng's face was grim, his eyes reflecting indignation and hatred. He looked up as if he had discovered something and murmured, "No, it's not the tentacle monster." The scene shifted back to Zhang Xiaoyang's base. The noon sun was brilliant today, white clouds dotting the blue sky. The protagonist's base appeared peaceful and secure. Zhang Xiaoyang stood on a high walkway overlooking the picturesque scene with deep emotion. His survival time in this life had already exceeded his previous one. If things continued at this rate, rebuilding civilization was not impossible. A notification popped up on the system panel. Type a community expansion task. Assist in raising the community evaluation score. Current score, 38. After reading it, Zhang Xiaoyang rested his hands on the railing, looking slightly concerned. Several months had passed, yet the system task regarding the West Chamber Steel Plant had not been issued. While he was lost in thought, Shanshan suddenly shouted from below. "Zhang Xiaoyang," the young girl waved excitedly, running out of a jeep and showing off with enthusiasm, "We're back." Zhang Xiaoyang looked down from the heights and smiled with satisfaction. He vaulted over the edge, landing lightly on the ground in front of Shanshan and Zhang Kai. Over time, the protagonist's agility and strength had made a qualitative leap. He immediately asked, "You weren't spotted during this hunt, were you?" Zhang Kai replied confidently, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. With our current abilities, if someone were tracking us in that area, there's no way we wouldn't notice." Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoyang looked down at the group of children and asked caringly, "Zhang Sheng, how is Xiao Shuai performing? Is he adapting?" Xiao Shuai nodded, responding with a confident chirp, then waved his small hand boastfully. "Don't worry, Uncle Xiaoyang, I did great today." Standing to the side watching the mischievous child, Ning Wanwan smiled and patted his head, adding, "That's right. Xiao Shuai took down a zombie all by himself today." Zhang Xiaoyang felt relieved upon hearing this. A sense of ease filling his heart, he ordered, "Well done. Get the xenogenic cores into the warehouse." Just then, a new notification popped up on the system panel. Villain Nemesis task, eliminate threats and strengthen support for potential teammates. Reward 80 points. After reading, Zhang Xiaoyang pondered to himself, potential teammates? Is it referring to that group at the West Chamber Steel Plant? A moment later, in a secret room at the base, Zhang Xiaoyang presided over a meeting, listening intently to Old Li. Old Li was shocked by his decision. Clenching his fists, What, you're going to infiltrate the steel plant alone? That's too dangerous. Zhang Kai and Old Song were also present. Hearing the plan, Old Song echoed Old Li's concerns. Exactly, they keep sending people to scout us. Who knows what they're plotting? Xiaoyang, if something happens to you, we won't be able to coordinate with you at all. Zhang Xiaoyang understood their worries, but he already had a plan. He looked into the distance and replied calmly, "Don't worry. With my current abilities, even Chen Chong couldn't hurt me, let alone them. Besides, I'm going this time to confirm whether they are friend or foe." He turned to Old Han, reaching out a steady hand to entrust him. "Uncle Han, Uncle Li, you must guard the fortress and forest town well." The group respected Zhang Xiaoyang's decision and nodded solemnly. Old Han replied, "All right, don't worry about things here, but you must be extremely careful. Our settlement cannot survive without you." The scene shifted to the West Chamber steel plant. Black smoke billowed outside as a lackey shouted, "Let me in. I have urgent news to report." Inside, 2 guards stood before an office door. A man in a black suit reached out to stop him. "I've said it already. No one enters without orders from the 2 leaders." The man insisting on seeing the leaders suddenly exploded in rage, his eyes blood red and veins bulging on his forehead. His brows were furrowed in a ferocious expression. It was Li Cheng. He violently grabbed the suited man by the collar, choking him. The other man gritted his teeth in pain, struggling to breathe. An associate saw this and shouted, "Li Cheng, have you lost your mind?" Hearing the shout, Li Cheng suddenly snapped out of it, as if waking from a nightmare. His eyes widened as he quickly let go, saying awkwardly, "I'm sorry. My apologies." The man in the suit gasped for air, gradually recovering. Li Cheng fell into thought, muttering to himself, "What's happening? Why am I losing control of my emotions to this extent? It's been happening more and more frequently these past few months." The 2 guards were terrified by Li Cheng's actions. One of them roared angrily, "Damn it, what's wrong with you? Don't think we won't act just because the leader favors you." Just then, Sister Ling's voice came from the room. "Is that Li Cheng?" "Let him in," the gatekeeper replied. Yes, despite his reluctance, he opened the door. A voice urged from within, "Come in." Li Cheng walked inside, the light in the room hitting his face and making him feel a bit dazed and surprised. Before him stood Sister Ling by the desk. She wore a tight-fitting shirt that outlined her slender waist, a meaningful smile on her face. Her gaze was seductive, like a glamorous teacher. She asked, "What is it?" Li Cheng quickly explained the situation regarding the zombie activity, the tentacle monster, and its hunting range. He suggested, "I have a different thought." Sister Ling's expression grew serious, and she asked in a low voice, "Oh, what kind of thought?" Li Cheng replied, "I carefully investigated the scene and found a woman's footprints, yet all the victims this time were men." Hearing this clue, Sister Ling furrowed her brows and curled her lip in displeasure, a look of annoyance crossing her face. She looked away to probe, "So the killer is someone else?" Only the 2 of them remained in the room. Sister Ling's eyes suddenly flashed with a dangerous golden light, her tone ominous. "Fine, I understand, this news is very useful. But do not spread it." Li Cheng asked in confusion. "Why?" Sister Ling explained. "One tentacle monster has already caused enough panic. I don't want a situation where no one dares to go outside." Although Li Cheng understood her point, he still felt uncomfortable with her arbitrary nature. He responded with difficulty, but Sister Ling interrupted him. "Brook no argument. No buts. I guarantee the situation won't get any worse than it is now." Li Cheng could only lower his head in silence, filled with doubt. Suddenly, Sister Ling approached Li Cheng with interest, her lips parting as she whispered in his ear, "What's wrong? Do you want to do something else?" Li Cheng's face turned red all the way to his neck, cold sweat pouring down as he was too awkward to answer. Despite the hint from the other party, he quickly ran for the door, waving goodbye. Sorry, Sister Ling." He slammed the door shut, acting both decisively and a bit foolishly. Leaving Sister Ling with a playful smile, outside the door, Li Cheng was flushed with embarrassment and self-reproach. "Damn it, my memory, I forgot to ask about that matter again." From the adjacent room, a man's loud laughter erupted. "A woman's footprints? Haha, you're far too careless," Sister Ling retorted, "and you think you're more attentive than me. Then you handle this from now on." The man in the room was the bald brother Dapeng. He was wearing an apron, calmly butchering human meat with a chilling lack of emotion. As he efficiently chopped the meat and tossed it into a basket, he assigned the tasks. "Fine, I'll do the killing, you handle the processing." It turned out the recent disappearances were the work of these 2 leaders. They killed their own subordinates for meat to aid their evolution. The heads of previous victims were in the trash basket, the surroundings thick with a heavy scent of blood. Elsewhere, a zombie collapsed at Zhang Xiaoyang's feet, its face contorting as it slammed into the ground. He had reached the West Chamber steel plant. He held a sharp iron rod, a mountain of zombie corpses at his feet, black blood flowing everywhere. Zhang Xiaoyang looked composed, murmuring softly, "Almost there. I should still exercise a bit of restraint." Zhang Xiaoyang activated his system ability. Summoning a pair of small scissors from the void, with a few snip-snips he skillfully trimmed his hair, his technique as practiced as a barber's. Next, he grabbed dirt from the ground and smeared it on his face, applying several black marks on his forehead and cheeks as camouflage to avoid unnecessary trouble. He put on glasses, disguising himself as a soot-covered wanderer who had endured many hardships. Despite his efforts, his cool demeanor and handsome features were hard to hide. Once the disguise was complete, Zhang Xiaoyang walked toward the factory gates. A guard rushed out from inside, pointing at him and shouting for him to stop. Seeing a strange face, the guard looked exceptionally fierce. "Who are you?" Zhang Xiaoyang immediately switched into acting mode, putting on a smile to diffuse the tension. "I saw signs of human activity nearby. I knew someone had to be here." "This is great." His apparent joy caused the guard's expression to soften slightly. Surprised, the guard replied, "Oh, just a wandering survivor." He pointed at Zhang Xiaoyang and continued, "Kid, how have you survived until now?" Zhang Xiaoyang put on a simple-minded look, bowing his head as he fabricated a story. "There were originally over a dozen of us, but we were attacked by a zombie horde. Everyone else died. I'm the only one who escaped." A look of pain crossed his face. The guard followed up, "So you don't have any special abilities?" Zhang Xiaoyang feigned surprise. "Abilities?" He clumsily raised his hands. "Ah, I suppose I have some skill. After being attacked by zombies so many times, I've developed some experience in dealing with them. I'll do my best to be useful." The guard let out a contemptuous laugh, clearly not viewing him as a threat. He stepped closer, his tone turning dangerous. "Who asked you about that?" Thinking he had caught new prey, he said excitedly, "You don't understand what I mean, but it doesn't matter. Follow me. If you want to join, you have to pass a test." Zhang Xiaoyang followed behind, his hand surreptitiously reaching for the gun tucked into his waistband. The guard, convinced he was a rookie, was gloating over the trap he was about to set. Zhang Xiaoyang thought to himself, "Hey, as expected, the West Chamber steel plant is no paradise." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "What's going on?" Both men jumped and looked back. The guard looked terrified, while Zhang Xiaoyang watched the approaching Li Cheng with curiosity. Li Cheng looked tense as he asked, "Who is this new face?" The guard gave a somewhat stiff and guilty report. "Our brother Li, he's a wandering survivor. I'm taking him somewhere secluded to give him a checkover." Zhang Xiaoyang laughed inwardly. "Hey, a checkover?" Li Cheng frowned, displeased. "Why do you need to go somewhere secluded for a check? Can't you do it here?" The friction between the two inside the base made Zhang Xiaoyang even more certain. This guy clearly planned to take him somewhere remote to kill him. Li Cheng faced Zhang Xiaoyang directly. "You, come here. Turn over all your weapons and you can enter." Zhang Xiaoyang calmly played the part of the honest man. "Turn over my weapons? How do I know you won't trick me into coming inside just to kill me, unlike the others?" Li Cheng was calm and reasonable. "In these chaotic times, it's normal for you to be wary. I won't force you to hand them over, but if you don't, you must leave." Li Cheng's firm attitude forced Zhang Xiaoyang to hand over a dagger. He acted extremely reluctant, like a refugee losing his last means of defense. "Fine, here." Li Cheng inspected him thoroughly to ensure Zhang Xiaoyang had no other weapons. After a moment, he held up the dagger, curious that a wanderer would travel through the apocalypse with only a single blade. "Kid, are you an evolver?" Zhang Xiaoyang acted innocent. "An evolver? Well, I do feel much stronger than I used to be." This simple acting caused Li Cheng to lower his guard. He waved a hand. "Follow me. We have rules here. If you're an evolver, you must report to the leader first." Minutes later, Li Cheng brought Zhang Xiaoyang to a dim room, told him to wait inside, and stood guard at the door. "Wait in the living room for a while." Zhang Xiaoyang let out a cold snort. Glancing at the chair in the corner and the tightly shut window above, he thought, "Living room? Hey, the door is locked tight. This is clearly a jail cell." He saw through their intentions but wasn't worried. Brother Doping walked in, putting on a polite facade. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Might I ask your name?" However, his hypocritical eyes betrayed a greedy hunger for human flesh. Zhang Xiaoyang feigned a stutter. Zhang Yi." This posture led Doping to believe he was nothing more than weak prey. He continued, "My men say you're an evolver, is that right?" Zhang Xiaoyang lowered his head weakly and followed along. "Maybe, I suppose so." Before he could say more, an iron axe whistled past Zhang Xiaoyang's face. He looked up, eyes wide, but his body had nimbly tilted to dodge it. The axe buried itself deep into the wall. An ordinary person would likely be dead. Zhang Xiaoyang shot a wary glance at Brother Doping, thinking, "Starting already? No, he's testing me." He pointed at the axe and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? That's dangerous." Brother Doping's face instantly changed, and he laughed brilliantly. "Haha, it seems I wasn't wrong. You really are a powerful evolver. I underestimated you." Though annoyed, Zhang Xiaoyang maintained his persona, pointing at himself as he questioned, "Testing me? If I weren't an evolver, wouldn't you have killed me just now?" Brother Doping spread his hands calmly, his tone utterly inhumane. "If that were the case, your death wouldn't be a loss." His eyes turned bloodshot, and his voice dropped. "Since we are both evolvers, you should already know the secret of how to become one, right?" Zhang Xiaoyang replied briefly, "Yes, I know. Brother Dopung warned him in a threatening tone. Only a few people know this secret, and I don't want it getting out. If I find anyone else knows, I'll deal with you. With that, Dopung charged forward like a gust of wind, viciously trying to grab Zhang Xiaoyang by the throat, but Zhang nimbly stepped aside to dodge. Despite this, Zhang Xiaoyang did not counterattack. In the moment before he was nearly caught, Dopung was surprised by the calm Zhang displayed. Zhang Xiaoyang quickly summoned a dagger from the system and drew it smoothly, his eyes sharp as he stared at Brother Dopung. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, he was just trying to scare me with his bare hands. If he had used a blade, I would have struck back already." Even while pretending to be caught by the throat, Zhang Xiaoyang feigned fear, though his mind was calculating, if I kill him now, will I still complete the 80-point task? Seeing the dagger, Dopung narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on the small weapon. Zhang Xiaoyang pretended to pull his hand back in panic. Brother Dopung no longer looked down on him, resting a hand on Zhang Xiaoyang's shoulder in a show of dominance. "You have some skill, but my power is beyond your imagination. Don't challenge me, do you hear me?" Zhang Xiaoyang lowered his head. "I hear you." Brother Dopung's tone softened. "Bring your weapon in, I won't pursue this further." He ordered his men to take this Zhang Yi to wash up and change clothes, then bring him to the conference room. Zhang Xiaoyang silently followed them out and closed the door, gradually winning the leader's trust. His plan was proceeding smoothly. The subordinates answered in unison, "Yes, Brother Dopung, the man is here. Let me introduce him. He's our newest member, Zhang Yi. This is Huang Ling. Like me, she is one of the leaders here. And these two are the settlement cadres, Li Cheng and Huang Bin. Huang Bin, any problem with putting this rookie under your command?" "No problem at all. Kid, you're lucky to have found the strongest settlement in the area. You don't have to worry about survival anymore. But if you want a good life here, you have to prove you're useful." Zhang Xiaoyang acted submissive. "I'll follow your orders. It's our turn to patrol today. Rookie, come with me. A Chang, A Sheng, get ready for patrol." As they stepped out, a guard spoke up. "Brother Li, is this kid really assigned to work under you? What else can we do? He knows the secret, so he has to stay in our group." A Sheng kept stealing glances at Zhang Xiaoyang, muttering, "Why does this guy look so familiar?" "Kid, I assume Brother Dopung hasn't briefed you on the settlement situation yet." "No, he only warned me to keep the secret of the evolvers under lock and key." "That's right. Since you know the secret of eating human flesh here, besides Brother Dopung and my sister, only the four of us know. A Sheng is Brother Dopung's cousin. A Chang is the nephew of me and Huang Ling. We're all family. So the only way this secret gets out is through your mouth. Do you understand your situation?" "Yes, I won't say a word." Zhang Xiaoyang also recognized A Sheng. Wasn't he the same A Sheng who had been caught by the chairman earlier? He followed up by asking, "What about the other cadre?" "His name is Li Cheng. Hey, he's an outsider, but his talent and abilities are exceptional. Be especially careful never to let him know the secret, understand? Otherwise neither of us will live through the day." Zhang Xiaoyang thought, it seems Li Cheng is indeed talented. They must be using resources to suppress him, or his power would likely surpass those two leaders very quickly. "All right, we're here, are we? This settlement has 7 members. We've been monitoring them for 3 or 4 days and confirmed there are no evolvers among them. What now? Are we hunting them?" "Hunting? Haha, it's not as barbaric as you think. We only need to ranch them." "Kid, you're an evolver now. You need to change your mindset fast. Don't be rigid like Li Cheng. We are evolvers. To put it bluntly, we are no longer the same species as ordinary humans. We are the higher species in the biological chain. So you plan to bring them back to the settlement and lock them up so you can eat them later?" "No need to bring them all back. 5 or 6 is enough. We'll deal with the rest on the spot." "On the spot? How?" "Hey, just watch and learn." Elsewhere, people were working hard to build a wall and establish a fortress. Though exhausted, they were nearly finished. Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance. A horde of zombies was charging toward them, lunging frantically at the crowd. "Damn it, how is there a zombie attack without any warning? Prepare to fight immediately." The number of zombies grew, closing in as people drew their firearms. "Stay back. This is bad. There are too many of them." The zombies began a frantic slaughter. It was then that Zhang Xiaoyang realized that luring zombies to attack was what they meant by a good method. Suddenly, he sensed something watching surreptitiously from above the building. "Who is that?" Looking closely, he spotted the reflection of a mirror. Was it an illusion? Seeing him frozen there, a subordinate barked, "Hey Zhang Yi, what are you dazing out for? Get over here and help deal with this." "Right, I'm coming." A mutated monster was hiding in the building. Outside, people were whispering, "There are still supplies in the warehouse. Zhang Yi, you stay back and move all the supplies to the door. I'll arrange for people to cover the transport later." Huang Bin whispered his instructions. "Pile up the corpses of the killed ones. We'll haul them away together later." "Understood. The rest of you, follow us." After the group left, Zhang Xiaoyang was left alone to guard the pile of corpses, which suited him perfectly. He drew his dagger. Elsewhere, the rescued survivors were ecstatic. "Thanks to you brothers, we managed to save our lives." Brother, does the place we're going have water? Can we shower? Huang Bin immediately pulled a girl into his arms. Not only is there water, there's hot water and body wash. You'll smell wonderful. Really? That's great. But suddenly, Aixing felt uneasy, his face full of anxiety. What's wrong? Aixing broke into a cold sweat. I feel something, Huang Bin shouted. Everyone stay alert. Aixing was still flirting with the girl. Stand behind me, I'll protect you. Where is this thing you sense? I don't know. The feeling, it's gone. Crap, Aixing, you're just too tense and having hallucinations. He whipped his head around. He wasn't mistaken. Before the words could leave his mouth, a tentacle pierced his neck from behind. Huang Bin spiraled into panic. Has that tentacle monster appeared again? It was too fast. Another scream came from behind. Huang Bin looked back to see the monster closing in, the two of them locking eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang found 2 xenogenic cores in the zombie pile. Talk about luck. Just then, a cry for help came from the distance. A man was gripped tight by the tentacle monster and hoisted into the air. It was over. The monster tightened its tentacles, the sickening crack of breaking bones echoing. This scene threw the group into a panic. Even Aixing began to tremble. After the kill, the monster turned toward Aixing. No way, he grabbed the girl from before and threw her toward the monster to buy himself time. The monster coiled its tentacles around the girl, coiling them tight. Fortunately, she was rescued. The tentacle fell to the ground. The one who severed it was actually him, Zhang Xiaoyang, he explained. This guy isn't that tentacle monster everyone mentions. No, it's not. This is the son of the tentacle monster. Son, exactly, that's what we call them. The tentacle monster was often heard muttering, son. It could cause ordinary zombies to mutate into monsters with the same characteristics. We call these transformed monsters sons of the tentacle monster. This kind of monster is extremely powerful. Even Brother Dapeng and my sister find them hard to handle alone. Zhang Yi is definitely no match for it. We have to get out of here fast. He made an excuse to flee. Zhang Yi, you hold it off while I go for reinforcements. Seeing this, the others also fled for their lives. What? They're trying to sell me out to buy time for their escape? The monster began waving its tentacles, preparing to ensnare him. Zhang Xiaoyang looked at it calmly. Son of the tentacle monster, that's an interesting setup. He yanked hard on the tentacle wrapped around his arm. The monster was pulled back toward him in surprise. You've piqued my interest. Driven by its survival instinct, it tried to retreat. Having not tested his abilities before, he decided to use it as a test subject today. Zhang Xiaoyang stomped heavily onto the ground, sending gravel flying as he activated Overload. His physical strength exploded. This time, the monster could not escape. It was dragged to the ground. He pinned its head down with his foot, then tore off its tentacles one by one, causing its body to rapidly crumble into fragments. He walked toward the girl and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The girl screamed in terror, looking at him as if he were a monster. He wiped the soot and grime from his face. Don't panic, I'm a human, not a monster. Meanwhile, the group of panicked people finally made it back to their base. Where are Xiao Bin and Aixing? Xiao Bin and Aixing were killed by the son of the tentacle monster. Zhang Yi is probably finished too. The 3 of them were no match for that thing. After hearing this, Big Brother Dapeng looked at the people before him with a dark expression. Because of you, in a fit of rage, he swung his axe and executed a subordinate to vent his fury. Dapeng eventually calmed down. Suddenly, a heap of tentacles was tossed in front of everyone. Zhang Yi and the girl walked over. Li Cheng was ecstatic. Zhang Yi, you're alive. Huang Ling looked at the pile of tentacles, stammering and unable to find her words. That was the son of the tentacle monster. I've killed it. I've avenged your fallen kin. The 2 leaders fell into a stunned silence. Is this kid's strength really this formidable? He continued. All right, you 2 leaders better arrange for cars and men to come with me and collect the loot. After the business was handled, they sat down to discuss the situation. Is that son of the tentacle monster stronger than Li Cheng? It killed Aixing and Aixing almost instantly. Could Li Cheng do that? I'm afraid even you 2 leaders would find it difficult, Dapeng recalled. When I threatened him earlier, although his reaction was fast, he only just raised his weapon and hadn't even entered a combat state. How can he be this strong? The son of the tentacle monster relied on a sneak attack. Perhaps it isn't as terrifying as we think. That sounds plausible, but regardless, we can't let this man stay. If he were to team up with Li Cheng, just as they were speaking, a sound came from the distance. Huang Ling signaled for silence. Li Cheng pushed the door open and entered. Leaders, what is it, Brother Li? Big Brother Dapeng, Sister Ling, please accept my condolences. The apocalypse has been going on for so long, these scenes are commonplace. Let's get to the point. Zhang Yi's strength is likely on par with my own. In my opinion, Big Brother Dapeng should promote him to a cadre. No, because his background is still unclear. Before Dapeng could finish, Huang Ling waved him off. With Zhang Yi's strength, he's certainly qualified to be a cadre, but he needs to earn some more merit to convince everyone. Isn't killing the son of the tentacle monster enough? Huang Ling spoke with deep meaning. If he can personally kill the original tentacle monster to prove himself, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Is it fair to make him do something that even the two leaders can't manage? Don't worry, we're not sending him to his death. We will mobilize the strength of the entire settlement to solve the tentacle monster threat once and for all, they then said to him. Oh, the operation will center around me. I haven't been here long. Is it appropriate for me to take such a big role? What's inappropriate about it? The strength you've shown is no less than mine or Dapeng's. If the mission succeeds, the third highest position in the settlement will be yours. Li Cheng, you don't have an issue with Zhang Yi climbing over you, do you? I have no objection. Then it's settled. We move in 2 days, Zhang Xiaoyang laughed secretly to himself. Hey, this proposal is so blunt it's almost touching. If I didn't have mind's eye, I might have actually been fooled by you. On the other side, his walkie-talkie began to crackle. Brother Yang. This was the walkie-talkie Brother Yang had left behind. Li Hong picked it up. Hello Xiaoyang, what's the situation on your end? The other side replied. Listen up. Tomorrow morning assemble our strongest people at South Suburb Park. It's time to solve the threat to the Southern District once and for all. After relaying the instructions, Li Hong told the group, Uncle Shang, you're older. Don't participate in such a dangerous mission. Besides, the base still needs you to hold the fort. All right, but old Li, you all be careful. This operation is unlike anything before. I understand. Xiao Kai, Shanshan Zixuan, Lu Chao, Chen Jia and Chen Chang. You 7 come with me, Shuaishuai shouted. I want to go too. War is for adults. What's a little kid like you doing interfering? I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a man. Don't worry, Shuaishuai's mom. With this kid's current abilities, let alone zombies, he's not considered weak even in our core team, Li Hong guaranteed. Well, it's not a bad thing for him to experience this early. I'll keep a close eye on him to protect him. Returning to Zhang Xiaoyang, the team boarded the vehicles and set off. Dapeng stepped out of the car. This is the place. Zhang Xiaoyang asked how they would lure it out. Don't worry, we have our ways. He scanned the surroundings and soon noticed something unusual in the distance. On a rooftop, a flash of light flickered. Li Hong was observing the group through binoculars as they prepared their gear. Uncle Li, can you see clearly? Do we need to get closer? Xiaoyang instructed. Don't get too close to the South Suburb Park before we act. Get the ropes ready. We'll infiltrate from the flank in a moment below. Huangling looked at a young boy. Kid, come here. Leader, what are your orders? She flashed a cunning smile. Go into the park. Didn't you say you were brought along to help carry the loot? Li Cheng turned to Huangling. Sister Ling, what's going on? The tentacle monster mutters about its son all day. Well, we're going to send a son to it. Don't worry, we'll catch the monster as soon as it shows up. The kid won't be in danger. The boy waved his hands in terror. Leader, I won't go. I don't want to be bait. But Dapeng stepped forward and grabbed the boy by the neck. Stop talking. If you stall any longer, I'll kill you right now. Before the boy could even react, he was tossed inside by Dapeng. On high ground, Li Hong observed through his binoculars. Change in plans, everyone get ready to move. The ropes dropped rapidly as the group slid down. The boy, thrown out as bait, cried out loudly for help. Help, save me! Just then a voice echoed from within the park. Son, the tentacle monster jumped down from a high point, landing right behind the boy. I don't want to die. Its gaze was unimaginably horrifying. Li Cheng was anxious. The tentacle monster took the bait. Save him, quickly. But he was immediately blocked. Didn't we agree not to steal Zhang Yi's glory? Zhang Xiaoyang merely responded with a smile, having seen through their scheme. Hey, I see. He charged into the park, reaching out his hand just before a tentacle could touch the boy. He grabbed the boy by his clothes and threw him forcefully toward the group. Li Cheng caught the boy. Zhang Xiaoyang's glasses fell to the ground. The monster used its tentacles to grab him, roaring, "Give me back my son!" Li Cheng shouted in worry. Zhang Yi, hold on. But to his surprise, Dapeng and Huangling were firmly locking Li Cheng's arms. Hey, what are you doing? If we don't act, Zhang Yi is dead. HMPH, let him die. We thought he and the monster would cripple each other, only for him to turn out to be nothing more than fodder for slaughter. So you never had good intentions from the start. Why? Zhang Xiaoyang's voice rang out. Let me tell you why. It's because I know your secret of cannibalism. Cannibalism? He roared. Fire! Intensive gunfire erupted from the distance. The group scrambled back in a panic. It's an ambush. Who is it? Li Hong and his men were sniping from afar. Shuaishuai led the others, charging toward the tentacle monster with Molotov cocktails. Uncle Xiaoyang, we're here to help. They hurled the gasoline bombs from a distance. The monster instinctively used its tentacles to shatter the bottles, and flames instantly engulfed its body. It looked toward Shuaishuai. It leaned in. Son, my son. Shuaishuai cursed in anger, not expecting the beast to be this strong. But the tentacle monster acted like a father disciplining his child. No swearing. Careful, this guy isn't an ordinary zombie. Chen Chang rushed forward to engage in melee combat. Chen Chong, be careful. Tentacles attacked incessantly, but Chen Chong dodged with agility. On the other side, the group saw Zhang Xiaoyang firing continuously. What? Another variant? A variant has actually teamed up with a living person? The tentacle monster quickly entangled Chen Chong, but using incredible brute force he tore the tentacles to shreds. However, more tentacles grew out and continued to charge at him. Chen Chong, look out! Alerted, Chen Chong blocked the attack with both hands, knocked back several meters by the impact. Zhang Xiaoyang burst into laughter. Haha, Chen Chong, you've met your match. Dapeng was furious. That brat Zhang Yi actually has the heart to laugh. Just then he effortlessly ripped through the tentacle monster's main body tentacles. What? He tore through the main tentacles with his bare hands. Wait, earlier that kid called him Uncle Xiaoyang. Xing mentioned that the leader of the East City Old Tea Factory settlement was named Zhang Xiaoyang. That's right, damn it. We've been played by that kid. This is the main force of that settlement. Their strongest member is no weaker than Li Cheng, and their weapons are exceptionally well made. The most treacherous of all is this Zhang Yi, Zhang Xiaoyang, and that variant who is no weaker than the tentacle monster. Our chances aren't good. Even if we win, we'll take heavy losses. What do? I've got it. Dapeng, you hold them off and cover me. Dapeng swung his axe and hurled it violently toward the group. A warning came from the distance. Watch out for flying stones. The group was forced to take cover behind trees. What the hell is going on over there? Huang Ling charged over, aiming straight for Shuai Shuai. Look out, a young man from the team blocked her path. Don't go for the kid, come at me. But Huang Ling sent him flying with a flying kick. Such incredible strength you've evolved. Huang Ling grabbed Shuai Shuai by the neck and hoisted him up. Little brat, pick one. Shuai Shuai was stubborn. Don't even think about using me as a hostage. Oh, this kid has some spine. Huang Ling began to pummel Shuai Shuai with heavy punches. The tentacle monster roared in desperation. Son! Chen Chong jumped up and pinned its head down, growling as he prepared to devour it. Zhang Xiaoyang reminded him. Chen Chong, let go of him. Chen Chong looked dazed. Why? Zhang Xiaoyang pointed at the group. He's going to fight with his life on the line. Now is not a wise time to block him. But Huang Ling refused to let go. Zhang Xiaoyang shouted, drop your weapons, release the child, and I'll take his place as hostage. Haha, looking at how anxious you are, it seems I caught the right person, bastard. If anything happens to Shuai Shuai, let's see how you explain it to his mother. Huang Ling ordered everyone to drop their weapons and retreat 100 meters. Li Hong agreed and signaled for everyone to comply. Huang Ling then demanded the monster follow them. But just then a tentacle shot out from the distance. Sister Ling, watch out! Her face changed drastically as she released Shuai Shuai and jumped to dodge. Several subordinates beside her were slapped to the ground by the tentacles. Dapeng cried out in shock. Chang! Upon landing, she was filled with terror. Wasn't the tentacle monster suppressed? Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang remain calm and composed, she grew worried. Are they acting? Li Hong ran over, wanting to take Shuai Shuai away. But before he could run, a tentacle wrapped around Shuai Shuai's leg. Zhang Xiaoyang reassured him. It's okay, Shuai Shuai is in no danger, no danger. Shuai Shuai was hoisted before the monster, yet he felt no pain. The monster's deep voice vibrated. Son, Shuai Shuai. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and walked forward, asking the monster, how does it feel? Zhang Shengjie, I keep my word, your wife and child are living very well. Shuai Shuai finally recognized him. Is it really Dad? That's right, it's your dad, I guessed correctly. Your dad's constitution is the same as Chen Chong's. Shuai Shuai couldn't hold back his tears and stepped forward to embrace his father. Dapeng was trembling all over. Damn it, what kind of crazy plot twist is this? Retreat? Zhang Shengjie sensed an opportunity and lashed out at Dapeng with a tentacle. After being caught, Dapeng shouted to Huang Ling, quick, cut the tentacle. Huang Ling, what are you waiting for? But she turned and fled. Dapeng cursed, bitch, you dare to sell us out? As she ran, she thought that even together they might not beat the tentacle monster, especially with those other people there. Her only chance was for Dapeng to buy her time. But a tentacle shot forth, causing her to fall face first, her glasses shattering on the ground. Damn it, Zhang Shengjie dragged her back. Seeing her captured as well, Dapeng gloated. The bitch wanted to sell me out and now look. Li Cheng, it's all up to us now. But Zhang Xiaoyang patted Li Cheng on the shoulder. When did you get behind me? Don't fight, I'll keep you safe. Li Cheng, you animal, you're betraying me too. But Dapeng was dragged before Zhang Shengjie. A heavy blow descended from above and the concrete ground shattered into pieces. He turned ghost white. The tentacles slammed down from on high, smashing his body into fragments. Huang Ling was hoisted up by Zhang Shengjie. Let me go, but the tentacles constricted tighter and tighter. Blood sprayed everywhere as her body was crushed and exploded. Zhang Xiaoyang's task subsequently updated. Villain Nemesis task 3rd phase complete. Requirement, eliminate threats, help potential teammates. Reward 80 points, total points 151. Haha, it turned out the potential teammate was Zhang Shengjie. He turned to Li Cheng. Alright, is there anything you want to ask? You're the people from the East City Old Tea Factory settlement, aren't you? That's right. What was that about the cannibalism you mentioned earlier? He had thought that becoming an evolver was entirely based on luck. Are you saying the reason we became evolvers was because we did that? Li Cheng was stunned, painful memories flooding back. Wah, Mom, I want to eat meat too. Be good, don't make a fuss. Uncle can only have the strength to protect us if he eats meat. Brother Li, I'm sorry, the child doesn't know any better. At the time he had casually handed a box of meat to a little girl. It's okay, let the child have a bite. Oh, no need, Brother Li, really. It's not necessary. Then another memory flooded his mind. It was happening again. The tentacle monster had returned, and several more people had gone missing. Did you see the tentacle monster with your own eyes? No, if we had, would we have made it back alive? Where's my daughter? Has anyone seen my daughter? Thinking of those images, Li Cheng felt a wave of nausea. He lunged at Huang Ling's corpse, that treacherous traitor, frantically tearing it to pieces as he snarled through gritted teeth, "You bastard, you animal." Only after venting his rage for his fallen teammates did Li Cheng finally relax his body. He turned to Zhang Xiaoyang, his voice thick with suspicion. So, do you all also rely on eating human flesh to gain power? Standing to the side, Li Hong let out a cold snort. What kind of people do you take us for? We aren't animals like them. Zhang Xiaoyang gave a slight smile, explaining in a calm but highly persuasive tone. Don't worry, we have access to far more information than you do. We have other ways of obtaining power. He pulled out a glowing stone and tossed it to Li Cheng. It's through this. This is a xenogenic core, harvested from zombies and other evolvers. While they aren't as common as human flesh, the effects are better, and there are no side effects. Li Cheng furrowed his brows. What do you mean by side effects? Zhang Xiaoyang looked him straight in the eyes and said seriously, I think you've already felt it. After becoming an evolver, your emotions become easily destabilized, and violence and killing start to make you feel excited, right? Li Cheng nodded, his voice dropping low. That's right, so what will become of me in the future? It can't be reversed. Zhang Xiaoyang replied. But if you stop eating human flesh from now on, you can at least prevent the violence and deviant tendencies in your heart from worsening further. He turned toward Zhang Shengji, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. As for you, Zhang Shengji, can you speak fluently yet? Zhang Shengji's voice trembled with emotion. Go on, Manager Zhang, thank you for saving my son. It hurts to hear. Is your wife Su Hai still lecturing me about ethics and morality? He quickly waved his hand to smooth things over. No, what I meant was Manager Zhang's son. Manager Zhang's son, handsome. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoyang raised a hand to stop him, his tone calm though he couldn't hide a slight smile. Enough, I get what you mean. You're just like an awakened, right? Though the mutation affected your speech center, your mind is as clear as anyone else's. However, I have to admit your current appearance is a bit terrifying. Bringing you back to the settlement would likely cause a panic. He paused, looking at Zhang Shengji with understanding. I don't need to say more. You already know this land well, don't you? Seeing that your son is safe and sound, you can rest easy now, right? Zhang Shengji immediately gave a thumbs up, a brilliant smile breaking across his face. Manager Zhang, great wisdom. Now that's smart. Zhang Xiaoyang turned back to Li Cheng and said solemnly, the threat has been eliminated. I'm afraid you'll have to continue leading the remaining survivors at the Westwind steel plant. Li Cheng shook his head, his expression grim. I can't, I've eaten human flesh. If I remain the leader of the Westwind steel plant, no one will ever truly be safe. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. How about this, Li Hongli? I believe you are capable of taking on the heavy responsibility of leading the Westwind steel plant. As for Li Cheng, you're coming back with me to the tea factory. He stepped forward and placed a hand on Li Cheng's shoulder, his voice full of comfort. The demon in your heart, I will help you suppress it. The scene shifted to the border of S-City, which was currently engulfed in chaos. A cry for help rang out. Help, somebody help me? But the crowd ahead didn't even look back, blocking the path. As they said coldly, forget it, he's a goner. At that moment, several heavy-footed zombies were closing in on a young man. His friends could only close their eyes and pretend not to see as they fled for their lives. The abandoned youth was suddenly ensnared by strange parasitic leaves and dragged into the darkness. Amidst his blood-curdling screams, the wooden monsters finished him off. When they retreated, only a few scattered limbs remained on the ground. The leaves continued to coil around the remains, attempting to control and take over the victim's body. Several students who had just escaped stopped, gasping for air. I'm exhausted, a girl groaned. I can't run anymore. A young man barked irritably in a hurried tone. You have to run even if you can't. If they catch us, we're dead. But suddenly another person signaled for them to stop. Wait, a faint sound drifted from the distance. Shish, everyone listen closely. There's a breeze coming from up ahead. That's real wind. Wind means we're close to the edge of the forest, one of them shouted excitedly, their voice filled with hope. But just then a bone-chilling rustling sound erupted behind them. The entire group spiraled into a panic, fleeing desperately toward the front. They're catching up, don't delay. Run, victory is right there. We can't die here. They burst through the edge of the forest and saw the new city district in the distance. They stopped, panting heavily. Light, there's light ahead, we're not far from the edge of the woods, a woman pointed forward, ecstatic. We made it, we're finally saved, but suddenly a vine dropped from a tree, tightening around the woman's neck and hoisting her high into the air. A carnivorous flower manifested, instantly devouring the victim. Half of her body fell in front of her companions, ending her life in a tragedy. Ah, Xiao Tong, my Xiao Tong, wake up! But the commotion behind them hadn't stopped. It was the sign of the mutated plant monsters catching up. It's over, the plant monsters are going to get us, a youth shouted, frantically shaking his companion who was weeping over his lost girlfriend. Xiao Tong is already dead, if you don't want to join her, snap out of it now, I'm sorry. I apologize. The remaining four lowered their heads and sprinted out of the forest. The wooden monsters stopped at the edge of the woods, hesitating for a moment before suddenly stepping out to launch an attack on the city. The four survivors looked around, trying to determine their location. I know this place. This is the suburban park of M City. We've reached M City, one cheered, though his tone quickly turned to confusion. Strange. Why is there no one around? You're right, the whole city looks abandoned, another replied. With something that big happening in S City, it makes sense that the neighboring cities were evacuated. Suddenly the group was startled by a figure stepping out from behind a utility pole. It's a survivor. It looks like those who escaped earlier made it too. Someone shouted, "Hey buddy, where's the evacuation point?" But when Zhang Shengji's figure became clear, the group's souls nearly left their bodies. Seeing his plant-infused body, they turned and bolted again, leaving Zhang Shengji standing there in a daze, not understanding why they were so terrified. After running for a while, the four stopped to catch their breath. Is it chasing us? It doesn't seem like it. One replied in a trembling voice. What on earth is going on? Why are there plant monsters outside the forest too? Has the outside fallen as well? Why hasn't the forest spread out? Another murmured to himself. What do we do now? As soon as the words left his mouth, that familiar rustling sound erupted from the edge of the woods again. The plant monsters charged out from the forest. There are more here, damn it, we're really surrounded this time. One of the team collapsed to the ground in despair. We're doomed, we shouldn't have run out if we stayed in the forest. We might have lived a few more months and Xiao Tong wouldn't have had to die. Seeing the monsters pounce, a youth desperately raised a knife, prepared to take his own life. I don't want to be torn apart by them. I don't want to die like that. But just then, one of Zhang Shengji's tentacles shot through the air, instantly knocking the plant monster down. He walked slowly toward the group, his gaze calm yet radiating an immense pressure. What's happening? One of them asked, trembling. Back at the fortress, Zhang Xiaoyong stood on the roof observing the surroundings. A gale was blowing, carrying a hint of a chill. A system notification rang in his mind. Utopia Society task in progress. Objective: expand the community. Progress: establish the West Wind Steel Plant Branch. Complete. Community evaluation 20 points, current evaluation 62, reward 80 points, current total points 231. Zhang Xiaoyong burst into laughter. Oh, another 80 points, I have so many I can't even spend them all. He checked the system info and the following options appeared. Level 2 Armed Deterrent Supply Box 20 points, Level 3 Awakening Supply Box 100 points, Level 2 High-Tech Supply Box 50 points, Manual Refresh 4 points. He murmured to himself, his eyes lighting up when he saw the Level 3 option. Holy crap, Level 2 gave me the overload ability. What will Level 3 have? Without hesitation, he bought all three. Opened Level 1 Armed Deterrent Supply Box. Reward 1 Armored Jeep. Opened Level 3 Awakening Supply Box. Reward Level 1 Enslavement Mark. Trait: place an enslavement mark on an enemy to turn them into the user's servant. Maximum enslavement count 1. Opened Level 2 High-Tech Supply Box. Reward Constitution Enhancement Potion Constitution 30. Only one person can be enslaved, Zhang Xiaoyong muttered softly, his eyes scanning the system notification. For now, he and Li Cheng had temporarily stabilized the situation, but he decided to observe for a while before taking his next step. Suddenly, a new notification rang in his head. Utopia Society task in progress. Objective: expand the community. Progress: guard the independent assembly point, repel 1 intrusion. Evaluation reward 10, new task, weeding V1. Requirement: eliminate the weed threat. Reward 100 points. Zhang Xiaoyong furrowed his brows, his tone filled with confusion. Does that mean I have to go pull weeds? But just then the walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with a hurried voice. Brother Xiaoyong, can you hear me? Something's wrong with Shuaishuai's dad, get back over there quickly. Zombies, what's going on? He frowned, trying to connect the information. Could that zombie be with Boss Yang's crew too? Without hesitation, he pulled back a grass monster that was lunging toward him. In the distance, Shuaishuai came running over, his voice choked with emotion. Dad, elder. Due to the mutation, Zhang Shengji's speech center was damaged, and his words were halting. Son, your wedding. Shuaishuai looked bewildered. My wedding? Zhang Xiaoyong shook his head and explained. He means wife. Because the mutation affected his speech, he now looked like an aphasia patient. The husband and wife embraced tightly, shedding tears at their long-awaited reunion. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang walked over to inspect the corpse of the grass monster. He murmured softly, "So this is the thing, main course. Border food, vegetable stew. Meat stewed with vegetables." Standing beside him, Li Cheng burst out laughing and quickly explained, "Big brother, let me explain. We came from S-City and now the entire city is covered in forest. Not only that, but many people have mutated into plant-based lifeforms just like these monsters." "Plant lifeforms?" Zhang Xiaoyang frowned. "But big brother, I don't think this M-City of yours is very peaceful either. You should have seen it all on the way here, right?" Li Cheng nodded, his tone heavy. "Most people have turned into zombies." He turned to Zhang Xiaoyang. "Uncle Sheng, just 2 streets behind the ruined wall east of the base there's an armored jeep. Send someone to drive it back in a bit." "All right," Zhang Xiaoyang replied curtly. "Then come with me to the border of the 2 cities in a while to check out the situation." A moment later, the group returned to the edge of the forest they had just escaped from. Zhang Xiaoyang crouched down, observing the vines that had grown significantly in a short time. He said in a deep voice, "We must enter the forest." "Ha, big brother, it's dangerous in the forest," someone objected in a panicked tone. "We went to so much trouble just to get out, why go back now? If we sit by and do nothing, the West Wind steel plant will soon be swallowed by the forest," Zhang Xiaoyang explained, his gaze sharp. "When that happens, life and production will be severely affected. But before that, there's something even more important to do." "What's that?" someone asked curiously. Zhang Xiaoyang smiled slightly. "Helping you gain the ability to deal with crises. Call old Li and the people from the West Wind steel plant over. Over the next few days, we're going to focus our efforts on hunting." The scene cut to a few days later where a zombie was showing off its meat-eating skills. When it suddenly heard a noise, it looked back, but no one was around. It had no idea that Zhang Xiaoyang had already quietly approached from behind. A flash of light from his long sword, a clean strike, and the zombie was cut in half before it could even react. The others also joined the fray, demonstrating their combat skills as they continuously fired to take down nearby zombies. Shell casings flew everywhere, and zombie corpses piled up on the ground like a mountain. Zhang Xiaoyang stepped forward, carefully searching for the cores within them. Elsewhere, a scream rang out, "Oh hell, zombies, more zombies!" A massive zombie appeared. Though it looked like a zombie, it seemed to have retained its reason. It roared, "Where are the living? Are there no living people left?" Another zombie roared and charged from the distance, only to be instantly blocked and killed on the spot by its massive palm. "I don't want to eat any more grilled zombies. Can't I just run into a few humans?" Just then it caught a familiar scent, its nose sniffing the air several times. "Living humans." It turned and saw Zhang Xiaoyang and his party hunting zombies. "Do you still want to live?" But it remembered the leader's instructions. "Don't take it upon yourself to open the gates and go out during this time." One of the team members barked, "What are you afraid of? With Manager Zhang here, the monsters around here have been mostly cleared out. Stop talking nonsense and get inside." In the distance, the giant zombie flashed an insidious smile. Living humans indeed, and pure ones who hadn't eaten their own kind. Pure, untainted flesh. It licked its lips but realized this group was armed. "I probably can't take them on alone. I'll have to endure for a few more days." Saliva dripped down, but it could only swallow its greed. Inside the room, Zhang Xiaoyang was checking the system. Refresh successful, exchange successful. Refresh successful, exchange successful. "My current points," he barked into the walkie-talkie. "Hey Uncle Sheng, tell everyone to gather in the conference room immediately." A moment later, the entire team was present. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed heartily. As expected of a joint hunt, they had earned so much in just 3 days. He turned to Li Hongli and Zhang Kai. "You two split these xenogenic cores. That doesn't seem right. The main credit belongs to you, brother Xiaoyang." "Exactly." Li Hongli nodded in agreement. "Everyone worked hard, but we shouldn't accept this." Zhang Xiaoyang waved them off. "We aren't short on weapons or ammo. We should build up a few top-tier experts. That's more meaningful than having everyone become a mediocre evolver." The others chimed in with their approval. "Oh, old Li, if he tells you to eat, then eat. When has Xiaoyang ever made a bad call?" "That's right, we fully trust Xiaoyang's decision." Zhang Xiaoyang turned to Shanshan. "Shanshan, come with me." A moment later, the two went to a quiet spot. Shanshan closed the door and asked hesitantly, "Brother Xiaoyang, what are you trying to do?" Sensing a bit of tension in the air, the others curiously tiptoed toward the door, pressing their ears against it to eavesdrop. A voice drifted from within. "It might hurt a bit, so try to endure it." After just a short while, the door suddenly swung open, catching the eavesdropping group off guard. "Brother Xiaoyang, that fast?" Zhang Xiaoyang grabbed Zhang Kai by the ear and dragged him inside, jokingly scolding, "You little brat." Zhang Kai made a face and cried out, "Ouch, take it easy, brother Xiaoyang." Zhang Xiaoyang pushed Zhang Kai toward Shanshan and asked her, "You just finished the strengthening injection, right?" Zhang Kai grinned. "Isn't it all thanks to brother Xiaoyang's favor? I've eaten quite a few xenogenic cores now. I'm an expert among experts." Zhang Xiaoyang smirked and told Shanshan to spar with him. Zhang Kai shook his head. "That wouldn't be fair. I don't bully girls, haha, bully girls, Zhang Xiaoyang burst out laughing. Shanshan, show this kid what's what. Shanshan curled her lip. Me, don't worry, I'll use my full strength, this kid can take it. Zhang Kai was full of confidence. Hey, simple, I'm ridiculously strong now, bring it on. But before he could even finish his sentence, Shanshan landed a heavy punch that nearly knocked Zhang Qi's teeth out, sending him flying backward. Fortunately, 2 people outside the door caught him. Holy crap. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed and explained, I gave Shanshan a constitution enhancement potion. Now, other than me and Chen Chang, no one in the team is a match for her. Zhang Kai looked embarrassed. I thought me and Uncle Li were your inner circle, but it turns out, cut the crap, someone laughed and teased. Brother Xiaoyang isn't gay, why would he have to be closest to you? Once everything was settled, Zhang Xiaoyang gave a serious command. Chen Chang, Li Chang and you, Zhou Xingkai, follow me into S-City. Zhou Xingkai looked terrified. Me? No, I barely managed to escape, I don't want to go back there. Zhang Xiaoyang said sternly, we're helping you save your teammates and family, and you're actually too cowardly to go. Zhou Xingkai shook his head. I don't even have any teammates left. Please don't make me go back, I'll work as a laborer here, I promise. But after a standoff he eventually lowered his head. Fine, I'll go with you. The scene cut to the western suburbs of S-City. Zhang Xiaoyang murmured softly, I remember it being around here. He was secretly annoyed. Damn it, my brain is getting less and less sharp. If I don't get some fresh tender meat, who knows how serious the consequences will be. Just then a rustling sound came from nearby. He smirked, he hadn't remembered wrong, this was the place. A young man pushed open a door, revealing a group of men and women flirting inside. He intentionally gave a dry cough to startle them. Cough, cough. Holy shit, this guy actually dared to come back, someone cried out in alarm. Whoa, don't get worked up. I didn't come here to steal this time, I came to share some news. Share news? Zhang Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. You'd be that kind-hearted? We're all half-human, half-monster hybrids here, don't give me that bullshit. It's true, the young man explained urgently. There are many pure humans, but they're armed. I probably can't handle them alone, which is why I came to find you all to cooperate. The 4 people before him stared at him for a moment before flashing friendly smiles. Fine, we'll trust you this once. But if you dare lie to us, you'll be the next meal. I wouldn't dream of it. The youth nodded repeatedly. In that case, we're teammates now. Come on. Join us and let's have some fun. That's right, have fun. One of them laughed maniacally. Come over here. The scene shifted back to Zhang Xiaoyang and his teammates. He reminded them, everyone be careful. Danger could be hiding behind every pile of fallen leaves or in every surrounding tree. He turned to Zhou Xingkai. Hey, what was your name again? My name is Zhou Xingkai, he replied. Haha, you're quite a man, Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. Your teammates were scared witless, yet you actually dared to come back. Zhou Xingkai's voice dropped. My girlfriend was killed by the plant creatures. I want revenge, plus my parents are still in the forest. As long as there's a shred of a chance to save them, I have to try. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded and assigned the roles. I'll lead the way, and Li Chang will take the rear. Chen Chang, you and I will stay on either side of Zhou Xingkai while he walks in the middle. He's our only guide. If he dies, this trip is for nothing. Zhou Xingkai said gratefully, thank you for helping. Don't misunderstand, Zhang Xiaoyang smiled indifferently. Our goal isn't just to help you, but to stop the forest from spreading. Suddenly, a vine dropped from above, sticking slimily to his face. What is this? He furrowed his brows. Zhou Xingkai jumped in fright and screamed, oh no, get away! The vine began to wrap several times around his neck, suddenly jerking him toward the monster's massive mouth. It's over, no one comes out alive once they fall into its mouth. But Zhang Xiaoyang gripped the vine with a death grip and yanked hard, preventing it from retracting. With a decisive pull, the monster's entire tongue, along with a purple mass, was ripped out and slammed onto the ground. It was nothing short of miraculous. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. The vine coiling around him loosened, and the monster tried to flee as if it had lost its soul. Want to run? He roared. This thing could actually still move. Zhang Shengji immediately lashed out with a tentacle, tightly binding the man-eating tree and strangling it until it couldn't move. He pulled with force, dragging it to his feet and pinning it down. But suddenly a puff of green smoke erupted from the monster's mouth. He sniffed curiously. It smells so good, but then his gaze turned grave. This smoke isn't right, it's likely unsafe. Everyone be careful. He looked back, shocked to find he was the only one left. Where is everyone? Zhou Xingkai had inhaled the smoke and felt the world spinning before collapsing to the ground. What is happening? This feeling is so strange. Zhou Xingkai murmured, his brain still dizzy. He saw his 4 teammates standing still like stone statues, their expressions eerie. Benefactor, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, a rustling came from the bushes. A dark shadow flickered past, startling him. What was that? Suddenly, a familiar face appeared. Xingkai, Xiao Tong, are you still alive? The girl waved, her tone urgent. It's too dangerous over there, come back quickly. Xingkai froze, his heart racing. Everyone is here. Okay, I'm coming right now, I'm coming. The scene switched to the group of half-human, half-monster hybrids. They pointed ahead, their eyes shining. "See that, right there?" One of them smelled the scent of living humans and saliva began to flow. "Human meat, it's pure human meat indeed," he roared. Uncontrollable greed. Calm down, just take a little." But another one had already lost control, charging straight ahead. "Damn it, you idiot," another cursed. Watching his companion act without thinking, with blood-red eyes, the man saw the humans as prey delivered to his doorstep, completely defenseless. He murmured, "I can't stand it, I want a taste." Just then, a guard spotted the suspicious figure. "Hey, who are you?" A warning came from the distance. "Watch out," before they could even react. The hybrid monster had already lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the guard's shoulder. "Ah, is it a zombie? Damn it, fire, open fire." Screams erupted. Li Hong heard the commotion and immediately grew alert. Not good. The man holding the gun was trembling. Holy crap. Bullets hit the monster, but it didn't flinch. In fact, it became even more excited. It lunged at the gunman, only to be suddenly sent flying several meters by a massive punch from Li Hong. The monster quickly regained its footing, but Li Hong gave it no chance as his muzzle spat fire. The hybrid monster fled in terror. "Damn it, get the wounded to the infirmary and stop the bleeding immediately." The heavily injured monster panted heavily, staggering for a distance before collapsing to the ground. Several other hybrid monsters appeared, sneering coldly. "What was the rush? Learned your lesson, didn't you? Stop with the sarcasm and get me some meat. I need to recover." The injured monster roared. "Who are you ordering around? Look at the time and you're still talking nonsense." Suddenly, a woman in the group delivered a heavy kick to the back of his head. What are you doing? It's better to have one less mouth to feed," she replied coldly, then efficiently finished him off. "So how do we break the stalemate next? Those pieces of food are hiding in the factory with weapons," one subordinate sneered. "Simple. Are you all confused? We're humans, not zombies. We can just walk straight in." Back with Zhang Xiaoyang, Zhou Xingkai was still deep in his hallucination. "Why do I feel like I'm floating?" he murmured. Xiao Tong's voice drifted from the distance again. "Don't hesitate, come here quickly, hurry." "Okay, I'll be right there," Xingkai replied. But suddenly a flying knife shot from the distance, striking Xiao Tong squarely. Xingkai screamed, tears falling like rain. "Xiao Tong," he rubbed his eyes, trying to see clearly. Zhang Xiaoyang barked, "Impressive, even I was almost fooled. Why did you kill my Xiao Tong?" "Your Xiao Tong, my ass, look closely." "What is that?" Zhang Xiaoyang pointed. Xingkai looked back and was horrified to see that Xiao Tong's image had turned into a tree trunk controlled by a monster. He slapped his head. "Wake up, stop dreaming." Li Chang had just emerged from the hallucination, looking at his own body with a confused tone. "What happened? It feels like years have passed." He murmured about history and movies, high-speed machinery, and his son being sent back to Earth. Zhang Shengji explained, "I had a dream. I dreamed I was driving to pick up my son from school," Zhang Xiaoyang said seriously. "It must have been toxic gas released by that flower that caused the hallucinations and confused us." He knelt to inspect the monster's trunk. Li Chang asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "Checking if the internal structure of this monster produces xenogenic cores," Zhang Xiaoyang replied. "It seems I overthought it. This thing appears to be just a puppet, not the main body." He discovered the vines were rooted deep underground. The main body likely wasn't nearby. But when he dug deeper, he was surprised. "Oh, what's this?" He yanked hard, pulling out a large chunk. "Potatoes, yams. Looks like this thing's nutrient storage tissue. Bag it, we might be able to eat it." He turned to Zhou Xingkai and asked if he knew anything about this plant life form. Zhou Xingkai shook his head. "I only know they're dangerous and view all living things as food, but He Lao definitely knows more." "He Lao?" Zhang Xiaoyang furrowed his brows. "Who is he?" "An expert from the Academy of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences," Xingkai replied. "Before I escaped, I took refuge with him in an office building. I don't know if he's still alive." "Very well," Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. "Lead me to He Lao." Late that night on the other side, a woman disguised herself as a wounded survivor and intentionally collapsed in front of the guards. A subordinate saw this from a distance and was shocked. "A survivor? It's a lucky survivor." Another person stopped him. "Wait a minute." But the woman quickly tore off her clothes, revealing a charming figure. The guard still tried to stop her, insisting they report first. "Report what? Can't you see she's barely hanging on? Help her back first." The man shot back, arguing that if they left her there, the zombies would tear her apart in no time. "Miss, are you all right?" a guard asked. "Please help me, the woman replied weakly. "Don't worry, you're safe now," the guard said, helping her inside. Hiding in the distance, the three half-human hybrids watched and snickered. "Tisk, tisk. She's quite the actress." Suddenly, the woman pulled the guard onto the roof of a vehicle and whispered, "I'm even better at this than acting." Shortly after, an intimate entanglement began. She smirked inwardly, preparing her infiltration into the depths of the factory. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang frowned as he looked around. "We've barely started, and it's already this dark." By evening, the forest had become so dense that almost no light reached the ground. Zhou Xingkai replied, "We're almost there." Suddenly a voice called out his name from a distance. He spotted a woman waving from behind a house. "Is that Auntie Yang?" Shinkai rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. Zhang Xiaoyang cautioned him, "Relax. This isn't a hallucination caused by the pink flowers. It's real. Those are living people." Shinkai cheered, realizing Auntie Yang and the others were inside. However, a voice drifted from Auntie Yang's direction. "I told you not to take risks. Are you determined to get us all killed? Are we just supposed to watch Joe Shinkai get assimilated?" Another person countered. "He's a goner. He's been gone so long. Showing up now means he's definitely not human anymore. Cut the chatter and prepare for combat," Auntie Yang shouted. Her entire team charged toward Zhang Xiaoyang's group, weapons gripped tightly. Zhang Xiaoyang was slightly annoyed, but he remained calm. "Stay cool. Don't attack." Several arrows were loosed toward him, but with a casual wave of his hand the projectiles clattered to the ground as if they had struck an iron plate. "Stop, calm down," he roared, his voice sending a tremor through the crowd. Auntie Yang shouted, "Cease fire, stop now." Shinkai hurriedly intervened. "Auntie Yang, calm down, they aren't enemies. There are benefactors from outside the forest." Auntie Yang hesitated. "Then what about the people with you? Where's Xiao Tong?" Shinkai's tone grew heavy. "Nearly half our companions are dead or wounded. Xiao Tong is gone, but I managed to escape with the others. What's the situation outside?" Auntie Yang asked. "This isn't the place to talk," Zhang Xiaoyang replied, preparing to discuss the details once they were back in safety. However, when Auntie Yang's people saw Zhang Shengjie and Chen Chang, who looked remarkably like zombies, they remained visibly anxious. Shinkai reassured them, "Don't worry, they're on our side." The two mutants said a few words to ease the crowd's terror. Zhang Shengjie let out a laugh. "I might be ugly, but I'm a gentle soul." Chen Chang added, "Look at how sexy my physique is." "What are you two doing?" Auntie Yang asked, exasperated. Shinkai smiled. "Don't worry, they're our saviors. We only survived because of them." "Fair enough," Auntie Yang nodded. "Come on in." Back at the steel plant, Shanshan pulled up to the main gate. "Uncle Lee, I'm at the factory entrance." "Open up." She sensed movement ahead. The three hybrids, seeing her enter, breathed a sigh of relief and quietly retreated. "That was close." "We were almost spotted," one hybrid whispered, his eyes gleaming with greed. "Did you see her? That girl is an evolver, and a pure one at that." "How can there be a pure evolver?" another asked, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "How did she get that kind of power?" "Who knows?" The first one curled his lip, saliva dripping, "but I'm certain she's delicious. If we eat her flesh, our strength will skyrocket." Inside the steel plant, Shanshan walked in and called out softly, "Is Uncle Lee here?" "Yeah." Li Hong nodded. "Are the wounded taken care of? Are they in the infirmary?" "They are," Shanshan replied, her gaze sweeping over a young man covered in bandages. "Uncle Lee, these are anti-infection meds. Before we left, Xiaoyang told me to use these if anyone got bitten by zombies. They were bitten several hours ago, but there are no signs of infection yet. Maybe the attackers weren't zombies." "Not zombies?" Li Hong frowned. "Then what else is out there biting people?" the infiltrating woman cut in, her tone urgent. "I know there are many mutants in the western suburbs. They aren't zombies, so they don't carry the infection, but they are incredibly brutal and they bite." Li Hong turned toward her, his gaze sharp. "Who are you?" "I'm a member of the group that escaped here from the west side," she answered, her voice trembling. "Those mutants are more terrifying than zombies. They eat human flesh and they're intelligent. They've been hunting me the whole way. I only made it because I had a bicycle, otherwise I'd be dead." Li Hong's brow deepened. "You mean they attacked this place just because they were chasing you?" "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," she defended herself quickly. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to live." Shanshan spoke up gently. "Brother Li, we can't blame her for this." "I didn't plan on blaming her," Li Hong said, waving it off. He needed to understand her background to handle the situation. "What else do you know about them?" "They won't give up easily," she replied, her eyes flickering. "It won't be long before they lose their patience and launch an attack. We have to prepare in advance." "This info is useful." Li Hong nodded. "All right, everyone, go get some rest. Follow the leader's orders and get some food to the wounded. To ensure safety, we'll keep watch for one more night. Bear with it for now, everyone." "No problem, Brother Li," someone replied. Shanshan stared at the new woman, remaining alert and silent. Li Hong noticed and whispered, "Shanshan, what's wrong?" "Uncle Li, I think there's something strange about that woman," Shanshan murmured. "I can't put my finger on it. Maybe I'm just overthinking." Li Hong chuckled softly. "You're probably just tense. Xiaoyang really did it this time." Leaving such a heavy task to a young girl, meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoyang had reached a building up ahead. He looked up, wondering why everyone had chosen this spot as a settlement. They had passed several factories and warehouses earlier with few entrances and sturdy gates. Locations far better suited for a base. Joe Shinkai explained with a solemn expression, "Benefactor, you don't understand. The disaster in S-City is different from yours. If we picked a low spot, we'd all be dead within a week. Look at that fog. The lower you go, the thicker it gets. Inhale it too long and you'll be infected within days, turning into a plant body. It's only temporarily safe above the 10th floor where the fog is thinner. Get upstairs, quickly," someone urged. They could talk more once they were up. Shinkai made the introductions. Benefactor, this is He Lao. He Lao, this is our savior, Xiaoyang. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Hello He Lao, I'm here to discuss the situation in the neighboring city. Unfortunately, things outside the forest aren't any better. He Lao turned to Zhang Xiaoyang. Come in, Shinkai smiled. He had already explained the situation of the two mutants to everyone. Only then did Chen Chong and Zhang Shengjie dare to step inside. He Lao asked, what about T-City, B-City? What about overseas? Zhang Xiaoyang waved a hand. At least for now we haven't seen any signs of organized rescue. Everyone is fending for themselves. He pulled out a piece of a plant body's root and handed it to He Lao. Do you recognize this thing? He Lao inspected it and nodded. A plant body tuber. Auntie Yang went out specifically to find these. We only recently discovered these are edible. They taste like large taro, not bad rations for the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaoyang burst into laughter. So that's how it is. Suddenly a scream rang out. There's a situation, there's a situation. What is it? Zhang Xiaoyang asked urgently. Plant bodies, the man cried in terror. They're surrounding the building, their numbers are growing, they've already boxed us in. Zhang Xiaoyang frowned. What is the flower carriage? Is it that scary? The flower carriage. He Lao was also surprised. What is that thing? It's more than just scary, the man said, trembling. I'm afraid we're all going to die here today. Zhang Xiaoyang issued a command in a deep voice. Everyone, listen up. Women and young people climb to the top floor and find an airtight room like a bathroom or storage closet to hide in. The elders will stay here with me. He Lao nodded. Move, every person who survives is a win. The crowd fell into a chaotic scramble, rushing upstairs. He Lao turned to Zhang Xiaoyang. You're young, go upstairs with them. Don't stay here and be a sacrifice. It's fine, Zhang Xiaoyang sneered. I'm quite curious to see exactly how terrifying this thing is that has everyone so scared. He Lao stood by the window, his eyes filled with worry as he shook his head at the chaos below. Zhang Xiaoyang approached slowly, his steps steady but alert. We'll probably be trapped and starved to death by these grunts before we even face the flower carriage itself. The old man sighed, his tone heavy. Zhang Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes to observe closely. Can the flower carriage control other plant bodies? He Lao nodded, his gaze sharp. Exactly. It likely uses signals similar to pheromones. This kind of organized large-scale attack means the flower carriage is nearby. And we are the target. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaoyang slammed the window open, letting the cold wind howl in. He Lao was startled and shouted urgently, What are you doing? We should scout the situation first. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't answer. He smoothly pulled out a short firearm, his movements as practiced as a veteran's. He Lao was stunned. Where did you get a gun? Before he could recover, a piercing gunshot rang out. The bullet tore through a plant body, leaving a hole leaking green slime. But in the blink of an eye, the wound on its body healed as if it had never been injured. Zhang Xiaoyang curled his lip, a provocative glint in his eyes. Quite the tenacious life force. Let's see where the limit of your regeneration lies. He didn't back down, continuing to pull the trigger until he had emptied the magazine. The monster's body was riddled with holes, fragments flying everywhere. This time it failed to recover and collapsed heavily onto the damp ground. He scratched his head, muttering with some annoyance, 2 magazines just to take out one. No wonder everyone is terrified. But Zhang Xiaoyang wasn't finished. He pulled out a weapon crate, the metal shimmering in the dim light, leaving those around him dazed. He Lao stammered, What is this? Zhang Xiaoyang pried open the nailed wooden crate with his bare hands, his movements impressively efficient. He Lao's eyes widened. No crowbar, you're just tearing it open. That's incredible strength. Zhang Xiaoyang sneered, pulling out several Molotov cocktails. If any stragglers make it inside later, use these to defend yourselves. Stragglers, what do you mean? He Lao still didn't understand. Before the words could even settle, Zhang Xiaoyang had already leapt from the 16th floor, his body diving like an arrow. He Lao screamed in terror. Hey, that's the 16th floor. But Zhang Xiaoyang, Zhang Shengjie, and Chen Chong all landed lightly, completely unscathed. As soon as the plant bodies spotted living humans, they lunged forward like starving wolves. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't hesitate, grabbing a monster's head and ripping it off with brute force, green blood splattering. Chen Chong unleashed a flurry of heavy punches, tearing them apart without mercy. Zhang Shengjie swung his razor-sharp tentacles, instantly bisecting the plant bodies and leaving the ground littered with corpses. Standing on the high floor, He Lao marveled, My God, what kind of monsters are those 3? Li Cheng, standing beside him, quickly regained his composure. Everyone, stop staring. Prepare for any stragglers. If you're confident in your skills, take a Molotov and guard the corridor entrance. The rest of you, move all flammable materials away from here. Right on it. The group was revitalized and acted immediately. The last few monsters were wiped out, their bodies piled up like a mountain. Zhang Xiaoyang tossed aside the final monster's corpse and clapped his hands. Finally done, he turned to Zhang Shengjie and Chen Chong, ordering, You two stay here and check if these plant bodies have xenogenic cores. I'm going to meet this so-called flower carriage. In the corridor, the monsters that had broken in were consumed by flames. Someone remarked, "Dealing with them is much easier with fire." Li Cheng nodded. "True, but this is mostly thanks to Brother Li and Brother Zhang." He turned to the crowd and shouted, "Tell those upstairs to come down, the danger has passed." "What's the situation downstairs?" someone asked. "It's over there too," Li Cheng answered, then frowned. "Wait, where did Brother Zhang go?" By now Zhang Xiaoyang had already slipped deep into the forest, the air thick with the smell of damp mold and toxic gas. A twisted gargantuan entity appeared before him, the flower carriage. "So this twisted thing is the flower carriage," he murmured coldly, his gaze sharp. "Is that the main body?" Suddenly, the flower carriage's massive root system shot toward him like blades. Zhang Xiaoyang dodged, his movements quick as lightning. "You're strong. Probably not inferior to Zhang Shengji," he assessed, a challenging smile playing on his lips. "But I've gained quite a bit of experience dealing with tentacle monsters like you recently." He whipped out threads as thin as hair but as strong as steel, coiling them tightly around the flower carriage. Locking down its every move, the monster roared manically, its fanged maw spewing a dense toxic fog. "Ha ha, useless," Zhang Xiaoyang sneered. "I've already dealt with this trick from your kind." He took a deep breath, ignoring the toxic smoke as he charged straight ahead. The flower carriage stumbled, one massive leg slamming into the ground as it was forced to its knees. Taking advantage of the opening, Xiaoyang activated his Enslavement Mark skill. His palm, shimmering with pulses of energy, slammed heavily onto the monster's central blossom. A burst of black energy erupted, shrouding the entire space. "Back with He Lao," the old man shouted in terror. The flower carriage, its main body hasn't left, it's charging straight at us." Peering through the window, He Lao's face turned deathly pale. "That's it. I could never forget that twisted form as long as I live." He turned around anxiously. "Where is Brother Xiaoyang? Could he have been by the flower carriage?" Just then, Xiaoyang's voice drifted in from the distance. "Zhang Shengji, what's the situation? Do those plant bodies downstairs have xenogenic cores in them?" Zhang Shengji replied, "None in the ones I killed, but the ones I found doubled." Xiaoyang let out a sigh. "Sigh," he explained to the others. "He means not every single one has a core, but there are still plenty. One speaks in stutters, the other speaks in riddles. It's enough to give me a headache." He Lao, still reeling from the shock, pressed Xiaoyang. "Is the flower carriage down there?" Xiaoyang gave a slight smile and pointed behind him. "You mean that thing? It's one of us now. Don't worry. It won't hurt anyone." He spoke with confidence, his eyes flashing with the light of victory. He Lao approached tentatively, swallowed hard, and with a trembling hand, touched the flower carriage's twisted frame. The monster didn't react. It lay there quietly as if completely submissive. He Lao let out a long breath, a look of pure astonishment in his eyes. "It really has been tamed," he murmured to himself. He then looked at Xiaoyang, his face full of curiosity. "How did you manage to do it?" Xiaoyang curled his lip into a smirk and instead of answering directly asked, "He Lao, you're the botany expert. What do you make of this thing? Even though it's mutated into a monster, its botanical characteristics and instincts should still be there, right?" He Lao fell into thought, his sharp gaze fixed on the strange patterns on the flower carriage's body. Just like the law of the animal kingdom where the big fish eat the small, the competition for survival among plants is equally brutal. They fight for sunlight. It is a war without mercy. Tall trees spread their branches to claim the light, while shorter species gradually wither. That's why in a lush forest, weeds are usually sparse. He pointed at the flower carriage and lowered his voice. "I suspect the reason this thing became so vicious during its mutation is because it lost its height advantage and couldn't compete for sunlight. To survive, it was forced to evolve the ability to hunt animals." Just then, one of the flower carriage's tentacles twitched, reaching out as if to test the air. Li Cheng immediately drew his blade and took a combat stance, shouting, "Watch out!" Xiaoyang reached out a hand to stop him, his gaze calm and steady. "Hold on, don't strike. I have it under control now. Let's see what it wants." Despite his words, he allowed a tentacle to sweep past and coil around his neck. Suddenly, the tentacle lunged with a sharp prick, leaving a long, thin trail of blood. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, his expression turning solemn, yet he remained unmoved. "What do you think, He Lao? Your analysis was spot on. This entire city has now become a survival arena for mutated plants. Species that can't compete for sunlight can only obtain nutrients by preying on animals." He looked the flower carriage straight in its eyes, his tone icy. "But now you are my servant. I will solve your survival problems." He gestured with his hand, and from the flower carriage's cocoon its true form manifested, a bizarre creature that crawled slowly until it pressed against Xiaoyang's palm as if merging into his body. Li Cheng scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. "That thing, is it in symbiosis with you now?" Xiaoyang raised his arm to test it. In an instant, as if their consciousnesses were synced, several tentacles shot out from Xiaoyang's hand, coiling tightly around a nearby tree. Within a heartbeat, the trunk was torn in two, fragments flying everywhere. Zhang Shengji watched wide-eyed and stammered, "Stronger than my tentacles." At that moment, a notification rang in Zhang Xiaoyang's mind. System prompt, Achievement Gardener unlocked. Reward, 150 points. Current points, 153. He curled his lip into a smile and murmured, Oh, an achievement unlocked. That's a first. Once everything was settled, the group set off on their return journey, leaving a pile of monster corpses behind. Back at the steel plant, a knock came at a door and a woman with a seductive smile appeared. Ah, another fish has taken the bait, she whispered to herself, her eyes glinting with a conspiratorial light. Who is it? Is it my little sister? A young man walked in, his tone excited. I brought you some late-night snacks. Who asked you to bring me snacks? She replied, her gaze sharp, though her body still projected a deliberate allure. I did it of my own accord, the man laughed, his gaze gradually turning feverish. He lunged forward, but the woman maintained her innocent facade and asked softly, Oh my, what are you doing? Cough, cough, sorry. I thought you wanted to. The man hesitated for a moment before changing his tune. There are too many people here, and the soundproofing is terrible. How about we go outside the factory and play a more exciting game? Sure, why not? She agreed with a beaming smile. Soon, intimate sounds drifted from a nearby car. After a while, the young man put his clothes back on, exhausted and panting. You're beautiful. By the way, what's your name? He asked, but his gaze accidentally swept over a cloth bag in a nearby trash can. What's this? He picked it up and was horrified to discover, wait, these clothes look like Zhao Chen's. Why were they thrown here? Opening it, he found it was filled with the personal belongings of people who had gone missing. Before he could react, the woman's sharp claws manifested behind him, fueled by a heavy killing intent as she choked him. Meanwhile, in another clearing, one of the hybrids was sleeping when a companion kicked him awake. What are you doing, sleeping so soundly? I'm the one on guard duty here. The man retorted, his voice thick with sleep. I walked right up to you and you didn't even notice. How are you supposed to receive its signal like that? The other guy roared. How long have you been asleep? I wasn't sleeping. I just closed my eyes for 10 minutes, the man defended himself. Useless, the leader growled. We took turns watching for several rounds and didn't see its signal once. In my opinion, that bitch is trying to keep the food for herself. Come on, let's check around the factory for any traces she might have left. When the three reached the spot where the woman had dealt with her victims, they were livid. I knew I smelled human meat, one of them shouted. That woman ate in secret. She wanted it all for herself. It doesn't matter, the other woman in the group said, her tone full of calculation. If she can use her looks to sneak in, why can't I? The leader immediately grabbed her by the throat, his eyes blood red. You want to eat alone too? Don't think I don't know your nature. You're exactly like that other woman. Big brother, don't be impulsive, the other guy interceded. If you choke her to death, we won't have a chance. Hearing this, the leader let go and roared, If you dare try to copy her, I won't spare you either. Even if I don't survive, I'll drag both of you down with me. The woman nodded, her voice trembling. I understand. This time, the second woman began her act. Help, save me, she screamed as she ran toward the iron gate. Several armed guards stepped forward. Who are you? I was being hunted by zombies. I barely escaped with my life, she answered weakly. Oh, quite the lucky one, a guard sneered. We just rescued one girl and now here comes another. This one looks even more spirited than the last. Just then, a cold voice rang out from behind the first woman. Wait, don't believe her. She's a mutant. She's an accomplice of the one who sneaked in here. The second woman screamed in fury, You bitch. Fire, open fire. Piercing gunshots rang out. The second woman scrambled to escape, but she couldn't dodge all the bullets, her body swaying as they hit. Seeing her fall, the first woman shouted, Quick, get the gasoline. But by the time people returned with the gasoline, the corpse had vanished. Where did it go? One guy shouted. After taking that many rounds, it can still run. Damn it, we should have left someone to watch it. Quick, go report to Brother Li and Shanshan. The wounded woman stumbled back to her companions, pleading, Don't kill me. Save me, I promise I'll be completely obedient to you from now on. HMPH, we're the same kind, one guy snorted. They all knew each other's way of doing things. He raised a large stone, his gaze cold. As for the food inside, we'll just have to find another way. The woman looked at the scene in despair. But unexpectedly, the other accomplice swung a blade and decapitated the guy who was holding the stone. The head hit the ground and the stone slipped along with it. The woman stammered her thanks. The other man gave an insidious smile. An arm and a leg should be enough for you to heal your wounds, right? The rest is mine. How about that? The woman thought to herself. The bald guy was right, we know our own kind best. If we split the corpse, he wouldn't get much, but if he kills the leader in a sneak attack, he can take the advantage and decide the portions himself. Inside the factory, a tense atmosphere hung over everyone. Old Li frowned. Has anyone seen Chen Zhou? Is Chen Zhou missing too? What's going on? Another person worriedly added. We still haven't found Yang Hai, and now another one is gone. Shanshan, what are you doing? Old Li asked when he saw the girl standing quietly by a trash can. Shanshan answered calmly, Nothing. I'm just looking around the factory for clues. Her gaze lingered on the trash can where the discarded belongings had been found. After a while, everyone gathered around. You're right, one man said. These clothes belong to Chen Zhou and these shoes. I recognize them as Yang Hai's. He's the only one who wears this brand. The woman who had sneaked in began to tremble, her eyes darting around. Crap, they found where she hid the remains. Shanshan stared at her gaze as cold as a blade. No noise, no signs of a struggle. What did that mean? Why are you looking at me? The woman stammered, her voice shaking. In a flash, Shanshan's arm transformed into a blade and she launched an attack. The woman dodged in a panic, the blade sinking into a nearby tree trunk. Her savage nature was fully exposed. Shanshan's face remained as cold as ice. Damn it, I'm exposed. She reflexively grabbed a nearby youth as a hostage and roared, "Stay back or I'll kill him." Shanshan let out a cold snort, her eyes showing no emotion. "If you kill him, I will never let you leave here alive. HMPH. A little girl who hasn't even grown up yet dares to threaten me," she laughed coldly. "If I can't leave today, I'm taking a few of you with me." "Back up," she ordered. "Give me your gun now, none of you move, or I'll slit his artery." Once she had the gun, she shoved the hostage away and shot him in the leg to prevent pursuit before turning to run. Shanshan's gaze was indifferent. She took aim and fired twice, piercing the woman's body. The woman gritted her teeth against the pain and continued to flee for her life. Seeing Shanshan about to give chase, old Li shouted, "Shanshan, what are you doing?" "I'm going after her on the motorcycle," Shanshan replied firmly. "Forget it, Shanshan," old Li stopped her. "We don't know if she has any accomplices nearby, for safety's sake. Lock the gates and defend first." Shanshan nodded, understanding the logic. "Yeah, you're right. From now on, all new survivors must be quarantined in the safe room. Uncle Li, I'll leave things here to you. My grandfather and Zhang Qi's group don't know the situation yet. I have to go to Yicheng to handle it." "All right, be careful on the road," old Li urged, a hint of pride in his eyes. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected little Shanshan to have grown into such a mature and decisive person. On another battlefield, Xiaoyang and Zhang Shengjie were working with all their might to eliminate the tree demons. Zhang Shengjie swung his sharp tentacles, tearing the monsters to pieces. With his practiced skill, Xiaoyang delivered precision strikes, causing their bodies to shatter in the blink of an eye. The rest of the group assisted by dousing the remains in gasoline and lighting them. The flames soared, burning away all traces. Watching the scene from a distance, He Lao murmured to himself in a daze, "Is this a sense of security, or the feeling of being suppressed?" Suddenly, a notification rang in Xiaoyang's mind. System prompt, Utopia task in progress. Community expansion task progress. Establish an independent assembly point and defend against intruders complete. Evaluation score 10, current evaluation 72. Reward 40 points, current total points 193. Xiaoyang curled his lip in a satisfied smile. "Haha, Zhang Kai and Shanshan really didn't let me down." Soon after, Xiaoyang's squad returned to the base. Someone ran over, their tone excited. "Brother Xiaoyang, you're back, you're finally back. Something happened at the steel plant, and Shanshan has already gone there to support them." Xiaoyang furrowed his brows. "Nothing too chaotic, I hope." "No," the man replied. "Just that a few members were bitten." Shanshan had already gone there with the suppression serum. "Then who are these people?" Xiaoyang asked, pointing at the group behind him. He introduced them. "These are survivors from Frog City." He then pointed to the elder. "This is He Lao, a botany expert from the Academy of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences. It's a pleasure, everyone is welcome to join." He Lao smiled kindly and bowed slightly. "We're sorry for the trouble, we are truly grateful." Xiaoyang nodded, his tone firm. "He Lao, this is only temporary. In a few days I will escort everyone to the forest edge of Frog City." "The forest edge? What are we going there for?" He Lao was surprised. "To establish the third assembly point," Xiaoyang answered, his eyes shining with ambition. Just then the sound of an engine roared, and Shanshan returned, light sweat on her forehead. "Brother Xiaoyang, when did you get back?" After they met, Shanshan recounted the events at the steel plant, her tone full of alertness. "That's how it happened. We can't trust any new members for now." He Lao pointed to himself and laughed softly. "Then we should be fine. Don't worry, I know exactly where everyone here came from." Xiaoyang turned toward Shanshan. Zhang Xiaoyang's lips curled into a smirk. "Good news, how is this good news?" Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. To him, if there were extra rewards to be claimed, why wouldn't it be good news? The system's voice rang out again with a new task. Villain Nemesis. Objective, eliminate the threat in the west suburbs. Reward, 120 points. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded, his gaze turning sharp. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, the wounded woman leaned against a wall, exhausted. From the distance came the sound of metal scraping against the pavement as a figure slowly emerged. He asked mockingly, "Is this how it ends?" "What, abandoned by your new teammates?" The woman spat, trying to defend herself. "Don't, it was just a misunderstanding. I still have a plan." "A plan?" The man let out a cold laugh. "Your plan almost got me killed. Kill her." Another cold, cruel voice rang out. The woman screamed as her companion unhesitatingly drove a blade through her body. She coughed up a large amount of blood, her eyes filled with resentment. "You bastard, pull this trick again?" The man's tone was icy. "If you're unsatisfied, you shouldn't have lived this long anyway." She looked at the red-haired woman standing nearby, her voice trembling but full of malice. "Don't trust him. When I was injured last time, he used this same trick to sneak attack that bald guy. He does this to ensure his own interests are maximized. He'll definitely betray you without hesitation later." The red-haired woman remained silent, her gaze cold. "Now I'm injured too," the dying woman pleaded. "You're the one with the advantage. Don't kill me, kill that bitch instead. We only fell to this point because of her. A piece of trash like you has the nerve to talk about others?" the stabbed woman roared. "Aren't you the same?" All right, it's all a misunderstanding," the man interrupted, his tone hypocritical. "Stop blaming each other. Actually, your suggestion isn't bad." "Haha, right," the red-haired woman smiled flatteringly. "We've been together so long, there's some affection, isn't there? Am I not better than that bitch?" The man's lips curled, a flash of cruelty in his eyes. "Unfortunately, I prefer redheads." With that, he swung his sword and finished off the first woman, then turned his attention to the red-haired one. He continued, "As for your injuries, one arm and one leg should be enough to recover. The rest belongs to me, how about that?" Back at the steel plant, Zhang Xiaoyang looked at Li Cheng and asked in a serious tone, "The cannibals from the west suburbs, right?" "That's right," Li Cheng nodded. "One of them, a red-haired girl, infiltrated us and killed several of our people." "Li Cheng, you should know them pretty well, right?" Zhang Xiaoyang asked. "More than just know them," Li Cheng replied, his eyes darkening. "I was once considered one of them, even if my mutation wasn't as severe. I can deduce their nature. Eating human flesh causes them to gradually lose their sanity, making them extremely selfish, short-sighted, irritable, indulgent, and bloodthirsty." Zhang Xiaoyang nodded, his gaze piercing. Sounds like a dangerous bunch. I'll definitely go to the west suburbs, but there are more important things to handle first. Old Li, strengthen the factory's defenses. If any situation arises that you can't handle, report immediately via walkie-talkie." "Understood," Li Cheng said firmly. 2 months later, on the roof of a building, a group of survivors was discussing their situation with worry. "What do we do? Are we leaving?" one person asked, trembling. That eerie sound appeared every night, getting closer and closer. No one knew what kind of monster was making it. "Hurry up and think of something," another said in a panic. "If this continues, we'll die here." "Pack your things, we're moving," the leader decided. But as they moved through the night, mutated plants suddenly launched an attack. "Watch out, plant bodies," someone shouted. "Damn it," another roared in terror. The strange noise was too loud, masking the sound of the plant's movement. The monsters approached undetected, and one person was snatched away, their screams echoing in the darkness. The survivors fled in a panic. "That way is a dead end too," a desperate voice cried out. "Bastard, I told you we shouldn't have come out at night." "There's another way," someone shouted, running toward the direction of a loud rumbling noise. "Are you running into another dead end?" his companion roared in despair. Either way, it was death, might as well take a chance. What if the army was coming to save them? They ran desperately, gasping for breath, but were soon exhausted. Suddenly, a massive tree crashed to the ground in front of them, the earth shaking violently. "Watch out," one person cried, their eyes wide. "What kind of monster could knock down a trunk that thick?" "Shush, stay quiet," another signaled, pointing toward the dust ahead. They saw a group of people felling trees with roaring chainsaws. "It's people, someone is cutting wood," one person shouted excitedly, recognizing a familiar figure. "Zhou Xingkai, A Liang, are you still alive? How is it on your end?" A Liang smiled slightly. His eyes lit up. "We were saved. We're living in M City now." Just then, the mutated plants caught up, the rustling of leaves sweeping over them like a storm. "Run," someone shouted. But A Liang was eerily calm. "It's just a bunch of plant bodies, no need to be afraid." Zhou Xingkai picked up his walkie-talkie and said decisively, "Team 2 has encountered plant bodies." "I repeat, Team 2 has encountered plant bodies." "Received," came the reply. "Everyone move this way, stand behind us." Another squad equipped with flamethrowers appeared and plumes of fire erupted. Accompanied by wretched howls, the monsters were engulfed in flames. The fire turned everything into ash like a brilliant sun. Li Cheng stood in the distance, observing calmly. "We basically don't even need to lift a finger to deal with these things anymore," a survivor asked in shock. "I didn't expect you to gather such a powerful force. How did you do it?" "It's all thanks to our leader, Zhang Xiaoyang," A Liang answered proudly. Only then did A Liang notice Zhang Shengji and Chen Chong standing guard nearby. A survivor stammered in fear, "Are there more monsters over there?" "Don't be nervous, they aren't monsters. They're our guardians," A Liang explained, nodding. "We're short on hands right now. I'll take you to see leader Zhang Xiaoyang." A moment later, they went deeper into the forest and a vast cultivation area appeared before them. Everyone was stunned. "This is insane. You're actually growing crops in the plant body's territory." Someone handed A Liang a strange root that was wriggling like a living creature. A Liang jumped in fright and threw it away, his voice trembling. "Take it easy, what the hell is this? This is essentially still a plant body." The person explained, "It's the same species as the monsters we just burned, but they've been tamed. Not only is the yield high, but they're easy to harvest. This is top-tier produce." "Are you all blessed by the heavens?" a survivor murmured, still unable to believe it. A Liang affirmed, everything here is thanks to leader Zhang Xiaoyang. He Lao observed the furrows, his eyes full of admiration. Crops can change their properties and state according to our will. This is something I never even dared to imagine before. Zhang Xiaoyang walked over and asked, any other requirements? Just tell the flower carriage all at once. No, that's all, He Lao replied with a smile. It's already very convenient. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded, satisfied. That's good. The reclamation is going smoothly. If any other plant bodies invade, Li Cheng's squad will handle it. He turned around, his gaze turning cold. It's time to head to the west suburbs and deal with those cannibalistic beasts. In the west suburbs of M City, Zhang Xiaoyang and Chen Chong were scouting. Chen Chong whispered a warning, someone is tailing us and they're not weak. Yeah, I noticed. Zhang Xiaoyang scanned the surroundings. Their strength was about the same as Zhang Qi's group. What's the move? Chen Chong asked. What else? Zhang Xiaoyang's lips curled. Giving you a little extra meal. On a high floor of a building, two guys were staring greedily at them. A perfect opportunity, one whispered. Wait, the other stopped him. Wait a bit longer so we don't get beaten to the punch. Someone's already beaten us to it, the first one said, pointing down. A group of hideous-looking mutants was closing in on Zhang Xiaoyang. They seemed to view him as top-tier goods. One mutant roared, a purebred evolver, who knows how many levels I'll jump if I eat him. Wait, the other pointed at Chen Chong. What is that thing next to him? Does this guy have the ability to control zombies? Excellent. If we eat him, maybe we can steal that ability. That would make dealing with that guy in the north suburbs much easier. There's an opening, the two on the high ground whispered. Just watch, it's not necessarily a bad thing to let others go first. Suddenly a fierce battle erupted. Chen Chong slaughtered the mutants with frantic abandon, every strike as violent as a storm. Zhang Xiaoyang only needed a few swings of his sword to send the remaining mutants fleeing in terror. How is this possible? One cried out. How can such a strong monster exist? Run! One mutant tried to climb onto the roof of the car where the two were hiding. Bastard, don't run this way, the one on the high ground roared. Are you trying to get me killed? Get lost! Below, Zhang Xiaoyang picked up a long iron rod, squinting as he took aim. With a flick of his wrist, the iron rod shot out, piercing through the climbing mutant and embedding itself into the wall between the two hiders. They trembled with fear. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't seem to notice them, murmuring, these guys were pretty strong, they definitely have xenogenic cores. The two on the high ground looked down cautiously. Heavens, are they gone? One whispered. Gone, let's head down. They checked the bodies and found only 3 had been eaten. The rest were theirs to scavenge. Elsewhere, Zhang Xiaoyang teased Chen Chong. Your appetite is lacking. You're full after just 3? My body is only so big, how much can I eat? Just then he heard movement in an alley and drew his blade. Zhang Xiaoyang walked over stealthily, remaining alert. A middle-aged man with a bow appeared, his face full of terror. Take one more step and I'll shoot you dead. A normal human? Zhang Xiaoyang raised his hands to appease him. Easy now. The man loosed an arrow, but Zhang Xiaoyang caught the white feathered shaft with his bare hand. Such reflexes, catching an arrow out of the air. The man was shocked, and in the blink of an eye Zhang Xiaoyang had closed the distance and disarmed him. Come on out, we aren't cannibals. The rest of the members stepped out cautiously. After an explanation, they asked hopefully, so you found a way to fight zombies without eating human flesh. That's wonderful. One person breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaoyang asked, where are you heading? There's the Westwind steel plant in the south suburbs, one answered. They used to broadcast frequently to recruit survivors. We plan to go there. But thinking about it now, it's hard for us ordinary people to fight those cannibals. Oh wait, do you know of a safer place? What? Another asked. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. There's a community in the north suburbs specifically dedicated to hunting cannibals. We plan to join them. I didn't think such a community existed, one cried out. We only dared to come because we heard the cannibals talking about it. I heard their leader is a top-tier expert who can take on 5 or 6 cannibals alone, just by himself, someone asked skeptically. The cannibals in the west suburbs number at least dozens. No, the other countered. A few days ago I saw several cannibals gathered together, seemingly plotting something. You're talking nonsense again, someone interrupted. You've been mentally unstable lately, you must be mistaking dreams for reality. Don't listen to him. The man insisted on going to the Westwind steel plant because his brother might be there. I've told you how many times. The probability of your brother being alive is almost 0. Going there is a death sentence sooner or later. Can the Westwind steel plant even hold off the cannibals? Another person worriedly added, maybe they're cannibals too. Zhang Xiaoyang spoke up. You're right about that. The original leaders of the Westwind steel plant were indeed 2 cannibals, but I've already killed them. He turned to the boy with a hopeful face and asked, what's your brother's name? I might know him. The boy's voice trembled as he replied, his name is Li Cheng. He used to be a policeman. Have you heard of him? Is he still alive? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh, a playful glint in his eyes. Ha ha, what a coincidence. I'm quite close with Li Cheng. The boy with the bowl cut was overjoyed, his eyes shining as he shouted, really? Zhang Xiaoyang nodded affirmatively. He's at the West Wind steel plant right now, helping me manage the land, the boy followed up excitedly, his tone full of longing. Land? Has agricultural production even been restored? Fantastic, I told you we have to go to the West Wind steel plant. But the man wearing glasses suddenly turned grim and fiercely interrupted the conversation. Who are you? I don't believe in such coincidences. Tell me, are you trying to trick us into going there so you can kill and eat us? In these times it's hard to tell truth from lies. Who knows? Zhang Xiaoyang frowned slightly and shook his head helplessly. If I wanted to kill you, would I even need to trick you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gunshot rang out and a bullet grazed past, hitting the road not far from his feet. Zhang Xiaoyang glanced over coldly. The man in glasses spun around and roared at the subordinate clumsily holding the gun. What the hell are you doing? The subordinate stammered back. His voice trembled. I'm sorry, I didn't hold the gun steady, it misfired. This unexpected gunshot seemed to alert the entire area, and the growls of zombies came from a distance, getting closer and closer. The man with glasses turned pale, his voice urgent. Damn it, the cannibals must have heard the shot. He immediately ordered, his voice rapid. Everyone hide! He turned to Zhang Xiaoyang and Chen Chong, shouting, Hey, come over here, do you want to die? Even if you have some skills, you can't deal with a swarm of cannibals. Zhang Xiaoyang looked calm and asked jokingly, Didn't you say those cannibals are busy fighting among themselves? The man with glasses roared. They'll still kill you first before they start fighting over the loot? Seeing the two still unmoving, he lost his patience, turned around and bolted. If you won't hide, fine, I'm done with you. The whole group rushed into the building. The man with glasses looked up and shouted, Quick, hide in a room and lock the door tight. A young man spotted the second floor and shouted urgently. The man with glasses immediately ordered, Go up. Hide as deep as possible. Move fast. There's no time. Everyone hurriedly hid in a room and double-locked the door. The man with glasses leaned against the wall, cold sweat pouring down, whispering to himself, I hope that kid doesn't sell us out. Outside the building, Zhang Xiaoyang faced the zombie horde, his eyes showing no emotion. How come only one came, or have you already finished eating? A nearby cannibal zombie growled, displeased. I just got here too. A female zombie crawled over, bearing cold, glistening fangs with a playful look. Haven't you noticed? This guy isn't ordinary food. Eating one of him is worth more than a dozen ordinary survivors. Ha ha ha. Inside the room, everyone watched nervously through the crack in the door. The bowl-cut boy leaned in and whispered to the man with glasses. What's happening outside? He squinted, peeking down carefully, and whispered, Almost 10 have gathered and more cannibals are on their way. He wiped the sweat from his face and muttered, That kid is a goner, there won't even be bone fragments left. On the street, a cannibal zombie roared and charged at Zhang Xiaoyang. I can't take it, the first bite is mine. However, Zhang Xiaoyang just waved his hand, his blade falling and cleanly cutting off the other's head. The massive body collapsed with a thud, his face was like frost, showing no expression. The remaining zombies gaped in shock, instinctively backing away, not daring to move. Zhang Xiaoyang turned around, his voice calm but full of authority. To save time, come at me all at once. The zombies were enraged and swarmed him with roars. Bastard, how dare you underestimate us? Let's team up and kill him first. Zhang Xiaoyang turned to Chen Chong and said lightheartedly, I'll leave it to you. Burn some energy first, and I'll let you eat your fill later. Chen Chong nodded and replied briefly, Okay. As Zhang Xiaoyang bent down to pick up a weapon, a zombie tried to sneak attack from behind, but he suddenly leaped into the air, making the attacker miss and nearly fall flat on his face. The man with glasses upstairs stared at the battlefield, exclaiming, He jumped that high? Zhang Xiaoyang landed on the edge of the building, his icy gaze sweeping over the zombies below. The man with glasses whispered to himself, his voice trembling, What is this kid, a monster or something? The zombies below were also terrified. One of them stammered, His physical stats are even higher than mine. Realizing they couldn't win, the zombie horde began to scatter and flee in panic. This guy's a monster, we can't handle him, run? Just then a flash of cold light pierced through a fleeing zombie's head with precision. Zhang Xiaoyang stepped onto the railing, raised his gun and said in a cold tone, I won't let any of you leave here alive. He turned and pointed at Chen Chong. Unless you can beat him. Chen Chong was surrounded by the zombie swarm, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. They targeted him, shouting in unison, Kill this one first. However, Chen Chong seemed to have awakened his instincts. His movements were as smooth as a ghost, his thick palms with sharp nails instantly pierced a lunging zombie. Immediately after, he suddenly did a handstand and unleashed a series of spin kicks, starting a bloody melee within the zombie horde. The zombies, covered in blood, wailed in terror. Impossible, we can't even beat this guy? From his high position, Zhang Xiaoyang sniped with precision, each flash of light piercing a zombie's skull. The man with glasses watched dumbfounded and exclaimed, The two of them just wiped out an entire group of cannibals like that? Standing on the railing, Zhang Xiaoyang raised his spear and shouted in a booming voice, Come out, everyone. Feeling that the situation was safe, the man with glasses led everyone out. They stared at the carnage on the ground, speechless. Heavens, what in the world? Zhang Xiaoyang leaped down from the railing, landing lightly. The man with glasses spoke up hurriedly. We've thought it over. We want to join the West Wind steel plant. Can you take us in? Zhang Xiaoyang answered decisively and immediately, yes, but first I need to check out the north suburb settlement you mentioned. Hearing this, everyone froze, fear showing in their eyes. What are you going there for? Zhang Xiaoyang stepped closer, his voice low, his face gradually turning cold. To check out that group you mentioned. He paused, his gaze sharp, and emphasized every word. To see if I need to kill every single one of them, deep in the wasteland inside a base. A rapid alarm sounded, and the gatekeeper shouted hysterically, enemy attack, enemy attack. Looking at the dark figures below, his voice trembled. 7 people, 7 cannibals, what do we do? Just then, a burly man with a thick beard and well-developed chest muscles walked over. Seeing him, the crowd shouted in unison, Brother Feng. A young girl hurried to the man called Brother Feng, advising him worriedly, Dad, even for you, this is a bit much. Brother Feng ignored her and decisively ordered the gates locked, strictly guarded. No one in, no one out. A youth behind him nodded hurriedly, stammering, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Feng jumped down without hesitation. The girl shouted behind him with a sobbing voice, Dad, be careful. In an instant, Brother Feng stood before the cannibals. They looked excited and roared, It's him, kill him. All the human meat in this settlement is ours now, charge. At this moment, Brother Feng's body began to undergo a terrifying transformation. His skin cracked and chunks of crimson muscle bulged, turning him into a hideous monster. Your bodies are covered with mouths full of fangs. The cannibals froze, eyes wide, and shouted in shock, Is this that guy's power? In this form, he's even more twisted than us. After a moment of hesitation, they roared and swarmed him, trying to defeat him together. Some swung stones, others launched violent bare-handed attacks. But before they could get close, a terrifying power erupted. The cannibals were instantly sliced in half. Several wounded ones retreated in terror, not daring to step forward again. Brother Feng roared at the sky, letting out an angry roar that shattered the silence. After an unknown amount of time, the ground was piled high with cannibal corpses. By then, Brother Feng was exhausted, barely able to stand. His face gradually returned to human form, sweat pouring down like rain. The people on the wall discussed worriedly, We won, those cannibals are all dead, but Brother Feng is nearly spent. Someone suggested, their voice hesitating, It's fine to just let him stay there, right? Another replied helplessly, There's no other way, in that state he can't control himself at all. He didn't let us out to protect us. Brother Feng's daughter, eyes filled with tears, called out tremblingly, Dad. After observing for a while, the crowd behind grew restless. He can't move. If we don't help him, he can't devour the cannibals' corpses, and he'll die like this. Open the gate, we're willing to take the risk. That's right, open up. Girl was moved to tears. The boy wearing a hat said upon hearing this, Since everyone is willing to risk it, let's move. They hurriedly opened the gate and rushed toward Brother Feng, who had collapsed on the ground. Seeing this, Brother Feng roared hoarsely, What are you doing? Get back. But the crowd didn't listen. Each dragged a corpse over, shouting in unison, Brother Feng, we can't leave you behind. If you die, we won't live long either. The boy in the hat threw a corpse toward Brother Feng, reminding the others, Don't get too close, just throw them. The fang-filled mouths on Brother Feng's body immediately sprang to life, dragging the corpses over and devouring them frantically. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the crowd couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Someone trembled. This scene is too... Several people couldn't help but gag on the spot. After a while, Brother Feng gradually recovered and stood up unsteadily. The people nearby continued to transport corpses. One person warned anxiously, their voice worried, Hey, be careful, why are you getting so close? Do you want to die? Just drop the bodies there, watch out for friendly fire. Just then, several figures appeared silently behind Brother Feng. It was another group of cannibals. Looking at the chaos, one said in surprise. How did this monster end up in such a wretched state? Another replied with cold eyes. Looks like he just had a fierce battle with our kind not long ago. Hearing this, the first guy drooled and grinned wickedly. Hee, perfect, our kind paved the way for us. We're in luck. The people in the base spotted them and shouted nervously, Are there more cannibals? What do we do? Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and Chen Chong walked over. Seeing this, the people in the base grew even more panicked, with someone muttering, Another group of cannibals. But then someone noticed something and countered, pointing at Chen Chong. No, that monster clearly isn't a cannibal. Another questioned with a frown. How can you be sure? Don't cannibals all end up looking like this in the end? Hearing this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle, covering his mouth to suppress a laugh. The group of cannibals also turned around, their faces full of confusion. A peer? No, there's no scent of our kind on this guy. Are you a purebred evolver? Is that even possible? To avoid wasting time, Xiaoyang waved his hand and said decisively, Go, Chen Chong, it's your turn. Chen Chong rolled his shoulders and complained, I always get the dirty work. With that, he charged straight at the cannibals. They immediately met his challenge, roaring, Where'd this little zombie come from? I've killed hundreds, maybe 1,000 of your kind. but just as the words left his mouth, a cannibal was sent flying by Chen Chong's heavy kick, slamming hard onto the ground. Witnessing this, the people in the base broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, "How is this monster so strong? He's even stronger than Brother Feng." At this moment, the man with glasses walked over and reassured them, "Don't worry, they're experts from the south suburbs." Everyone was shocked. The south suburbs? We thought Brother Feng was the strongest person in this chaotic world. On the battlefield, seeing their comrade instantly taken down, the remaining cannibals immediately felt like retreating. Though his legs were weak and cold sweat soaked his pants, one cannibal forced a smile. "It's fine, don't be afraid. If we attack together, we can definitely take it down." Another nodded in agreement. "Okay," but despite saying that, the entire group remained frozen in place, no one daring to step forward. The cannibals pushed each other, urging, "Go, you charge first. I'll follow right behind." Taking advantage of their infighting, one cannibal suddenly rushed toward Xiaoyang with a smug face. "Since you guys are fighting, I'll help myself. You, the purebred evolver, are mine. Ha ha ha." The others cursed in rage. "You bastard." Xiaoyang watched coldly, his eyes sharp as he slowly raised his hand. When the opponent reached him, Xiaoyang struck suddenly, his arm directly piercing through the other's chest. The cannibal froze, coughing up blood, his eyes full of terror. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Xiaoyang cleanly tore him in half. Survival instinct instantly overwhelmed everything else. The remaining cannibals turned and ran, shouting, "That guy is even stronger. This is bad. We can't win. Run." Without hesitation, Xiaoyang summoned the flower carriage and shot out a mass of vines in pursuit. In an instant, the vines pinned the cannibals to the ground like skewered snacks. They let out blood-curdling wails before perishing. The boy in the hat witnessed the whole thing and exclaimed tremblingly, "A devil, he's a devil." The man with glasses quickly reassured him, "Don't be afraid, they're on our side." Just then, a bright red fleshy tentacle on Brother Feng's body suddenly writhed and launched an attack straight at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was taken aback. The tentacle grazed him, leaving a bloody mark on his arm. He asked in confusion, "What kind of monster is this?" Without hesitation, he sent out vines to bind Brother Feng's body tightly, but the rotting flesh on the other kept contracting and expanding, trying to break free. Xiaoyang blurted out, "Pa, this thing is disgusting. I wonder how you handle being slammed." He grabbed the vines and delivered a fierce shoulder throw. Seeing this, the girl rushed over, shouting, "Dad, no!" Xiaoyang was stunned, watching the girl fall to the ground, pleading through tears, "Please, please spare him." Xiaoyang looked surprised. "Spare him who? This pile of weird rotting meat?" The girl sobbed. "Yes, he's my father. He attacked because he lost control. Please don't kill him." Zhang Xiaoyang released Brother Feng and retracted his vines, muttering to himself, "To be twisted into such a state, is it even possible to regain human form?" Guided by the others, he picked up several corpses and tossed them toward Brother Feng. "Is this enough?" one person asked, nodding. "Yes." Watching Brother Feng gorge himself, Chen Chong shuddered and exclaimed, "Xiaoyang, you're something else, but when you eat, you're not much better than he is." The boy in the baseball cap walked over and greeted them warmly. "Master Chef, please come into the settlement with us. Let's leave Brother Feng outside for now." Shortly after, they led Zhang Xiaoyang and Chen Chong inside. As soon as they stepped into the safety zone, the crowd knelt in unison, shouting with one voice, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. If you hadn't appeared in time, neither Brother Feng nor any of us would have survived today." Zhang Xiaoyang waved them off with a faint smile. "It was nothing, just a minor effort. By the way, how long has this settlement been established? And what exactly is the deal with Brother Feng out there?" a girl replied with a dejected expression. "My father was infected. His body turned into mimic flesh." Zhang Xiaoyang looked surprised. "What is mimic flesh?" the girl explained. "It's a mysterious but extremely dangerous biological entity. It was first discovered in wild animals. At first, everyone thought it was just some kind of pathogenic bacteria. But after culturing it, we were shocked to find, my God, this thing can mimic any tissue it consumes," she continued, her gaze drifting toward the distance. "It doesn't just mimic the appearance, it copies the function, even performing better than stem cells. Although it was unethical, my teacher secretly conducted human trials. I remember that after the cells were implanted, a cancer patient miraculously recovered." The girl marveled, noting that in less than a week, the cancer cells were almost entirely cleared. At the time, her teacher cheered excitedly. "This is insane. My God, we've discovered the God cells." Returning to the present, the girl continued her tale with a heavy tone. But disaster soon followed. M-City and S-City began to spiral into chaos, and refugees from surrounding cities flooded here like a tide. At the time, we thought the God cells were the key to solving the disaster, but we never expected that the so-called key was the disaster itself. Zhang Xiaoyang rested his chin on his hand, saying thoughtfully, "If I had to guess, the originally stable tissues started to spiral out of control, right?" The girl nodded, her eyes melancholy. "Exactly." She continued, "The mimic flesh continued to erode, replacing all the host cells and tissues. They gradually lost their humanity, leaving only the mimic flesh's instinct to frantically expand and infect more people. Over time, the mimic flesh forgets the structural information of the host, eventually turning into a pile of amorphous rotten meat, losing all balance and mobility. In the end, it simply withers away as nutrients are exhausted. She paused, her gaze deep. So while they can still maintain a human form, they do everything they can to gather together. They form what we call the terminal station, a sticky sea of flesh that covers an entire street. The horror of her description made everyone shudder. Suddenly a voice came from behind them. And now you have become one of them as well. Zhang Xiaoyang turned and looked back in confusion. It was Brother Feng who had completely regained his human form. He stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "The wound on your arm, it was from my attack earlier, wasn't it?" The crowd in the base cheered joyfully. "Dad, Brother Feng." Zhang Xiaoyang looked at the scratch on his hand and nodded. "That's right," Brother Feng sighed, shaking his head as he said, "Sigh, then you don't have much time left either." "I still have hope," Zhang Xiaoyang interrupted him, speaking with confidence. "Don't worry, I don't pay this level of infection any mind. That pile of mimic flesh has already been purged from my system." Brother Feng was struck with shock. "How is that possible?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and waved his hand to summon the flower carriage, vines competing to sprout from his arm. "I have a special constitution. My immune system is dozens of times stronger than an average person's. Furthermore, I have a symbiotic life form within me that is even more mysterious and lethal than mimic flesh." The crowd watched dumbfounded. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyang retracted the flower carriage. However, he seemed to think of something. If the mimic flesh's mimicry ability is this strong, could it be directionally sculpted? He reached out his hand toward Brother Feng. "Come on, old Joe, give me a bit. I want to try and tame this thing." After a moment of hesitation, Brother Feng pinched off a clump of flesh and tossed it to Zhang Xiaoyang. "Since you want to try," Zhang Xiaoyang caught it. Looking at the wriggling mass in his palm, he hesitated for a second, then pressed it against his hand, allowing it to be consumed. Brother Feng stepped closer and asked, "How is it?" Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. "It's no good. This thing won't listen to orders at all. Once it merges, it immediately begins to expand and invade. I have no choice but to kill it all." He turned and asked, "Then how do you control them?" Brother Feng let out a cold laugh. "I don't control them. I am them. Now every tissue in my body is composed of mimic flesh. From a biological perspective, I stopped being human a long time ago." Zhang Xiaoyang was surprised. "Oh, if that's the case, how can you still maintain a human form?" Brother Feng raised his arm and clenched his fist, explaining, "Humanity was worn away long ago. What supports me is a sense of responsibility, relying on pure reason. The topological structural information in my brain's neurons hasn't been completely lost yet, so I can still think as Zhou Zhaofeng and fight against the mimic flesh's instincts. But I can feel my remaining sanity gradually dissipating. I'm afraid it won't be long before I can no longer maintain a human appearance." Brother Feng looked at the survivors in the base and pleaded in a raspy voice, "I beg you to protect Xiao Ping and these survivors for me. In the days I have left while I'm still conscious, I will do my absolute best to carry out anything you ask of me." Hearing this, his daughter Xiao Ping burst into tears, which streamed down her cheeks. "Dad," just then, a system notification rang in Zhang Xiaoyang's mind. Acquired information on 2 or more types of calamities. Sequence task Calamity Collector initiated. The task content displayed. Exert all efforts to collect information on various calamities. Task progress. Hyperphage virus, adaptive spores, protozoa mimicry. Reward 300 points. Zhang Xiaoyang thought to himself, the hyperphage virus should be the zombie disaster in M City, the adaptive spores are the plant bodies in S City, and the mimic protoplasm is what they call mimic flesh. He turned to Zhaofeng and asked, "Is your terminal station also heading toward the sea of flesh?" Zhaofeng nodded, his tone heavy. "Yes, I feel that day is not far off." Zhang Xiaoyang gave a soft laugh. "Perfect, I'll go with you." Zhaofeng looked astonished. "Go with me to do what?" Zhang Xiaoyang shrugged. "Nothing in particular. Purely out of curiosity." Zhaofeng looked worriedly at Xiao Ping and the others. "Then what about these people?" Zhang Xiaoyang pulled out his walkie-talkie and said flatly, "That's an easy fix." He made a call. "Hey Zhang Kai, is anyone free lately?" A while later, the people at the base looked toward the main gate in terror as someone exclaimed, What kind of monster is this now?" It was Zhang Shengjie walking over with Xiao Shuai. As soon as Xiao Shuai saw Zhang Xiaoyang, he shouted excitedly, "Uncle Xiaoyang, Uncle Xiaoyang." Zhang Xiaoyang frowned, a bit puzzled. "Zhang Shengjie, why did you bring the kid here? Is his mom okay with this?" Xiao Shuai clenched his fist to show off his muscles, saying with full confidence, "Don't worry, Uncle Xiaoyang, I'm something special now. Let me show you what I can do." To avoid wasting time, Xiao Shuai turned around. He shouted loudly, "All right, you've been following us the whole way. If you don't come out now, we're going straight inside." The entire street behind them was silent save for the howling wind. A few small heads of cannibals poked out from the rooftops of several buildings, muttering, "How we were spotted." Seeing they were exposed, they walked out slowly, no longer hiding. The leader, a man in coarse clothes, grinned wickedly. So this is the settlement that's become so famous. Let me see which expert it is that requires our combined strength to handle, he pointed at Shengjie, clicking his tongue in wonder. Is it you? He asked with a mocking laugh. I heard you can take on several of us new humans alone, is that true? Shengjie quickly shook his head and explained. I'm not from around here. I just got off the plane and haven't lost my accent yet. I don't understand what you're saying. The youth in the peaked cap walked to Zhao Feng's side and asked, What's going on? Zhao Feng replied. They've mistaken him for me. The cannibals could no longer restrain themselves, saliva dripping as they roared and charged forward. There was going to be a fight sooner or later. Since we have the numbers today, let's strike first. Capture him. Xiao Shuai stepped forward, blocking their path. Dad, don't move yet. Let me handle this. Shengjie hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Don't be careless. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Be careful and don't push yourself. The cannibals rushed in front of Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai raised his gun and barked, Halt! Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed directly at the leader in coarse clothes. The opponent pulled his trigger, but Xiao Shuai dodged to the side with movements as fast as lightning. After avoiding the bullet, he gave a smug smile. A newborn calf doesn't fear the tiger, don't you know that? With the reaction speed of ordinary humans like you can't possibly keep up with my rhythm. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the opponent's shoulder was struck by a bullet. Xiao Shuai reloaded at god speed, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. Who said I was an ordinary human? He shot as he moved, unleashing full firepower. The man in coarse clothes lunged from behind, roaring, You arrogant brat! Xiao Shuai leaped into the air, dodging the man's heavy punch. The blow landed, blasting a huge crater into the ground. Seizing the opening, Xiao Shuai pressed the muzzle of his gun against the back of the man's head. With a single gunshot, the man who had been shouting just moments ago fell to the ground. The people at the base watched dumbfounded. Who was this child? How could his skills be so formidable? Before he could even land, another cannibal lunged forward. Xiao Shuai broke into a cold sweat. Crap, I can't dodge this. I'm going to get hurt. Just then, a massive tentacle shot through the air, piercing directly through the cannibal. Zhang Shengjie retracted the tentacle nonchalantly, tossing the enemy into the sky. The people at the base were once again speechless. Are all these people monsters? Seeing their companion fall, the cannibals were terrified. What was going on? This guy was even stronger than the rumors. They roared in unison and charged together, wanting to see exactly how many tentacles he had. But Shengjie simply raised his hand. Vine-like tentacles shot out from behind him frantically, lashing back and forth, and the area was instantly stained red with blood. In a matter of moments, the group of cannibals was completely wiped out. The crowd stammered in amazement. This is just unfair. Xiao Shuai raised his fist and asked excitedly, Uncle Xiaoyang, how was my performance? Zhang Xiaoyang ruffled the boy's hair and praised him. Dealing with 2 cannibals is no problem for you. It seems you've been training hard lately. Xiao Shuai laughed. It's all thanks to the farmland you opened up, Uncle Xiaoyang. Everyone's strength has improved significantly after eating the crops from there. Zhang Xiaoyan gave an O of acknowledgement, thinking to himself. The crops in the flower carriage farmland are essentially plant bodies. Although they can't compare to the wild plant bodies in S-City, they indeed contain evolutionary energy. This is a truly unexpected gain. Xiao Shuai pointed at Zhao Feng's group and asked, Uncle Xiaoyang, what's the situation over here? Zhang Xiaoyang replied, Regarding the current calamities, I've roughly outlined a blueprint for the future. He pointed at Zhao Feng. Zombie plant bodies and this gentleman. This lifeform is known as mimic flesh. He summarized that each region has its unique calamity, and he wondered what kind of enemies they would encounter in the future. At the same time, at another base, a group of people was frantically defending against mutated insects. One person screamed, We can't hold them. There are too many. Someone beside him shouted, Open the side gate, every man for himself. They jumped onto armored vehicles and sped out. But just as they left, an ant the size of a car nipped one of the vehicles over. The remaining people in the base looked on with despair. No, don't leave me behind. The ant colony swarmed in, sharp limbs stabbing down, leaving only wretched screams behind. Back at Zhao Feng's base, they were walking along a corridor. Zhang Xiaoyang said, No problem. With a few of them watching, 20 or 30 cannibals posed no threat. Suddenly his gaze stopped and he let out a cold snort, pointing at the person tied up in the glass room. That guy is a cannibal, right? Zhao Feng nodded. Ah, yes. I captured him to use him to identify those infected by mimic flesh. Zhang Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised. Zhao Feng continued to explain, I discovered by chance that cannibals have no appetite for those infected by mimic flesh. Not everyone can suppress its nature like I can. We are more dangerous than cannibals. He looked at the man. We won't easily expose our identities. Instead, we secretly infect healthy people. So we need him to distinguish them. Suddenly, the man let out an insidious laugh. I don't need you to use your tricks today. I'll take the initiative to tell you who is infected. Zhao Feng and Xiao Ping widened their eyes in shock. He continued, I'm curious, now that you've lost your humanity, will you still feel pain when you lose your daughter? Hearing the cannibal say this, Zhou Zhaofeng frowned, his tone icy. What are you talking about? The opponent mocked. The daughter you're desperately protecting is already infected with mimic flesh. As for who infected her, I don't think I need to say more, do I? Xiaoping looked down at the scratch on her arm, remembering what happened before, her face turning pale. Zhaofeng's expression turned grim, his gaze heavy. Zhang Xiaoyang stepped forward and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Calm down. Zhaofeng looked up, his tone bitter. What makes me feel despair is that I am abnormally calm right now. He looked at Xiaoping. Since Xiaoping was infected, my heart should be in turmoil, yet I feel nothing. I think my consciousness as Zhou Zhaofeng has reached its end. He sighed and continued, it's time to commit myself to the sea of flesh. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaoyang. However, brother Xiaoyang, although I no longer feel empathy for my past identity, I must see things through to the end. I beg you, if you can clear the mimic flesh from your body, can you also help Xiaoping? Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. That's not realistic. I can't use my immune system to help others. Zhaofeng nodded slightly, his tone sorrowful. Is that so? Then forget it. The youth in the peaked cap walked over and asked worriedly, Xiaoping, will you become like brother Feng too? Xiaoping turned her head, her tone flat. It's okay. The world has become like this. I have nothing left to linger for. Xiaoping looked at the group. When I lose control, I hope you all will take action and kill me. Zhang Xiaoyang interrupted. Don't give up just yet. I never said it was incurable. As he spoke, he took out a vial and handed it to Xiaoping, telling her to inject herself. The youth in the peaked cap asked in surprise, What is this? Zhang Xiaoyang explained. This is an anti-infection drug effective against the M-City virus. I suspect it might have an effect on mimic flesh as well. Xiaoping pushed the fluid into her vein without hesitation. The youth watched the situation nervously. The cannibal on the side mocked them. Hey, can you guys have some common sense? Mimic flesh and the virus are two completely different things. Anyone with a brain knows it's a lost cause. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. His eyes widened in utter shock. How is that possible? Zhang Xiaoyang's lips curled slightly. Seeing this man's reaction, he knew the drug was working. The youth in the cap was ecstatic. That's great. Xiaoping held the empty vial hesitantly, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. Then what about my dad? Can we inject him too? Can he recover? Zhang Xiaoyang looked at Zhou Zhaofeng and shook his head. He probably can't. His situation is completely different. Because you were just recently infected, there's still time for you. Zhou Zhaofeng tore a piece of mimic tissue from his face and nodded in agreement. That's right. The human part of my body was swallowed up long ago. Now I am purely a pile of mimic flesh. He was barely maintaining his human appearance. The hope in Xiaoping's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by pity and helplessness. Zhou Zhaofeng turned to Zhang Xiaoyang and asked, You said earlier you wanted to go to the Flesh Sea. Do you still want to? My remaining time is short. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Let's go. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaoyang and Zhou Zhaofeng reached Sea City. Zhou Zhaofeng warned, We're not far from the Flesh Sea now. It will definitely be extremely dangerous. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded in response. Suddenly a voice came from behind. You too. The two spun around, surprised to find a group of children. One child stepped forward and pleaded, Uncles, do you have anything to eat? Can you share a little with us? Seeing these children, the two immediately grew alert. Zhang Xiaoyang frowned. Children? Zhou Zhaofeng grit his teeth and warned, Careful, there shouldn't be survivors in a place like this. The mimic flesh on his hand transformed into a weapon, just as the children's backs revealed the giant mouths filled with fangs characteristic of mimic flesh. The monsters revealed their true forms. The little boy continued to plead incessantly. Please, we haven't eaten for days. The scene shifted back to Zhou Zhaofeng's base where Xiao Shuai had just shot a giant insect. He inspected the corpse, muttering, Why are there so many bugs around here? They're fast and strong. I've killed several since last night. Xiaoping replied, I've never seen them before. They started appearing yesterday and are increasing in number. Xiao Shuai was somewhat worried. Could it be that my dad and I attracted them here? Just then, the sound of a car engine drifted from the distance. Xiao Shuai immediately raised his gun. He stared ahead with sharp eyes. Careful, we have uninvited guests. Xiaoping was startled. What's wrong? A moment later, 3 military SUVs appeared. The people inside looked on with confusion before cheering. Humans, that's great, we finally saw living people. This place looked like a settlement. Xiao Shuai barked sternly. Get out of the car. A man stepped down and raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Don't fire, little friend, we aren't enemies. Xiao Shuai scrutinized them, muttering to himself, not cannibals, not evolvers. Are they ordinary people? The commanding officer at the lead raised his hand, calmly reassuring them. We have no ill intent, don't be afraid. He turned and told his soldiers to lower their weapons so as not to scare the other party. The atmosphere eased slightly. Xiaoping warned, Be careful. Xiao Shuai nodded. Don't worry, they don't look like bad people. He walked up to the commander who looked somewhat puzzled. Little friend, what do you mean by that? You couldn't possibly be the leader here, could you? Xiao Shuai answered with composure. I'm not the leader, I'm just temporarily responsible for protecting them. A soldier couldn't help but burst out laughing. Temporarily protecting with just a brat like you. Xiao Shuai's gaze instantly turned cold. Watch your tone. We're currently considering whether or not to take you in. The man quickly waved his hands in apology. Sorry, little brother, who are we? My name is Yang Bing. We're refugees from B City. Their old settlement had been overrun by an insect swarm, forcing them to flee south. There were originally 5 cars, but they got separated on the road. The leader took the other vehicle and headed toward C City. Xiao Shuai rubbed his chin, muttering about the insect swarm. He knelt down and gently flipped over the corpse of the multi-legged giant bug. Is it this kind of thing? One of Yang Bing's subordinates exclaimed in wonder. Whoa, the bugs around here are only this small. The people around them began whispering to each other. Great, the insect plague here is much lighter than back where we were. Don't be happy too soon, another person dampened the mood. The swarm will spread here eventually. Xiao Shuai warned seriously. Don't misunderstand, we didn't have any insect problems here originally. These bugs only appeared yesterday and we're currently at our wits' end ourselves. Yang Bing raised an eyebrow. At your wits' end, you mean those brainless zombies? Xiao Shuai replied calmly. You should have seen them on your way here, right? Yang Bing laughed heartily and signaled with his hand. Dozens of gun muzzles were raised in unison as he boasted. We thought they were puppets controlled by parasites. We were surprised we didn't see any parasites on their heads. Don't worry, with this firepower, whether it's bugs or zombies, they won't be a problem. Xiao Ping interjected. In any case, get inside the base. It's dangerous out here. If you run into that gang of cannibals, no matter how many people you have, you won't survive. Yang Bing looked proud. Now that we're here, the protection work is up to us. Another soldier laughed arrogantly. That's right. Compared to the insect tide we've experienced, this place is practically elementary level. The entire group erupted into a boastful laugh. Meanwhile, under a long-awaited clear sky, Zhang Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively as a massive mass of flesh crashed to the ground, blood staining the pavement. Zhou Zhaofeng stood in the rear, dumbfounded, his heart shaken to its core. This level of strength is terrifying. Zhang Xiaoyang looked back, his tone calm. Within a 1-kilometer radius, there are at least 20 more of your kind. Zhou Zhaofeng let out a bitter laugh. And they are all pure mimic flesh. They had lost almost all of their humanity. Ordinary people entering this area would certainly die. He looked up at the blue sky and said softly, Let's go. I can feel that we're almost there. Zhang Xiaoyang stood silently on a high roof overlooking the city being gradually swallowed by a sea of blood and flesh. Zhou Zhaofeng slowly stepped down from the roof, his feet seemingly moving involuntarily toward the churning flesh sea below. Just as he was about to let go, a massive force came from behind. Zhang Xiaoyang gripped his wrist tightly, frowning. What? Planning to give up just like that? Not planning to struggle a bit more? Zhou Zhaofeng smiled sorrowfully, his eyes hollow. It's useless, my will be swallowed sooner or later. One day I won't be able to suppress the instinct. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang immediately raised his right hand. Zhou Zhaofeng was startled, stammering, what are you doing? Before he could react, dozens of threads like spider silk shot from Zhang Xiaoyang's palm, piercing straight into his forehead. Zhou Zhaofeng's eyes instantly turned blood red like burning coals as a strange power surged from Zhang Xiaoyang's body, enveloping them both. Zhang Xiaoyang said calmly, Since you lack structure, he continued, then I will give you structure. With that, Zhang Xiaoyang closed his eyes, his whole body tensing as he concentrated all his energy. A moment later, clouds still drifted high above. Zhou Zhaofeng knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Just now, what did you do to me? Zhang Xiaoyang slowly opened his eyes and answered, I implanted adaptive spores into your body to help you maintain your brain's existing structure. Incidentally, I'm researching the characteristics of your mimic protozoa. Task: Calamity Collector in progress. Task: Exert all efforts to research calamity types. Progress: Hyperphage virus, adaptive spores, mimic protozoa. Reward 300 points. Zhou Zhaofeng was still dazed. Eyes: Mimic protozoa, the mimic flesh we were forced to forget before? The host's structural information is not its nature but a defect. The flesh sea is merely a desperate act. To survive, it is forced to seek new life, constantly devouring and evolving. But as the flesh sea continues to expand, the surrounding resources will be exhausted. At that point, it will self-cannibalize and even wither because the species is too monolithic, triggering a large-scale collapse. Zhou Zhaofeng asked hesitantly, Then the spores you implanted, can they help me recover my humanity? Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. No, but they can help you maintain the status quo. The adaptive spores will constantly use your existing structure to divide and supplement, while simultaneously counterbalancing the protozoa in your body to reach a state of equilibrium. As long as structural information is continuously provided, you won't be forgotten. Zhou Zhaofeng asked tremblingly, Meaning, I can live forever as Zhou Zhaofeng? Zhang Xiaoyang nodded slightly. If there are no accidents, indeed so. Zhou Zhaofeng lowered his head deeply, his voice choked with gratitude. Despite this, his heart remained heavy. Merely maintaining the status quo and fighting against instinct was an endless battle. He truly feared he wouldn't be able to hold on. Suddenly Zhang Xiaoyang leapt onto a high wall, standing proudly on the edge, looking down coldly. "This is the second thing I want you to do. Try it," he said, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Jump down." Zhou Zhaofeng turned pale with fright. "What?" Zhang Xiaoyang was composed. "Jump down, I'll go with you." The scene shifted to a dilapidated gas station. The man in the lead lit a cigarette, and as soon as it caught, he urged, "Move faster. It's not clear what dangers are around here." A guard walked over. "Chief, aren't we just refueling?" The chief quickly put away the cigarette, awkwardly scratching his head. We're probably out of the B-City range, right? I wonder how Yang Bing's group is doing. By the way, is the radio still not fixed?" The guard sighed. "We've been out of range for a long time. This is C-City now. I'm afraid it can't be fixed. The radio was hit by a bullet in the chaos earlier. Parts are scattered everywhere." The chief adjusted his hat. "If I'd known, I should have prepared an extra set." The guard comforted him. "It's fine, maybe they'll slow down. We'll definitely meet up after we finish refueling and catch up." Suddenly, a clear female voice came from the distance, interrupting their conversation and leaving them frozen in place. "Are you humans?" The two looked back. A woman with short hair and efficient movements was walking slowly toward them with a group. She asked with a smile, "Can you take us in?" Then she quickly added, "We have supplies." The guard stepped forward and asked, "Are you survivors from around here?" The woman nodded. "That's right, we have supplies." The guard followed up, "Haven't you seen any insect swarms around here?" The woman was actually a monster in disguise, a perfect smile still fixed on her face. "Insect swarms? Never seen them. We have supplies." The guard scratched his head, looking utterly puzzled. "I know you have supplies." He turned to the chief and said, "Boss, how about we follow them and take their people and supplies back together?" The chief's face suddenly changed drastically as he roared, "Watch out!" He whipped his head around just in time to see the woman's disguised face instantly shatter. Her mouth split to her ear, revealing hundreds of sharp fangs as she lunged. Before the guard could even move, he was swallowed in one bite. The shrill scream was cut short. The scene shifted back to Zhang Xiaoyang. At the bottom of an abyss, hundreds of tentacles filled with teeth were writhing. Zhou Zhaofeng's face was deathly pale. "Are you serious?" Zhang Xiaoyang shrugged. "You'll have to jump sooner or later. Trust me." Zhou Zhaofeng looked at the bottomless rift, his face devoid of color. He didn't hesitate any longer. The two leapt together. From a height of dozens of meters, the monster below immediately sensed its prey and extended its tentacles to wait. The two landed steadily on its back. The monster opened its massive maw, fangs flashing with a cold, icy light, and swallowed the two in the blink of an eye. The soft flesh closed up. The surroundings became eerily silent. A few seconds later, a burst of green energy erupted from within. Plants grew frantically, spreading like a forest fire. Zhang Xiaoyang controlled the plant energy, nimbly escaping from the pile of flesh. He landed beside Zhou Zhaofeng, casually brushing away the vines wrapped around himself. Zhou Zhaofeng stammered, This is, don't daze off, it's your turn." Zhang Xiaoyang smiled slightly. And immediately after, a warm surge of plant energy poured from his body into Zhou Zhaofeng. Zhou Zhaofeng trembled all over, screaming in pain as pale green seedlings sprouted from beneath his skin. In an instant, his body was covered in vines and sprouts, immediately connecting to Zhang Xiaoyang's plant body. Information exchanged frantically. Within just a few breaths, Zhou Zhaofeng's body transformed into a massive ancient tree, hanging upside down in the air. An ancient tree towered in the center of the flesh sea, its branches and leaves spreading out, greedily absorbing sunlight. Zhang Xiaoyang asked, "How does it feel to have your instincts satisfied?" Zhou Zhaofeng looked tremblingly at the lifeforms crawling freely on his trunk, his voice cracking. This is in the distance. Another trunk broke through the soil, followed by more trees sprouting up like mushrooms after a rain. Zhou Zhaofeng shouted in terror, "I can control them. Have I become the flesh sea?" Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. "Not yet. You currently hold less than 1/5. If you want to control it all, you'll have to wait a bit longer." He pointed a finger, his tone as cold as frost. "Remember, the adaptive spores are ultimately in my hands. Don't harbor any bad thoughts toward me. I can give this power and I can take it back at any time, understand?" Zhou Zhaofeng answered hurriedly, "Of course, I'm beyond grateful. How would I dare to plot against you?" Zhang Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction. "Very good." Just then, the sound of chaotic footsteps drifted from the distance. Zhou Zhaofeng whipped his head around. The situation had changed. The guard and the chief were sprinting toward them for their lives, pursued relentlessly by a massive mimic meat hunk monster. As he ran, the guard screamed hysterically, "I'd rather die in a swarm of insects than be swallowed by that thing's maw." Suddenly, the chief skidded to a halt, his eyes wide with shock. The guard stopped as well, shouting urgently, "Why are you stopping? Keep running." But then both of them stood with their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Before them stood two diminutive figures beneath an ancient tree taller than a skyscraper, its green leaves blotting out the sky. What is that behind them?" The monster roared as it lunged forward. Terrified, the two didn't even dare to look back. remaining frozen in place. The chief stammered, "What do we do, keep running?" The guard pointed ahead with a trembling finger. "We can't, don't you see? That mass of flesh blocking the way ahead is exactly like the monster behind us." A massive tentacle swung upward, and a gargantuan shadow instantly loomed over them. The guard was paralyzed with dread. "What now? It's too late, it's going to catch us," the chief bellowed. "Run to the side." At that exact moment the sky seemed to darken as a massive bloody maw, lined with serrated teeth like a giant net, opened above their heads. The two were scared out of their wits, their legs turning to jelly. However, its target wasn't them. The terrifying maw dove straight for the mimic meat hunk monster chasing them from the front, tearing into it with a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the mass of rot was shredded into countless fragments that splattered everywhere. Realizing it had met its match, the monster immediately retracted its body and fled in terror. Under Zhou Zhaofeng's control, the flesh on the ground turned into a living tide, pursuing it at an incredible speed. They extended into even more massive maws, swallowing, absorbing and instantly assimilating the fleeing monsters one by one. Seconds later, the mass of flesh retreated to a secure position. The guard let out a sigh of relief. "We're saved." Still heavy with suspicion, the chief leaned in and lowered his voice. "Shush, don't make a sound, maybe it hasn't noticed us yet." Just then, a steady voice drifted from among the dense branches of the ancient tree. "Don't be foolish, I can see your every move perfectly." The two spun around in alarm. Who's talking?" From that pile of slimy flesh, Zhou Zhaofeng's upper body slowly emerged. The guard and the chief trembled uncontrollably as the chief stammered, What exactly are you?" Zhang Xiaoyang stepped out from behind, his tone flat. "He is this entire sea of flesh." The two whipped their heads around. "Then who are you? When did you get behind us?" Zhang Xiaoyang gave a slight smile. "Why don't you two speak first? Where did you come from?" The scene shifted elsewhere, where tens of thousands of fierce insects were sweeping through the streets like a tidal wave. Some flying insects were as fast as lightning, while giant ones spat venom from dozens of meters away to corrode their targets. Those insect brains could even turn humans into the walking dead in an instant. Their coordination is exceptionally seamless, it's bone-chilling. Xiao Ping rested her chin on her hand, pondering. "They sound like a true social species," someone followed up. "A true social species?" She nodded. "Just like ants or termites, individuals have almost no self-interest and only know how to serve the colony. This level of collaboration and control is beyond human imagination." Yang Bing let out a sigh. "Now everyone knows how terrifying the enemy is, right?" Just then, a series of startling movements erupted from the roof of a high building. Dozens of figures appeared on the rooftop, their eyes blood-red and cruel smiles hanging on their lips. A soldier shrieked, "It's the cannibals!" Beside him, an elder trembled. "Cannibals? Do they really eat people?" Xiao Shuai let out a cold snort. "Now you can see your true enemies with your own eyes." Since their leader wasn't present, Shuya took the lead, her tone arrogant. "I heard your leader already ran off to Sea City?" Shanishu let out a sinister laugh. "Hey, now who's left to protect you?" Shuya raised her hand in a signal. "Listen up. If you resist, I'll slaughter all of you immediately. But that would be a waste. How about we protect you instead? Every few days you just need to pick one person to sacrifice as an offering to us. How about it?" Xiao Shuai burst into a loud laugh. "Haha. So you want to ranch us like livestock?" Shuya said coldly. "I'll give you half an hour to consider. If you don't agree, we'll bathe this place in blood." Yang Bing shook his head and drew his gun. "Hey, you man-eating scum, do you even recognize what this is?" Shuya scratched her face, mocking him. "Ha, you dare to be this arrogant just holding a piece of crap gun? This kid is definitely not a local." 4 cannibals immediately leaped from the rooftop of the dozens of stories high building. The soldiers' jaws dropped in shock. Holy crap, they're jumping straight down? In just a few seconds they landed as light as cats, completely unharmed. The crowd hadn't even recovered from their astonishment. "They're fine after jumping from that height," they charged forward. Bullets pierced their bodies, but couldn't slow their pace. Yang Bing gritted his teeth. "These bastards aren't afraid of bullets." Gunfire was constant, but it was useless. Screams rang out everywhere. "What do we do?" Yang Bing roared. "Damn it, hold the formation, retreat slowly." One cannibal had already lunged to the front. Yang Bing cursed, "Damn it." Suddenly a pitch-black tentacle shot out from nowhere, instantly piercing the monster's chest and splattering blood across Yang Bing's face. He stood there stunned, and the remaining cannibals froze as well. Zhang Shengji's bear-like massive frame walked over slowly, the mangled corpse still hanging from his tentacle. The cannibals whispered in terror, "What kind of monster is this?" Shuya's guard stammered, "Didn't they say that guy already ran off to Sea City?" Shuya's face turned green with rage. "You bastard, you dared to lie to us." Shanishu pointed at Zhang Shengji, his hands shaking uncontrollably. "Look closely, this monster isn't him." The entire group immediately scattered like startled birds, fleeing frantically. Shuya shouted, "Run!" Shanishu cursed, "To hell with this, I'm out of here." Just then, a figure leapt from behind, jumping over 10 meters high and landing steadily before them, blocking their path. The special security personnel's eyes widened. There's another expert. Chen Chong let out a roar and charged straight at the group of cannibals. With just a single horizontal sweep, their bodies were torn apart like paper, blood and flesh flying. In less than a few seconds, 4 corpses lay on the ground. The crowd slowly gathered around, still shaken. Xiao Shuai let out a cold snort. How was that? Though the hornet is troublesome, humans are still more terrifying, right? Yang Bing could only nod frantically. Yeah. The scene shifted back to Zhang Xiaoyang's side. The ancient tree was still lush, sheltering a patch of the sky. Zhang Xiaoyang gave a soft hum of acknowledgement. An insect tide. It seems the disaster in B City is different again. A system notification rang in his mind. Task: exert all efforts to learn about various calamities. Progress: hyperphage virus, adaptive spores, mimic protozoa, octoploid star insects. Reward: 400 points. New task: repel insects, eliminate the threat caused by the insect tide. Reward: 300 points. He curled his lip into a smirk. As expected, another new type had been added. The more types there were, the richer the rewards. He turned to the chief and asked, "You said earlier, your teammates headed southwest, right?" The chief nodded. Yes. The original plan was to bypass the city and head straight south from the main road. Zhou Zhaofeng cut in. That's exactly where we gather. The chief looked surprised. You actually have a dedicated gathering place, Zhang Xiaoyang answered flatly, and a few people who need looking after. He looked at Zhou Zhaofeng. What do you think? Zhou Zhaofeng said in a deep voice, I've already merged with this sea of flesh. I can't go back. Brother Zhang Xiaoyang, I'll have to trouble you to look after Xiao Ping for me. Zhang Xiaoyang shook his head. No need, I plan to take her with me this time. Everyone in your base, all of them, move here. Zhou Zhaofeng was startled. How can that be? I'm too dangerous for them. Zhang Xiaoyang gave a slight smile. Haven't you noticed your instincts have already changed? Zhou Zhaofeng froze, and after sensing for a moment he revealed a look of surprise. Indeed, my desire to infect and hunt has decreased significantly, Zhang Xiaoyang explained. Adaptive spores provide cheap and efficient energy. Naturally, the hunting instinct weakens with your willpower. It won't be hard to control. He waved a hand. Let's go. We might run into your friends along the way, the chief answered with a smile. A moment later, the group returned to the shelter. Xiao Shuai ran over from a distance. Uncle Xiaoyang, you're finally back. We just repelled a wave of super strong enemies. Seeing the chief, Yang Bing joyfully patted his shoulder. Chief, brother Zhang Xiaoyang was right. You really were here. Then he turned and asked where the others were. The chief lowered his head, his voice turning somber. We encountered monsters. Everyone else is dead. The atmosphere instantly froze, and everyone bowed their heads in a moment of silence to mourn their fallen comrades. Yang Bing took a deep breath, trying to stabilize his emotions. Chief, it's okay. You have to meet the others in this settlement. They are unimaginably strong. The chief let out a bitter laugh. I'm the one who needs to have his eyes opened. The things we just saw are what's truly illogical. Xiao Ping walked over, her eyes bloodshot. Brother Xiaoyang, did my dad really end up as part of the Flesh Sea? Zhang Xiaoyang gently ruffled her hair. Yes, but don't be sad. Your father still retains his consciousness. I found a way to help him control the power of the Flesh Sea. Now the Flesh Sea is actually the safest place. He turned to the entire team, his tone decisive. Everyone pack your bags. We're moving. Leader Zhou Zhaofeng and I have found a better place. Thus, the whole group set off immediately according to his instructions. As the massive outline of the flesh mass loomed in the distance, Zhang Xiaoyang warned everyone to be careful. As they had entered the hunting range of the mimic meat hunk monsters, as they walked, a weak voice drifted from the shadows. Excuse me, are you survivors? Everyone immediately raised their guns in alertness. Yang Bing lowered his voice. They don't look like that group of cannibals from before, just ordinary people. Don't be too tense. The chief's face suddenly changed drastically as he recognized them instantly. Yang Bing hurriedly tried to stop him. Chief, what are you doing? They're ordinary people just like us, the chief barked sternly. Look closely, what about them looks like ordinary people? The crowd looked carefully and instantly felt a chill run down their spines. Those people had holes shot through their chests, yet they were walking toward them with smiles. They were covered in blood. At the same time, someone on the other side shrieked. From every direction, dozens of pretenders were slowly closing the encirclement. They bared their teeth, and their skin split to reveal bright red muscle. We're surrounded. The chief looked at Zhang Xiaoyang in panic. Brother Zhang Xiaoyang, quick, take everyone and retreat back to the Flesh Sea base. We have strong firepower. We'll cover you. Move, Yang Bing interrupted. Chief, don't panic. Xiao Shuai has several super strong experts on his side. The chief roared, stop talking nonsense. Gather up, cover fire. Don't let them get close, the special security personnel nodded. Listen to the chief. This group is different from the cannibals. We need the guns to work now. Zhang Xiaoyang patted the chief's shoulder. Not bad, brother. You really dare to charge when things happen. Quite reliable. The chief froze. Ah, Zhang Xiaoyang coldly drew his short gun. Everyone get behind me. Stay together so we don't have friendly fire later." The entire team obeyed immediately. He raised his gun toward the sky and pulled the trigger. Bang, a red flare shot into the high air. It burst into a dazzling cloud of red light. Xiao Shuai looked up, his eyes shining. "What's Uncle Xiaoyong doing, calling Sister SN and the others?" Zhang Xiaoyong spun the gun on his fingertip, smiling. "No, it's another group of experts." He turned to look at Zhang Shengjie, who was standing quietly behind him. "Do it. You don't have to go all out, just don't let them kill our people. Someone will be along shortly to clean up the mess." Zhang Shengjie lowered his head. "Yes," the mimic meat hunk monsters roared in unison, revealing their true forms as they lunged like a tide. Zhang Shengjie, Chen Chong and Xiao Shuai lipped out instantly. The three figures charged into the enemy lines like a gale. Flesh and blood flew, and the sickening crunch of breaking bones was constant. The chief's eyes widened. "Are these people monsters too?" Yang Bing let out a proud laugh. "I told you so already." Eyes opened yet, Chief, but the roars continued to echo all around. The crowd looked back and felt a chill. Hundreds, thousands of massive leaf monsters were thundering toward them from the rear. The air whistled as tentacles lashed out. This side too were being flanked. The soldiers around the chief were heavily surrounded. A soldier shouted, "Damn it, every man for himself." The leaf monsters charged to the front, but they leaped straight over everyone's heads without looking back. Their targets were those mimic meat hunks. Tentacles coiled around the serrated maws and tore them apart. Flesh falling like rain as both sides of monsters fell into a frenzy of mutual slaughter. The chief froze for a moment before realization dawned on him. "I see, these are the other group of experts," Brother Zhang Xiaoyong mentioned. "The subordinates of the Flesh Sea Overlord." Yang Bing was still dazed. "Which Overlord?" The chief let out a smirk. "Hey, you'll know in a moment." 10 minutes later, the melee ended. The remains of the mimic meat hunk monsters were scattered across the ground. Suddenly, massive tree root tentacles emerged from the ground, sweeping past everyone's feet. Startled, the crowd raised their guns, but the roots only silently reached for the severed limbs, piercing them to drain their nutrients before retracting back into the depths of the flesh sea. Zhang Xiaoyong gave a slight smile. "Just keep going straight along these roots and you'll be there." "Let's go." A moment later, the entire group stood beneath a massive ancient tree growing in the center of the bright red flesh sea. Yang Bing stammered, What exactly is this, a tree actually growing in the middle of a sea of flesh?" Xiao Ping looked around with worry. "Where is my dad?" Zhang Xiaoyong comforted her softly. "Don't worry, your father is right ahead." He tilted his head back and shouted, "Hey, come out, your daughter is here." From the center of the slimy flesh sea, a massive mass of tissue slowly bulged upward. Zhou Zhaofeng emerged, half of his body merged with the gargantuan trunk as green leaves blotted out the sky. Xiao Ping broke into a fit of sobbing just as she tried to rush over. Zhang Xiaoyong held her back. Zhou Zhaofeng spoke gently. "Don't get too close. This sea of flesh is too vast and I haven't fully mastered it yet. As long as you maintain your distance, I won't hurt anyone." Zhang Xiaoyong nodded in confirmation. "Everyone, set up camp right here. As long as you don't touch the flesh sea, you'll be fine. Zhou Zhaofeng will completely suppress his instincts." Zhou Zhaofeng gave a warm smile. "Have you found a suitable place?" Zhang Xiaoyong replied. 1 kilometer to the southwest at the border of C City and Q City, there's an abandoned factory. I've already cleared out the mimic flesh inside. Move everyone there." The scene shifted to a deep pit filled with the severed remains of plants, where Zhang Kai tossed in another bundle of vines. He furrowed his brows. "The plant invasions have been getting more frequent lately." He Lao wiped away his sweat and let out a long sigh. "I suspect another flower carriage is wandering around our area." Xin Yuan asked in confusion, "Wasn't the flower carriage already tamed by Brother Xiaoyong?" He Lao shook his head with certainty. "There is more than just one flower carriage in this forest." Back at the new base, everyone had quickly moved into the abandoned factory at the Sea City border. Zhou Zhaofeng had cleared away all the mimic flesh, and now the place held only the scent of rusted iron and the golden glow of the setting sun. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie at Zhang Xiaoyong's waist vibrated violently. After listening, he gave a brief response and hung up. He turned to Zhou Zhaofeng. "There's been an incident in the south suburb of M City. I have to go back." Zhou Zhaofeng nodded. "I'll handle things here, don't worry." Zhang Xiaoyong shouted. Xiao Shuai, a youth carrying an iron bar as thick as a roof beam, ran over. "I'm here, uncle. Something happened at the flower carriage farmland. You and your dad go back there. What about you?" "I'm staying here to accompany my father." Xiao Shuai gave a thumbs up. "Rest easy. This base is backed by the mountains, I can hold it." As soon as Zhang Xiaoyong and Chen Chong arrived, they were ushered into the conference room. Zhang Kai was saying, "Brother Xiaoyong, Xiao Kai being here is enough to handle things. Plus with Brother Cheng here, what's there to fear?" Li Hongli shook his head. "He Lao is right. Without Xiaoyong here to oversee things, it's still easy for things to go wrong." Zhang Xiaoyong laughed and patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder. "You look much sturdier now, kid." Zhang Kai rolled up his sleeves to show off his bulging muscles. "After eating the food from the flower carriage fields, everyone in town has gotten stronger. I'm considered a top-tier expert now." Zhang Xiaoyang's lips curled. Then come with me into the depths of the S-City forest tomorrow and let's see what you're really made of. The next day, the depths of the forest were littered with the corpses of monsters. Zhang Xiaoyang laughed heartily. Nicely done. Xin Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. It was all right. Zhang Kai pointed at himself proudly. How was that, brother Xiaoyang? I wasn't bragging, was I? Before Zhang Xiaoyang could reply, Li Cheng's expression changed drastically. He pointed ahead and shouted to Zhang Xiaoyang, look over there. An ancient tree had been cleanly sawn through, leaving only a bare stump. Walking a few hundred meters further, they found vast swaths of ancient trees sawn in half, piled on top of each other like a battlefield. Zhang Xiaoyang frowned. Who did this? Li Cheng, is it our people? Zhang Kai replied. Impossible. We've never ventured this deep. Zhang Xiaoyang raised a hand for silence and tilted his head to listen. After a moment he murmured softly, the sound of chainsaws is coming from over there. Not far away, a group of people in yellow clothes were logging with chainsaws. A massive tree crashed down, nearly crushing a guy who was resting. The man, his face covered in blood, began cursing. Damn it, who did that? You trying to see me in pieces? Suddenly he fell silent, his eyes bulging wide. Tears burst from his eyes. No, I can still work. Give me 2 more days. Before he could finish, tender shoots burst through his skin from his chest, mouth and eyes. A thick branch snapped out from his neck, instantly blowing his head off as blood surged like a fountain. Subsequently, hundreds of branches grew frantically, sucking his body dry for nutrients. His companions were paralyzed with fear, their faces ashen. One of them shouted tremblingly, Don't look, get to work, keep working. Everyone hurriedly picked up their chainsaws, muttering, I'm fine, I can still work. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyang and his party emerged from the bushes. Zhang Kai whispered, survivors, they're logging. The group of yellow-clothed men stopped and stared at them with hollow eyes. A man stepped forward, flashing a stiff smile as he waved. Hello, fellow survivors. Xin Yuan frowned. Why do I feel like their reactions are so slow? The yellow-clothed man smiled warmly. Is it just you few? Do you have other companions? We have a large-scale settlement. It's very safe. We're short on hands. The more the better. Bring them all over. Zhang Kai was about to speak, but Zhang Xiaoyang patted him hard on the shoulder to cut him off. He smiled at the man. We just had a falling out with our old settlement. We weren't sure if your place would be willing to take us in. The yellow-clothed man grinned. Of course we are. In the apocalypse, there's strength in numbers. He turned to lead the way. Follow me. We're almost there. After walking for a while, Xin Yuan whispered, these vines are clearly a high-level plant network. Shan chimed in. There's definitely something very wrong with their settlement. A flash of killing intent crossed the guide's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a smile. It's a misunderstanding. Those are just ordinary mutated plants. They don't hurt people. Just through those bushes and we're there, pushing aside the dense leaves, a massive ancient tree stood before them, its canopy covering the entire sky. Xin Yuan's mouth fell open. It's even bigger than Brother Xiaoyang's tree. He Lao murmured softly, I'm afraid even all the flower carriage fields combined couldn't match this one. Zhang Xiaoyang glanced at the guide and laughed softly. Zhang Kai, go up and show off a bit. Zhang Kai waved his hands repeatedly. Stop joking. I can't handle this thing. Suddenly, the yellow-clothed man leaped backward and roared, take them alive. Over a dozen yellow-clothed men lunged at once, each grabbing someone and pinning their joints. He Lao was terrified. What are you doing? The man holding Zhang Xiaoyang was laughing triumphantly in his ear. Just then, Xin Yuan screamed. From beneath the tree roots, dozens of corpses crawled out of the ground, vines piercing the bodies to pull them upright. Their eyes were blood red, their mouths filled with maggots, and they began chanting in unison like a prayer. Our kind shall submit, we are willing to be servants. Broken flesh and blood-soaked bodies closed in on Zhang Xiaoyang and his group. The yellow-clothed man holding Zhang Xiaoyang trembled all over. Our kind, bang! Zhang Xiaoyang delivered a reverse elbow strike to his face, blood spraying everywhere. Vines shot from his palm, binding the man idly and suspending him in midair. Simultaneously, the rest of the team counterattacked, flipping all the yellow-clothed men in a matter of seconds. Zhang Xiaoyang looked at them coldly. Since you were forced into this, I'll spare your lives for now. At this point, the living dead swarmed forward. They let out shrill wails. Zhang Xiaoyang held his hand out expressionless. Hundreds of emerald green vines erupted from his arm. Lashing out frantically like divine whips with a single strike, all the living dead were pulverized, and the vines cleared away the remains completely. The yellow-clothed man's eyes widened, his speech incoherent. Monster. They're all monsters. In a mere instant his entire body froze, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints as his flesh burst open. Countless tender branches pierced through his ribs, throat, and forehead simultaneously. Blood splattered as his body was torn into a pile of nutrients within seconds. His companions were scared senseless, stammering, I have a bad feeling about this. Simultaneously, a large number of yellow-clothed men collapsed, clutching their chests as dark green vines burst from their pores, locking their bones and shattering their flesh. Screams echoed one after another. No, I can still work, He Lao shouted. Xiaoyang, if this continues, we're all going to die. but Zhang Xiaoyang walked as if strolling through a garden. Just kill the mother tree, he leapt into the air, and thousands of emerald vines shot toward the gargantuan tree like a storm. The bark split open, and white sap flowed out like blood. The mother tree counterattacked immediately, a vine over a meter in diameter sweeping across and tearing through the air. Zhang Xiaoyang flipped to dodge. The spot where he had been standing was struck into a smoking crater. He landed in the distance, frowning. It's too massive, a frontal assault is too taxing. The mother tree's vines continued to spread, piercing the remaining yellow-clothed survivors and dragging them toward the roots like mobile fertilizer. Zhang Xiaoyang barked, "Who's infected? Gather here." Several surviving yellow-clothed men ran over tremblingly. The veins on Zhang Xiaoyang's neck bulged as he spat out a cloud of mist like emerald algae. As soon as the mist touched skin, it seeped into the lungs. Cough, cough. What is this? Specialized algae. It can temporarily suppress parasitic spores and prevent an outbreak. Zhang Xiaoyang answered coldly, then turned to Zhang Kai. Take them and go. Zhang Kai, Shan Shan and Xin Yuan immediately evacuated the remaining yellow-clothed men, leaving only He Lao and Li Cheng. The group of living dead continued to chant their prayer. Be a servant without shame, be a servant. Zhang Xiaoyang suddenly looked up, his eyes erupting with brilliant emerald light. He stood tall in the center, pointing straight at the mother tree. His voice booming like a great bell. You fool, symbiosis is life. Symbiosis is strength. Mutual domestication is the only true path. The green light on his body exploded, turning into a shockwave that swept through the entire forest. The mother tree froze suddenly, its canopy trembling as if struck by lightning. A second later, the light faded. Zhang Xiaoyang looked down at his hands and laughed softly. Message delivered, now get back to work. He Lao's eyes were wide. Was that the flower Carriage speaking just now? Zhang Xiaoyang shrugged. The adaptive spores have evolved into a structure similar to eukaryotic cells. A nervous system was formed long ago. It's normal to have consciousness. This is a convergence of higher life. Li Cheng asked, aren't we going to destroy it? It's not worth the effort. We'll come back when we're better prepared next time. Zhang Xiaoyang turned and waved. The mother tree silently retracted its vines, its leaves swaying slightly as if watching them leave. The living dead roared frantically, it's not over, kill them. Hundreds of massive vines slammed into the ground in front of Zhang Xiaoyang and his group, kicking up a cloud of dust as a final warning. The mother tree continued to watch silently, but it did not pursue. Inside the abandoned factory base, the conference room was packed. Zhang Xiaoyang tapped the table. I'll have Sheng Jie and Chen Chong return immediately. The flower carriage fields need more people to guard them, to prepare for a large-scale offensive from the mother tree. Li Cheng folded his arms. Can they make it back? There are already experts there. It'll be fine. Zhang Kai asked curiously. Are those experts stronger than us? Zhang Xiaoyang let out a cold snort. If you want to know, come with me and let's have a fight. Zhang Kai puffed out his chest. Let's do it. If I can't beat the mother tree, surely I can beat a newcomer. Zhang Xiaoyang turned back to He Lao. You come with me too, I need your expertise, He Lao nodded. All right. As soon as they reached the courtyard, Zhang Kai pointed at the sky and shouted, holy crap, look at that tree. In the center of the red-black flesh sea, beneath a massive ancient tree, a man slowly walked out of the slimy flesh. Zhou Zhaofeng smiled. Brother Xiaoyang. Zhang Kai froze like a stone statue. Zhang Xiaoyang hooked an arm around his shoulder and introduced him with a laugh. This is Zhang Kai. He wants to ask for some guidance from you, Brother Feng. Don't hold back. Zhou Zhaofeng simply gave an O and flicked his index finger lightly. Rumble, the entire flesh sea behind him surged and thousands of red-black tentacles erupted in unison, blotting out half the sky. Zhang Kai turned pale with fright and hurried over to pat Zhou Zhaofeng on the shoulder. Forget it, Brother Feng, we're all family here, let's not let things get ugly. In the simple conference room nearby, Zhang Xiaoyang made the introductions. He Lao, an expert from S-City Agricultural College. Xiao Ping, an analyst from C-City Biocenter. The two shook hands amicably. Zhang Xiaoyang got straight to the point. Is there a way to control the insect swarm? Would capturing the queen work? He Lao mused. The queen or king is only responsible for breeding. Pheromones only suppress reproduction. They aren't the control center. The swarm's intelligence comes from the collective behavior of millions of individuals, Xiao Ping added. But this group of insects is in a form simulated by meat, and their bodies carry the same adaptive spores as Brother Xiaoyang. It's highly likely they've evolved something similar to a true central nervous system. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Then let's try to capture the queen first. The leader shook his head. The colony is too large and the nest is 100 meters underground. It's almost impossible to break in, He Lao continued. Exactly. The entire city is now just a massive nutrient pad for its insect hive. That scale is likely no less than the giant ancient trees in the S-City forest. Zhang Kai gave a soft ha as his eyes lit up. I just thought of a little idea. I'm not sure if it's right. Zhang Xiaoyang immediately turned his head. Let's hear it. A wicked grin curled onto Zhang Qi's lips. Have you ever heard the story of the Trojan horse? On the dust-covered red earth, 3 pitch-black trucks sped like 3 arrows shot from a bow. Suddenly, all three vehicles braked hard, tires screeching, and the rear doors flew open. One hideous monster after another leapt down, opening their bloody maws to roar. Mercenaries in bulletproof vests scrambled into the trucks, urging each other on. Move, move, move faster, get in, wait for me. In an instant, the three vehicles were packed to the brim. Engines roared as the trucks sped away, leaving dozens of monsters that had been bucked off rolling in the middle of the road. Drive, go, get out of the way, someone shouted. Leaning out of a window on a distant ridge, two figures watched silently. Zhang Kai crossed his arms, a confident smirk curling his lips. See that? I told you my plan would work. Xiao Yang remained silent, his pupils suddenly constricting. It was here. A glossy giant black bee was circling in the sky. Its wings emitted an eerie buzzing sound. Zhang Kai frowned. What is that thing? Xiao Yang lowered his sunglasses, his voice dropping low. A scout from the hive. After circling once, the giant bee vanished at high speed. Xiao Yang let out a cold laugh. Our bait worked. On the horizon, a mass of pitch-black clouds rolled in, the sound of flapping wings echoing like thunder. Thousands of combat bees descended like a living storm, diving straight for the monsters on the ground. The mercenaries turned pale with terror at the sight. One man couldn't take it anymore. He turned and fled desperately, howling as he ran. I can't do this. I'm out of here. Zhang Kai watched this with a deep frown, a wave of unease rising in his heart. Behind him, He Lao also lost his composure, his voice raspy. Xiao Yang, will this be okay? Xiao Yang continued to stare at the battlefield, a cold light flashing in his pupils as he simply waved a hand. It's fine. The swarm fell like black rain, but the moment they touched their targets, the ground suddenly split open. Hundreds of purple-black tentacles shot out from the earth, spinning like living spears. In a mere instant, every bee was ensnared in a death grip. The sound of tentacle tips piercing necks was bone-chilling. The swarm's wretched screams echoed between heaven and earth. A soldier standing nearby was dumbfounded, his eyes bulging as he stammered. With this kind of prowess, I don't think we even need a plan. We could just charge straight into the hive. The swarm rained down, surrounded by tentacles that continued to twitch. He Lao gaped. Is this method really going to work? Xiao Yang observed with a grim face, his voice as cold as ice. The self-healing ability of these insects is far inferior to that of mimic flesh, which makes them much harder to control completely. He looked down at the mess of bee corpses littering the ground and continued. Furthermore, Zhou Zhaofeng cooperated with us voluntarily, but these creatures won't be so obedient. In the distance, the chaotic voices of the soldiers rose again. This one's down too. How's it on your end? Seems a bit tough. Looks like we have to rely on the plan. Xiao Yang tilted his head slightly. A sharp intuition suddenly triggered. He looked to the left. The giant bee that had been frantically vibrating its wings and roaring was now slowly lowering them, gently touching the red dust. In just a few seconds, the ferocity in its eyes vanished, replaced by a strange submissiveness. A guard stared wide-eyed, stammering. Did it work? Xiao Chang rushed forward excitedly, touched the giant bee's hard carapace with trembling hands as he murmured, It seems it really worked. He Lao approached slowly, letting out a long emotional sigh. How many did we have to try before taming just this one? Xiao Yang cut him off immediately, his tone resolute. One is enough. The newly tamed giant bee immediately beat its wings and soared into the blue sky. This time it had a person on its back. Xiao Yang sat firmly, gripping the carapace as he let the giant bee carry him into the high air. The wind whistled in his ears, and as he looked down at the shrinking ground, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder the city folk were scared out of their wits just hearing the names of these insects. Xiao Chang, dragged by a chain and dangling in midair, opened his mouth wide, only managing to gasp out, "Oh mama," before losing his voice to terror. Meanwhile, deep within the dark, profound cavern, Ming Yuan and his group hid behind damp, cold rocks, their hearts pounding like drums as the sounds of flapping wings and limbs scraping echoed everywhere. "It's too dangerous," one person whispered. Beside him, a teammate gritted his teeth and complained. "Are you sure your theory is right?" Shi Jing chimed in. "What if we get lost?" Ming Yuan cut them off immediately. Though his tone was meant to be comforting, he was shaking as well. "The hive needs ventilation. As long as we follow the airflow, we can find an exit." The three moved forward cautiously. But suddenly Ming Yuan froze. He stared ahead with terrified eyes and stammered a cry that startled the other two. Hanging before them were dozens of human corpses, their bellies bloated with larvae writhing incessantly inside. A pungent, fishy stench assaulted their nostrils. Don't look," Akong warned through gritted teeth, his voice trembling. "If we're caught, we'll also become shells for hatching corpses." They continued to feel their way deeper into the darkness, which seemed to swallow every step, until a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Ming Yuan pointed forward excitedly. "Look, the exit." The three rushed toward the light like drowning men grabbing a floating log, cheers breaking from their lips. "Great, we're going to live." But just as they burst out of the tunnel, the piercing shrieks and heavy footsteps behind them made their blood freeze instantly. "Giant bugs, run!" Hundreds of massive insects surged forward like a black tide. Ming Yuan took the lead, sprinting toward the light as he shouted, "Victory is right in front of us. We absolutely cannot fall here." just as he burst out of the tunnel. His feet skidded to a halt. Before him was not the open wilderness of freedom, but a gargantuan plaza packed with giant insects. They turned their heads in unison, thousands of pairs of glowing red eyes locking onto the three intruders. Before Mingyuan could even react, he was flipped over by a massive force and tossed into a dark cellar below, along with his two teammates. Thud, the three slammed heavily onto the cold stone floor. Inside the cellar, Fu Long and a group of prisoners immediately looked up, their eyes lighting up at the sound. Mingyuan looked around blankly, his voice shaking. What is this place?" Fu Long let out a cold snort, his voice bone-chillingly icy. "The food room. From now on you're just reserve rations." Upon hearing this, Akong collapsed instantly, kneeling on the ground and wailing. "If I'd known it would end like this, I would have rather been a sapling. At least I'd have a chance to live." Fu Long noticed someone motionless in the corner and frowned. "What's with that guy? Is he dead?" Mingyuan also looked over curiously. "Who is it?" "Don't know." Akong walked over cautiously, wanting to reach out and touch the person. "Still alive." Snap. The person sprang up like a coiled spring, patted the dust off his clothes and said with a grin, "Finally made it." Xiaoyang stretched and looked around the room, letting out a sigh. "This winding road nearly turned my brain to mush." He looked at the dumbfounded crowd, his tone light yet firm. "So this is the inside of the hive? Pretty impressive, built like a professional maze." Fu Long's eyes widened. "You just got captured and you still have the mind to admire the architecture?" Xiaoyang looked around, his voice dropping low as a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Does anyone here know the way to the mother insect?" Mingyuan broke into a cold sweat. What did you say?" Fu Long's face also changed. "The mother insect's heart, what are you planning to do?" Xiaoyang's lips curled into a smirk, his smile both mysterious and dangerous. "I have business with it." Whispers immediately erupted around them. "Is this guy crazy? Has he been scared stupid?" Just then, a bone-chilling rustling sound drifted from the dark depths, getting closer and closer like the sound of 10,000 legs crawling. Fu Long's red-rimmed eyes constricted with terror. "It's happening again. They're coming to pick their meal." Screams echoed throughout the cellar. In the gloom, dozens of prisoners frantically shoved and crowded each other, curses and ragged breathing intertwined. "Hey, who's pushing me? I can't breathe." "Don't just stand there. Do you want to become lunch?" "Idiots, someone has to die anyway. Hurry up and wake him up." "The ones dying might be us." Hearing this, a flash of guilt crossed Akang's eyes as he glanced at Xiaoyang. But then he gritted his teeth and ran with the crowd. "Sorry, but it's your own fault for not being awake right now." Only Xiaoyang remained standing still in the chaos. Before him, a gargantuan insect was crawling over, its mandibles open to reveal teeth as sharp as a saw. The people around were pale with terror, drenched in sweat. Xiaoyang suddenly raised his right hand, his fingers clamping tightly onto the lunging giant pincer. A burst of emerald energy exploded from his palm. It poured violently into the monster's body. Boom, the giant insect froze in midair, then exploded into a pile of green and white mangled flesh. The dim cellar instantly fell into a dead silence. What happened?" He killed a giant bug with his bare hands." "Did he bring a gun in?" "I didn't see a gun." Xiaoyang patted his hands, his tone flat. "Come with me or stay here and wait to die." The crowd stammered, but Mingyuan was the first to shout, "I'll go with you. I can lead the way. I almost escaped just now." A chorus of agreement immediately followed. "I'm going too. There's strength in numbers. Staying here is death anyway. Let's take a gamble." Xiaoyang simply curled his lips. Just then, the other pincer of the insect that had just been killed suddenly twitched. From the darkness, hundreds of small monsters crawled out in a dense mass, their footsteps sounding like rain hitting autumn leaves. Everyone's skin crawled. "No matter how strong you are, you can't deal with this entire swarm. I don't want to die like that. It's too disgusting." But Xiaoyang stood as steady as a mountain, a monster being flipped into the air with every wave of his hand. They exploded into puddles of green sludge. He moved like a phantom. The giant insects were snapped, torn apart, and tossed aside like trash. In just dozens of seconds, the floor was piled high with insect corpses. Xiaoyang looked back, his voice as light as a breeze. "Is the direction the giant bugs came from where the mother insect is?" Mingyuan turned pale and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it should be. Let's keep going." They delved deeper until a massive pale green monster appeared before them, its body covered in shimmering neural lines. "The mother insect?" someone whispered. Mingyuan shook his head. "No, that's an antenna species." Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. "Antenna species?" Mingyuan swallowed hard and pointed at its rear. "Look at its tail. It has whiskers like antennas. It uses them to control the entire swarm. Don't startle it or we'll all be wiped out." Xiaoyang let out a soft laugh. "Oh, they have a design like that?" He raised his hand, the green energy overflowing from his palm transforming into thousands of thin threads that shot straight for the antenna species. The monster immediately let out a pained roar, its entire body trembling violently as green toxic gas began to spread frantically. "Holy crap, what are you doing?" The antenna species struggled madly, but the threads wrapped tighter and tighter, cutting deeper and deeper. Its body gradually withered as the toxins were sucked back into Xiaoyang's palm. In just a few seconds, the massive monster collapsed onto the ground, motionless like a deflated balloon. Fu Long was dumbfounded. Which side is the actual monster? Xiao Yang retracted his hand, his eyes shining. He had already read the location of the mother insect. Suddenly the ground shook violently, countless cracks spreading like a spiderweb as rubble fell. This nest was going to collapse. Xiao Yang smiled slightly, draining their energy while he was at it. Program ended. The entire cavern collapsed and the group screamed as they fell into the profound darkness. When the dust cleared, they were standing on a broader, darker stone platform. Fu Long asked tremblingly, "Where is the mother insect?" Xiao Yang looked calmly at his feet. Rumble, a massive chunk of earth was pushed up from a crack and a giant insect that blotted out the sky slowly crawled out, its hundreds of pairs of red eyes opening in unison. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ground beneath them shook violently. A huge chunk of soil was tossed into the air, revealing the mother insect's gargantuan body. It tilted its head back and roared madly, the sound shattering the surrounding space. Dense masses of small insects surged from its back, obscuring their vision. The ground beneath the group split open, and everyone fell into the deep pit in a panic. In this critical moment, the flower Carriage entity on his body shot out countless vines, interlacing to form a sturdy cage that protected everyone. His gaze turned icy. "I'm going to clear the obstacles." He looked back and gave a hurried instruction. "Stay in the cage for a bit." The people inside hurriedly replied, "Okay, we'll do whatever you say." The mother insect hissed, driving the small insects to launch an attack. His arms immediately transformed, shooting out countless roots that swept through the surroundings. Suddenly, clumps of thick mucus structured like spiderwebs shot in from the distance. Relying on sharp intuition and extraordinary speed, he dodged them easily. It turned out there was a group of beetles at a higher elevation using their tails for ranged attacks. Despite the continuous hail of projectiles, he remained agile, weaving through the various attacks. He thrust his hands into the ground, hoisting up a massive boulder. As a cold smirk curled his lips, "I can dismantle the entire nest, let alone kill you giant bugs. Is it really that hard?" With that, he channeled his full strength and hurled the boulder violently at the antenna species. The boulder flew out like a meteorite, piercing through a long row of monsters and crushing their bodies to fragments. Seeing this, the people in the protective cage cheered. "How about that?" As expected of the boss, he absolutely won't be suppressed. "Great, we're saved this time." The mother insect watched its offspring being slaughtered but was powerless to help, only able to wail helplessly. Seeing that its surrounding guardians had been cleared away, it began to retreat in fear. He let out a great shout. "What are you howling for? I don't plan on killing you." In an instant, using his body as a medium, he drove the flower Carriage entity, and vines shot out like a storm. They tightly ensnared the mother insect, spreading across its body toward its head. Seeing it still struggling, he warned in a cold voice, "The thorns of the adaptive spores have already pierced your brain. If you dare move, you'll lose your life instantly." He had expected it to fight to the death. After all, a queen-level species like this was usually extremely proud. A creature of this caliber would typically rather fight to the death than submit after a defeat. Surprisingly, however, this one stayed pinned down under Zhang Xiaoyang's threat, showing a clear intent to surrender. Evidently, the mother insect possessed a high level of intelligence and understood the fear of death. The system immediately pinged a notification, "Task Calamity Collector, in progress." Task progress, hyperphage virus, adaptive spores, mimic protozoa, octoploid star insects. Reward, 400 points. Extermination task complete. Due to the elimination of a potential threat, reward, 300 points. Current total points, 961, he calculated silently. "Oh, both tasks are complete. My points jumped by over 700 in one go. In that case, he might as well take complete control of this octoploid star insect to prevent any future trouble." He opened the system shop and the item list expanded. Tier 2 Ability Awakening Supply Box, 25 PTS. Tier 1 Doomsday Watcher Supply Box, 2 PTS. Tier 2 Armed Deterrent Supply Box, 20 PTS. The manual refresh fee was 4 points. He decided to refresh continuously until he found what he wanted or his points ran out. The shop interface updated rapidly. Tier 2 Armed Deterrent Supply Box. Tier 2 Sugar and Protein Supply Box. After a series of operations, the system prompted, "Warning. You have manually refreshed 8 times consecutively. Total points consumed 1,024. Ultimately, he secured his rewards, 2 Tier 2 Ability Awakening Supply Boxes and 3 Tier 3 Ability Awakening Supply Boxes. Current points, 409. He decisively ordered them all opened, consuming 350 points, leaving a balance of 59. A series of new items appeared. Tier 2 and Tier 3 Physical Overload can increase attributes by 50 to 100. Using them would result in a weakened state afterward. Tier 1 High Voltage Bioelectricity can generate 100 volts to 10,000 volts around the body. Most importantly, Tier 2 Enslavement Mark. Maximum number of enslaved enemies increased to 2. He nodded in satisfaction. As expected, after leveling up the Enslavement Mark to Tier 2, the capacity increased to 2 slots. You lucky little thing. Follow me and I'll guarantee your rise to power. Without hesitation, he activated the skill and branded the mark directly onto the mother insect. The scene shifted elsewhere, where a group of survivors was being threatened by 2 vicious men occupying a large warehouse. A mocking female voice drifted from above. 2 people occupying such a massive warehouse. Are you clever or just stupid? Don't you know that an ordinary man is innocent but his treasure makes him a target? The leading man flashed a lecherous smile and shot back. Huh? Have you 2 been indulging so much that your brains have rotted? You think you can win with just the 2 of you? Don't worry, little sister, before I die, I'll make sure you experience what it's like to feel like a god. Before he could finish, a woman standing behind him suddenly collapsed, dead instantly. No one saw where the attack came from. High above, the mysterious woman curled her lips. Fine then, I'd like to see how a piece of trash like you plans to make me feel like a god. The shirtless man looked at his accomplice whose head had been crushed by a brick, his face turning ashen with terror. He asked his subordinates tremblingly, "That person's movement just now, did any of you see it?" The subordinates shook their heads frantically. No, didn't see anything. In the blink of an eye, the woman had leapt down and was standing steadily beside them. Someone cried out, "Damn it, this girl is too fast." She swept through like a gale, her blade mercilessly reaping the lives of the weaklings around them. She left only the man who had spoken rudely. Her cold blade pressed against his throat as she asked icily, "Come on, tell me, how are you going to make me feel like a god?" He shook uncontrollably, begging for mercy. I'm sorry." Seeing this, several other sturdy men asked the pair in terror, "How are you so strong? How did you do it?" She gave a brief reply, not minding telling them. "In this day and age, the only people stronger than the 2 of us are that group," one man asked in confusion. "Who do you mean by that group?" Just then, a deafening rumble echoed from the distance. The 2 cannibals turned back, their faces turning pale. "What is that noise?" "Insects over there." The sky was blotted out by a black mass of mother insects flying in formation. On the ground, countless insects swarmed toward the crowd like a tide of ants. The 2 cannibals screamed in panic, "Get back to high ground." They used their abilities to leap onto a 2-story building to save themselves. The ordinary people below scattered in desperation. Before long, those who were slow were submerged and trampled by the swarm. The insects charged forward over their bodies. Only the 2 cannibals hiding in the building survived. They looked at each other, hearts hammering with dread. What on earth is happening? Elsewhere, the crowd watched in horror as Zhou Zhaofeng's fleshy tissue began spreading in all directions. Everyone was in a panic. Something's happened. What's going on? 2 people standing on high ground observed through binoculars, their voices trembling. The swarm, such a massive swarm, were doomed. Didn't Leader Xiaoyang go to deal with the bugs? Did he fail? Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. The meat on the ground rose rapidly, opening massive mouths filled with sharp fangs aimed forward. The crowd began to cheer. "It's the Flesh Sea. The Flesh Sea will protect us." "That's right, we still have the Flesh Sea." Seeing this wall of flesh, the insect swarm immediately changed direction and flew away. The people below laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, as expected, a swarm doesn't dare attack us. Get lost, you bugs, we have a protector, ha ha." Being protected by a monster actually gives a strange sense of security. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky. "Everyone look, a big one is flying this way." It was a massive mother insect. The crowd immediately grew alert, preparing for battle. But then a shout rang out, "Wait a minute, look on top of it, it's Leader Xiaoyang." A moment later, the mother insect landed on the ground. Zhou Xiaoping ran over from a distance. "Leader Xiaoyang?" Zhou Zhaofeng also emerged from the mass of meat. "Leader Xiaoyang, how is the situation?" he replied calmly. "It went quite smoothly. I just ran into a group of survivors over there who need shelter." Zhou Zhaofeng hesitated. "That's easy enough, but the food supply seems—" He cut him off immediately. "Don't worry, the flower carriage farmland is expanding and cultivation in T-City is underway. There's enough to feed everyone, and the entire city will soon become our agricultural base." At the flower carriage fields, He Lao was checking a member who had just recovered. He nodded. Definitely improving. They should make a full recovery." The man grabbed his hand joyfully. "Really? Can I finally be free of that monster's control forever?" Suddenly, someone nearby pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look, what's that? Insects, giant insects, everyone be careful." The crowd hurriedly dropped their tools and ran desperately toward the shelter building. "Close the door, quick." But strangely, the insects only circled in the air with no intention of attacking. Someone wondered aloud, "These insects avoided our fields? They've stayed up there the whole time as if waiting for orders." He Lao watched the scene, a flash of joy in his eyes. Xiaoyang's plan succeeded. Back in the forest where the parasitized ones wandered like zombies, a sudden loud noise made them look up. A swarm of insects under his command appeared. He gave a cold order, "Swarm, hear my command, it's dinner time." Upon receiving the order, the insects fell like a black storm, frantically attacking and devouring the zombies. Beetles on the ground scurried at high speeds, clearing the zombies from the path. Soon his insect army gathered before a gargantuan tree, the final boss of the forest. The group of zombies let out a piercing shriek, speaking for the monster tree. "What do you want? What exactly are you trying to do?" He got straight to the point. "Be domesticated by me and become a symbiotic organism for the flower carriage within me," the tree replied arrogantly. "Submit to that? Never. My scale far exceeds it. I am the master of the forest. It is nothing more than a loser in the competition." A flash of killing intent crossed his eyes as he signaled the flower carriage. "See the situation clearly. Now you are the loser." The flower carriage's vines swept past, severing the massive trunk with a single, clean horizontal strike. Seeing the mother tree about to fall, the insect swarm below hurried to clear the area. He announced coldly, "This trunk has been severed by me. The next step is to rip out your roots. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender." Knowing it could not resist, plant tissue condensed and rose from the severed trunk of the mother tree, producing a seed. He signaled the flower carriage to step forward, merge into one. The vines immediately coiled around the seed, rapidly integrating it into the body. The system pinged continuously. Weed removal task 1 foot complete. Reward 100 points. Utopia task in progress. Community expansion, progress. Eliminate threats in adjacent areas, develop new zones. Reward 20 evaluation points, current 92, reward 80 points. Current points 239 at the flower carriage fields. The crowd waited anxiously. Someone cheered, "It should be fine now. Everyone, look, a swarm is back." Brother Xiaoyang must have succeeded. He landed lightly from the high air. He Lao asked, "How did it go? Did you deal with that giant plant?" He nodded. "It's now a part of me." "A part of you? What do you mean?" He smiled. "I mean, immediately, he used his will to control the newly acquired seed, making it take root and sprout underground. Wherever it went, the surrounding trees became lush. Now, the power of the flower carriage within him had tripled, and all plants in S-City were under his control. The scene shifted to the coastal H-City, where fishermen were cheering over nets bursting with fish. A bumper harvest, how did we catch so many fish today? Life is turning around, ha ha." Just then, a violent roar echoed across the sea. An observer on a watchtower stared, his jaw nearly dropping. "Holy crap, hey, what's that noise?" A wall of water over 10 meters high was rolling toward them. The man panicked, running and shouting, "Holy crap, get inside, get into the building, hurry." Someone, unwilling to leave their property, asked, "What about these fish? Throw them. Who cares about fish? Move, you'll lose your life if you're slow. Everyone run to the building, move." One greedy fellow tried to run with a bag of fish on his back, but the tsunami arrived with destructive power. Damn it, in an instant the entire area became a vast ocean. Only the sturdy high-rise buildings remained standing. The survivors watched the carnage below, shivering with dread. Damn it, no wonder the catch was suddenly so big. Quick, pull the bodies up for cremation. But the scaffolding was all washed away. What are we supposed to do? At his base it began to rain, and the downpour grew heavier and heavier. Someone worried, "If it keeps raining like this, the fields in the surrounding towns will be flooded." He asked in return, "How is the flower carriage farm?" The person replied, "The flower carriage crops are highly adaptable, so the rain doesn't affect them much. But if the rain doesn't stop, I'm afraid the yield will still suffer." A trace of unease rose in his heart. Suddenly Zhang Kai asked, "Brother Xiaoyang, what's wrong?" He raised a hand for silence and pressed his ear to the ground. Strange vibrations were transmitted, causing his expression to darken instantly. "Tell the residents of the surrounding towns to get into the fortresses now. Everyone move." The residents received the order and hurried into the interior of the fortresses. "Hurry, leave your things, move your feet." Only after reaching safety did Zhang Kai ask, "Brother Xiaoyang, what happened? Is there an enemy we can't handle?" Just then, a sentry on high ground shouted, "Brother Xiaoyang, a flood, it's a flood." Everyone hurriedly climbed to high ground to observe, and they were all stunned. In the distance, a massive wave rolled in, swallowing everything in its path. The direction of this flood was rushing from the sea toward them, and it had already risen to over a meter high. This meant H-City must be devastated. Our outer walls probably won't hold, right? Amidst the extreme panic, an incredible power suddenly erupted from him. Leader Xiaoyang used this power to exert control. Soon, massive vines burrowed out from the ground, interlacing continuously to form a magnificent wall that encased the entire fortress. The surging waves crashed against the plant wall, spray flying everywhere, but they could not penetrate the interior. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it worked. The impact of the water was neutralized. However, looking into the distance, other buildings and factories had become a mess of ruins. Everyone felt a chill down their spine. If not for Leader Xiaoyang, everyone would have died in this flood today. Someone else worriedly added, "That's right, with such a huge flood, the fields must be destroyed. What will we do for food later?" The person beside him patted his shoulder to comfort him. "What are you worried about? Leader Xiaoyang will definitely have a way." He was filled with doubt about this sudden flood. At that moment, the system pinged with the Calamity Collector task progress. The hyperphage virus, adaptive spores, mimic protozoa, and octoploid star insects targets were all complete. Only the unknown calamity remained. With a bounty as high as 800 points, static from the walkie-talkie interrupted his thoughts, and a frantic voice came from the other end. "Hey, Leader Xiaoyang." "Go ahead," he replied into the walkie-talkie. "Oh, okay, I understand. Recall all patrolmen immediately. The flood is coming." The other end was baffled. What flood? Then what about the flower carriage fields?" he reassured them. "Don't worry, it can adapt itself." A moment later, a catastrophic flood from the distance rolled in. Because of the timely warning, the flood walls had been firmly established. The flower carriage entity stretched powerfully upon contact with the water, its adaptation speed incredibly fast. In another direction, Zhou Zhaofeng transformed into a massive mass of flesh. It had formed a stable living barrier. Someone shrieked in terror. "The flood is here. Look out!" Another person cheered in amazement. "This is incredible. The impact of the flood is actually being partially absorbed by this sea of flesh." Combat reports continued to stream in from the front. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. "Good, I understand. What's the extent of the damage?" A subordinate quickly provided a detailed report. "The outer wall of the Westwind factory has sustained minor damage. The insect hive in B City was hit relatively hard because it faces the coast, but it's not a major issue. As long as the mother insect is safe, the colony will recover its numbers soon. I hope the flood recedes soon so we can resume production as quickly as possible." He Lao also provided a professional analysis. "I've checked it. This flood is saltwater. With the land soaked like this, I'm afraid it will take a year or two for the soil to recover its vitality." Zhang Xiaoyang replied calmly. "Don't worry, our food reserves are enough to feed everyone for 2 or 3 years. Besides, the vast lands in S City will achieve stable food output within 6 months. The priority right now is figuring out exactly what caused this flood." Meanwhile, in coastal H City, survivors were huddled on the top floor of a high-rise building. Gazing out at the vast white expanse of seawater surrounding them, one person asked worriedly, "The sea is so calm, does that mean we're safe?" The person next to them replied with deep pessimism, "Not necessarily. For all we know, the dead have already turned into water ghouls hiding beneath the surface waiting for us." Another waved it off. "It's only been one night, it shouldn't have come to that yet, right?" A man suddenly spoke up, pointing downward. "Last night, I heard the sound of waves lapping beneath the water's surface," he continued, his voice trembling. "And look closely, everyone, the water is so flat, yet there isn't even a single floating corpse." The situation was growing increasingly dire. The building they were in was too low to hold out for long. "If monsters attacked," one person sighed. "Staying here like this isn't an option. This building is too narrow and too short. If the sea sirens come, we're all dead." Suddenly, a shout drifted over from a distant high-rise. "Hey, can you hear me? Get over here. If the sirens come, everyone will die." It turned out there was a safer refuge. The survivors looked at each other, their hearts filled with anxiety. What should we do? If we want to live, we have to risk it all. They decided to send one person to swim across and scout the path. The volunteer cautioned them repeatedly. "If I run into a water ghoul, you have to pull me up immediately." The others nodded frantically. "Got it, got it." The man took a deep breath and plunged into the water with a splash. But when he opened his eyes in the murky water, he was horrified to find that the drowned corpses at the bottom had already turned into sea monsters, lunging toward him like predators. His face turned ashen with fear as he struggled back toward the surface. Those on the roof asked urgently, "How is it?" he screamed hysterically. pull me up, quick." Everyone panicked. "Quick, pull him up." But before they could even exert any force, the pack of sea monsters coiled tightly around his body, dragging him inch by inch into the depths. He could only let out muffled gargling screams. "HMF, ah, cough, cough." The people pulling the rope felt their strength failing. "Damn it, pull harder. Am I the only one pulling? He's too heavy." The strength of the water ghouls was terrifying, and the poor man was shredded beneath the freezing water. The rope snapped with a sharp crack, and the people on the roof tumbled backward. One person shrieked, "We pulled him up." But when they saw the empty end of the rope, everyone froze. "It's over. He's dead." Suddenly, someone pointed to the side and shouted, "Look over there, that man's corpse just floated up." Another person clutched their head and screamed, "Wah, I don't want to drown. I don't want to have my organs scooped out. Look, the water's surface is probably crawling with water ghouls." Despair began to spread. They felt their fate was sealed. Just then, one person looked up and shouted, "Look at the sky, there's something flying. It's insects. You can see them from this far away." "Which means those bugs are massive," another person lamented. "There are water ghouls and sea sirens in the water, and giant monsters in the sky. How are we supposed to survive this?" Suddenly, an alarm blared. "Sirens, the sirens are coming. Everyone watch out, the sea sirens are attacking." "The sirens are here." The hideous monsters began crawling up from the water, making everyone's legs go weak with terror. One person shouted orders, Quick, get weapons and prepare for battle. They're crawling through the windows. The group scrambled to grab their crude weapons, rushing out to block the passages. Quick, hold the corridor. Observers in the distant high-rise held their breath for them. Can they survive? The person beside them shook their head in despair. Impossible. They're dead meat. Back at the scene, the survivors were racing against death. Move faster, we have to hold this. The Sirens were climbing the stairs with incredible speed. Urgent shouts rang out. Faster, we're running out of time. One survivor luckily reached a security door and slammed it shut right under a monster's nose. He leaned against the door, gasping for air. Phew, that was close, too dangerous. But immediately after, a chilling whistle of air sounded as two sharp spears pierced through the door, stabbing deep into the person bracing it. The impact boomed like a heavy hammer. Another person shoved a table over and shouted, "They're ramming the door, get back." He used the table to brace the door, then piled a corpse on top for extra weight, roaring, "Everyone help me hold it." But the monster's strength was simply too great and the door frame shook violently. My hands are numb from the vibration. This strength is horrifying. The savage roars coming from behind the door made their skin crawl. With a loud crash, the door was kicked flying, sending everyone tumbling to the floor. The last two survivors fled desperately toward the roof, hurriedly locking the iron gate. One said in despair, "An iron gate won't stop them." The other asked, "Then what do we do? Should we jump into the water? But there are water monsters in the water. It's death either way." "Let's risk it. I don't want to be drowned alive by water ghouls." "Then stay here and wait to be disemboweled. I'm going to take a chance." Seeing his companion strip off his clothes and jump, the remaining survivor gritted his teeth and followed. "Whatever, jump together and let fate decide if they live." The two leaped into the freezing water. Hearing the commotion, the water ghouls immediately swam over. The first one to jump kicked frantically, striking away a monster that tried to close in. But the coward who jumped second was unluckily caught. The pack of water ghouls immediately swarmed him and tore him to pieces. The one who escaped to the surface burst into a wild laugh. "Haha, you idiots, catch me if you can. I was on the swim team." He aimed for the high-rise ahead and swam desperately. However, the sea sirens burst through the roof door and looked down. Without hesitation, they dove into the water to pursue him. People in the opposite building shouted in terror, "Hurry, they're catching up." Those beside them shook their heads. The speed of these aquatic monsters far exceeded that of the mutated humans in the water. "He's a goner. He's still going to die." A futile struggle. The man in the water screamed in despair, "I was on the swim team. I don't want to drown in the water." A siren leapt out of the water, its sharp claws about to reach him. He closed his eyes and shrieked, "No." Just then a dark shadow descended from the sky like a crashing meteorite. "Holy crap, what is this?" A giant insect smashed into the siren, its terrifying strength tearing the monster apart right under the water. The observers shrieked, "It's one of those bugs from the sky. Is it fighting the sirens?" However, the lone insect was soon surrounded by the underwater pack of sirens and pierced through by spears. All of this was actually under Zhang Xiaoyang's remote surveillance. He Lao looked at him with worry, but he only gave a faint smile. "Haha, looks like there's more work to do." A rescue fleet immediately set out for H-City. Xiao Shuai, who was traveling with them, looked puzzled. "Why aren't we riding the flying insects? Riding bugs is so much cooler." Zhang Xiaoyang explained, "The insect race still retains its hunting instincts. If you get too close and they lose control and attack, my commands might not be able to stop them in time." Xiao Shuai lifted his chin. "What's there to be afraid of? They can't hurt me." Zhang Xiaoyang pressed down on the boy's head with mock affection. "I'm afraid you'll end up injuring my insects." Just then, a shrill cry for help drifted from the distance. "We're surrounded." "Damn it, taste this." A girl named Xiao Yu was snatched by a monster's tentacle and dragged into the water. Her father let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Hold on to her. Grab her quick, Xiao Yu." But it was all in vain. The girl gradually sank into the deep sea, leaving her father in agony. Someone nearby tried to restrain him. "Calm down, my daughter fell in." "How can I be calm? You'll just die if you go down there." He struggled and shouted, "Let me go. Even if I die, I want to die with my daughter." Suddenly, the roar of an engine approached from the distance. Zhang Xiaoyang's fleet came cutting through the waves. The people on the boats shouted, "Save us, someone's asking for help, let's head over." Shanshan observed carefully and asked in confusion, "What kind of monsters are those? That must be the calamity of H-City. I've seen these things through the eyes of the flying insects. Besides the drowned zombies, there's a much harder monster to deal with." Zhang Xiaoyang gave a decisive order. "Regardless, deal with these guys first." Xiao Shuai drew his gun, his eyes gleaming. "Yes, brother Xiaoyang." Seeing this, the survivors were overjoyed. "Great, we're saved, they have guns." Gunfire erupted and the sirens attempting to attack were accurately picked off. The father hurriedly clasped his hands in prayer and begged, "Please save my daughter. My daughter was dragged into the water by a water ghoul." Zhang Xiaoyang looked down into the murky water and saw that the girl hadn't been swarmed by zombies yet. He immediately began stripping off his outer layer. The people on the boat rushed to stop him. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't go in the water." Zhang Xiaoyang didn't say a word and dove straight in. The man was stunned. Holy crap, is this his first time seeing a water ghoul? I know you're desperate to save her, but you have to be rational. You're going to get this kid killed, the father replied incoherently. I didn't know he'd actually dare to jump. Underwater, the zombies noticed the movement, let go of the girl, and charged straight at Zhang Xiaoyang. Zhang Xiaoyang calmly waited for them to approach, his eyes erupting with killing intent. He suddenly threw a heavy punch, stirring up a terrifying shockwave in the water that directly pulverized the zombies at the front. He continued to charge through the water, every strike shattering any monster that dared to close in. On the surface, the waves churned violently, making everyone worried. What's happening? What on earth is going on down there? Suddenly, the girl was thrown forcefully out of the water. Her father rushed forward to catch her. Xiao Yu, my Xiao Yu. Shortly after, Zhang Xiaoyang leapt lightly back onto the raft. Everyone stared at him dumbstruck. You, under the siege of water ghouls, you not only saved Xiao Yu but came back unscathed? How did you do it? Zhang Xiaoyang straightened his clothes and replied calmly, "It was nothing. I just handled it in passing. The water ghouls have been cleared out. Everyone, don't just stand there. Save the child. Any longer and she'll suffer brain damage." Everyone scrambled to begin first aid. Quick, do CPR. The girl spat out water and began to cough violently. Her vital signs returned. The father hugged his daughter tightly. Xiao Yu, thank God." He turned and bowed deeply to Zhang Xiaoyang. Benefactor, you saved my daughter. I can never repay you." Another person stepped forward and asked, "Who exactly are you people?" Zhang Xiaoyang replied briefly. "We're from M City. The flood spread to our side, so I came to check the situation." The man sighed. "Benefactor, your swimming skills are incredible. I've never seen anyone who could clear out water ghouls under the surface before. We have one more humble request. Could you use your rescue boat to tow our raft for a bit? The water ghouls just left. The Sirens will be here soon." Facing Sirens, we're at a dead end, Zhang Xiaoyang asked in return. "Sirens, you mean those guys?" He pointed toward the distant dorsal fins rushing toward them at an alarming speed. The survivors fell into a state of extreme panic. "That's right, those are the Sirens. Watch out, the Sirens are coming." They scrambled frantically to climb onto Zhang Xiaoyang's boat. "Quick, let us on. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. There are too many of us. One speedboat can't possibly hold everyone." One person begged in terror. "Don't leave me behind. I don't want to have my organs scooped out." A cold smirk curled onto Zhang Xiaoyang's lips. "What are you afraid of? Just kill them back," the man shouted in despair. "They're aquatic creatures. They move much faster than water ghouls. You can't possibly win against them in the water." Just then, a siren leaped out of the water, thrusting a spear in its hand toward him. Zhang Xiaoyang firmly caught the spearhead with one hand, his other hand shooting out like lightning. With a sharp crack, he snapped its neck and tossed the corpse aside like trash. Everyone's jaws dropped. What just happened? He snapped a siren's neck with his bare hands. Another siren tried to sneak attack Xiao Shuai from beneath the water, but the boy nimbly dodged. Xiao Shuai exclaimed, "Holy crap, brother Xiaoyang, these guys are even faster than that group of cannibals in the western suburbs." Zhang Xiaoyang evaluated. "They are aquatic creatures after all. It's only natural they're fast." Before he could finish, another siren lunged forward, clinging tightly to him and pulling him forcefully into the water. Xiao Shuai shrieked, "Watch out, brother Xiaoyang." Seeing the strongest among them captured, the survivors' newly ignited hope instantly vanished. "Damn it, what was I expecting? I told you it's impossible to beat a siren underwater. Is it really going to end here? If I'd known, I should have rowed away earlier. Now it's all over. Everyone is dead." Beneath the surface, the sirens were triumphantly swinging their weapons at Zhang Xiaoyang. But his flesh was as hard as steel, and the weapons couldn't pierce him. He revealed a faint smile as the roots within his body suddenly erupted, coiling tightly around the surrounding monsters. His voice echoed in their minds, laced with a hint of mockery. "Do you know the most wicked way to deal with fish? High-voltage bioelectricity." A massive surge of current erupted, sweeping through the entire body of water. The surface became eerily still. Someone wondered aloud, "Why is there no more movement?" Then he pointed into the distance. "Everyone, look over there. A siren corpse scorched black has floated up." The others confirmed it. It wasn't their comrade but a siren. "Look, the water is crawling with water ghouls." Xiao Shuai grinned, reassuring the crowd. "Don't worry. As long as you're with us, you won't die." Suddenly, several thick roots emerged from beneath the surface, coiling around the side of the boat. The crowd scrambled back in terror. "What on earth is that?" Following the roots, he climbed out of the water and leisurely retracted the tendrils back into his body. One man asked tremblingly, What exactly are you? Are you even human?" He didn't answer directly, only saying, "If you want to live, follow me." "To where?" "Back to H City. We barely managed to escape the city, and now we're going back to the interior." He shook his head. "Trust me, in your current state, you won't survive for a day in the interior." "What do you mean by that?" Shanshan spoke up to explain. "Mutated zombies, cannibals, man-eating plants, the monsters inland are no easier to deal with than these sirens." After hearing this, everyone fell into a state of extreme panic. he spoke decisively. Enough, just follow us. Keeping you safe is simple enough. They looked at him with half belief and half doubt. Simple enough? On a high rise in the distance, the original group of survivors was observing. One person remarked that those people didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Another analyzed the situation. It doesn't matter. This building is high enough and the corridors are long. As long as those things stay out of the water for too long, their strength drops significantly, and they won't be able to attack us. But since we're besieged here, we can't leave either. Indeed, unable to fish or find supplies, they would eventually be trapped to death. Suddenly, someone pointed below. Look over there, survivors. He looked up at the building before him and ordered the fleet forward. We're here. That's the building. The people on the roof waved and shouted frantically. Hey, don't come over. Stay away. There are sirens here. Find a high building to hide in. He turned to the people he had just rescued and asked. Hide in a high building, the man explained. Those things are powerful in the water, but once they're out for too long, their abilities plummet. That's why the higher the floor, the safer we are. He'd nodded. Oh, so you're saying if we force them out of the water, they're much easier to handle? The man was stunned. Huh, force them out? How could that even be possible? The people on the roof watched in despair as the boat slowly approached. My God, are they deaf? We're shouting this loud and they can't hear us. This makes no sense. They should be able to hear at this distance. One person shrieked in terror. Oh no, look below. The sirens are charging at them. He ordered the small boat to stop. This is far enough. Don't go any closer. We don't want any friendly fire. Xiao Shuai asked curiously. Uncle Xiaoyang, what are you planning? His lips curled into a mysterious, wicked smile. I'm going to do something a bit cruel. His eyes flashed with the green light of his dual symbiotic plants. He leaped into the air, charging toward the pack of sirens like a swift arrow. In midair, he spun and swung his arms, releasing thousands of roots that plunged into the water, preparing for a slaughter. He immediately activated his high-voltage bioelectricity skill, channeling the massive current through the root system into the water. The sirens below were decimated by the shock, struggling in agony. Realizing they couldn't stay in the water, they scrambled for an exit, targeting a nearby building to climb. He stood proudly upon the water's surface, his gaze icy as he watched the group of monsters crawling onto the shore to escape the water. You're nothing more than meat on a chopping block now. Meanwhile, the observers in the distance looked toward the sky in horror as a piercing buzzing sound filled their ears. Look over there, insects. It's those insects again. There are so many, even more than last time. This time, they actually lunged toward the sirens of their own accord. The sirens on the shore also sensed the threat from above, their faces twisting in fear. The giant insect swarm circled above his head as if awaiting their master's command. He gave a cold order. It's dinner time. In an instant, the insect swarm dove down like black arrows, surrounding and tearing the sirens apart. The once vicious sea monsters were now reduced to gourmet meals, struggling desperately before being dismembered. One survivor stammered, That guy must be on our side, right? After the feast, the swarm dispersed and the sky returned to its usual silence as if nothing had happened. He leapt onto the building where the survivors were hiding. They watched him with a mix of alertness and fear. Don't worry, I'm not a monster. Then those flying bugs in the sky, what were they? He waved his hand, and the giant bee swarm immediately flew elsewhere. He turned and asked, All right, now who can tell me exactly what happened here? A man began to recount how a massive tsunami had destroyed their peaceful lives. Pedestrians on the street and people on lower floors were killed instantly. In the early stages of the disaster, we waited desperately for rescue, but it never came, and almost at the same moment the disaster struck, all communication was cut off. Food shortage was the greatest threat back then. Some people refused to just sit and wait for death, so they chose to build crude wooden boats to escape to the interior for refuge. But it turned out that wasn't the right choice. They encountered water ghouls and sirens, and their deaths were gruesome. His face turned somber as he continued. Eventually, we realized we were trapped on these isolated islands formed by these buildings. He asked, The water ghouls and sirens must be connected, right? The man nodded. You're sharp, that's correct. The water ghouls are created by the sirens. I don't know what methods they use, but they can turn the dead into walking corpses that can survive underwater for long periods. Their only purpose for being created is to drag more living people to their deaths. Even more terrifying than being pulled into the water by a ghoul is being caught by a siren. They will dissect you alive, scoop out your heart, liver and stomach, and eventually turn you into a water ghoul. He sneered. Oh, that kind of dietary habit really suits their beastly nature, the man pleaded. Benefactor, you're so strong, maybe you can destroy the siren farm. What is a siren farm? The cunning sirens possess a keen pack instinct. When facing a lone prey, they will cruelly kill them on the spot to take their livers. But when facing a large number of targets, these monsters use even more despicable means, escorting a portion of the captives to islands along the coast. Those dark places are the siren farms. living hells established to satisfy their animalistic nature, where they can cut out fresh livers whenever they are hungry. On a desolate barren island the air was thick with the scent of despair. Dozens of people, men, women, old and young, were so weak they were nothing but skin and bones, their broken bodies weighed down by shackles. In the shadows a figure lurked patiently, waiting for the right moment, as he moved closer with caution. One prisoner recognized the familiar face and let out a low gasp of surprise. Anping, shish, keep it down. Without hesitation, Anping pulled out a stone shard sharpened to a keen edge and nimbly sliced through the rough ropes binding their wrists. He shoved the stone into the man's hand and whispered instructions. Use this to untie everyone. I'm going to start the fishing boat, and we'll escape together. Can you do it? The prisoner trembled, his eyes full of terror. Anping gritted his teeth, a light of fierce determination shining in his eyes. Someone successfully escaped before, didn't they? It can be done. We have to succeed. Everyone, remember to stay quiet. Don't get caught. After speaking, he turned resolutely and climbed over the rusted fence, vanishing into the night. Accompanied by the sound of waves, Anping made his way to the shore, his hand just about to touch the side of the weathered wooden boat. At the very moment hope flickered, a piercing whistle tore through the air. Anping collapsed onto the cold sand, dark red blood foaming at the corners of his mouth. He stared wide-eyed in despair at his chest, where a cold, sharp spear had mercilessly pierced through him. A weak groan echoed with endless grievance. No, please. Meanwhile, at the nearby holding area, everyone was frantically using the stone shards to untie each other's ropes, completely unaware that tragedy had already struck. One man, drenched in sweat, complained irritably, "Damn it, this sharp stone isn't fast enough. I can't cut the rope." Suddenly, a woman nearby covered her face and began to wail, having witnessed a horrifying sight that moved her to tears. The man hissed in a panicked whisper, No, don't cry. What are you crying for?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, his own face turned pale. In the shadows, a hideous siren brutally threw Anping's limp corpse onto the ground. With a blood-curdling roar, they ordered their companions to charge at the group currently untying their bonds. The scene fell into utter chaos, as those who had just broken free of their ropes bolted in a panic. Piercing cries for help rang out everywhere. "Help, someone save us!" Unfortunately, death showed them no mercy. Cruel spears were launched relentlessly. Anyone who had just leapt up to flee was instantly run through. These monsters were now more ruthless than ever, their crude iron weapons stained with the scent of blood. Fatal assassinations followed one after another, never stopping. Those seeking a way to live fell in piles in pools of blood, with not a single survivor. The prisoners, still bound by ropes, shivered, murmuring to themselves in a daze of extreme terror. "They're dead. They're all dead. Not a single person who untied their ropes escaped. They're all dead." After the bloody slaughter ended, the pack of sirens lowered their heads as if no one were there, skillfully scavenging and pulling out all the victims' internal organs. Suddenly, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. The corpses lying scattered across the ground began to twitch and staggered to their feet. Their eyes turned a ghastly white, cloudy and lifeless, and their reactions were sluggish. They were exactly like zombies that had just burst from the earth, seemingly manipulated by some force. The walking dead began to walk in unison, moving mechanically toward the sea. They plunged into the dark water, slowly sinking into the depths, and in the blink of an eye they transformed into bloodthirsty water ghouls. The prisoners bound on the shore witnessed this entire eerie transformation, their chests tightening with fear. "Water ghouls, so that's how those things are formed," one man remarked in a raspy voice. "This is the first time I've seen these sirens with my own eyes. Do they plan to stay and trap us to death?" Meanwhile, the young man standing in the distance, observing quietly, also sensed the change in the situation through his system. His eyes narrowed slightly in thought. Oh, so a new calamity has indeed been triggered. Immediately, the task information panel lit up, updating with a line of stark white text. "Primordial Siren Ancestor," he whispered the newly appeared phrase. Wondering if the title referred to these hideous sea monsters, he turned to the person beside him and asked with a frown, "How do you know the details so well? Did you see it with your own eyes?" The man let out a bitter laugh, his face clouded with shadows. "I've seen more than just that. I'm one of the ones who escaped from the Siren farm," he continued, his tone thick with anger. "Because they've captured so many living people, they've already mastered the method of piloting boats. I stole a speedboat during a great storm and managed to escape." He nodded, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he looked directly at the man. "Since that's the case, you know the location clearly, right? Why would you be so certain? Do you dare go back with me to save those who are still trapped?" Hearing this, a spark of hope for survival suddenly ignited in the fugitive's eyes. "In the past, I wouldn't have even dared to imagine it, but now with you here, I think there's hope. It is my duty." "Very well. We set out in 2 days." He patted the man's shoulder, making a decisive call. The man was stunned. We need a full 2 days," he nodded calmly, outlining a clear plan. "Yes, because first I need to modify your base and set up some guard units, so everyone can rest easy." As he spoke, his indifferent gaze swept over the water ghouls and sirens flickering on the surface. "What do you mean by guards?" the crowd whispered in fear. He didn't bother with a long explanation and simply reached out his hand. In an instant, massive vines coiled out from the void following his will. "What are you trying to do?" someone shouted in alarm. Along the rough surface of these plants, a series of plump flower buds burst into bloom one after another. With a calm wave of his hand, countless flowers detached from the stems, fluttering in the air before landing lightly on the sea's surface. As soon as they touched the water, the strange flowers burst into full bloom, spraying out a cloud of tiny pollen that blotted out the sky. These powders seemed almost alive, instantly seeping into the scales of the monsters. A miracle occurred. The sirens' decaying bodies actually began to show signs of immortal recovery. Under the effect of the pollen, severed limbs began to twist, dragging threads of flesh to reconnect with the bodies. "What on earth is that stuff you threw down?" The crowd was dumbstruck. In less than a heartbeat, the group of monsters turned and leaped back onto the shore. "Sirens, the sirens are coming!" Other corpses leaped up as well, with countless vines coiling around them, continuously weaving and repairing their mangled flesh. The survivors thought the deep-sea demons had returned for revenge and retreated in panic, crying out to their benefactor for help. "Help, benefactor! Save us!" Screams rang out one after another, but he only smiled and reassured them. "What's wrong?" As soon as one man spoke with a trembling voice, everyone froze. The vicious beasts were now standing in a neat, obedient line, respectfully waiting for their master to walk by. No one could believe their eyes. "These sirens actually listen to you like this?" Facing their looks of adoration, he explained calmly. "Though they still retain some of their hunting traits, in essence they are no longer sirens. They have become absolutely obedient plant entities, and that includes the ones lurking beneath the water." Hearing this, the crowd finally mustered the courage to look down from their high vantage point, only to discover in terror that the bloodthirsty monsters were staying perfectly still and obedient. "Are the water ghouls controlled too? And what about the rebuilding of the settlement you mentioned earlier?" one person asked curiously. Zhang Xiaoyang didn't rush to answer. He simply turned his gaze toward the distance as if calculating the time, murmuring, "It should be about time, shouldn't it?" As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone looked up in unison to see a winged insect swarm so massive it blotted out the sky, sweeping toward them. The sheer scale of the swarm left everyone trembling in shock, creating a truly breathtaking scene. In another corner of this desolate world, the warm, soft morning light filtered through a shattered window, gently waking a sleeping figure in the ruined building. Startled awake by a piercing, strange noise, the person staggered to the window. Taking just one look outside, a chill ran down their spine. Those giant insects had openly turned the entire ruins into their breeding ground. The crumbling skyscrapers were now tightly connected by massive wooden bridges that spanned across the horizon. The person stumbled back, groaning in terror. "What on earth is this place? Has the world been turned upside down to this extent in just one night?" Staring at the maddening masterpiece before him, the boy standing nearby couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. "Heavens, Uncle Xiaoyang, even for you, this is too outrageous. How did you do it?" Zhang Xiaoyang merely smiled slightly and answered calmly, "Adaptive spores and octoploid star insects are both experts in terraforming, besides I've made some even bolder attempts. Let's go and see how the progress is coming along." "Wait, what progress?" The boy scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. Following Zhang Xiaoyang, the group walked into a viscous, oppressive space that looked like a gargantuan nursery. Zhang Xiaoyang pointed to the center of the room, his tone laced with calculation. "After all, these insects are still a bit weak, whether crawling underground, flying in the sky, or fighting in the water. I'm having this antenna species evolve into a mother insect with the goal of breeding an insect race that can adapt to aquatic environments. Once they submerge into the seabed to proliferate, they should produce the optimal forms in about a day or two." Hearing this slightly dark plan, Shanshan blinked awkwardly and spoke up hesitantly. "Why do I feel like we're moving further and further away from being the good guys?" Time flew by, and 2 days later, on the turbulent surface of the sea, a weathered small boat drifted with the current. Panicked whispers drifted from beneath the deck. "Quick, see if those guys have left yet." After a few seconds of deathly silence, a sigh of relief followed. "It seems they're gone. Let's row as hard as we can." When they saw a smudge of emerald green rising on the horizon, hope ignited in the survivors' eyes. They paddled desperately, intermittently encouraging each other. "Hurry, we're almost there." However, as the island gradually became clearer, its eerie appearance made one person feel uneasy. "That island doesn't look like something humans could have built. Could it be a siren's nest?" The other person argued through gritted teeth, trying to suppress the unease in his heart. "If it were a siren's nest, we would have been spotted long ago. And no matter how bad it gets, it won't be worse than being caught by a siren." Before he could finish his sentence, a trembling finger pointed toward the churning spray. "Hey, everyone, look over there, it's sirens, haven't they left yet?" No sooner had he spoken than the group of monsters charged toward the boat like underwater torpedoes. The people on the boat wailed and covered their faces, scared out of their wits as if the Grim Reaper were already before them. "Bastards, are they playing with us? Row faster, we're truly finished this time," a man shrieked frantically, waving a wooden board with all his might, just as one monster swam near the gunwale and slowly emerged from the water, its murderous eyes fixed on devouring its prey. A miracle suddenly occurred. A gargantuan hard-shelled aquatic insect resembling a centipede suddenly burst through the surface and charged over, heroically slamming the vicious Siren into the distance. Because of this heavy impact, the people on the boat were struck dumb, realizing they had just escaped death. The survivors stared, mouths agape. "What is this? What on earth is that thing?" The bizarre sight didn't stop there. A man craned his neck, pointing toward the murky white spray in the distance. "Look, it's the insect swarm in the deep water." A life-and-death struggle was unfolding between the Siren pack and the insect legion. Right as they clashed, a wounded monster suddenly tilted its head back and let out a piercing shriek, seemingly sounding an alarm. Upon receiving the distress signal from their companion, the remaining Sirens roared and turned to fight. But immediately after, when they saw the suffocatingly dense insect storm rolling toward them from the distance, their ferocity instantly deflated. The underwater movement speed of these giant insects was astonishing. They closed the encirclement in the blink of an eye. The cunning Sirens realized they had no chance of winning and hurriedly flicked their tails to flee in all directions. The survivors huddled on the rocking boat broke into a cold sweat as they stared at the churning black sea below. What exactly is happening down there? Is the insect swarm hunting Sirens? The crowd whispered in speculation. Under the pressure of these new hunters, the speed of these sea monsters was a joke, unable to even compare to the sweeping force of the mutated insects. In just a short while, those arrogant beasts were brutally torn to shreds by the swarm. They should have been happy, but witnessing this gruesome scene, the people on the boat felt no relief. Instead, a bone-chilling cold enveloped their hearts. A dark thought flashed through their minds. Are we truly out of danger, or have we just escaped the mouths of Sirens only to become the next prey for these devils? In the hair-raising silence, they were certain they had become the targets of these savage insects. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. This group of giant insects had no intention of attacking at all. They obediently spread out, pressing against both sides of the boat, using their bodies as cushions to push the wooden vessel forward at incredible speed, gripping the side of the boat tightly. A man swallowed hard and whispered, "Are these insects escorting us to that island?" Everyone endured through gritted teeth, for at this moment, jumping into the water would be a guaranteed death sentence. It turned out the towering, eerie island before them was not a Siren's nest, but a massive habitat for the mutated insects. Suddenly, one person squinted and pointed toward the pristine white beach. "Everyone, look, what is that? Are those people, and Sirens too? Humans and Sirens standing together?" They murmured in extreme terror at the absurd scene before them. What exactly has happened? Soon the boat cut through the waves and came to a stop obediently at the shore. A youth who had been waiting on the beach stepped forward composedly, greeting them with a bright, friendly smile. "Welcome, everyone. Don't be afraid, I've already subdued all of them." Looking at the youth standing amidst a pack of vicious beasts, those suffering people trembled and stammered their questions. Who are you?" One person swallowed hard and blurted out. "No, what on earth are you?" The youth stood with his hands behind his back and declared flatly, "I am the builder of this human settlement." Human settlement. The horrific scenes of slaughter that had just occurred in the sea and on the shore replayed in the minds of these newcomers, making their chests tighten. To them, how could an island filled with insects and monsters look like any human settlement they knew? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, the sheltered residents of the island also walked over from a distance to greet them warmly. Waving to appease them, they said, "Don't worry too much, everyone." The new group of 4 looked around, and seeing the healthy survivors in the refuge camp, they couldn't help but blurt out in surprise, "There are actually this many survivors." Seeing through the newcomers' defensiveness, the people here quickly explained, "Although these insects look fierce, they all follow the absolute control of leader Zhang Xiaoyang. They will never bite people, even those Sirens covered in vines and the water ghouls standing there are the same." One person patted the other's shoulder with a laugh and invited them, "Come with us. There are plenty of rooms here. From now on we are comrades in arms." The survivors murmured as if in a dream. Plenty of rooms? This survival outpost, built single-handedly by leader Zhang Xiaoyang, not only provided shelter from the wind and rain but was also continuously expanding in scale. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. In the center of the square he spoke to everyone in a firm tone, "The time has come." "Is it time to head to the Siren farm?" someone interrupted to ask. He nodded, his eyes full of confidence. "I don't think we need to wait any longer. After our previous battles, our strength is enough to crush those Sirens." From the rear, a little girl clenched her fist and waved it toward the sky, excitedly suggesting, "Then let's set out." Zhang Xiaoyang raised his hand to stop the children's enthusiasm. "You don't need to go, just Zhang Chong and I will go." "Why does Uncle Xiaoyang not trust our abilities?" The children voiced their dissatisfaction in unison. Zhang Xiaoyang ruffled each of their heads and spoke in a serious tone. "You aren't weak, but fighting on land is one thing. If we're going into the water, it's best to be cautious." Standing nearby, Li Cheng also crossed his arms in agreement. He advised in a solemn tone, "Leader Zhang Xiaoyang is right. In case you fall into the water and things turn passive, Zhang Xiaoyang would have to be distracted to take care of you." Convinced by this reasoning, the children responded dejectedly. "All right then." Preparations were quickly completed. Once settled, he and Zhang Chong jumped onto a sturdy warship. At the stern, the sea insects lowered their heads to receive orders, acting as living engines to push the ship through the waves at high speed. "Are we going out to sea like this?" Zhang Chong gripped the gunwale tightly. He asked loudly in surprise. As they entered the waters governed by monsters, an sickening aura of killing intent wafted over, allowing them to sense the enemy's presence from afar. Standing against the wind, Zhang Chong frowned and looked ahead, quickly picking up his binoculars to scout around. "Leader Zhang Xiaoyang, Sirens over there," he pointed out in panic. Compared to his companion's fluster, Zhang Xiaoyang merely turned his head for a cold glance. Beneath the surface, those sea insects seemed to act in sync. Upon receiving an invisible command, they immediately submerged into deep water to avoid detection. Immediately after, they suddenly accelerated like torpedoes, bursting out of the surface to tear through the enemy formation. The clash kicked up clouds of spray and the waves crashed like a tsunami. In an instant, the water was filled with the floating, mangled corpses of those vicious beasts. After clearing the obstacles, his team continued forward silently. Zhang Chong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Having witnessed this brutal hunting method with his own eyes, he couldn't help but remark, "Is this what an instant kill looks like? The two of us are truly too strong." Meanwhile, deep within the island of death, those suffering people were being held in cold, sturdy iron cages, and they faintly heard the piercing sounds coming from the shore. The prisoners hugged each other and wept loudly, thinking this was the end of their lives. "I'll wait, what's happening?" One person looked up tremblingly. In the distance, a group of tall monsters carrying steel weapons and radiating the aura of death were slowly approaching as if to carry out a cruel execution. Piercing pleas for mercy rang out. "No, please, don't pick me, don't pick me." The scene shifted back to the boat where Zhang Chong was peering through the lens. He shouted excitedly, "Found it, this is the place. That island really is the Siren farm." But as soon as he saw the situation on the island, his face changed drastically, and he urged, "Leader Zhang Xiaoyang, we've walked right into the Sirens killing people. Hurry and take action." Zhang Xiaoyang curled his lip, lowering his center of gravity as he instructed. "Then hold on tight." Zhang Chong quickly grabbed the mast. "Got it?" Zhang Xiaoyang concentrated his full strength into his toes and kicked off violently, making the deck creak. In an instant, his entire being shot toward the rocky beach of the island like an armored shell, on the other side of the defensive line. The prisoners closed their eyes in terror and held their breath as the executioner's jagged blade was already pressed against a carotid artery. "No," someone pleaded in a raspy voice. Just then, that vicious beast heard the wind behind its head and hurriedly turned around. But in that mere split second, Zhang Xiaoyang had already closed in on its flank like a ghost. The sound of flesh being torn rang out cleanly. The youth who had been grabbed by the sharp claws lost his balance and fell onto the parched earth. He stared wide-eyed in horror as the monster's corpse was sliced in half at the waist, then slowly looked back behind him. The savior stood there, his towering figure silhouetted against the setting sun after finishing off the monster. The youth stammered for a long time, unable to speak. What is going on?" Zhang Xiaoyang remained expressionless, coldly kicking the mangled corpse aside as a dead silence fell over the surroundings. From a safe distance, Zhang Chong stood on the ship, waving and cheering loudly. "So cool, that's right, beat them to death," Zhang Chong roared in support. Seeing their comrade killed instantly, the remaining Sirens roared in fury, charging forward with their weapons like crazed beasts. Zhang Xiaoyang's expression remained cold. With just a slight tilt of his body, he keenly dodged a treacherous heavy strike. He reached out and gripped the enemy's spear shaft with a pincer-like grip, yanking it toward him with sudden force. The muscles of his other arm bunched, and he slammed a heavy punch into the monster's face. The horrific impact instantly shattered its skull, its head bursting like a punctured ball. The Sirens hiding in the back were struck dumb by this terrifying scene, their survival instincts erupting instantly. They turned tail and ran, fleeing desperately toward the water. Standing on the ship, Zhang Chong broke into a cold sweat. "Crap, they're running this way. Holy crap! They're coming, they're coming. With Leader Zhang Xiaoyang here, I don't believe you can hurt me." He roared to bolster his own courage, while hurriedly pulling out the dagger at his waist, waving it around wildly for defense. Those monsters had just reached the water's edge, intending to dive into the deep water to escape, but they didn't realize that death was already waiting beneath the surface. The sea insects lying in ambush in the deep sea suddenly opened their gargantuan maws and burst out of the water. Those unlucky Sirens were sent flying into the air by the massive impact before they could even get into the water, slamming heavily back onto the beach. What other monsters are lurking underwater? Are they killing each other? The prisoners were speechless. After a moment, Zhang Chong crept ashore, wading through the water and looking around as he asked in a low voice, "Are all the Sirens dead?" Meanwhile, one of the victims gathered his courage and approached the prominent youth, asking in terror, "What are you exactly? Why do you look human?" Zhang Chong quickly cut in and stepped in front, patting his chest proudly. "Don't worry, he's leader Xiaoyang. He led us here to save you." Xiaoyang let out a cold snort and stated flatly that if it weren't for his desire to send this pack of vicious beasts to see King Yama, he wouldn't have bothered to put in this much effort. Zhang Chong took the hint and hurried forward, starting to assist in the rescue of those being held captive. He pulled hard on the rusted iron chains with both hands to make it easier for leader Xiaoyang to cut through them. A mud-covered man suddenly stared wide-eyed at Zhang Chong, recognizing him in terror. "It's you? I remember you. You're the one who stole a boat and escaped during the heavy rain. Were you caught too?" Zhang Chong gave a bitter smile and nodded, his tone sour. "Yes, though most of the people caught back then are no longer in this world." He rested his hands behind his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing through the layers of mist on the sea to look into the distance. As he saw the outline of a small island looming ahead, he narrowed his eyes. "This Siren farm probably isn't the only one, is it?" "Definitely not. Moreover, Sirens didn't live here permanently. They just took turns sending a few of their kind over to stand guard. In this vast ocean, trying to wipe them all out in one go was indeed as difficult as reaching the heavens." "Do you want to wipe them all out? You mean those Sirens?" He interrupted the group's discussion, waving away their doubts. "Everyone, follow me back first. We'll talk about this later. If there's truly no other way, we'll have to use the most primitive plan, utilizing mother insect tactics to sweep through the entire sea." After handling the tragic aftermath, the entire team took the rescued refugees and boarded a sturdy ship for the return journey. The guard on the watchtower was searching around with binoculars. After catching the familiar signal, the little girl waved excitedly and shouted, "It's Uncle Xiaoyang! Uncle Xiaoyang is back!" Dropping the binoculars, she ran toward the dock at top speed. Rushing forward to greet her hero, Uncle Xiaoyang, was the mission that smooth this time? "These people are survivors from the Siren farm. Take them to be settled. Leave it to me. Everyone follow me. Shanshan, Li Chang, you two have worked hard. Please help me invite He Lao and Zhou Zhaofeng over. I have business with them." "No problem." Receiving the order, Shanshan and Li Chang nimbly jumped onto the deck and started the engine, the boat roaring as it left the dock. After traveling for a while, sharp reefs began to appear faintly ahead of the bow. "Damn it, the water is too shallow. The boat can't get through." Li Chang clicked his tongue and steered the wheel hard. Time flew and the two soon returned to the base. As soon as they stepped ashore, they stretched and pounded on the door, shouting, "Open up, Shanshan and Brother Li are back." As soon as the door opened a crack, Shanshan hurriedly grabbed the gatekeeper and asked, "Where is He Lao?" The soldier frowned and replied, "Xiaoyang had something to ask him, so he already went over." Then he slapped his forehead, remembering something urgent. "Oh right, something happened at the Flesh Sea yesterday." And He Lao rushed over to help. "Something happened? What was it?" "I don't know the details. I only heard that someone is very sick and probably won't pull through. We were going to see Zhou Zhaofeng anyway. Let's check it out while we're there." "Yeah." Just as the words fell, the scene shifted to a makeshift medical tent. Looking at the test results, the doctor announced dejectedly, "No doubt about it, it's acute pancreatitis. Even with the best medical conditions, the mortality rate is extremely high. The situation is currently critical. She's as good as dead." Zhou Zhaofeng stood behind the wall like a stone statue, staring silently through the sterile glass at the dying Xiaoping with bloodshot eyes. His lips trembled, but he swallowed his words of pain. At this moment of life and death, he didn't know what to say. Inside the isolation zone, the crowd was still discussing anxiously. "Quick, find leader Xiaoyang. He'll definitely have a way. It's too late. She's in shock and won't last half a day." Just as the atmosphere fell into a dead silence, Zhou Zhaofeng suddenly spoke up, his cold tone carrying a desperate resolve. "No, there's one more way, letting her be infected by mimic flesh. Given her current state, the only way to save her life is to replace the entire pancreas with mimic flesh." He Lao frowned and questioned in shock, "Can you control it precisely?" "I can't. It can only be done through large-scale infection to cover the pancreas. But if that happens, she will no longer be human. Even if Xiaoyang acts, it cannot be reversed." Zhou Zhaofeng grit his teeth until his mouth was full of blood, roaring in grief and indignation. "It's better than watching her die." The old doctor took a deep breath, his shoulders slumping powerlessly, as he delivered the final heavy judgment. "That's your daughter, decide for yourself." Zhou Zhaofeng stood in place, his gaze deep as he stared into the void, his voice low and raspy. "My brain is already quite different from a human's. I'm not even sure if this choice counts as having humanity anymore." "Yeah." A soft sound came from the hallway, breaking the silence. A man pushed open the door and shouted anxiously to those inside. Young Bing, what are you doing? Old Joe, go on in, just do as he says. Zhou Zhaofeng frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and bitterness. He hadn't even decided yet, and you chose for him. You scholars really are strange. Logically, a bad life is better than a good death. Save the person first. If they regret it, they can always die later. The man nodded and replied simply, yeah, that makes sense. Hearing this, Zhou Zhaofeng no longer hesitated and walked decisively to the hospital bed. His firm gaze locked onto the unconscious Xiaoping. On his arm, countless pitch-black, hideous pieces of mimic flesh twisted and burrowed out like living things. He took a deep breath and warned solemnly, forcing a large-scale infection of mimic flesh will cause an extremely violent reaction. Hold her down. Immediately, two burly men rushed forward, using all their strength to pin down Xiaoping's thin arms, answering in unison, okay? The black tentacles on Zhou Zhaofeng's hand instantly swirled frantically, brutally burrowing into her ears, and into the poor girl's mouth and nose. The moment the evil thing invaded, Xiaoping's eyes flew open, filled with terror, her entire body twisted and jerked in agony, a heart-wrenching scream tearing from her throat. Her eyes rolled back toward the ceiling, bloodshot, as if she were enduring a frantic internal tearing. After a long time, the convulsions finally subsided, and Xiaoping's vision refocused. She lay on the bed exhausted, drenched in sweat, as whispers broke out around her. Xiaoping, has she pulled through yet? Someone asked worriedly. Give her some time, another comforted softly. Suddenly, the girl's fingertips on the bed twitched slightly, and Xiaoping coughed with difficulty, vomiting a large mouthful of thick black liquid. Seeing this, He Lao, standing in the back, was ecstatic and shouted, "It's working!" He urgently prodded those around him. "Quick, help her sit up, don't let her choke on the blood." However, Zhou Zhaofeng suddenly waved his hand to stop everyone. Wait! Before everyone could react, his arm instantly transformed into a massive tentacle. The giant tentacle blocked the hospital bed, causing the two men about to step forward to gasp and retreat in panic. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhou Zhaofeng retracted the tentacle flatly, jerked his chin toward the bed and replied calmly, "See for yourselves." Following his gaze, they saw that beneath Xiaoping's thin clothes a row of cold, sharp teeth suddenly split open. Zhou Zhaofeng explained. His voice was as flat as water. "The place you were just about to touch." These words made the man break into a cold sweat, his skin crawling with goosebumps. "If we really had helped her up," Zhou Zhaofeng continued, "her body was just infected with a large amount of mimic flesh and hasn't fully adapted yet. If you touch her recklessly, you'll surely be injured by her passive defense. I assume you don't want to become like us?" The two turned pale with fear, waving their hands in refusal and forcing stiff smiles. "No thanks, old Joe. If that's the case, it really is a problem." Only then did Xiaoping struggle to sit up, looking exhausted. She raised a hand to support her heavy forehead, her eyes dazed as she muttered to herself, What's wrong with me?" He Lao stepped forward with concern, smiling to soothe the girl's fear. "Do you feel any different from before?" Xiaoping touched her chest awkwardly, answering hesitantly, Why do I suddenly have a subtle feeling?" Hearing this, He Lao followed up urgently. "Is there a noticeable difference in your emotions or thoughts?" She blinked blankly, asking timidly, Is there supposed to be?" Standing aside, Zhou Zhaofeng raised a finger and analyzed with a grim face, "Not that fast. For the brain structure to change enough to affect conscious thought, it takes at least a week or two." Hearing brain structure change, Xiaoping was struck as if by lightning. She stared in terror at her father's back, asking tremblingly, "Dad, what are you talking about?" He Lao stood by, cold sweat pouring down, as he explained with a heavy expression, "You had a very serious acute illness. If we hadn't used this method, you would have died on the spot. So we had your father infect you with mimic flesh." The cruel truth left Xiaoping dumbfounded. She raised her hands in a daze, murmuring to herself, "So that means I'm now..." Before she could finish, a massive hideous tentacle covered in spikes violently burrowed out from the flesh of her arm, writhing in the air. He Lao was startled and couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm. Xiaoping clutched her deformed arm in pain, shouting in extreme terror, Immediately after that scream, the terrifying tentacle seemed to feel the rejection. It quickly shriveled and retracted back into her skin. Zhou Zhaofeng witnessed the whole process but remained calm. He softly comforted his daughter. "You need to adapt and control it as soon as possible." But Xiaoping was still shaken, her eyes full of fear as she asked back, "Will I gradually lose my humanity?" Suddenly, a frantic shout came from the hallway, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone in the room was startled and spun around to look. The door opened, and a young man walked in joyfully with two companions, announcing excitedly, "Shanshan and Brother Li are here." The girl named Shanshan gave a polite greeting with a smile. "He Lao, leader." Li Cheng stood to the side, impatiently stepping forward to ask, "I heard something happened here. How is it now?" He Lao swept his gaze over everyone and calmly summarized the terrifying scene that had just occurred. "That's how it is. Now Xiaoping is a high-level mimic flesh infectee, just like old Joe. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, he skillfully changed the subject. By the way, how is H-City? Did it go smoothly? Li Cheng frowned, reporting with a look of helplessness, not very smoothly. Leader Xiaoyang sent us here to ask you and Xiaoping to come and help. Hearing Xiaoyang's name, He Lao's eyes lit up. He decisively slapped his leg and said, then that's perfect. Let's head out quickly. Maybe Xiaoyang will have a way to help Xiaoping. Without hesitation, everyone set off immediately. The pickup truck engine roared, towing a speedboat as it sped down the dusty road. The journey was smooth. The group arrived safely, stepping from the boat onto the lush green grass of the shore. However, the sight that met them was extremely eerie. Massive dark tree roots, displaying a terrifying dark color, were densely wrapping around the entire skyscraper. Seeing them approach, Xiaoyang came out to meet them, asking about the situation in surprise. Acute pancreatitis. He Lao sighed dejectedly, confirming with a lament. That's right, she was forced to become a mimic flesh infectee. I never expected that after fighting monsters, zombies, cannibals, and even insect swarms, we'd lose to pancreatitis in the end. Xiaoyang offered a gentle smile to soothe the old doctor. Don't worry, it's fine with that. He slowly raised his hand toward Xiaoping, releasing pitch-black tentacles that crawled over, instructing softly. It will hurt a little, so bear with it. As soon as he finished speaking, those black tentacles crawled as flexibly as snakes into Xiaoping's mouth and nose, causing her eyes to widen in shock once more. The piercing pain made her let out a muffled groan. Witnessing this sinister scene, He Lao broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he knew Xiaoyang would have a way. But the method was just too horrifying to look at. Soon, the black tentacles finished their task and retracted. Xiaoyang casually withdrew his ability, clapping his hands and saying lightly, all done, under everyone's scrutinizing gazes. He calmly explained Xiaoping's condition in detail. She is much luckier than Zhou Zhaofeng because she was just recently infected, and almost no information of her brain structure has been lost. He Lao was stunned, his eyes wide as he confirmed, in other words, this child can be seen as a human who is perfectly merged with the mimic flesh. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh, correcting him. To be precise, the mimic flesh has been perfectly assimilated by the human. Hearing this, the child named Xiao Shuai clapped his hands in excitement. Wow, that's so cool. It sounds incredible. Xiaoyang turned to Xiaoping and solemnly instructed her on the associated consequences. The only catch was that she needed to consume massive amounts of food. Unlike Zhou Zhaofeng, she didn't have a vast mass of flesh or tree trunks to provide nutrients, so she had to eat constantly to sustain the energy consumed by the two species as they predated upon each other. Having finished his instructions, he turned to He Lao and got straight to the point. All right, Xiaoping's issue is settled. Next, I'd like to consult you two. He Lao stroked his beard and nodded, signaling him to continue. Go ahead. Xiaoyang stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the turbulent vast sea, and said in a deep voice, there is a certain species. I want to find their nest and wipe them out completely. Faced with the young man's ambition, He Lao broke into a cold sweat, frowning as he pondered and assessed the situation. It's like this. The ocean is vast, finding them would indeed be quite difficult. Just as things hit a stalemate, the newly recovered Xiaoping immediately and enthusiastically offered a suggestion. I have a way. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, showing intrigued curiosity. Oh, let's hear it. She confidently held up a finger and clearly articulated her idea. Does everyone know how beekeepers get rid of hornets? A bee's natural enemy is the hornet. They are the pests that give beekeepers the biggest headaches. They hunt bees, causing honey production to drop. The beekeeper's solution is to tie a small, conspicuous piece of white paper to a hornet's back and then release it. By following that scrap of paper, they can find the hive and wipe them all out in one go. Shanshan blinked in surprise, trying to connect the information, and asked in return, do you mean we should tag a siren, sister? Standing to the side, Li Cheng crossed his arms, questioning the plan's feasibility. Even if we tag them, keeping up with those guys' speed underwater would be too difficult. However, Xiaoping only gave a slight smile, and confidently provided the perfect solution. But we can use GPS tracking devices. There is a specific type of GPS intended for tracking that can be attached to the bodies of marine life. The core problem was solved, but Xiaoyang frowned slightly, asking where such equipment could be found. It was then that He Lao had a sudden realization, clapping his hands as if remembering something important. There's a marine ecology research institute in the southwest suburbs of H-City. They might have some there. Satisfied with the answer, Xiaoyang smiled confidently and gave a thumbs up. I knew bringing you two along was the right move. He then issued a decisive order. Everyone get ready to head out. Soon, the high-speed boat was cutting through the waves again, powerfully leaving that island covered in dark giant tree roots. As the boat sped toward an emerald green island on the distant horizon, white spray churned in its wake. On another desolate beach, a hermit crab was leisurely crawling across a cold arm. Suddenly, the foot of a giant blue monster covered in sharp scales violently stepped onto the sand, crushing the tiny creature. Its owner was a giant siren, standing proudly with a spear in hand, acting invincible on the beach, surrounded by the mangled corpses of its own kind, which had stained a large area of the sea red. Back with Xiaoyang and his group as the boat approached the target, Shanshan observed the surroundings carefully and remarked, "The water here is clearly much shallower." He Lao nodded and explained the reason, "Because this is closer to the mainland." Li Cheng, who was focused on driving, suddenly shouted an alert intention, "Look over there, there's something underwater." The entire team looked in shock in the direction he pointed. A pale skeleton was floating quietly on the calm surface. Someone asked with deep concern, "What is that?" "A human skeleton," without hesitation. Zhang Xiaoyang relied on his lightning-fast reactions to shoot out several pitch-black root tentacles, which whistled through the air and plunged straight into the cold water. A moment later, a terrifying skeleton with hideous sharp teeth was violently hoisted into midair by the tentacles. After a careful inspection with a frown, he concluded, "No, these aren't human bones." Staring at the bizarre skeleton, Xiaoping broke into a cold sweat of terror. She pointed into the distance and cried out, "Look, there are more over there and over there. Bones are everywhere. Was there a war here?" Sensing an abnormal sign, Xiaoyang looked serious and warned the team in a deep voice, "There might be something strange nearby. Everyone be careful." He Lao nodded to confirm the instruction. "Understood." Suddenly, He Lao blinked and stared ahead in surprise, blunting out, "We're here." The boat quickly headed toward a massive half-submerged ruin, which was the main building of the Marine Ecology Research Institute. What met their eyes at the entrance was a bone-chilling sight. The skeletons of two giant monsters were pinned firmly to upright spiked wooden stakes. The group couldn't help but shiver, realizing that the things swaying at the entrance were also those terrifying skeletons. Xiaoyang cautiously led everyone inside, analyzing the situation in a deep voice. "It seems a conflict with those monsters is unavoidable." Having a bad premonition, Shanshan worriedly suggested that He Lao and Xiaoping stay outside. But Xiaoyang firmly rejected the idea, answering decisively, "No, we don't know the enemy's strength or numbers yet. The few of us must move together so I can protect everyone." Seeing the logic in his analysis, Shanshan could only nod obediently. "That's true." To avoid wasting time, he immediately turned to carefully assign the combat formation. "I'll take the lead. Shanshan and Li Cheng will cover the rear. He Lao, Xiaoping, you two stay in the middle. If there's danger, hide behind us immediately." A chorus of disciplined responses followed. "Understood." Everyone cautiously stepped through the doorframe that admitted only faint light. Someone spoke to break the dead silence. "Which floor should we look on for the GPS equipment?" An eagle-eyed companion immediately pointed at a moss-covered wall and answered, "That might be the building directory on the wall over there. Let's go check." Their footsteps made a rhythmic splashing sound in the shallow water on the floor, sounding particularly crisp in the silent space. Entering the depths of the dim corridor, Xiaoping had to turn on her phone's flashlight to light the way. She complained softly, "It's too dark." Walking at the very back, Li Cheng's nerves suddenly tightened with alertness as he whipped his head around. His sharp gaze scanned the area, catching movement in the distant darkness just in time. A bizarre figure flashed by as fast as a ghost. Simultaneously, Zhang Xiaoyang also sensed the anomaly through his keen intuition. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he let out a cold snort. HMPH. Seeing the leader's strange reaction, Shanshan asked softly, "What's wrong, Brother Xiaoyang?" He didn't look back, only issuing a warning in a deep voice, "Something's here." Suddenly, his intuition screamed danger. Xiaoyang whipped his head around and shouted in terror to those behind him. The sudden warning startled He Lao and Xiaoping. His face was extremely tense now as he gritted his teeth and roared, "No, there's more than one, there's one on the side too." Before the words even landed, a man suddenly burst out of the pitch-black stairwell behind them like a predatory beast. Without hesitation, he raised the dark muzzle of a gun and opened fire frantically at Xiaoyang's group. In a flash, Xiaoyang immediately shot out countless roots that interlaced to form a massive shield. Blocking the bullets, however, the impact was too strong. One bullet actually pierced through the layers of leaves and struck Xiaoping directly in the chest. Witnessing this, He Lao let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiaoping, fury, instantly flared. Xiaoyang raised his eyes, glaring at the enemy with murderous intent as he muttered angrily, "So you're using guns, are you?" Simultaneously, another monster of a man, his body a mass of bulging muscles, let out a roar and charged forward like an out-of-control tank. Xiaoyang immediately glared in alertness. As urgent alarms sounded ahead, enemy in front, Li Cheng, standing at the rear, clenched his fists and suddenly turned, shouting for support, "There's one in the back too." It turned out that right behind him another hideous freak was charging ferociously, attempting a sneak attack. Faced with the encirclement, Xiaoyang's gaze was contemptuous. A piercing blue-green light flashed in his eyes as he issued a death threat. "Seeking your own death." At his command, a massive black tentacle, like a giant python, struck the charging man head-on. The bearded man didn't even have time to swing his weapon before he was strangled tightly by countless tentacles, unable to move. Letting out a shrill wail, "Arr!" On the other side, Li Cheng threw a steady, heavy punch, directly blocking the sneak attack from the brawny blue-skinned mutant. A cold smirk curled onto his lips as he looked the enemy in the eye, mocking confidently. "HMPH, you've got some skill." With that, Li Cheng immediately spun and delivered a flying kick, using a move of immense power to send the mutant flying like a sandbag with a broken string. The mutant slammed heavily against the floor, water splashing up to the ceiling as he groaned in agony. In the chaos of the melee, Shanshan took a risk and spread her arms to block the way. Shouting urgently to protect the weak, "He Lao, Sister Xiaoping, hide behind me." However, just then a rope flew in from nowhere, coiling tightly around Xiaoping's waist like a snake strangling its prey, making her cry out in terror. Standing beside her, He Lao was terrified, reaching out to save her while shouting his granddaughter's name, "Xiaoping," but it was too late. Xiaoping was ruthlessly dragged away, her voice sharp with screams. "Ha!" The mutant roughly grabbed Xiaoping's messy hair and yanked it back, making her groan as she gritted her teeth in pain. Shanshan turned to see this, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead from anxiety. Gritting her teeth as she scolded in anger, "Damn it, they caught Xiaoping." The kidnapper smugly tightened his grip on the hostage to use her as a shield, his eyes filled with fury as he roared threats at Xiaoyang's group. "Release Wang Yang." Hearing the other party speak, Xiaoyang turned back calmly, raising an eyebrow with surprise and sarcasm. "Hey, so you can speak human after all?" Faced with his indifferent attitude, the enemy tightened his grip on the hostage even further. Suddenly, a bizarre and bone-chilling cracking sound echoed from deep within Xiaoping's body. The mutant was startled, looking down in a cold sweat as he cried out, "What?" Before he could figure out the situation, countless bizarre tentacles tore through the delicate girl's clothes and burst out of her body. The enemy was scared out of his wits, dropping the hostage and shouting, "Ah, what the hell is that?" He scrambled back, eyes wide with terror as he stared at the tentacles, screaming in panic, "What is that thing?" Then his foot slipped and he tumbled to the ground, staring at the creature before him in extreme dread. Xiaoping was now free. She stood tall in the center of the corridor, her eyes glowing as half of her body had obediently transformed into a bizarre mass of tentacle flesh. Xiaoyang didn't miss the opportunity. With a wave of his hand, black tentacles shot from his arm and quickly entangled the man collapsed on the ground. Realizing he was caught, the man shouted in panic for his accomplice, "Lu Qian?" At that exact moment, Xiaoyang coldly swung his other arm, shooting a sharp black tentacle behind him that whistled through the air. The woman attempting a sneak attack didn't even have time to move before her upper body was bound tightly by vines, leaving her immobilized. In the same instant, the mutated Xiaoping also roared and charged forward, prepared to finish the enemy off. Fortunately, Xiaoyang timely controlled his tentacles to yank Lu Qian back, dodging the strike. Her eyes rolled back as the unconscious Xiaoping looked back in confusion at Xiaoyang's raised hand. Ignoring her gaze, Xiaoyang used his tentacles to hoist the two into midair like captured frogs. Wang Yang struggled desperately, roaring in humiliation, "This monster is too strong, you bastards, let us go." Xiaoyang let out a cold snort, issuing a chilling threat, "Tell your people to stand down or I'll kill both of you right now." Wang Yang broke into a cold sweat, blunting out the absurd fact in shock. "This monster can actually talk." Shanshan stood by, hands on her hips as she said angrily, "Are you deaf? We've been talking this whole time." Realizing resistance was futile, Wang Yang closed his eyes and gave a desperate order to stop. "Stand down, everyone, stand down." Having controlled the situation, Xiaoyang looked back and spoke to call the young girl back to reality. "Zhou Xiaoping, can you still control yourself?" Hearing her name, Xiaoping closed her eyes slightly, gasping for breath. Instantly, the mutated flesh on her shoulder began to twitch violently, shrinking back to its original form. She opened her eyes wide in shock, staring blankly at the small tentacle as it obediently retracted into her fingertip. Her lips trembled, unable to find words. I'm... Seeing this, Xiaoyang assessed her state with a flat comment. "It seems you haven't fully adapted yet, but at least you haven't completely lost consciousness." Xiaoping hadn't yet recovered, sweat seeping from her forehead as she only nodded slightly and gave a weak response. "MMH." Seeing everyone had calmed down, Xiaoyang retracted his tentacles, dropping the two hanging in the air heavily to the ground. He issued a final serious warning. "I'm only giving you one chance. I'm letting you down now. Don't try to fight back again." The tense conflict was declared over. The whole team, including the two who had just been subdued, walked together onto the ventilated rooftop of the research institute. Xiaoyang stood with his back against the railing, interrogating them calmly. "All right, tell me, what's the deal with this place? And what exactly are you?" The man, whose limbs were covered in slimy blue scales, spread his hands and explained helplessly, "We're human. We were originally staff members here at the research institute. The tsunami, the Sirens, the water ghouls, I'm afraid you've experienced all that news yourselves." Xiaoyang frowned slightly, connecting the information as he judged. So, were you modified by the Sirens? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang suddenly burst into a wild laugh, saying boastfully, "Modified, huh? I suppose that's one way to put it. The reason we turned into this ghoulish state is because we ate the flesh and blood of Sirens." This bizarre answer made Li Cheng break into a cold sweat, his eyes wide with shock as he blurted out, "Damn, eating something you shouldn't eat. How could you even swallow that?" Wang Yang frowned and defended his desperate choice in a raspy voice. "What else were we supposed to do? The water was full of danger and there was no food at the time. The only thing in front of us was the Siren corpse we managed to kill in a lucky sneak attack. We had no choice but to eat it to survive." Li Cheng was speechless, looking at this group of freaks in a cold sweat, consoling himself in his heart. It's better than eating people, I guess. But what kind of monsters have we turned into? Setting aside his disgust, Xiaoyang pointed at the pile of things by the main gate and confirmed, "The skeletons hanging by the entrance are Sirens, right?" The man patted his head without hesitation and replied simply, "Correct." Xiaoyang rhythmically tapped the surface with his finger, continuing to organize the information and drawing a sharp deduction. "You ate siren meat, then you mutated and gained the power of a siren." Wang Yang sighed heavily and nodded. He lowered his eyes, helplessly explaining the sequence of events. "Actually, it's not exactly like that. With our strength in the water, we're no longer afraid of water ghouls, but there's still a gap between us and the Sirens. However, on the surface, with the power of firearms, dealing with Sirens is more than enough. As long as we stay here, the Sirens can't do anything to us." A fat man standing nearby, sweat pouring down his face and soaking his collar, hurriedly cut in to correct him. "That's not entirely true either. Lately, the scale of the Siren attacks here has been getting larger and larger." Hearing this, his companions grit their teeth in resentment, their eyes bloodshot with hatred. "Let them come. The more the better, otherwise what would we eat? Besides, we need to avenge our fallen comrades." The fat man quickly wiped away his sweat, his voice low and filled with anxiety. "The problem now is the scale of the attacks. If they get any larger, we won't be a match for them. I suspect they might possess a certain level of social organization." Zhang Xiaoyang nodded, his sharp gaze acknowledging the judgment. He was right, they did possess sociality. It likely wouldn't be long before a larger scale of Sirens was sent to wipe them out. Seeing the mutant's expressions turn grim, he added, "It's just a guess." "And you, what's the situation on your side?" Wang Yang asked with a bitter laugh, scratching his head. "Us, our composition is quite complicated." Suddenly, Lu Qian, who was standing guard in the distance, pointed toward the coastal barrier in terror, her scream shifting in pitch. "Over there, look over there!" Everyone was startled and rushed to the railing. The originally calm sea surface instantly boiled. Dozens of white sprays appearing like torpedoes cutting through the waves, charging madly toward them. Lu Qian shouted in horror, her face deathly pale. "It's the Sirens, they're back, the enemy. The scale is actually this large this time. Prepare to meet the enemy." He whipped around toward Zhang Xiaoyang's group, urging them urgently, "You guys, follow us back. Get into the main building. We have to rely on our familiarity with the dark terrain now." However, Zhang Xiaoyang reached out a hand to stop him, his tone as flat as water, showing not a hint of fear. "No need to go through the trouble. It's dark and narrow down there. If they try to flee, it'll be harder to pursue them. We'll just wait for them to jump up here and deliver themselves to their deaths." Seeing his indifferent attitude, Wang Yang cursed in resentment. "Damn it, if you don't listen to advice, don't blame us when you suffer later. Don't say we didn't warn you." Faced with such stubbornness, the fat man had no choice but to turn and instruct his companions on the combat formation. "You guys retreat first and lie in ambush according to our tactics. I'll use my gun to coordinate with them and try to thin them out. Move fast." Wang Yang immediately nodded and led the men in retreat. The fat man stayed behind, drenched in sweat, his hands tightly gripping his black rifle. He aimed the barrel at the boiling waters and roared in a burst of courage, "Come on!" in the tension-filled atmosphere. Zhang Xiaoyang turned leisurely with a smile, softly instructing his teammates, "Take care of yourselves." Without another word, Shanshan, Li Cheng and Xiao Ping immediately fanned out, falling into high-alert combat stances with perfect synergy. Then what was bound to come finally arrived. The sea surface beneath the building suddenly exploded, spray shooting toward the sky. From the deep sea, a black mass of Sirens holding weapons used their incredible strength to leap from the water, soaring into the air like venomous arrows aimed straight for the rooftop. Witnessing this overwhelming number, cold sweat soaked the fat man's back. He stared in horror at the scene before him, crying out in a trembling voice, "No, no way!" Facing the swarm of monsters, Zhang Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed, a brilliant green light erupting from his pupils. Laced with a bone-chilling, killing intent, he swung his hand violently, and a massive black tentacle shot out from the void with a piercing whistle. The tentacle swung with horrific, brutal power, precisely impaling multiple Sirens while they were still mid-leap. Those monsters lucky enough to evade the net of death landed on the rooftop, frozen in place as they watched their companions' corpses slam onto the concrete with heavy thuds. Before the enemies could recover, Li Cheng charged out like a beast descending from a mountain, throwing a powerful punch that slammed heavily into the nearest target. Simultaneously, Shanshan moved as nimbly as a leopard, her figure flickering through the air as she unleashed a treacherous sharp horizontal slash that swept through the Siren formation, sending them staggering back. On the other side, Xiao Ping's eyes glowed as she mercilessly controlled the numerous gargantuan fleshy tentacles growing from her back, frantically crushing the monsters attempting to close in. Her lashings were both cruel and decisive, catching the creatures completely off guard. Witnessing the horrific slaughter unfolding before his eyes, the fat man hugged his gun, standing frozen like a block of wood. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he muttered, unable to believe his eyes. These people, what kind of demons and monsters are they? Seizing the momentum, Zhang Xiaoyang soon charged directly into the cluster of monsters. Xiao Ping's sharp tentacles assisted from the side, impaling a giant monster's chest and pinning it firmly, leaving it to struggle desperately in midair. The black attacks were as swift and sharp as lightning, constantly tearing through the air and weaving a net of death for the brutal creatures. In the blink of an eye, the battle was decided. The ground was covered in bloody Siren corpses, lying haphazardly in pools of blood. Zhang Xiaoyang calmly dusted off his sleeve and looked at the petrified fat man. "All right, call your companions out." The fat man snapped back to his senses, nodding repeatedly. "Oh, okay." Hearing the call for safety, Wang Yang led the group out of the cellar with trepidation. Looking at the mountain of corpses before him, he swallowed in horror and blurted out in admiration, "These, you handled all of them?" Zhang Xiaoyang's lips curled into a smug smile as he lightly kicked a corpse on the ground, casually baiting them. "Do you want to eat these?" Wang Yang's clothes were soaked in cold sweat as he stared in shock at the ready-made meat mountain. Answering tremulously, "These are rare calories." Zhang Xiaoyang merely gave a flat smile and waved off the spoils. "We aren't short on calories." "Not short on calories, that makes sense. With your strength you could hunt anytime, anywhere," Wang Yang lamented, his heart filled with utter respect for the group's destructive power. Zhang Xiaoyang crossed his arms and tilted his chin up, asking calmly if this counted as doing them a favor. The fat man immediately nodded, acknowledging the immense debt of gratitude. He didn't miss the opportunity, continuing, "Since you want to repay the debt, then do us a favor." The fat man froze for a moment, curiously pointing a pudgy finger at his own nose, asking hesitantly, "What else could you possibly need our help with?" Zhang Xiaoyang didn't answer directly. Instead he turned and waved He Lao over, leaving the communication to the professional. The elder, his hair and beard completely white, stepped forward with a serious gaze and a confirming nod. "I can," he began. But as soon as the fat man saw He Lao's face, he jumped as if struck by an electric shock, waving his hands to interrupt. "Wait a minute," he stammered, his eyes wide and his finger trembling as he pointed. "He Lao, you couldn't be the He Qifeng from the College of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences, could you?" Being unexpectedly recognized, He Lao narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the pudgy man before him. "MMH, and you are." Seeing this reaction, the fat man jumped with excitement, waving his hands in front of his face to spark a memory. "I thought you looked more familiar the more I looked. It's me. My name is Chen Jiankang." A flash of memory sparked. He Lao froze, recognizing his former student. "Chen Jiankang, Director Chen from the Diversity Research Center." The very same. Chen Jiankang beamed with joy. His belly fat jiggled incessantly. Yes, it's me. You actually still remember me?" Seeing this atmosphere of an old friend reunion, Zhang Xiaoyang crossed his arms and interjected, "An acquaintance?" He Lao stroked his beard and explained with a pleasant laugh, "It's a wonderful coincidence. We're in the same field, so some overlap is inevitable." Director Chen's department happened to be the Marine Biodiversity Research Center. With him here, our task will be much simpler. Having no time for nostalgia, He Lao coughed and got straight to the point. "We came here looking for GPS tracking equipment for marine life." Chen Jiankang scratched his head, looking bewildered and completely lost by this strange request. "What do you want that for?" He Lao answered calmly, his tone firm with the authority of an elder. "The threat of the Sirens cannot be ignored. I want to use that to locate the Siren nest and then wipe it out in one go." Hearing the words, "wipe out the nest," Chen Jiankang's mouth fell open, repeating in extreme shock, "Wipe out the Siren nest." He marveled at their staggering strength. Only you people would dare say such a thing. Before the fat man could recover from his shock, a cold voice rang out urging, "The Institute still has some, right?" Waking from his shock, Chen Jiankang hurriedly waved and responded with great enthusiasm, Yes, follow me." Soon, Chen Jiankang waddled along in the lead, guiding the group into a laboratory filled with equipment. He searched for a bit and pulled out a dust-covered machine, asking tentatively, "What you're looking for? It's this, right?" He Lao took it carefully, inspecting the tracker in his hands as a flash of joy crossed his aged eyes. "That's it. This is exactly it." After successfully achieving their goal, Zhang Xiaoyang turned to the mutants, sincerely suggesting they join his ranks. "There's no point in staying here. You guys might as well come back with us. The settlement is short on hands." Wang Yang looked at his own bizarre half-human half-beast appearance and pointed at his chest with concern, asking hesitantly, "Is that okay? Won't we scare people looking like this?" Seeing his companion waver, Lu Qian, who was standing behind with her arms crossed, rolled her eyes and offered a blunt comfort, her tone laced with mockery for his cowardice. "What are you worrying about? They're already this strong. Their settlement is bound to have other powerful people. They certainly won't be scared by you." Having his thoughts read, Wang Yang scratched his chin and nodded, thinking it made sense. Seeing that matters were settled, Zhang Xiaoyang gave a satisfied smile and turned to stride out in the lead. "In that case, let's move out." On a silent and vast sea surface stood a magnificent artificial island cobbled together from abandoned skyscrapers. The entire massive complex was entangled and wrapped in countless mutated roots as thick as tree trunks, interlaced like a giant spiderweb. Those pitch-black, eerie roots extended in all directions, firmly taking root and clinging to the buildings that towered into the clouds, forming a bizarre aquatic ecosystem. Despite the desolate and ruined scene on the roof of the tallest building, Xiao Shuai was lounging on a comfortable long chair, soaking up the sun, his legs crossed as he enjoyed the rhythm through his headphones. Suddenly, a piercing and bone-chilling buzzing sound tore through the sky, vibrating the air. The youth who had been entranced jumped up, pulling down his sunglasses and looking around blankly. A massive swarm of giant flying insects blotted out the sky, was flying overhead like clouds before a storm. Why is the swarm moving collectively all of a sudden?" Xiao Shuai muttered, scratching his head. The youth stood up, squinting toward the end of the horizon, then froze, blunting out a curse. "Holy crap!" On the vast sea surface, countless dense black shadows were cutting through the waves in the distance like a colony of ants, heading straight for the building with a surge of killing intent. Xiao Shuai scrambled to grab the walkie-talkie on the table, roaring in a panicked emergency warning. "Enemy attack, we're being ambushed. It's a siren swarm. Prepare for battle." As soon as the order was given, a group of people training on the rooftop fanned out, orderly assembling into a solid defensive formation. A group of burly men held various crude homemade weapons, charging forward aggressively to hold the passages. The leader, a man of massive build, grit his teeth and roared commands to boost the brothers' morale. "They're here, fight them to the death." Putting away his previous playful demeanor, Xiao Shuai slung a black rifle over his shoulder and strode toward the front lines. His gaze was as cold as a blade as he let out a soft snort of disdain. "HMPH, seeking their own deaths. Let's see them get past the insect swarm first." Just as the words fell, as if sharing a telepathic bond, the group of giant mutated insects in the sky folded their wings and aimed for the churning water, diving down like kamikaze bombs. Not far away, a group of muscle-bound sirens were holding rusty, blood-dripping sharp spears, fiercely assuming a blocking formation. The sea monsters roared as they charged forward to meet the enemy, radiating a raspy, bone-chilling, killing intent. Whoosh, the two forces collided, and the originally calm sea surface suddenly exploded violently, sending white water columns shooting dozens of meters into the air. Beneath the deep surface, a second battlefield opened as the fierce insect swarm threw themselves into a frenzy, engaging the spear-wielding sirens in hand-to-hand combat. This merciless and cruel slaughter turned the sea into a roiling cauldron of fire as clouds of thick black blood constantly erupted, floating and spreading rapidly across the surface. Watching the battle from a high vantage point, a man broke into a cold sweat, nervously gripping his weapon as he turned to ask the young commander about the situation. Xiao Shuai's brow was furrowed as he responded through gritted teeth, his tone laced with disappointment. "Our swarm didn't manage to gain an overwhelming advantage. Given the enemy's numbers and combat power, it seems those bastards are truly enraged." Back in the underwater battlefield, a giant beetle seized a treacherous opportunity and charged forward, opening its sharp mandibles to ambush a siren caught in a blood frenzy, but the experienced monster quickly sensed the lurking danger. He didn't even look back, swinging his arm violently to drive his sharp spear backward through the insect's hard carapace, making it let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. At this moment, the siren's eyes flickered with a cold, frantic, and bloodthirsty killing intent. He gathered all his strength and kicked off from the seabed. His burly body moved like a torpedo tearing through the current, charging toward the surface at a suffocating speed. He brutally shattered the spray, heroically leaping into midair. At that exact moment, the dense swarm of giant flying insects in the sky was also fiercely cutting through the air, diving down in an attempt to shred this isolated prey. However, the siren in midair suddenly let out a roar, swinging his heavy weapon to unleash a brilliant gargantuan half-moon of force. The terrifying power cleared the lunging insect swarm with a single cruel strike. The people holding the line on the rooftop witnessed this display of strength, their mouths agape as they pointed at the fellow, stammering, "Look at that guy, he's clearly different." The person beside him was also drenched in sweat, echoing the fear in a panic. "He's too strong. I've never seen anything like this before. Who has ever seen such a display?" Just then, saving the day were those sirens previously controlled by Zhang Xiaoyang and implanted with parasitic plants. A giant blue siren lunged from the corner of the island, throwing itself into the fray to assist the defenders. Wielding a massive weapon with sheer brute strength, it delivered a powerful sweep that knocked aside 3 of its kin who were closing in for a frenzied assault. The sudden violent counterforce sent the 3 monsters tumbling, their massive frames losing balance as they crashed into the sea and were instantly swallowed by the churning white spray. After this brutal exchange, both sides paused momentarily, eyes locked in high alert vigilance. The Siren leader's distorted face twisted with a mixture of bewilderment and fury at the sight of its own kind attacking them. On the safe vantage point of the rooftop, a man holding an axe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. "We held them off." Beside him, a young man stared down with lingering dread, his face still pale. At that moment, Xiao Shuai gripped his rifle tightly and strode toward the railing, a confident, arrogant smirk curling his lips. "If you can't hold them, then let me take over. It's been a while since I've had an opponent worth stretching my muscles for. Step back a bit and give me some room." The burly man with the axe froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Huh?" The young man beside him also broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly retreating to the side to clear the stage, stammering, "Ow, all right." Back below, an impulsive siren lunged forward with its spear, but our side's mutant creature nimbly sidestepped the lethal blow. In an instant, one of our spears struck back like a flash of lightning, piercing through the arrogant siren's chest. Seeing their comrade fall, the remaining 2 sea soldiers refused to back down, roaring as they swung their weapons for a final stand. However, the battle was a complete one-sided slaughter, and it wasn't long before the 3 enemy sirens were left mangled and broken. They were ruthlessly and thoroughly crushed. Xiao Shuai, observing from above with his hands on his hips, clicked his tongue in disdain. Clearly no match. Seeing its subordinates so useless, the powerful giant siren from before, having finished off the surrounding weaklings, kicked off from the water and soared into the air once more. With incredible explosive power, it landed on the rooftop with a heavy thud, towering over Xiao Shuai and the others. Xiao Shuai showed no fear, staring directly into the monster's revolting face as he analyzed it silently. "This guy seems even stronger than the cannibals back in the city." The youth narrowed his eyes, a spark of confident fighting spirit igniting within them. He thumped his chest and announced to those behind him, "I can handle this." Provoked, the giant siren let out a roar, coiled its knees and leaped forward, thrusting its lethal spear. Xiao Shuai remained unfazed, calmly pulling the trigger. His rifle spat fire with a series of piercing roars as he bellowed like a true warrior. "Taste my bullets first." However, the siren possessed incredible reflexes. It twisted its body mid-air, nimbly dodging the hail of lead before landing steadily on the roof. Taking advantage of its higher positioning, it swung its heavy spear in a vertical strike aimed straight for its opponent's head. Realizing his bullets were spent and ineffective, Xiao Shuai decisively tossed the rifle aside and drew the gleaming decapitation blade from his back. He let out a cold laugh. "Interesting. I'll play with you for a bit." The siren's full-force strike shattered the reinforced concrete floor, sending dust flying. In the split second before the spearhead connected, Xiao Shuai, as agile as a monkey, executed a perfect backflip to evade the attack. The monster suddenly froze, its eyes bulging with a look of sheer absurdity and terror as it realized something was wrong. With phantom-like speed, Xiao Shuai had dodged the killing blow and closed the distance, standing right beside it. The youth held his sharp blade high, his cold, merciless gaze looking down at the terrified behemoth. Without a single wasted movement, Xiao Shuai delivered a heavy horizontal slash toward the siren's neck, the blade tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. The man with the axe and the crowd behind him watched the scene, their mouths agape. Cold sweat rolled down their spines as they looked at each other, inwardly marveling at the terror of the new generation. At such a young age he possesses such horrific power? The siren narrowly escaped the side slash, now scared out of its wits. Abandoning all dignity, it turned and fled desperately. Xiao Shuai stood with his hands on his hips, mocking it mockingly. "Hey, I'm over here, where do you think you're running?" The monster was deaf to the victor's taunts. It used every ounce of its strength to kick off from the concrete railing, leaping desperately from the skyscraper's top floor toward the deep sea. Xiao Shuai rested the gore-slick blade on his shoulder and clicked his tongue at the cowardice. "Ha, giving up already?" Simultaneously, the giant siren was in a free fall toward the churning sea. The moment it plunged into the dark depths, its heart nearly stopped from terror. Another form of doom was waiting for it below. It had unluckily crashed right into a swarm of starving mutated insects lying in wait for an underwater ambush. Ignoring the agonizing pain of the swarm's bites, the monster desperately tore through the waves, fleeing for its life at an incredible speed. Elsewhere, the super speedboat carrying Zhang Xiaoyang and his party was cutting through the waves, racing toward the isolated island base on the horizon. Standing at the bow, Shanshan pointed excitedly at the horizon ahead. "Look, I see it, that's our base, and your new home." Standing beside her, Chen Jiankong wiped the sweat from his forehead, gazing up in shock at the massive engineering marvel standing in the middle of the sea. "My God, is that an island? How did you even build that?" Inside the cockpit, Li Cheng gripped a pair of professional binoculars, his face suddenly darkening as he reported the situation solemnly. "The behavior of the insects in the sky isn't right." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyang's lips curled into a faint, calculated smile. "It seems we've returned just in time." At that moment, cold sweat broke out on Li Cheng's face as he shouted the dire news. "Sirens! A massive wave of sirens is attacking our base." The newly recruited Chen Jiankong immediately clenched his fists, determined to prove his worth. "In that case, we are willing to do our part." Seeing the new member's enthusiasm, Zhang Xiaoyang turned and clarified the combat objectives. "Very well, but remember, the insect sirens and water ghouls covered in plants are our people. Your only enemies are the normal sirens." The mutants on the boat responded in unison. Then, without hesitation, they plunged one by one into the freezing seawater. Beneath the faint flickers of light, these mutants dove into the deep sea, swimming nimbly toward the battlefield currently locked in a bloodbath. Li Cheng remained glued to the binoculars, urgently reminding the commander of a critical point. "Xiaoyang, a very special siren has climbed onto the roof. Xiao Shuai is in a hard fight." Despite the alarm, Zhang Xiaoyang remained exceptionally calm, his tone chillingly flat. "I see it. It is indeed special, perfect for completing our goal. I'll handle it myself." Back on the devastated rooftop, the crowd stood dazed, looking at Xiao Shuai's small frame after the opponent had fled. Someone scratched their head and muttered, "Is that a win? That felt pretty easy." The youth arrogantly lowered his blood-stained blade, closing his eyes as he lectured smugly. "I wanted to play a bit longer, but I didn't expect it to be this weak." However, overconfidence always comes with a price. The giant siren, its eyes filled with killing intent, suddenly emerged from the side of the building and leapt behind Xiao Shuai, sending a chill down his spine. Without a half-second's hesitation, the monster gathered its full strength and swung its lethal spear, intending to crush the target. Sensing death was inches away, Xiao Shuai rolled desperately to dodge, narrowly avoiding the strike. A gash was torn into his clothes. He staggered as he stood up, horrified to find that after coming out of the sea, the creature's movements had become faster, and its strength had noticeably increased. Before he could regain his footing, the giant siren leaped high into the air once more. It swung its massive weapon downward with a force that seemed to tear through the air. Xiao Shuai stared in terror at the shadow looming over him, whispering through gritted teeth, "Damn it, no time to dodge." At the critical moment, the youth exerted every ounce of his strength. Bracing his thin blade horizontally to block the lethal blow, he took the massive impact. The shockwave surged through his body, bending the blade. Xiao Shuai was sent tumbling backward, his back slamming heavily against the floor with a pained groan. The bloodthirsty monster refused to let its weakened prey go. It took a deep breath like a giant toad, puffing out its cheeks and spat out several gulps of stored fluid. Under terrifying pressure, the liquid instantly transformed into countless sharp water bullets whistling through the air. The crowd in the distance witnessed this horrifying scene and shouted in unison to warn their fallen comrade, "Watch out!" Despite his efforts to dodge, the brutal and swift water bullets struck Xiao Shuai in the face like heavy hammers. The force forced his eyes shut. He let out a pained scream and staggered back, clutching his face, completely losing his bearings. Xiao Shuai knelt on the cold floor, hurriedly rubbing the stinging water from his eyes as he cursed in rage at his humiliation and helplessness. "You bastard, how dare you block my sight with water!" As the curse left his lips, his soldier's instinct made his heart skip a beat. Cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes as he realized death was looming over his head. The siren seized this golden opportunity. While its opponent was temporarily blinded and unable to counterattack, it charged forward to claim its prize. It let out a hideous roar, swinging its lethal weapon with both hands, aiming a full-strength strike at the prey's head. In the hair's breadth between life and death, the sharp, grim spearhead suddenly froze in midair. The cold blade was only inches away from Xiao Shuai's sweat-drenched face. The siren froze, turning its fish-like white eyes toward the interrupter. Zhang Xiaoyang stood there, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. He had appeared out of nowhere, one hand calmly but firmly gripping the thick spear, which was crackling with blue bioelectricity. His gaze was as cold as an eternal glacier as he delivered a slow, measured warning laced with fury. "You bastard! If you hurt this kid, how am I supposed to face his parents?" The din of the fierce battle instantly fell into a deathly silence. As if space itself had been frozen, the siren stayed pinned in place, unable to utter a word. After the shock passed, it bared its sharp teeth and let out a low hiss of rage. Its muscles bulged, veins popping across its skin. The deep-sea monster used every ounce of its strength, pulling back on the weapon frantically in an attempt to regain control. However, compared to the monster's straining and its face turning purple with effort, Zhang Xiaoyang merely rested the spear on his shoulder, as if it were as light as a feather. A contemptuous smirk curled his lips as he mocked his opponent's incompetence. "Can you even pull it out?" Realizing it was completely unable to rival this eerie power, the monster decided to cut its losses. It decisively released its calloused hands, abandoning its most powerful weapon. But the madness didn't stop there. The moment it let go of the spear, it lunged forward like a cornered beast, drawing a hidden sharp dagger. The cold blade cut through the air, aimed directly at Zhang Xiaoyang's carotid artery. Facing imminent death, his expression remained calm, as fearless as a stone statue. Just before the blade touched his neck, Zhang Xiaoyang delivered a decisive iron punch. With brutal gargantuan power, he shattered the Siren's arm holding the knife. The sound of bone snapping echoing clearly, the agonizing pain made the monster's jaw drop in extreme horror. It staggered back several steps, realizing it was completely outmatched and unable to withstand this level of overwhelming power. The giant Siren turned and fled in a humiliating but decisive move, charging toward the edge of the rooftop. Xiao Shuai, having just finished rubbing his eyes, saw his prey escaping, and hurriedly shouted a warning to his hero. "Uncle Xiaoyang, don't let it jump into the water, it gets stronger in the sea." The youth added another point to expose the monster's cunning. "It'll loop back for a sneak attack." The monster ignored the warnings. It had no other choice, closing its eyes as it leapt into the churning deep sea. The moment it touched the water, it was in its element, tearing through the waves in a frantic attempt to escape. Watching the ripples on the surface, Zhang Xiaoyang let out a cold snort, calmly repeating the youth's words. "A sneak attack? Hey." He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he gently closed his eyes. In an instant, he activated his extraordinary mental connection, calming his mind to perceive every movement in his surroundings. What was bound to come came. True to its predicted despicable nature, the monster suddenly burst through the surface into the air, dagger in hand, attempting a lethal strike from behind. However, everything was under control. Zhang Xiaoyang was arrogant enough not even to look back. He simply extended a hand into the air behind him. In a flash, countless eerie dark root tentacles erupted from his palm, tearing through the silence like a pack of venomous snakes. Its plan a total failure. The Siren's eyes widened in terror. It had no time to react before its blade could swing. It was bound tightly by the root cords, its heavy body hauled into midair. Only then did Zhang Xiaoyang turn back leisurely, mocking the enemy's stupidity, making that much noise in the water. "Who did you think you were going to sneak up on?" Humiliated, the monster gnashed its teeth in rage. Cold sweat pouring down, it struggled madly, trying to use brute force to break the plant's bindings. But the more it fought, the tighter the roots coiled. Zhang Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, lethal blue light. He gave a low shout, unleashing his finishing move. High-voltage bioelectricity, a blinding surge of power erupted instantly, traveling through the roots and into the Siren's entire body. It twisted frantically, its frame convulsing violently amidst the dazzling blue light. The brutal electrocution far exceeded its threshold of endurance. The monster's charred corpse, smelling of burnt flesh, slammed heavily onto the cold concrete floor. Seeing his wretched enemy still drawing ragged breaths, Xiao Shuai charged forward with his dagger filled with hatred and shouting for revenge. "It's still breathing, let me finish it." Hearing the shout, Zhang Xiaoyang immediately reached out to block the descending blade. He advised, "Wait, I left it breathing on purpose." Stopped in his tracks, Xiao Shuai scratched his head in confusion, frowning as he asked, "How, why leave it alive?" Zhang Xiaoyang only offered an enigmatic smile. He wagged his index finger at the boy and replied with a smile, "Forgotten, we have to rely on it to lead the way." The scene flashed back, revealing a subtle, ingenious detail. During the previous fierce battle, he had quietly attached a tiny GPS tracker to the monster's back. Shanshan, who had been observing from the side, frowned as she analyzed the risks with concern. With that thing stuck to its body, wouldn't it feel it? "I'm afraid it'll rip it off and throw it away before it even reaches the nest." But Zhang Xiaoyang remained exceptionally calm, patiently explaining to dispel her doubts with a smile. "It's fine. I've already implanted some hallucinogenic spores into it. I guarantee its mind will remain in a complete daze until it returns to its nest afterward." The group hoisted the Siren's heavy body onto the deck and piloted the high-powered speedboat, carrying this heavy cargo into the deserted reaches of the open sea. Wang Yang was responsible for the final step. He tensed his muscles and delivered a powerful sweeping horizontal kick, neatly sending the still muddled Siren flying into the freezing seawater. Before the corpse-like heavy frame sank, he spat in disgust and cursed, "Get back to the sea where you belong." After a brutal abandonment, the speedboat roared away, cutting through the waves and leaving the prey to float alone. As the world turned, the sunset gradually deepened into a rich purple. The brilliant afterglow of the sunset dyed the clouds floating lazily above the sea in shades of gold. After being abandoned in the cold, deep seabed for a long time, the Siren's withered fingers began to twitch slightly. Eventually, it woke up from the horrific electric shock it had endured. Its eyes looked around vacantly, its expression dull and wooden, looking exactly like a sleepwalker who had just jolted awake from a nightmare. Under the massive water pressure, it staggered to its feet on the soft sand, scratching its throbbing head with a coarse hand. The monster looked around in a trance, searching for a direction, but before its eyes lay only that vast, boundless and deathly silent ocean. It shook its head for a long time before finally dispelling the dizziness. Once its mind cleared a bit, the siren finally remembered its survival instincts. It swayed its body, diving into the dark, profound depths of the sea, and swam single-mindedly toward its nest. Back in the cabin, Shanshan stared intently at the computer screen, tracking the signal and reporting the perfect result with excitement. The coordinates have started moving. Sitting on a nearby bench, Zhang Xiaoyang crossed his arms, the corners of his mouth curling upward into a smug, triumphant smirk. Excellent. It's about time those bastards felt the pressure from land creatures. The speedboat then sped away through layers of spray. Ultimately, the tracking signal pointed to the dark, murky depths of the ocean floor. The Siren's nest loomed half-hidden beneath the cover of the seawater. It was an extremely crude settlement, filled with shabby huts constructed from skeletons and seaweed. Several guards holding sharp spears hovered in the surrounding area on patrol. While swimming on its watch, one guard suddenly stopped in the water. Its bulging eyeballs rolled uneasily, filled with vigilance toward the abnormal ripples in the current. The guard looked up to search and faintly saw a bloated, exhausted siren of its own kind, struggling to swim toward the camp. Realizing the situation was unusual, the guard immediately waved to signal its companions, letting out a low guttural roar from its throat to sound the alarm. The utterly exhausted giant siren had just stumbled onto the flat, sandy bottom, when two guards hurried over, propping up their near-death comrade and supporting it as they escorted it into the command room. Greeting this defeated loser was a siren leader, who waved its powerful arms and roared orders in a fury, commanding its subordinates to prepare for emergency battle or provide medical treatment. Meanwhile, on another desolate, arid island, the scene was starkly different. A group of men as thin as skeletons were bent over, under the brutal surveillance of mutated overseers who brandished whips and wore hideous expressions. They were gritting their teeth, digging into earth as hard as stone. An overseer with a face full of stubble was highly dissatisfied with the snail-paced progress. He squinted with a sinister, bone-chilling gaze at a starving slave who had stopped to wipe away sweat. Without a word, he swung his whip directly, crack, striking the unfortunate man's back with all his might, leaving a bloody scar and harshly berating him for laziness. Having been whipped for no reason, the thin man knelt on the parched ground, clenching his teeth to endure the agonizing pain as he looked up in rage to question the brutal fellow. "You bastard, where was I being lazy? You're clearly using this to settle a personal grudge." The weak resistance only added fuel to the fire. The group of mutated overseers surrounded him in a fury, trapping the poor man in a tight circle. They swarmed him, frantically lashing his bleeding back with whips while taking turns to brutally kick and punch him. They roared loudly as they punished the rebel. "You dare talk back, beat him senseless." Amidst the screams and the sound of lashing, two sirens reeking of a fishy stench slowly crawled out from the white spray onto the beach. Hearing the commotion, the fat pig overseer spun around in terror, his previous overbearing manner vanishing instantly. Seeing the deep-sea monsters suddenly appear, the fat man's face twisted into an expression of extreme horror. Without a half-second's hesitation, the cowardly man hurriedly hid the blood-stained whip behind his back. He scurried over, his flabby face squeezing into a fawning smile as he bowed to greet the monsters. "Lord Sea Emperor, what are your commands?" Faced with this servile attitude, the monster extended a long, thin finger toward the front and coldly announced its requirements. It was a heartless and bloody command. "We are injured. Your kind did this. We need nourishment. We need livers. We need fat. Do you hear me clearly?" The lowly overseer nodded frantically, bowing with a face full of forced smiles as he responded, "Yes, I understand. I'll arrange it immediately." As he turned around, the smile on the fat man's face vanished instantly. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he gesticulated and roared at his stunned subordinates. "The warriors of the sea race are injured and need livers to replenish their bodies. You lot, go pick a few of the meteor ones and bring them over here." The weakened captives could do nothing but close their eyes and look away, swallowing their boiling fury and cursing the bastards in their hearts. Serving the sirens and slaughtering their own kind, it was an unpardonable sin against heaven. On Xiaoping's side, she continued to monitor the signal on her screen. After confirming the sirens' location, she reported they were 10 kilometers to the east. Chen Jiankang was intimately familiar with the region, identifying it as the Crab Islands. Zhang Xiaoyang asked in surprise, "Oh, you know the place?" Chen Jiankang replied that his research data on the nearby islands and waters was comprehensive. Zhang Xiaoyang excitedly gave the order, "Excellent. Open the box. A moment later, Xiao Shuai approached with a look of displeasure, pressing for an answer. Uncle Xiaoyang, are you saying you want me to stay behind? He explained patiently. Since we're fighting in a marine environment, I'm only taking those who are strong swimmers. Xiao Shuai began comparing himself to Xiao Ping. I won't say anything about the others, but Sister Xiao Ping isn't a great swimmer either. Zhang Xiaoyang let out a laugh. Have you forgotten that Sister Xiao Ping has the ability to mimic different bodies? Turning to Xiao Ping, he added, this is the perfect chance to verify my previous hypothesis. It would also be quite the eye-opener for Xiao Shuai. The group made their way to the water's edge. Xiao Ping stepped forward and said, let me try. She reached out her hand and in an instant her arm shifted into a monstrous form, swelling into a gargantuan maw from which a long tongue lashed out. The tongue plunged into the water, instantly snaring a siren. The Research Institute staff were startled, beginning to question everything they knew. Were the Sirens more brutal, or was Zhang Xiaoyang's group the truly terrifying ones? Xiao Ping devoured the monster. When Zhang Xiaoyang walked over to check on her, she replied, I'm afraid I'll need to eat a few more. Her nonchalant tone made the research team feel nauseous. At that point, Xiao Ping changed directly into swimwear. Before diving in, she did a few simple warm-up stretches. Zhang Xiaoyang reminded Xiao Shuai to pay close attention to how his sister made her move. The boy remained skeptical. Let's see just how ridiculous this can get. As she leaped into the water, strange black water patterns clearly manifested on her neck. Xiao Ping stretched her body and sharp scales grew from her hands. It was staggering. She had already evolved scales and gills. The crowd marveled in awe. She dove into the depths, her swimming technique far surpassing that of any professional athlete. She moved through the water with the fluid agility of a true fish. Everyone was shocked. Was this really the same girl? With a powerful flick of her fishtail, Xiao Ping leapt high out of the water. Her entire body had transformed into a mermaid, her features and skin completely altered. Zhang Xiaoyang crossed his arms and let out a cold snort. Well, convinced, Xiao Shuai immediately began pestering him again. I want a mimicry ability like that too. The scene shifted to an island 10 kilometers away where a jailer, tasked with providing for the Siren warriors, was brutally snatching a child from a woman. The mother rushed forward to reclaim her child, only to be kicked away by him. One she wailed in utter helplessness and despair. Give me back my child. He pointed to a wooden cage filled with abducted children and ordered his subordinates to drag it away. Another woman stepped forward to comfort the grieving mother. This is our fate. You're new here, you'll get used to it. After verifying her abilities, Zhang Xiaoyang, Xiao Ping and 4 others set out for the island. Xiao Ping checked the signal, confirming the target was within reach. The portly young man shouted, I see it, that's the island. The elderly head of the research team suggested, cautiously, should we dive down and scout the situation first? Zhang Xiaoyang refused. There was no need. He waved a hand and pointed straight ahead, issuing a ringing command to charge directly at the target. Zhang Xiaoyang spotted 3 figures leaning against coconut trees on the island as the boat slowly approached the shore. The fat man on the beach raised his guard at the sight of the strangers, but instead of fear, he felt a surge of joy at the sight of humans. Fantastic, the great kings are getting new livestock. 2 men nearby, buried in their work, whispered to each other. That bastard who had betrayed humanity to collude with the Sirens actually treated humans as cattle for meat. He's a complete animal. The other man quickly whispered a warning. Quiet or you'll get the whip. The fat old man heard the whispering and whipped his head around. The 2 men trembled. Crap, that beast has sharp ears, he heard us. The fat man immediately brandished his whip and strode over, ready to strike. The great kings will be back soon, and you lot have the nerve to annoy me. You want to die. There are still a few slots left on the kill list. I'll just add you 2 to it. Just as the whip was about to fall, Zhang Xiaoyang's hand appeared, gripping it tightly. What are you doing here? Why are there only humans? Where are the Sirens? Although Zhang Xiaoyang was still unclear on the full situation, his instinct to protect the weak drove him to act. The fat man stared at him blankly. Who are you? You look familiar. Were you here last time? Zhang Xiaoyang had no idea what he was babbling about. What last time? I just got here. He turned and ordered the boat to move in to ensure everything was secure. I'll go ahead and check the situation. The fat old man charged forward in a rage, intending to fight Zhang Xiaoyang to the death. You dare play tricks on me, let go and I'll beat you to death. Zhang Xiaoyang kept his grip tight, showing no fear of the crazed man. I asked you, where are the Sirens? The fat man's subordinate roared. You bastard, how dare you call the great king's Sirens? The fat man bellowed an order. Stop wasting words and teach him a lesson. Immediately, 2 lackeys charged forward, swinging their whips in unison and lashing Zhang Xiaoyang's back frantically, yet he remained completely unharmed. The slaves were wide-eyed with shock. Is this guy human or a monster? Does he not feel pain? Instead, Zhang Xiaoyang easily caught both whips. Enough. I don't want to hit you because you're quite harmless. As the words left his mouth, he exerted his strength and violently yanked the 3 ropes. The three jailers stumbled and swayed. He tossed the three whips onto the ground. "Don't let this continue," they cried out in terror. "This guy is too strong." The fat old man's expression turned grim. HMPH, it seemed this fellow had practiced martial arts before the catastrophe. He immediately turned and bolted, ordering his men to stay and delay the enemy. Zhang Xiaoyang allowed him to go call for reinforcements. He was utterly confused. What was with all this great king and Lord Sea King talk? Have you actually achieved peaceful coexistence with the Siren race? Can they even communicate? A man who could no longer endure the situation screamed out the truth. "Big brother, they are lackeys for the Sirens. They specialize in helping those monsters slaughter humans." Zhang Xiaoyang was both surprised and infuriated. HMPH, to think such people actually existed. By now, the boat had reached the shore. The portly youth waved and shouted, "Brother Xiaoyang, what's the situation?" He replied, "Come ashore quickly. There are not only Sirens here, but several traitors as well." The lackeys began to shrink back when they saw the bizarre forms of the Research Institute team. "What's wrong with those people? Are they half human, half sea kings?" Zhang Xiaoyang instantly grabbed the bearded man closest to him by the throat. He gave a stern warning. "My ears are growing calluses from hearing Sea King this and Sea King that." His lightning-fast movement left the remaining two men dumbfounded. Having run some distance away, the fat old man picked up a bullhorn and began blowing it frantically. Hearing the noise, Zhang Xiaoyang looked back. The gaunt man from before hurried over to report. "Big brother, is that your boat?" Xiaoyang asked. "What about it?" the man replied. "That beast has already sounded the horn. The Sirens will be ashore soon. If that's the case, we should get on the boat and escape immediately. We might still have a chance to live." Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang and his group walking down composedly, the young man was terrified. "Everyone, what are you doing? Come back quick." The fat old man let out a maniacal, triumphant laugh. "Just you wait there. The Sea Kings will be here any second, and they'll tear your livers and guts right out." Zhang Xiaoyang tossed a subordinate aside and speculated to himself that their nest must be on the seabed directly beneath the island. Underwater, a dark mass of the Siren Legion swarmed toward them. They leapt high into the air simultaneously, landing heavily on the ground. A dark-skinned leader roared an order, "Prepare for battle." The laborers on the shore felt their skin crawl with terror. What was wrong with these people? Why weren't they running from the Sirens? The traders hurried out to greet them. "Lord Sea King, these people are here to steal my livestock." The Siren let out a piercing roar. Instantly, the Siren soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave. Zhang Xiaoyang remained exceptionally calm. Showing no panic, he stood his ground, effortlessly neutralizing every attack, leaving the monsters utterly bewildered. The Research Institute team opened fire frantically on the monster horde. "Come on, try the power of our weapons." The Sirens were hit one after another. One bullet tore straight through the head of a Siren standing near Zhang Xiaoyang. The laborers cheered in jubilation. "They have guns, we're saved, thank God, there's hope." Witnessing the tide turn, the fat man's face turned deathly pale. "Crap, these guys have guns, could even the great Sea Kings be no match for them?" Behind him, three more Sirens leapt out to join the fray. The appearance of these three giant warriors increased the anxiety of the laborers on shore. The members of the research team also reminded each other to stay alert. "Be careful, those three look dangerous." The portly youth looked at them and felt they were familiar, wondering aloud, "Don't those three look exactly like the ones we let go before?" Zhang Xiaoyang signaled for the research team to retreat. "Stand back. Don't interfere." He then turned to Xiaoping. "Xiaoping, these few are perfect for you to practice on." Before he had even finished speaking, Xiaoping shed all her clothes and stepped forward with confidence. Seeing the girl nearly naked and looking extremely provocative, the laborers feared for her safety. "Don't go any further into the water. They're stronger in the sea. You should lure them onto the shore first." Even so, Xiaoping remained unmoved. Thinking she was deaf, they grew frantic. "Hey, help her, make her listen to us or she'll die." The three Siren warriors immediately turned their attention to their new prey. The leader brandished its spear and charged ferociously at Xiaoping, intending to devour her alive. Her right arm began to mutate. The men present witnessed this bizarre sight, and their excitement instantly vanished, replaced by cries of terror. "What the hell is that?" The fat man was struck dumb with shock. "Is that woman not human?" The Siren swung its weapon and charged, and a fierce clash began. It glared at Xiaoping with raw ferocity. Suddenly, someone shouted a warning to her right. Another monster had seized the chance to launch a sneak attack. However, Xiaoping's other arm mutated rapidly, sending the attacker flying with a heavy blow. Her head split in half of its own accord, transforming into a hideous gargantuan maw. The maw expanded to its limit, waiting to devour the Siren. The first wave of the attack grazed past the target because the monster had leaned back to dodge. Only now did the three warriors taste true fear. Standing before Xiaoping, they didn't dare make a reckless move. From the side, the fat man urged the Lord Sea King, "Take turns going into the water to replenish your energy. We'll use attrition tactics to wear her out." The Sea King found the logic sound and roared an order for his comrades to retreat. After a few weak attempts at resistance, they plunged into the water with a splash. Xiao Ping wanted to give chase, but Xiaoyang called her back. Don't rush, don't chase them. Let them go into the water and reach their peak state first. The fat man continued his arrogant shouting, You brat, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? When Lord Sea King returns, he'll rip your heart and liver out. After replenishing their energy, the group of monsters resurfaced. Their stamina was as abundant as when they first started, and they launched a simultaneous attack on Xiao Ping. Her 2 arms and that strange head transformed into several giant maws, snapping back incessantly and skillfully blocking all the enemy's attacks. The slaves behind them kept rubbing their eyes. It was the first time they had seen a woman hold her own against 3 Siren warriors for this long. The fat man was scheming again. Lord Sea King, kill the leader first. Provocation worked. It roared out the command. The 3 warriors pivoted toward their target, charging straight for Xiaoyang. One of them sprinted ahead to attack, but it had chosen the wrong opponent. Without needing to move much, countless tentacles erupted from Xiaoyang's body, instantly impaling the monster. Sensing the tide had turned against them, the Sea King hurriedly ordered a retreat. The fat man was in a state of extreme panic. What? They can't beat him? For once, he was speechless. The leading Sea King roared incessantly, ordering a full retreat. Upon receiving the order, the monster horde immediately fled in a panic, not daring to look back. Splash, splash, the 3 warriors dove into the water, with the remnants of the force following close behind. All traces of the monsters vanished from the shore, leaving only the group of traitors. Lord Sea King, don't leave us behind. The monsters disappeared completely, ignoring the shrill pleas for mercy. At that moment, Xiao Ping approached in her bizarre form, and the fat man felt the overwhelming killing intent radiating from her. Xiao Ping's face was as cold as frost, her body covered in mutated flesh. With just a single move, the 3 traitors collapsed. In their extreme terror, they trembled and kowtowed, begging for their lives. Great Master, have mercy, we were forced into this. Xiaoyang walked over, his voice cold as ice. No need to beg for mercy. I can't be bothered to strike ants like you. The fat man let out a sigh of relief. Really? I'll be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh and delivered his judgment. If they want to deal with you, I won't interfere. At that moment, the slaves who had been brutally trampled upon rose up in rebellion. Carrying the weight of their long-held grudges, they rushed forward to vent their fury, beating the group of villains mercilessly. The 3 traitors were beaten into a wretched state, paying a devastating price for the heinous crimes they had committed. Good and evil always meet their ends. The pain they now endured was perfectly commensurate with the cruelty they had once sown. A moment later, only wreckage remained where those 3 had stood. Xiao Ping returned to her original appearance and discussed with the group whether all the island's residents should be evacuated to the base. Chen Jiankong noted that there were many people, and space on the boat was tight, suggesting they go in 2 trips, as one trip would be extremely crowded. Xiaoyang decisively opted to evacuate everyone at once and signaled for them to board. Suddenly he looked out at the sea and was startled. The research team leader let out a scream of terror. Our boat, that bastard Siren, knowing it was no match for Zhang Xiaoyang, resorted to a despicable trick by destroying their means of transportation. The leader poked its head out of the water, arrogantly warning, None of you are going anywhere. Stay here and wait for death. Fury smoldered in Zhang Xiaoyang's chest. He rushed to the front and roared, Tell me, is playing dirty like this your way of begging me to slaughter every last one of you? Chen Jiankong approached with a worried expression, asking, What do we do now? He calmly reassured him, Don't worry. It's fine. Near the island, Zhang Xiaoyang's insect swarm appeared. The Sirens' outpost was about 2 kilometers away. Zhang Xiaoyang ordered everyone to head there and seize a ship. The head of the research team looked troubled. Oh, that's not the issue for us, but I'm afraid Sirens will be guarding it. We might be wiped out as soon as we hit the water. Xiaoyang gave a firm guarantee. I will certainly clear the path for you all. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his eyes flashed with a brilliant light. In the sky, a giant insect circled down, its abdomen emitting a dazzling radiance and a bizarre sound. The crowd was thrown into a panic, looking around warily. What's that sound? A shirtless youth pointed toward the sky. Look there, beneath the deep sea, an abnormal wave surged forward. The Sirens sensed the approaching danger. The insect swarm summoned by Zhang Xiaoyang had arrived. The monsters whipped around, raising 5 spears to meet the challenge, while the swarm worked together to kick up a violent gargantuan wave. Unaware of the truth, people shrieked in terror. Giant insects, my god! The research team was also stunned. What? The insect swarm is actually fighting the Sirens? Though they had seen it once before, the sight was still terrifying. Xiaoyang instructed Xiao Ping to lead the others while he commanded the swarm to lead the way back. The group was confused by Xiao Ping's intent, until she confidently leapt into the siren-infested waters. In an instant, Xiao Ping burst through the surface in her half-human, half-fish form. clutching the severed heads of several Sirens. The research team urgently prodded, "Go, move toward her." The common folk still hesitated, fear in their eyes. What on earth are those people doing? Before long the surface was littered with floating Siren corpses. The victims who had suffered so much were still haunted by the shadows of their past. They asked Xiaoyang tremulously, "Hey man, you guys don't eat human meat, do you?" Xiaoyang let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, relax. I have things much tastier than human meat. Now tell me about the situation here." Beneath the sea, Xiaoping took the lead, guiding everyone as they dove deep. On an island 2 kilometers away from Zhang Xiaoyang, refugees were in a state of extreme panic. "It must be time to be eaten again. Please don't eat me, please don't eat me." Their long-accumulated grievances finally erupted into an angry rebellion. "Even if we aren't eaten today, we'll die next time." "We've had enough," a brave man shouted, provoking the monsters. "Come on, you bastards, come at me, kill me." Infuriated by the rebels' noise, the Siren approached with its weapon and 2 accomplices. Although he claimed to be ready for sacrifice, the man couldn't help but tremble as death approached. Suddenly the Siren whipped its head around, sensing something strange behind it. A giant insect took flight from the neighboring island, charging over with a piercing gaze. The leader found the light dazzling, raising its spear to order its subordinates to eliminate the bug. Simultaneously, Xiaoping's squad charged forward, weapons raised for the assault. The refugees on shore turned pale with fright. Who are those people? Meanwhile, the Research Institute team opened fire incessantly on the monster horde. Whispers of doubt spread through the crowd. Are those people human? They actually have guns. No one dared to be certain. The Sirens were hit by bullets but didn't fall. Their defiant roars grew louder as if to say, "Where did you come from? Do you want to die? Just you wait." As soon as the threat left its lips, they dove into the water to escape. The research team leader let out a confident, cold laugh. "Run then. There's something even more terrifying waiting for you beneath the surface." The moment 2 Sirens touched the water, Xiaoping, who had been lying in ambush, burst from the depths like a legendary sea monster. The monsters were stunned, never expecting such a turn. Once finished with them, Xiaoping dragged the enemy's corpses into the deep sea, efficiently bisecting them. Those on shore witnessed this horrific scene. "What was that? What did I just see?" "I saw a monster. It dragged a Siren into the water in a split second." The refugees on the island turned their gazes toward the Research Institute team, sizing them up. They marveled at the strangers' bizarre appearances. "Look at them. Are these people even human?" Sensing their concern over the group's looks, Chen Jiankong quickly offered reassurance. "Everyone calm down. Our appearance might not be human, but we are kind and friendly." A man on the island pointed to where Xiaoping had just submerged. "Then what about that thing?" Just then, Xiaoping surfaced after finishing the second Siren. Witnessing her dismember the monster without batting an eye, the crowd remained skeptical. "Is she a good person too?" Chen Jiankong scratched his head awkwardly. "She might not look like a good person, but she truly is one." Afterward, Xiaoping reverted to her original appearance, shedding the eerie mutated shell and stepping onto the shore with a fair and striking figure. She walked toward the crowd and signaled, "All right, it's settled. Everyone get on the boat, we're moving out." The people on the island were dazed. "Moving out? Where are we going now?" The portly youth answered in a booming voice. "We're going back to the assembly point." Seeing the terror in their eyes, Xiaoping offered a warm, comforting word. "Don't worry, brother. In our eyes you aren't food, you're our own kind." As for Zhang Xiaoyang, he was being guided by the residents through the cultivation area. Pulling up a plant, he asked in confusion, "Is this the food the Sirens used to feed you?" Xiaoyang admitted he had never seen such a plant. The man confessed that he hadn't either until he became a slave. This thing was sinister. Long-term consumption shortened a 10-month pregnancy to just 1 month. Even worse, a newborn eating it for a year would grow into a 10-year-old child. Xiaoyang pressed curiously, "Following that logic, can those children learn to walk and talk?" The man answered bitterly, "What need is there to learn? In less than a year the child is eaten by the Sirens anyway." This account made Zhang Xiaoyang look upon the eerie plant with a look of pure disgust. Just then, someone ran over hurriedly. Boss! Zhang Xiaoyang whipped his head around to see 2 men who had successfully subdued the Siren leader, reporting breathlessly that it was still alive. Xiaoyang turned to ask the crowd, "Is this the only Siren that can speak human tongue?" They nodded in confirmation, yes. "This one speaks human the clearest, though it's still not quite right. Basically it conveys messages from the overseers." Though captured, the monster remained stubborn, cursing, "You dare oppose the great sea race? You will all die a wretched death. Dead, all dead, organs scooped out, organs scooped out." After only a few lines of shouting, its throat was brutally pierced by Xiaoyang's tentacle. He roared in fury, "I'm only afraid you won't come." At that moment, Xiaoping returned. Her squad and the research personnel had successfully seized a large ship. Zhang Xiaoyang praised them. "Quick work," he then shouted instructions to the crowd. "Everyone gather some of the plants you've grown, then get on the ship with us." The scene shifted to Zhang Xiaoyang's base. Upon arrival, the refugees were awestruck. This isn't some evil faction's lair, is it? Xiao Shuai ran out, waving and signaling. Everyone, after you land, please line up and follow me. The guide was stunned. A young boy? Xiao Shuai guided them with a professional air. Don't worry everyone, we were all rescued from the Siren farms by leader Zhang Xiaoyang. Living here is safe. You don't have to worry about them killing you. Zhang Xiaoyang handed the plant samples to Xiao Ping. Take a look at this. On her first contact with it, Xiao Ping asked curiously, what is it? A plant I discovered in the Siren camp. They use it to shorten pregnancy tenfold. Xiao Ping suggested taking it back to the research institute and having He Lao inspect it. Zhang Xiaoyang agreed, deciding to act immediately. In the lab in K-City, He Lao announced joyfully, success. Zhang Xiaoyang clapped in admiration. As expected of the Biomedical Research Institute. The power still works after being abandoned for so long. Xiao Ping explained that the original design was intended to handle natural disasters and emergencies. Xiaoyang had a sudden inspiration. Then we can send some people here as a new assembly point. He Lao nodded in agreement. That would be for the best. If we do that, I can conduct my research here in peace. Xiao Ping urgently asked He Lao, how is it? Found any clues? The elder pondered. I've never seen anything like this before. It might not even be from Earth. Then, he suggested a field trial to assess the side effects of humans consuming this type of food. He explained in detail, I saw cages in a few rooms underwater earlier. If we can catch some uninfected rats, we can reach a conclusion. Xiao Ping sighed helplessly. In a world like this, where are we going to find uninfected rats? Zhang Xiaoyang confidently offered a solution. I have a better idea. No rats needed. Besides, a rat's life cycle isn't suited for this experiment. Underwater, a siren was swimming rapidly toward a certain location. Suddenly, its path was blocked. Two red-skinned sirens questioned it. Speak up, what are you doing here? The siren answered earnestly. Truly, I am a warrior of the Sea War tribe. I wish to see the leader of your old dynasty tribe. The red-skinned siren rebuked it impatiently. What is it? Tell me directly. I will pass the message along. The fellow lamented piteously. Tell your leader that our tribe has been wiped out by those upright pigs. The red-skinned siren flew into a rage, roaring, What upright pigs? I can't believe it. A siren tribe was actually attacked by them on land. The fellow choked out its accusation. It's true, they are stronger than you think. Do not underestimate them. The red-skinned siren chuckled, mocking it. We have every reason to underestimate the enemy. A tiny tribe like yours deserved to die. With that, it spread its arms wide in the center of the territorial waters with pure disdain. How can you even compare yourselves to us? Indeed, the scale of this siren population far exceeded that of the green-skinned ones. Zhang Xiaoyang brought He Lao to the plant storage he had proposed. The elder was surprised. This is the better choice you mentioned, he replied with confident decisiveness. That's right. These are wood termites domesticated to serve human needs. If this plant has little effect on them, then it won't have much of an impact on humans. Besides, this is the apocalypse. Food is scarce. Guaranteeing food safety isn't the primary mission. He Lao nodded in agreement. You have a point. Zhang Xiaoyang added further instructions. But regardless, these things are still dangerous, and the sirens are still watching us like hawks. So I'll stay here to keep watch. He Lao, you are far too important now. I don't want anything regrettable to happen. He Lao showed a hint of concern for the coastal area. But Zhang Xiaoyang guaranteed that everything had been arranged. At the shore, the research team leader shouted to Xiao Shuai, Someone is coming from over there. Xiao Shuai judged, it might be Uncle Xiaoyang's people returning. The gathered crowd began to panic. Li Cheng, Chen Song and Zhang Shengjie had returned, but their bizarre appearances terrified the people on shore. Li Cheng understood the reason for their fear. As the boat docked, Chen Song waved for the crowd to disperse. Zhang Shengjie was striding forward when he suddenly heard a shout. Daddy? Seeing his father, Xiao Shuai cheered with joy. Daddy, why are you here? Zhang Shengjie, reunited after so long, immediately responded with fatherly affection. Due to his zombie status, his speech was still unclear. Wolfhead, building rockets want to fly, takes years, spiky fish, use tongs to catch. Poor Xiao Shuai was utterly confused, having no idea what his father was mumbling about. Li Cheng patiently explained to the little fellow that leader Zhang Xiaoyang was studying new plants with everyone, and fearing a siren attack here, had sent them for combat protection. Xiao Shuai thumped his chest and bragged, With me here, what's there to worry about? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Shengjie gave him a sharp knock on the head. Advertisements, products, incomplete, propaganda, false, facts. He was warning his son not to be too flashy. Caution is the parent of safety, lest one invite trouble. Xiao Shuai rubbed his head and wailed, asking in total bewilderment, What exaggerated propaganda? The onlookers witnessed this bizarre scene and whispered, How can this kid's dad be a monster? What am I even watching? No wonder the kid's strength is monster-like too. Keep an eye on him. Amidst the whispering, a man barked impatiently, Hey, what are you lot babbling about over there? Xiao Shuai frowned and roared irritably. I'm working hard to protect you, and you dare to criticize me. The man hurriedly offered a fawning apology. I wouldn't dare, I'm sorry. Li Cheng turned his attention ahead. The insect swarm seems a bit off. The swarm was highly concentrated on an invisible target. Xiao Shuai feared they had discovered a new squad of Siren scouts, but instead of fear he was filled with excitement. Daddy, I want to charge ahead and show off my combat power. Sure enough, the silhouettes of red-skinned Sirens were faintly visible beneath the surface. The green-skinned Siren scanned the insects circling in the air and realized their cover was blown, yet the red-skinned monsters remained arrogant. What are you afraid of? We're here. They charged forward aggressively to provoke the enemy. The green-skinned Siren tried its best to dissuade them, but it was in vain. One red-skinned Siren leapt into the air, and the insect swarm instantly converged to tear it apart. The red-skinned Siren drove its spear deep into the bug's round abdomen. Underwater, one red-skinned Siren said contemptuously to the green-skinned one, "See that? That is our strength. I think you were just blowing smoke. They're pretty ordinary." Having experienced the previous brutal battles, the green-skinned Siren continued its warning. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm out of here." It abandoned its comrades and bolted. The three red-skinned Sirens stayed behind, doubling down on their insults, calling the green Siren a piece of trash. A proud Siren warrior running away with its tail between its legs. What a coward. I don't think these people are dangerous at all. One spear is all it'll take to kill them. The leader violently swung its arms, stirring up a ferocious giant wave. Suddenly they sensed something unusual. Look over there. The three Sirens turned in unison to see a wooden boat coming into view. They let out a triumphant laugh. Are they here to deliver their deaths? They began discussing how to split the prey. How should 4 people be divided? The leader chose the toughest nut. The one with tentacles on his body is the strongest. Leave him to me, you guys split the rest. Xiao Shuai sat leisurely on the gunwale, looking like he was on a field trip. The young boy made a wheedling suggestion. Auntie Xiao Ping, can I join that mimic flesh Superman team too? Xiao Ping refused flatly. No, the boy's face fell. Why not? Before he could hear a reason, he received a heavy knock on the head from Zhang Shengjie. Due to his limited speech, Zhang Shengjie could only use actions to discipline. Xiao Shuai cried out aggrievedly, "Daddy, why did you hit me?" Zhang Shengjie issued a stern warning to his naive son. Because his consciousness was still scrambled and his memory damaged, he could only barely maintain human behavior. He was reminding him, "How many times have I told you? Call women sister. I've said it so many times and you still haven't changed. How are you going to inherit your old man's business like this?" Setting aside the title, Xiao Ping explained flatly, "Besides the danger, you're still young. If you're affected by the mimic flesh now, you might never grow up." Suddenly, a red-skinned Siren leaped onto the bow to attack. Zhang Shengjie met the charge immediately but was knocked back. Xiao Shuai shouted anxiously, "Daddy?" The monster was aggressive, determined to take Zhang Shengjie's life. The boy suddenly noticed another monster staring at him. As soon as it poked its head up, Xiao Shuai swung his weapon. "Get lost to hell with your grandmother." A powerful strike knocked the Siren back into the sea. Even while busy fighting, Zhang Shengjie didn't forget to correct his son's phrasing. "Why are you swearing again?" Enraged, the Siren prepared a lethal blow. Zhang Shengjie met the enemy head-on with full strength. Unexpectedly, it was snared in a death grip by Zhang Shengjie's tentacles, unable to move a muscle. The tentacles strangled the monster's neck, the massive force choking it. On the boat, Xiao Ping prepared to strip off her clothes for battle, but Xiao Shuai was quick to stop her. "Auntie Xiao Ping, don't you act." The child was adamant about not letting her jump into the sea. Xiao Ping looked blank, not understanding what was happening. Xiao Shuai gave a thumbs up in approval. "This is my daddy's first time here. Let my daddy show off his skills." Witnessing this brutal scene, the leader of the scientific research group clicked his tongue in amazement. My God, how are all these people so calm? And that brings us to the end of Zhang Xiaoyang's thrilling journey at chapter 97 of the original story. While this adventure concludes here, there are still countless other epic series waiting for you to explore on our channel. If you enjoyed this recap, please show your support by hitting that like button, subscribing, and turning on notifications for BALA Manhua recaps. Your support is what motivates us to bring you even more amazing stories. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in our next story recap.